Welcome back guys, like and hype this video, your like encourage me. Chapter 1. Fox Girl. Successfully made a stone axe. Get a simple stone axe. Looking at the prompts that appeared in front of him, Sumu felt the depression in his heart pour out of his body, and a feeling of relief came over him. It's been 2 hours, God knows how he got here these 2 hours. 2 hours ago, the game came to reality. 6 billion people around the world were randomly born in one place and started their own era of lords. Start with an acre of land, and all resources depend on your hands. 2 hours had passed before Sumu successfully made a simple stone axe. This was the result of rolling out the cocoons on his hands. Disaster. It's so difficult. If Sumu hadn't been single for many years and was skilled in manual work, he wouldn't have behaved like this. On the national chat channel, many people are already complaining. What about the game we promised? 2 hours have passed and I haven't even finished it yet. My hands are bleeding from scratches. Does it have to be so difficult? What's your name? At least you can still grind, I don't even have a chance to grind. Who dares to think that I was born in the desert, surrounded by 50 or 60 degrees Celsius, with no resources? I am almost an adult. Desert is nothing. I was born in a poisonous land, surrounded by poisonous gas. If the chicken thieves hadn't soaked my urine before I was born, I would have died a long time ago. Are you more miserable than me? I was born in the sea with my girlfriend. 2 minutes ago I witnessed her being swallowed by a sea monster and was helpless. I wanted to die. I'm even worse. It's 50 to 60 degrees below zero and it's snowy. I'm just wearing a pair of underpants, and my chickens are all frozen. Complaints spread everywhere, and the national chat channel was full of people making complaints. Compared to them, Sumu should have no complaints even if he bleeds from masturbating. The environment in which he was born included mountains, rivers, forests, and minerals. The resources were extremely rich, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. The most important thing is that it is located in a plain and open area, which is very suitable for building a territory to meet your initial development. It's a uniquely blessed environment. But before Sumu could secretly rejoice, an inexplicable reminder sounded in his heart. Unlock the intelligence system. 3-star dangerous information, there is an orc team coming towards you at the edge of the forest. Please hide as soon as possible to avoid being attacked. Information reminder, the orc team is an existence that the Lord cannot defeat at present, please hide as soon as possible. Countdown, 60. 59. Although Sumu was surprised in his heart how he had unlocked the system. But he still didn't hesitate and plunged into the bushes nearby to hide himself. A minute later, 2 orcs appeared in Sumu's field of vision. Their faces are ferocious, their fangs exposed, and they look fierce. His whole body is red, he is over 2 meters tall, his muscles are bulging, and the veins on them are like horned dragons, giving people a shocking visual effect. Especially their cauldron-like fists. Sumu estimated that if his fist landed on his head, he would end up with the same fate as a watermelon dropped from 10 meters to the ground. He quickly held his breath, not even daring to take a breath. Captain Lise, do you know what this is? Ottok raised a small golden jar in his big hand and asked. I don't know, it's not delicious anyway. Lise pulled out a piece of bloody flesh from between his teeth, then took the small golden jar with disgust on his face and played with it. Why don't these guys leave? In the bushes not far away, Sumu felt a little anxious when he saw the 2 orcs suddenly taking steps. At this moment, the reminder sound suddenly sounded in his heart again. 2-star danger information, a rampaging rock pig is coming rapidly towards this direction, please hide as soon as possible. As soon as the intelligence voice fell, footsteps sounded, successfully attracting the attention of the orc team, who got up at the same time. Soon, a big fat wild boar with khaki color appeared. A flash of light appeared in Orc Lise's eyes, and he shouted. Ottok surrounds it. Take this guy down. Today's dinner is in order. As he spoke, he threw the small golden jar in his hand and charged towards the wild boar. Sumu felt the ground shake for a moment, and the orc Luxi had already knocked away the wild boar with his fist. Yes. Pigs really fly. It died after smashing a tree, its brains flowing all over the ground. Seeing this scene, Sumu, who was hiding in the grass, swallowed secretly. He just used the metaphor of watermelon, which was definitely an insult to those orcs. Terrible guy, so fierce. Let's go. Great harvest. Luxi raised his hand, and the beast's face was full of pride and excitement. Yes, Captain. Tok bent down and carried the nearly 300-kilogram wild boar on his shoulders, and followed his captain. 5 minutes later, after confirming that the orc team had gone far, Sumu emerged from the bushes and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I can't imagine what kind of situation he would have faced if there had been no early warning from the intelligence system just now. I'm afraid he is the one who will replace the big fat pig as food for the orcs, right? Sumu knows that it is said that the game has come to reality, but in fact everyone here has only one life and cannot do it again. Therefore, it is important to survive. By the way, what was just thrown by the orc captain? Sumu suddenly thought of something, and his eyes searched everywhere. Finally found that shining light. Gold jar, after breaking it, you will randomly get a certain amount of gold coins. It turned out to be money. I thought it was some kind of tool or weapon. Sumu was a little disappointed. In the early stages of development, the most important thing is not money, but various usable tools. Especially since he couldn't figure out where he was now, and it was even less likely that he knew where there was a town where he could go shopping. Therefore, money really doesn't have much effect so far. It's not even as good as a pickaxe or a long knife. 3-star value information: the dark slave merchant will appear on the east hillside in half an hour. If you have enough chips, you might be able to buy a good slave from him. Information tip: the dark slave merchant has a bad temper, but he is greedy for money. It is recommended that you go there only if you really have the leverage, otherwise don't approach him easily, otherwise the consequences of trying to entertain him will be disastrous. Information tip 2: the dark slave merchant only stays for 1 hour, please pay attention to the time. Dark slave trader? Is this the 3rd time already? It used to be dangerous information, but now it's valuable information. Does this intelligence system belong to me alone? Sumu was thinking in her heart. He studied the world chat channel for a while and found that no one mentioned news related to the intelligence system. Everyone was still complaining that the start was too difficult. Soon, Sumu concluded that this was a plug-in just for him. Half an hour later, on the eastern hillside, Sumu searched for a long time before finally finding the so-called dark slave merchant by the river. He was dressed in a black cloth robe, with a black mask on his face. He was dressed in pure black, but black was almost written on his face. Right in front of the dark slave merchant, there is a huge unicorn car. Under the black cloth cover, it was not clear what was carried on the car, but it could only be seen that it was a square object. Chapter 2. Alien Adventurer, I am Josina, a famous slave trader in this continent. Are you looking for me to trade with me? If so, please take out your chips. You know I'm very busy and I don't have time to chat with you. As soon as Sumu approached, the dark slave merchant spoke, without any enthusiasm in his tone. The cloudy eyes make people feel powerful. Yes, I want to trade with you. Sumu gritted his teeth and took out a gold coin. This is the gold coin he got after breaking the gold pot left by the orcs. A whole 20 pieces. It was precisely because of the money that Sumu had the confidence to come find the dark slave merchant. He has already decided whether to buy slaves or tools. After all, in the early days of the territory, manpower was the productive force, and tools were also the productive force. Looking at the gold coin, Josina finally showed a smile on his face, and he made a gesture of invitation. "Since you are a distinguished guest, please take a seat." This guy changes his face so quickly. It seems that what the intelligence system said is absolutely correct. Sumu complained slightly in his heart, but did not sit down. "Mr. Josena, I won't sit down anymore. I need to buy some axes, pickaxes, knives, and other tools, or slaves. Can you provide them?" Buying tools. Jonathan couldn't tell what his expression was under his mask, but his tone was quite unexpected. "I am a full-time slave merchant. Whatever slave you want to buy, as long as you can afford the price, I can get it for you. But when it comes to tools, I don't have them. That kind of small business is not my goal, Jonathan." "Come on," Sumu finally understood what he meant. "It's just that I don't think the tools can be sold for a big price, and even if I do, I won't sell them." He settled for the next best thing. "Then take a look at your slave." "Okay." As he spoke, Josena stood up and walked to the unicorn car beside him. He pulled off the black cloth on it with one force of his hand. In an instant, a large iron cage appeared in front of Sumu. Inside the iron cage, there are crowds of slaves of all races. But they are all demi-humans. And each of them wears a black collar around their neck. These are the rat people in the Angali forest. They are both male and female. They are servile and docile. They are an excellent choice for slaves. They are also the slaves I have sold the most. Josena opened his mouth and introduced. Moreover, they are not only good at obeying their master's instructions, but they also know how to please them. In addition, they are your little assistants in life and can easily handle all kinds of housework. When you come home after a tiring day, they will greet you. In this sentence, Josena especially added the accent. Immediately he smiled ambiguously at Sumu and whispered. "Some structures of the ratman's body are different from those of humans. Many male adventurers like to hunt for novelties." "Hey, man, you know what I mean, that's the place." Sumu. Sumu felt useless. He actually knew which one it was in seconds. Which one is different? It's useless. It's useless. However, the rat man is a Lolita with a sharp face, and there are a few rat whiskers on his face. Sumu only felt that he was infiltrating people, so how could he be interested in it? Although the rat man is the most proactive among the slaves, they often ogle him. But Sumu still resisted. He glanced at the big iron cage and found that the slaves inside also included werewolves, minotaurs, tiger women, vampires, etc. There are many slaves, but there is only one Catwoman who can even look at it. This can be seen clearly, of course it refers to appearance and figure. For Sumu, a slave is someone who should be by his side and someone he needs to face all the time. How can he be frustrated? This will greatly affect his mood when masturbating. "Adventurer, you have such a vision." Xiao Sena noticed Sumu's gaze, he chuckled and said. This Catwoman used to have a wild temper. Although she had excellent fighting ability, she refused to be disciplined. Fortunately, she has been trained by me now. Very obedient. Trained? After listening to Xiao Sena's words, Sumu immediately lost his impression of Catwoman. But he still asked patiently. How much? Only 500 gold coins are needed. Josena opened his palms, and the whole person looked like the costume on his body. 500 gold coins. Are slaves so expensive in this world? Sumu frowned secretly, but he quickly caught the cunning look under Xiao Sena's mask. Without saying a word, he turned around and left. Adventurer, why are you? Josena moved and stood in front of him. Mr. Kozena, you have no sincerity in doing business. Sumu said in a stiff tone. Dear guest, you misunderstood, please be patient and listen to what I have to say. Xiao Sena rubbed his hands and said with a smile. Normally I sell other people for 500 gold coins, but today we have a special price. It only costs 50 gold coins. You can take this Catwoman away. Good guy, I cut it 10 times in one go. So dark. Seeing that Sumu didn't speak, Xiao Sena thought that he still had some objections and said again. I see that I am destined to be with you, so I will give you a discount on this business. 40 gold coins, it cannot be less. Seeing Xiao Sena's firm tone, Sumu guessed that the price couldn't be reduced, so he hesitated. Mr. Josena, I don't have many gold coins with me today. Do you have cheaper slaves, even if they are not that good? Cheaper? Josena thought for a while, and finally nodded. There are really not so good ones. Let me show you. As he spoke, he walked to a smaller cage in front and took away the cloth covering it. This is the fox girl of the Red Fox clan. She is the worst slave I have so far. Hiss. When Sumu saw the fox slave girl in the cage, she felt like her heart was being beaten hard. This is what Josena said, not that good of a slave. It's true that the dark merchant's heart is dark, but are his eyes blind? Oh my god, she's so beautiful, isn't she? Pink plush ears and long pink hair with slight curls make her already small face look even smaller. The clothes on her body were tattered and narrow, which also showed off her explosive figure. Front and back. There is also a long pink and white fox tail on the back of the butt, which makes people want to grab a handful and see how it feels. However, the fox girl's condition seemed wrong. Her eyes were closed tightly and she huddled in the corner of the cage with a painful expression. Sumu frowned. Mr. Josena, is there something wrong with this slave? There is absolutely no problem with the slave. Josena assured, patting his chest. She disobeyed discipline and beat one of my slaves to death 2 days ago. I just punished her with electric shock. She probably hasn't recovered yet. Do you see any burn marks on her body? Sumu took a look and found that there really was. There were some burnt black marks on the fox girl's snow-white hands and legs, which looked like she had indeed suffered a lot of damage. Don't worry, the Red Fox clan has excellent healing abilities, and she will recover soon. Besides, because she is disobedient to discipline, I am too lazy to talk nonsense. Her price is only 10 gold coins. Guaranteed a good deal. Chapter 3. To be honest, Sumuxin had too much to say about the dark slave merchant Kozana. The fox girl does look beautiful, but he is not someone who thinks with his lower body. This slave looks like he has a very serious problem and looks like he will not live long. In addition, the profiteer only needs 10 gold coins, so you understand the truth, right? There will be no pie in the sky for no reason. If you buy it back and die, the money will not be wasted. Sumu couldn't do anything while the heat was hot. Just when he was about to refuse, the intelligence system in his heart sounded again. 2-star value information, the fox girl in front of me has been poisoned by the poisonous cloud mushroom, and her life has entered the countdown, 12:59:58. Information tip. There is a liangzinko plant on the riverside 1 kilometer away, which can cure the poison of the fox girl. Intelligence analysis. The fox girl has excellent combat ability and strong growth potential in the later stage. With her as a slave, she can help the lord get through the early stage well. It is recommended to win it. Adventurer, what do you think? Seeing that Sumu was silent, Xiao Sena spoke again. Forget it. Sumu waved his hand. Mr. Josena, this slave looks very bad. I don't dare to bet. Let's talk about other slaves. 5 gold coins, we really can't miss them. Xiao Sena stretched out 5 fingers, his tone already impatient. Sumu pretended to be embarrassed, bit his lip and said. Since you are so sincere, Mr. Josena, then okay. However, you have to give me some axes, pickaxes, iron swords, and other things. Stupid adventurer. This fox girl can't survive tonight, so what if I just give you something? Greedy people deserve to be deceived. Hee hee. I, Josina, am the most astute dark slave trader in this continent, how can I suffer under your hands? Josina sneered in his heart, but said. Of course it's no problem. After all, you are my most distinguished guest. The black-hearted businessman smiled, maybe he was secretly calling me a fool, right? Sumu complained in his heart, with a smile on his face. Then thank you Mr. Josina for your generosity. Get a refined iron axe. Get a refined iron pickaxe. Get a refined iron knife. Get a torch. Get the firebox. Get a water bag. All the wool and sumu that could be harvested had been harvested from Josina, and he handed him the 5 gold coins. Wake up! Stop pretending to be dead. Leave with your new master immediately. Josina poured a basin of cold water on the fox girl's head, completely waking her up. The fox girl opened her eyes slightly, her beautiful pink eyes filled with confusion and weakness. When she saw Josina, she seemed to suddenly wake up, with hatred and disgust in her eyes. This demon that ruined her life. She cursed him. How dare you stare at me like a loser? Josina was obviously irritated. He opened the cage and wanted to attack the fox girl. Mr. Kozina, what are you doing? Sumu's cold shout came from behind. She is my slave now. You splashing water on her is already a great disrespect to me. Now do you still want to hit her in front of me? Josina made a move, then he retracted his fist with a smile. Dear guest, how dare I? Didn't I want her to clearly understand the status gap between slaves and masters? This is also a kind of education. I can educate my slave myself, I don't need your help. There was dissatisfaction in Sumu's tone, and he stepped forward directly and stretched out his hand towards the fox girl in the iron cage. Come with me. The fox girl didn't speak. She looked at Sumu quietly for a while, not knowing what she was thinking. But soon her body weakened and she fainted again. Seeing this, Josina quickly explained. Adventurer, she just fainted from being too tired. Don't worry, she will be absolutely fine. I know. Sumu responded lightly, then bent into the cage and took the fox girl out. She looks like she has a good figure and should be quite heavy. But at this moment, he felt as light as a feather, probably because he had suffered a lot of torture. Sumu hugged the fox girl and wanted to leave. Finally, he suddenly thought of something and turned around and asked. By the way, Mr. Josina, the slave won't hurt me, right? Don't worry, the slave necklace she wears around her neck has a forbidden magic stone on it. If you dare to disrespect the master, you will die. As he spoke, Josina stepped forward and took out a sheepskin contract. This is the slave contract of the fox girl. As long as you drip blood, the power of the contract will take effect. She can't do anything to you. Then why didn't you give it to me just now? Sumu glanced at him. Xiao Sena's face twitched. Didn't I forget it for a moment, haha. Hee. It was impossible to forget, but in Josina's heart, the fox girl would die at night, and it didn't matter whether she was given a slave contract or not. Looking at Sumu's retreating figure, Xiao Sena sneered secretly. He picked up a gold coin, put it to his mouth and bit it, not forgetting to sarcastically say. 5 gold coins by a dying slave. If only I could meet such an idiot every day. What a pity. Originally, if the fox girl had listened to something, she could have sold it for 50 gold coins, but she is seeking death on her own and has no idea how to survive. Territorial members +1. As soon as he returned to his territory with the fox girl in his arms, a prompt appeared in front of Sumu. Phew, we finally have our first member. Although he is a slave, it can be considered the first step. Sumu put the fox girl on the ground and wiped the sweat from her forehead. If he hadn't always liked to exercise, he would have lost energy along the way. However, what keeps him going strong is not only regular exercise, but also fox girl's explosive figure. With beautiful scenery as your company, you will naturally forget about tiring things. Looking at his bare territory with no place to cover himself from the sun, Sumu sighed. When the promised game comes to life, shouldn't there be a more convenient way? For example, the item synthesis tree is often used as a production workbench in survival games. If so, would things be done more quickly, but he didn't see it at all? Do you really want to do everything yourself? Just as he was thinking about it, Sumu caught a glimpse of someone posting a screenshot in the regional chat channel. Lord, Luo Tianchuan, brothers, I finally know how to make a torch and unlock the item synthesis tree. The screenshot shows how to make a torch, wood x3, gel x3. Lord, Guo Tianfei, what about the item synthesis tree? I've been working for a long time and haven't seen anything. Lord, Luo Luxi, I would like to ask how to unlock it, okay? A bunch of people below showed up, asking how to unlock the item synthesis tree. Luo Tianchuan did not hide his secrets and spoke directly. I picked up a torch-making illustration scroll. After learning it, an item synthesis tree appeared. But there is only one thing, and if you want to unlock the others, you will probably need to learn other scrolls. Everyone suddenly realized that it turned out that a scroll was needed to unlock it. No wonder. In this case, the workbench must also exist, but the scroll needs to be unlocked. Sumu pinched her chin and murmured to herself. He quickly thought that there might be many ways to obtain the scroll. For example, killing monsters and invading aboriginal tribes to rob? Or maybe you happen to meet a businessman in the wild. It's very possible. After all, it's only the first day. Everyone is exploring, so it's not surprising that many things are unknown. At this moment, a chat message appeared. Slave, Zhangda Hai, there is no need to learn about torches at all. Just get some wood and some resin and make it. How complicated is it? Chapter 4. Zhangda Hai's prefix successfully attracted everyone's attention. Lord, Guo Tianfei, if you are not a brother, everyone else is a lord. Why are you so good and become a slave? Are you ahead of everyone? Lord, Luo Luxi? What's going on? A bunch of people who don't know why. Sumu couldn't understand either. Slave, Zhangda Hai, damn, I feel aggrieved just talking about it. The crystal in my territory was blown up by a skeleton monster, making me a refugee. Who would have thought that I would meet the goblin clan and be captured by them as slaves? Forget it, brothers, the goblin whipped me again, I have to go to work, ah. In a stone mine somewhere in a mountain valley, a tall and thin man was being beaten by 4 green-skinned and equally thin female goblins holding leather whips, and howls could be heard everywhere. Can you do it? If you can't do it, some people will do it. One of the old female goblins cursed and whipped harder and harder. I can do it, I can do it. Zhangda Hai waved the hoe in his hand with a sad face, not daring to stop for a moment. He saw these goblins killing people earlier, and he didn't want to die yet. If a person dies or a bird looks up to the sky, he will not die for tens of millions of years. As long as his life is still there will always be a day when he can turn around. Zhangda Hai firmly believes. Looking at the regional chat records, Sumu took a long breath. Fortunately, not only did he not become a slave, he also had his own slave. Not only that, he also got a lot of tools from Josena. Comparing what happened to others, his start was like the chosen one. However, regardless of their status as lords, would they still be turned into slaves by the aboriginals? Will they become refugees after the territory crystal explodes? This must protect the territory crystal. It was also the first time that Sumu knew the news. He turned his head and looked at the plain behind. At this moment, a prismatic crystal is floating quietly, looking slightly sacred. He quickly walked over and touched it. Do you want to check the territory status? Yes. Unnamed territory. Territory attribute, level 0. Lord, Sumu. Lord Talent, none. Lord Power, 15, excellent. Lord's Strength, 13, normal. Lord Agility, 16, excellent. Lord Wisdom, 17, excellent. Lord Skill, none. Lord Equipment, refined iron axe, refined iron knife, refined iron pickaxe, torch, water bag, fire box, simple stone axe. Lord Charm, 12, charm will affect territory talent recruitment. Sumu had checked the status of these attributes when he first arrived, but the name of the territory could not be modified yet. He estimates that it is a level 0 territory and has no relevant functions unlocked. The conditions for upgrading the territory are also explained below. Territory upgrade tips. 1. Absorb 10 lives and become territory residents. Currently 1/10, unfinished. 2. Make a simple territorial guardrail to show your ownership, not completed. 3. Reclaim a piece of wasteland and successfully plant seeds, not completed. 4. Successfully build a cabin, unfinished. After completing the above conditions, the territory can be upgraded to level 1, and the corresponding functions will be unlocked at that time. These 4 conditions all seem to require time and effort. In the final analysis, Sumu is just a polished commander, and his manpower development is too slow. If you want to upgrade quickly, you must increase the population. Population is productivity. Sumu casually grabbed the fallen leaves and weeds nearby and temporarily covered up his territory crystal. When he finished everything and turned back, he found that the fox girl had woken up. She still looked very weak, but her eyes fell on him again. She was looking at him carefully, with fear and doubt in her eyes. There is still a hint of fear and resistance. Sumu didn't say anything, he turned and left. Looking at his leaving figure, the fox girl Vinchia frowned. She doesn't understand what this human being wants to do. But logically speaking, since he bought her as a slave and is her new master, then shouldn't the first thing he do is come up and give her a showdown? Beat her, or torture her, to make her feel his power, and make her surrender and fear him from the bottom of her heart. Vinchia witnessed many slaves being beaten by their masters, and those screams were engraved in her memory, and she could never forget them. It has gradually become her nightmare. The moment humans bought slaves, they immediately demonstrated to them to demonstrate their power and sovereignty. This will never change. Just as she was thinking about it, Vinchia saw the human being coming back, and he seemed to be holding something in his hand. Soon, she saw clearly that it was a water bag filled with water. Did this human just go to fetch her water with a water bag? He looked sweating profusely, as if he was very anxious. Take a sip, your lips are chapped. Looking at the water bag in front of her, Vinchia suddenly moved back, avoiding the good intention. She stretched out her red tongue and licked her chapped lips, subconsciously not looking at the water bag, for fear that she would not be able to bear it. Since being caught, Vinchia was forced to sign a slave treaty and followed the dark slave traders to many places. For more than 30 days, she had been tortured. Not only had she not had a full meal, she had not even had a sip of clean water. Doesn't she want to drink? Of course she does. But along the way, what Vinchia saw most was the darkness and evil in the world, and she also saw many cunning and disgusting humans. Her favorability towards humans has dropped to freezing point. Vinchia knows that human beings are the best at pretending and deceiving. The kindness they treat you is just to turn you into a plaything that is devoted and loyal to them. All good things are false. Therefore, Vinchia has been resisting. It seems you don't trust me. Sumu saw the fox girl's distrust and resistance. He sighed slightly and then put the water bag aside. You can drink it yourself. I still have work to do. I'll try to get back before the sun goes down. Be careful. He stood up as he spoke and left under the watchful eyes of Vinchia. 2-star value information: in half an hour, a random airdrop will land 1 kilometer away in the southeast of the territory. Information tip: note that the airdrop will automatically disappear 15 minutes after landing. Please arrange a time to pick it up as soon as possible. At the same time, the airdrop may attract monsters in the forest to fight for it, so please be prepared to fight at any time. Just when Sumu went to the river to get water, the alert tone of the intelligence system rang in his heart. There was not much time left for him, so he naturally had to act quickly. Moreover, Sumu was very clear about the fox girl's condition and she couldn't run away. As for whether he would be hurt by monsters, he wasn't too worried. Because when Sumu just rolled the stone axe, he had already walked through the surrounding area. As long as he does not reach the edge of the forest, it can be said that there will be no monsters in his territory for the time being, and it is relatively safe. Watching the human figure disappear completely, Vinchia finally turned her gaze away, and she lowered her head and glanced at the water bag. Chapter 5. Beside the small river in the southeast, Sumu saw what the intelligence system said was the airdrop. He speculated that the so-called airdrop should be a way of random blind box rewards in this world. Just like a game of chicken. However, this airdrop is not obvious at all. If it were not for the intelligence system, ordinary people might not be able to detect it. Sumu hurried forward, trying to quickly pick up the airdrop when no one was around to avoid accidents. Successfully picked up airdrop supplies. Get a musket. Get musket bullets x100. Get a thick iron dagger. Get a piece of linen clothes. Get a simple fishing rod. Get the insight skill scroll. Get capture collar x5. Get fresh meat x10. Get a linen backpack. Get rich. Looking at the supplies he had just obtained, Sumu felt excited. Today, he worked for 2 hours to get a simple stone axe, and struggled with the dark slave merchant Josina for a long time to get some tools. However, now it only takes a little time to travel, but the harvest is so huge. Once again, Sumu felt the power of the intelligence system. That's no benefit at all. The only disappointment is that there is no crafting scroll to unlock the item synthesis tree in the airdrop. Without time to think, Sumu took a quick glance and quickly put his things into his linen backpack and prepared to leave. If you don't leave, what if you encounter danger? As soon as the idea came to his mind, a sharp scolding sounded next to him. Damn humans, put down the treasure in your hands quickly. That belongs to our great goblin family. Sumu looked up. Oops. Good guys. 2 shiny green humanoid creatures with yellow fur and pointed claws were 10 meters in front of him. They all held swords and weapons in their hands and were ready to attack. Just as he was talking, Goblin A picked up the long sword in his hand and charged towards Sumu. He was very fast. But Sumu is faster. The musket in his hand was loaded and he fired a shot. In an instant, the goblin who was still charging forward was shot in the face. The huge momentum knocked him to the ground, and green blood filled the air. Damn human beings, they actually use muskets and have no moral ethics. You will be punished. Our great goblin clan will not let you go. Goblin B shouted and rushed into the forest. His first reaction was not to avenge his good brother, but to run away. IQ is really high. Sumu did not hesitate and chased after him with a musket in hand. There is a saying that cuts the grass without eradicating the roots, but the spring breeze will bring new growth. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself in the future. Sumu didn't want to suffer the revenge of the goblin clan, have his territory overturned, and become a slave. After missing 2 shots in a row, he shot Goblin B in the thigh again with his musket. Human warrior, I was wrong. Goblin B dragged his broken leg and kept begging for mercy. Please let me go. I don't want the treasure anymore. I will sing your praises in front of the great goblin god every day. As long as you let me go back, what happened today will be. Before he could finish speaking, Sumu had already shot him in the head again with a musket. Goblin B is also dead. Sumu's hand holding the musket trembled slightly, and he suddenly sat down on the ground. At this moment, his body was dripping with cold sweat, but it was definitely not hot. It's cold sweat. As a modern urbanite who has just graduated from college, Sumu usually doesn't have many opportunities to kill chickens, but now he has to kill goblins. And, it's so true. When you look at the blood flowing out of the human-like body of the goblin, it feels like you are actually killing someone. Sumu would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. He needed a transition period mentally. After adjusting his mentality, Sumu set his sights on the goblins. Get a thick iron knife. Obtain copper coins x5. Obtain wooden fence making scroll. Real. Is it possible to unlock the item synthesis tree? The haze in Sumu's heart was immediately dispelled. He picked up the production scroll and chose to learn. Successfully learned how to make wooden fences. Unlock the item synthesis tree. Sumu happily opened the item synthesis tree. Wooden fence, wood x20, fiber x10, needs to be produced on the workbench. There are a bunch of question mark items below, proving that they cannot be unlocked without crafting scrolls. However, Sumu was already very satisfied. He ran back to Goblin A to see what he could explode. Get silver coin x1. Get a thick iron sword. Get the Goblin Cave map. There was no scroll, only a map. Sumu opened it and took a look. It's a map of the cave where the goblins are located. It's clearly drawn and all the corridors are marked. Moreover, the cave is not small. But Sumu didn't know where the cave was, so it was useless for the time being. He put the map away and took out the skill scroll he had received from the previous airdrop to check it out. Compared with other things, this is also a rarity. Insight skill scroll, after using it, you can learn the insight skill and be able to identify the name and function of objects. Good. With the help of this skill in the early stage, you can quickly understand the things in this world. There was nothing to hesitate, Sumu chose to use it directly. Burlap backpack, get 5mx5mx5m space for storing items. Perfect. There are places to store things. Capture collar, it can be used to tame life forms to serve you. It cannot be used on advanced life forms, and there is a chance that the capture will fail. This thing can capture some beasts to help protect the territory. Not bad, they are all good things. Copper coins, silver coins, gold coins. When Sumu gathered the three, he finally knew the money exchange rate in this world. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. His red fox slave actually cost 50,000 copper coins. Good guy, no wonder Josena smiled when he saw the money. Emotional money is really valuable. Before leaving, Sumu found the goblin's body and threw it into a bush. There are many wild animals in the forest, and they will probably be eaten soon. After finishing everything, he went about his own business again. The sun is about to set. The demi-human red fox Vinchia woke up from her deep sleep again. She pursed her chapped lips and felt the last remaining heat of the sun. She knew that she had been poisoned by some kind of poison and had not long to live. Death is also a matter of 1 or 2 days. She was so weak at this time that she could fall over if the wind blew her. In the past, Vinchia felt that she would not be afraid of death. But when death was infinitely close and her vitality was gradually weakening, she still felt fear in her heart. She thought of her happy days in the Andean mountains. It was her hometown, with beautiful mountains, rivers, and beautiful scenery. There are her people there, and her lovely sister. How are they now? Is she still fighting an endless war with the goblins, or is she as unfortunate as she was and suffered a human attack? Especially her sister. She is helpless and has only one sister. Now that her sister can no longer protect her, has she been bullied by others? As promised, she will always be by her side. However, as the older sister, she broke her promise first. When a person is about to die, the longing in his heart becomes more and more intense. Westja couldn't hold back, tears still fell from the corners of her eyes. She didn't cry when she was captured, she didn't cry when she was forced to sign a treaty and become a slave, she didn't cry when she was tortured and beaten. But the longing for her sister and the sudden fear of death made her cry silently. Shasha! A sound suddenly came from the silent environment, accompanied by waves of deep whimpering. Chapter 6. There is the cry of a beast. Westja suddenly became nervous. She wiped her tears and curled up her weak body into a ball. His eyes searched everywhere for signs of wild beasts. It's a spotted leopard. It bowed its body, showing a hunting posture, and approached her lightly. Its sharp teeth glowed coldly, and its smelly saliva flowed down its big mouth. 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. The fishy smell is getting stronger and stronger. As if predicting that the teeth of the spotted leopard could easily pierce her throat, Vinchia closed her eyes as if resigned to her fate. She suddenly wanted to live. But fate always wants to play with her. She wasn't given a chance to choose. Bang! There was a loud sound. Westja shrank in fear. She did not feel any pain, and the leopard's teeth did not penetrate her throat. What happened? Vinchia opened her eyes. She also happened to see her so-called new master standing in front of her and then being knocked into the air by a spotted leopard. Good guy. This beast can't die with just one shot. Sumu felt pain, rubbed his butt, and cursed. Roar! The spotted leopard, which had been shot in the abdomen, regained consciousness and pounced on Sumu again. Bang! Waiting for it was another shot, right in the head. It's a pity that he was beaten to death, otherwise he would have tried a capture collar. Sumu felt a little sorry. He has fully understood the power of the musket. The only drawback is that it is too lethal. The monster will either die or be seriously injured, making it impossible to capture it. Get the iron axe making scroll. Get leather x10. Get teeth x10. Obtain copper coins x20. Are you okay? After Sumu put the things in his backpack, he came to the fox girl and asked. When he just came back, he received a tip from the intelligence system that a spotted leopard had invaded the territory. He hurried back without saying a word. Fortunately, the fox girl is fine, and so is the territory crystal. Westja didn't speak, but she turned away her face and shook her head, which was regarded as her own response. Sumu didn't hesitate. He took out the wood and fire box from his backpack and lit a bonfire in front of her. There are still words in his mouth. How about it? Will it be warmer? He said casually. Westja still didn't answer, but her red eyes fell on him several times. Afterwards, Sumu stopped talking and roasted the fresh meat he had obtained. Then I took out the materials I got today and started building a simple triangular shelter on the spot. Before the game came to reality, Sumu used Duyan frequently. His favorite things were carpet washing, donkey hoof trimming, and the Adebiao series. Of course, wilderness survival programs are also included. That was definitely his speed bump. Therefore, it is not difficult for him to build a simple triangular shelter. Besides, it will be even easier once you have all the materials ready. Not long after, a small shelter that could shelter from wind and rain was built on the territory crystal. It's a bit simple, but Sumu is satisfied. He hoped that he would work harder tomorrow, get the crafting scroll, and go straight to making a cabin. Hey? You didn't drink a drop of water today. Sumu squeezed the still full water bag and glanced at the fox girl. Westja subconsciously stretched out her red tongue and licked her lips. With just this movement, Sumu could see her inner desire. He opened the lid and took a big sip, then handed it over again. It's not poisonous, don't be afraid. Westja. She looked at the water bag in front of her. The human had drunk it. If he hadn't drank before, maybe she would drink it this time. But... Hey, I spent all my savings to buy you. If you want to die, don't blame me for opening your mouth and feeding you. I can tell you, if you make me angry, I will do anything. Sumu's face turned cold as he spoke, his tone was stern, and he was about to stand up. Perhaps because of his slightly threatening words, Vinchia was afraid that he would really be violent to her. Like a frightened deer, she hurriedly took the water bag and took a big gulp. After drinking, she noticed the narrow smile on the human face. Westcha's hand tightened on the water bag. Yes, you are still obedient. Sumu felt very satisfied. By the way, my name is Sumu, what's your name? Looking at the friendly smile on his face, Vinchia lowered her head and finally spoke for the first time. Temperature. Hesitated for a moment. Vinchia. Her voice was hoarse because she hadn't drank water for a long time. But it still sounds good, very soft and lively. Vinchia. What a nice name. Sumu tasted it carefully. You. Actually, you were deceived. Vinchia suddenly spoke. Being cheated. What's the meaning? Sumu turned the barbecue in his hand and asked casually. I have been poisoned and I have not long to live. I don't know how many gold coins you spent on me. It might be wasted. Westcha bit her lower lip, as if thinking about something. Or. You'd better send me back to the slave merchant and see if I can get my own money back. This little slave. He is still very kind at heart. Sumu's opinion of her was much higher. Aren't you afraid that if you go back to the slave trader, he will continue to beat you, torture you, and bully you? Afraid. But you will die sooner or later, so there is no need to be afraid. Winstonia's eyes were very determined. She knew she didn't have long to live, so there was no need to hurt others. Besides, the humans in front of us may not be that bad after all. For you. Sumu handed the roasted meat to Vinchia. What are you looking at me for? Take it and eat it. Don't you want me to send you back to the slave merchant? He continued. This is your last meal too, eat more. After a moment of silence, Westcha took the barbecue and started biting into it. She felt that he was right. It's the last meal, eat more. Withdrawing his gaze from Vinchia, Sumu ate barbecue by himself and took a look at the latest trends in the regional chat channel. Lord, Luo Tianchuan, it's so uncomfortable. After a day's hard work, I just polished a stone axe and hammer. There's not even a place to sleep tonight, how about you? Lord, Qin Sheng, after all, you have entered the Stone Age. I am still a savage. Now I am looking for edible wild fruits. Are you worse than me? Lord, Mu yet, I built a simple shelter in one day, so I have a place to sleep, hey. It's too difficult. I spend the whole day playing hide and seek with monsters and beasts, and I don't even have time to invest in resources. Seeing how difficult it is for everyone, I feel relieved. Everyone is complaining that nothing has been accomplished after a day. It seems that everyone's progress is very slow. Sumu thought in his heart. At this moment, a discordant sound suddenly appeared. Chapter 7. Lord, Guo Tianfei, are you too good at it? One day has passed, and this is the progress? Tisk, 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 you can't do this either. Guo Tianfei's speech successfully angered many people in the regional chat. After a hard day's work, they were already very angry, but this time it was more like they had been ignited by explosives. Lord, Luo Tianchuan, hey? Are you pretending? Then tell us, what's your progress? Lord, Mu yet, yes, show off, don't just have a tough mouth. Lord, Qin Sheng, no, in the Age of Lords, there are still keyboard warriors. The top of the immortal is proud of the world, if I have a keyboard, I will have heaven. Click here. All the lords chatted and teased Guo Tianfei in the area. But at this time, 3 screenshots appeared. Inferior iron sword, a long sword made of iron with rough workmanship. Thick iron spear, an iron spear with slightly sloppy workmanship. Inferior iron axe, an iron axe with rough workmanship. There was a moment of silence in the regional chat channel. Lord, Guo Tianfei? Why don't you talk anymore? Lord, Guo Tianfei, talk, you were jumping so hard just now. In a forest somewhere, a thin man with his ankles clasped was watching the regional chat channel, with pride written all over his face. He is Guo Tianfei. Today, he didn't do anything all day long. When he was walking around, he accidentally saw a small box. When he opened it, he got these 3 items. Originally, Guo Tianfei didn't think it was anything. But when he saw the miserable situation of everyone in the regional chat, the feeling of pride suddenly came over. If you don't pretend now, when will you wait? Lord, Luo Tianchuan, brother, you picked up all 3 things, right? What can you pretend to be? Lord, Mu Yet, yes, if you say you made it yourself, I still think it's awesome. Lord, Guo Tianfei, no one told you that luck is also a part of strength? Before you question me, first see if you have such luck. Have you tried your best? It's been a whole day, and you don't even have an iron tool, and you're not blushing. As soon as these words came out, the regional chat was silent again. Although Guo Tianfei was pretending, he didn't say anything wrong. Luck is indeed a part of strength. It's so awesome, you can pick it up too. Everyone was stunned speechless. They wanted to refute, but they didn't have the strength. Seeing everyone's reaction, Guo Tianfei felt even more proud, and his mouth was grinning to the back of his ears. So cool! He didn't even dare to think that one day he would be able to attract everyone's attention. In the era of universal lords, don't be too happy. But at this time, 3 screenshots suddenly appeared in the regional chat channel, and Guo Tianfei's face suddenly sank. Refined Iron Axe, an axe forged from refined iron can double your work efficiency. Refined Iron Pickaxe, a pickaxe forged from refined iron can double your work efficiency. Refined Iron Knife, the iron knife forged from fine iron is extremely tough and is your weapon of self-defense. As soon as these 3 screenshots came out, the discussion about Guo Tianfei's inferior iron sword and inferior iron axe had long been forgotten by everyone. Now they only have refined iron axes, refined iron pickaxes, refined iron knives in their eyes. After all, there is absolutely no comparison between the two. This quality product of mine is not even remotely close to the quality of yours. In an instant, everyone's eyes were attracted, and no one focused on Guo Tianfei anymore. Lord, Luo Tianchuan, damn! Tools made of fine iron. Lord, Mu Yet, no, big brother. I didn't even return to the Stone Age, so you caught up with the Iron Age? Unbelievable. This is the real boss. MD, I'm so jealous. It's made of pure iron and doubles the work efficiency. Isn't this a good idea to take off? Who is this big guy named Sumu? So awesome. All the lords spoke one after another, expressing envy. However, in a treehouse in a dense forest somewhere, a girl with extremely beautiful appearance and slim body was pouting her red lips at the moment. After thinking about it, she typed out her question. Lord, Luo Wuxi, I would like to ask how you obtained it, can you? Unfortunately, Luo Wuxi's question was not answered. It was quickly submerged in the chat logs. She sent it again, but still didn't get an answer. The lord named Sumu said no more. Luo Wuxi felt a little disappointed and clicked on the other person's name. It's a pity that we can't chat privately. Otherwise, Luo Wuxi must consult him alone. And Sumu, who aroused everyone's curiosity, was chewing pieces of meat at the moment, feeling very uncomfortable. The reason why he did this was that he couldn't stand Guo Tianfei's pretentious behavior and wanted to frustrate the other party's spirit. On the other hand, it is for future consideration. Sumu knew that regional chat channels should only allow lords within a certain range to communicate. In other words, these people talking now will all be his competitors in the near future. Or maybe a potential ally. Their location is most likely not far from his territory, and they will meet sooner or later. So, let's show off our strength a little first. What if these people want to become his subordinates in the future? That's not impossible. Sumu's main strategy is to take the bait with one hand. But at this time, another wonderful chat appeared. Lord, Zhongzi, Brother Sumu, you are so powerful. Can you tell me where you are? I want to seek asylum, woohoo, it's too difficult for a girl to survive here, please help me. He said and attached a photo of himself. As soon as the photo came out, everyone was in an uproar. Such a beautiful sister, but is it really okay to be so proactive? Sumu glanced casually. She looks pretty good, but I don't know if it's a scam. But compared to the Vinchia beside him, he felt that it was far behind. Sumu took the initiative to ignore it. But with the beginning, many female lords suddenly appeared in the regional chat channel, and their chats were almost the same as those of Zhongzi. Everyone wants to contact Sumu, want to merge with him, and develop together. Many girls even imitated Zhongzi and posted photos of themselves. This incident invisibly inspired the male lords to strive and compare. Iron axe, iron pickaxe, iron sword equals Lamborghini, Porsche, and Ferrari equals priority in choosing a mate. If they had these, wouldn't girls bow down to their genes? The male lords were excited and vowed to get iron tools tomorrow and show them off in the area chat to attract the attention of girls. So many beautiful girls sent photos, but he didn't reply. In the treehouse, Luxi tapped her lips with her fingertips and murmured. She read it over and over again, and found that the lord named Sumu did not reply to anyone. He suddenly appeared. Suddenly disappeared again. Very mysterious. However, at this moment, Sumu was looking at Vinchia in surprise. You. Chapter 8. You ate all 8 pieces of meat. Sumu said in surprise. He had just grilled 10 pieces of fresh meat, and he only ate 2. After looking at the area chat logs for a while and then looking back, all the meat was gone. Sumu lowered his head and looked at Vinchia's belly. It was so round and round after eating that it looked a little cute inexplicably. Feeling his gaze, a rare blush appeared on Vinchia's pale face. She pulled over her shabby and narrow clothes, trying to cover her round belly, slurred, and said sheepishly. You said it was the last meal, but I ate too much without realizing it. I'm sorry, did I eat your share too? I'm so sorry. Vinchia hasn't eaten meat for a long time, and without knowing it, she ate a lot. Even she herself didn't react until later. Unfortunately, it was too late, all the meat went into her stomach. She felt a little guilty. After all, her nominal master didn't eat much, and certainly wasn't full. Sorry, no, I'm just thinking about a question. Sumu said. What's the problem? Vinchia looked at him curiously. Sumu couldn't help but laughed and joked. I was thinking, if you are so good at eating, how can I afford to feed you in the future? Vinchia was startled for a moment, then suddenly looked lonely again. I'm full. You can send me back to the slave merchant. If it's too late, he might not admit it. Who said I would send you back? What I just said was just to tease you. Sumu shrugged and gave his own explanation. If I didn't tell you this, would you lose your appetite? Eating so much. His words made Vinchia's body tremble, and her red eyes unconsciously fell on his face. In an instant, Vinchia could not see any trace of hypocrisy on that calm face. Her heart trembled, and she bit her tender lips and spoke. I can see that you are not stupid. I will die soon, this is the only value. Actually, the dark slave traders have left this forest long ago. Sumu said. Is that so? Vinchia lowered her head. But soon, she found a fragrant grass in front of her. This is the herb that I worked hard for a long time in the afternoon to pick. I almost died at the hands of the goblin team for it. Sumu said embarrassment. But when I thought it could cure the poison on your body, I fought with that group of goblins without hesitation, and it took a lot of effort to get it. The process was so difficult. Now I feel numb when I think about it. At that time, the goblin squad was so dark that I could hardly see how many there were. Listening to his words, the dangerous scene of his battle with the goblin team appeared before Vinchia's eyes unconsciously. She said almost subconsciously. "Thank you, but you weren't hurt, were you?" Vinchia said, looking up and down his body. Regarding whether this herb can cure the toxins in his body, why he knew about his poisoning, etc. Those are not her main concerns. At this moment, there was a warmth in her heart that had not appeared for a long time. "Don't worry, I'm so powerful, how can I get hurt?" Sumu slapped her chest. "But, you have to eat it to remove the toxins from your body. This is the best thank you to me." Sumu put Liang's inco into Vinchia's hand. "Yeah, I know." Vinchia glanced at the herb that she couldn't name, and without hesitation, she opened her mouth and ate it. It tastes sweet in the mouth, not as unpalatable as expected. But soon, her stomach suddenly felt cramped, and she frowned and fell to the ground, convulsing. "What's going on?" Sumu took a look, stepped forward decisively, and hugged Vinchia's body in his arms. The intelligence system said that Liang's inco can detoxify Vinchia's body, so it should be correct. Moreover, when he picked the Liang's inco, he specifically checked it with the insight technique, and it was absolutely correct. Just as he was thinking about it, Vinchia in his arms suddenly let out a wow and vomited blood. However, this blood is different from the bright red blood. It is black blood with a fishy smell. Spitting out this mouthful of blood, I seem to feel better, my whole body feels cold. Seeing that his face was extremely anxious, Vinchia suppressed the feeling of weakness in her body and spoke. "Real?" Sumu still didn't believe it. He saw that Vinchia's expression was too painful. "Real?" Vinchia nodded, "I just feel a little weak." "Then go in and rest first." Sumu picked up Vinchia and walked into the shelter. Unfortunately, the shelter is now just a simple shelter from wind and rain. It doesn't even have a decent bed. Lying on the dry grass is extremely uncomfortable. Sumu thought for a while and said. "You rest first, I'll be back soon." Vinchia looked at him quietly until his back completely disappeared. She didn't know what he was going to do. There is always something going on. But soon, Vinchia couldn't resist the feeling of weakness in her body, closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. This night, Vinchia slept very soundly. It was the most sound sleep she had ever had since she was forced to become a slave. Faintly, she seemed to be dreaming. In her dream, she dreamed that her human master was spreading hay leaves on the ground beneath her, and then he picked her up. She also dreamed that he was wiping the cold sweat on her forehead with a wet cloth. Feed her some sweet water. It was really sweet, as if honey had been added. She drank a lot. 1-star value information, 3 slimes are walking towards your territory, and they seem to be very interested in it. Tiangong's fish belly was white, and Sumu was about to go out to get something for breakfast, when he unexpectedly received a prompt from the intelligence system. "Are slimes interested in my territory?" To be honest, Sumu didn't quite understand what this meant. But soon, the intelligence system sounded again. 2-star danger information, the scent of honey attracted 2 injured roaring bears foraging in the forest, and they are heading towards your territory. Information reminder, the roaring bear will arrive at the territory in 2 minutes, please be ready for battle. Isn't it? Forget about slimes, why is there still a roaring bear? Sumu didn't dare to think too much. He quickly came to a big tree outside the territory and climbed up. 2 minutes later. The bear was not seen, but he saw 3 little jelly-like things jumping over. 2 big and 1 small. Sumu secretly threw an insight technique in the past, and the information was quickly fed back to his mind. Slime, water element, can change shape, split and fuse, not easily killed, loves peace and dislikes fighting, suitable for participating in work. It is extremely delicious and is a delicacy that many hunters in the wild like. Extremely delicious? Real or fake? When seeing this introduction, Sumu was a little confused. Is it just a dull slime, or is it extremely delicious? Is the insight technique correct? Also, could it be said that slimes can also be treated as territorial residents and participate in the construction of the territory? Does this little thing have such a high IQ? Feeling doubtful, Sumu decided to catch one and have a look. Just as I was thinking about it, two big brown bears almost 4 meters long appeared. They have big, bloody mouths, a faint breeze blowing all over their bodies, and their huge, thick bear paws are frightening. Chapter 9. Booming Bear, a huge beast living outside the Maloo forest. It likes honey, is greedy, knows magic, and has good fighting power, but it seems to be injured. The moment the two roaring bears appeared, they didn't enter Sumu's territory immediately. Instead, he walked towards the slime and soon forced the three little guys under the tree. Two slightly larger slimes hugged the little slime tightly, and they were blocked by the roaring bear to the edge of the tree. Shivering. These three little ones don't know how to resist. They really have zero fighting ability, right? Muttering in his heart, Sumu, who was hiding in the big tree, picked up the musket and aimed at the roaring bear's big head. At this time, the sky was not completely bright yet, and the light was not good, so the roaring bear did not notice him at all. Roar! One of the roaring bears roared, raised its thick and fat bear paw and slapped the slime. It was during this gap that Sumu decisively pulled the trigger of his musket. Bang! A huge noise exploded this morning. 3 shots in a row. Sumu accurately hit the roaring bear's head. He struck so hard that he didn't give the enemy a chance to react. The roaring bear's big head was blown to pieces, and its huge body fell to the ground. Another roaring bear discovered the enemy attacking them. It roared and slapped the tree. The strong tremor almost made Sumu fall from the tree. He grabbed the tree trunk tightly and prepared to load his musket to fight back again. But the roaring bear didn't give it a chance at all. It exploded with a blast of wind and headed towards Sumu on the tree. Good guy. Magic attack. Sumu was so frightened that he jumped down from the tree, rolled to the extreme to avoid the attack, and landed perfectly. But soon, as if he expected something, he turned around suddenly and found that the roaring bear had appeared behind him. It is holding up its huge bear paw, ready to take pictures. At this moment, Sumu could clearly judge that he could not avoid the roaring bear's attack. He could only pray that the other party would be gentle and not beat him to pieces. But what is surprising is that the roaring bear raised its paw high, but did not attack for a long time. It seemed to be in a strange and chaotic state, with confusion in its eyes. Are you okay? Just as Sumu was wondering, Vinchia suddenly appeared next to him. She asked with a slightly nervous look on her face. What did you do to it? Sumu had some guesses. Well, it was temporarily charmed by me. Vinchia nodded. Just when she was still sleeping, she heard a huge gunshot, which scared her and ran out to take a look. Discovering that her human master was under attack. Winston didn't think much at the time and decisively stepped forward to help. This is the current scene. Then you can charm me a little longer, I'll be of great use to you. Sumu didn't explain much and took out the capture collar from his backpack. I'll try my best. Vinchia bit her tender lips, a red light shot out in her pink eyes, and then disappeared quietly. Capture failed. Isn't it? The first draw is non-immunity. Sumu patiently decided to give it another try. Fine. Capture successful. Get the obedience of the roaring bear. Seeing the alert sound, Sumu saw the capture collar he had just used appear on the roaring bear's neck. It seems that this thing is the best proof of the success of the arrest. That's it. Sumu turned to look at Vinchia and found a little sweat on her forehead. It was obvious that she had been working very hard to cooperate with him. Fortunately, I have you, otherwise I wouldn't be able to tame it. Sumu smiled. The role of the fox girl is finally revealed. Excellent. Westia responded softly and raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. She is still a little weak. In its heyday, controlling this bear might not have been so difficult. However, what Vinchia can be sure of now is that the toxins in her body have really been eliminated. She survived. In her heart, she was deeply grateful to the humans in front of her. He really didn't lie to her. Get leather x10. Get teeth x10. Get a normal workbench production scroll. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Sumu felt excited. My uncle. After much anticipation, the workbench crafting scroll is finally here. Without saying anything, Sumu directly chose to study. Ordinary workbench, you can make what you need on it. Speed up. Production materials, wood x50, iron ore x10, leather x20. Wow! Just when Sumu was excited, two big slimes pulled a small slime to him. They were barking at him. Due to the language barrier, Sumu couldn't understand what they were saying at all. However, it can be seen from the reaction that they do not seem to have any ill intentions, but more like they want to thank him for saving them just now. Anyway, that's how Sumu understood it. He was planning to catch a slime and go back to his territory to check it out. Wouldn't it be great if they brought it to his door? But he just took out the capture collar. Cannot be used on advanced life forms. Real or fake? Sumu was stunned. Are slimes advanced life forms? This round, blue, jelly-like cute thing, how can you tell how high-end it is? Remember what the intelligence system said before, slime seems to be interested in his territory? Sumu sent out an invitation. Do you want to follow me back to my territory to have a look? As he spoke, he took the lead and walked ahead, and the roaring bear who had already woken up also followed behind him. The three slimes seemed a little afraid of the roaring bear. They jumped around and followed Sumu closely, and just entered his territory. Member +3. A prompt sounded. Does it really count as a member? Confused, Sumu quickly got into the shelter to check the territory crystal. He found that the territory upgrade prompts that changes have occurred there. 1. Absorb 10 lives and become a territory resident, currently 4/10, unfinished, comma. Slime can be counted as a territory resident, but the captured roaring bear is not among them. Sumu, who usually plays survival games, clarified his thoughts. Since slimes can be regarded as members of the territory, they should be regarded as one of the races on this continent and can exist as residents of the territory. They are not exactly monsters in the true sense. Sumu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would dare to think that his first residents were not human beings? But when he thought about completing the upgrade task quickly, Sumu also planned to keep the slime. How do you feel physically? Sumu, who was brewing honey water, looked at Vinchia. Much better, but still a little weak. Westia's eyes fell on the whole piece of honey in Sumu's hand, and then she glanced at the pile of hay in the shelter. She seemed to understand something. Last night's dream. Not a dream. I'll give you honey water. Sweet things can quickly replenish the body's energy. Thanks. Westia reached out and took it to her mouth and took a sip. So sweet, exactly the same as last night. Wow. Suddenly, a small blue thing appeared next to Sumu's knee. It's the smallest slime. The little guy licked his red tongue and looked at the honey water in Sumu's hand. You want to drink too? The little guy blinked his big eyes, full of desire. All right. Sumu took some and fed it to its mouth. The next moment, the little slime's eyes were bent into slits. It seems that it likes honey water very much. Give you more. Seeing that he liked it, Sumu made another one. 2 portions of honey water successfully captured the little slime. The little guy got tired of being around Sumu in a short period of time, screaming close to him. Seeing the friendly interaction between one person and one slime, a smile appeared on Vinchia's face unconsciously. A smile that I haven't seen in a long time. Samsung value information, with the blessing of the river spirit god, if you fish by the river in the next 2 hours, you will have the opportunity to get unexpected harvests. Just after finishing breakfast, Sumu's intelligence system rang again. A blessing from the river god? Fishing? Sumu suddenly remembered that when he picked up the airdrop yesterday, he got a simple fishing rod. Does this come in handy? Vinchia, you stay in the territory and have a good rest. I have to go out. Sumu picked up the tools and prepared to go to the river. I see. Leaving the roaring bear in the territory to look after the house, Sumu went to the river to fish alone. Obviously, the fisherman is lonely. A fisherman who has not made a nest is even more lonely among the lonely. While waiting for the fish to take the bait, Sumu couldn't help but watch the national chat channel. Unlike yesterday's complaints about how difficult it was to start the game, today the trend in the chat channel has completely changed. The cause was that a certain lord player in the Dragon Kingdom was occupied by 2 foreign lord players who cooperated. A heated discussion ensued. Are you saying that foreigners shouldn't have their own servers? How can it be confused with that of our country? There are also lord players who question whether they saw it wrong. They are not foreign lord players, but indigenous. But as more and more people come forward to prove it, the news about foreign lord players has been confirmed. On the same continent, there are not only lords from your own country, but also lords from other countries. Everyone instantly understood that relationships are in a free-for-all mode. Chapter 10. Is the competition so fierce? Are there foreign lord players around me? Sumu murmured softly. However, he can understand it. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, is largely about selecting those who are truly capable. After all, how could a 6 billion lord not be cruel? By the way, where is the promised blessing from the river god? Why is it that half an hour has passed and nothing has taken the bait? Is my fishing posture wrong? Just when Sumu was thinking secretly in his heart, he came to react. A silver-scaled fish was caught from fishing. Before he could check the item information of silver scale fish, the fishing rod he just put down reacted again. The giant's thigh bone was caught from fishing. If it doesn't come, it won't come. Once it comes, connect the rod. A giant salamander caught from fishing. A damaged sheepskin map caught from fishing. Useless algae caught from fishing. A silver-scaled fish was caught from fishing. Iron hofer fishing. Use wooden boxes from fishing to make scrolls. At the end of the upcoming 2 hours, Sumu finally took the bait for the last time. Find a silver treasure chest from fishing. Finish. Suppressing his inner excitement, Sumu first checked his harvest. Silver scale fish, a fish with silver scales, which is filling and delicious. Compared to the ordinary introduction of the fish, the introduction of the giant salamander is more thought-provoking. Salam fish, keeping it in water can purify the water source and make the water clean and sweet, but it doesn't seem that simple. Looking at the giant salamander in front of him, Sumu frowned. To be honest, this giant fish is different from the real baby fish that can make baby crying sounds. They are 2 completely different species. Its scales are golden red, its head is round, and its eyes are big, much like a goldfish. However, at this moment, the giant salamander is lying on his hand and looking at him unblinkingly with its big eyes, which is very anthropomorphic. Moreover, Sumu noticed. It took him about an hour to catch the giant salamander, but it was not dead yet. On the contrary, the silver-scaled fish was already dead. Can you survive this long without water? Seemingly. Isn't this baby fish simple? Sumu decided to keep it and raise it later. Thigh bone of a giant, the leg bone of a dead giant ended up in the river for some reason. It is very hard and may be suitable for use as a weapon. Looking at the thigh bone, which was almost 1 meter long, Sumu was slightly frightened, but it seemed that this thing could only be used as a weapon. It just so happened that he lacked a self-defense such as an iron rod. He just held a thigh bone frame, which was somewhat abstract. Holding the damaged sheepskin map in his hand, Sumu felt excited. This should be a very valuable thing so far. Nowadays, when everyone can't tell the difference between south, east and north, the map is simply not that useful. The most important thing is that this damaged map is the map of their area. Sumu knew it when he saw the words Maloo Forest on the map. Carefully putting the map away, he placed his hand on the silver treasure chest that shone with white light. No one can resist the temptation to open a blind box. Get silver coins x566. Get the secret word of connection. Get charm potion. Get Lord Talent, pride of leader. Get a complete set of crafting scrolls for the exquisite wooden house. Get the repair bench crafting scroll. Get the furnace making scroll. Get the bonfire making scroll. So profitable. Sumu quickly checked. Connection secret language, you can designate a type of race, be closely connected with it, be able to communicate with it, and increase the favorability of the race. Charm potion, can greatly enhance your charm. Random 320. Lord Talent Leader's Pride, you are born with the temperament of a leader. No matter you are of any race, you can become a member of your territory. And you can easily discern their potential talents and drive them better. Proud passive, under your leadership, the combat effectiveness of all members in the territory will increase by 10%. Note, you can only have 3 Lord Talents at the same time and cannot give them up, so choose carefully. Hiss. Lord's Talent, make a fortune. Sumu felt excited in his heart. He probably understood the introduction of the talent, and then directly chose to use it without hesitation. Get Lord Talent, pride of leader. The Lord's Talent will definitely help him survive the early stages more smoothly, and it doesn't look like it can come out casually. Therefore, Sumu doesn't care whether it is strong or not, and then use it. Successfully used Charm Potion. Get a random charm boost of 18 points. The maximum was 20 points, and he shook 18 points. It seemed that his face was not bad. After checking what he had gained, Sumu filled the silver box with water, put the giant salamander in it, and then walked to the territory. It had been 2 hours since he came out, and he was still worried about the safety of the territory. Before reaching the territory, Sumu saw a larger slime chopping down trees from a distance. The big hand it transformed into held an axe, and its movements were crisp and neat. 2 other slimes, one big and one small, were working together to carry the wood. Aren't these 3 slimes the 3 little ones that joined his territory just this morning? Wait, what happened to that pile of wood? Looking at the pile of wood 3 or 4 stories high that appeared out of thin air in the open space of the territory, Sumu swallowed. Are they all the work of 2 hours of hard work by the slimes? Sumu dared to swear to God that he really didn't let the slimes work, and he didn't know they had these skills. So, they work proactively? And the work efficiency is so fast. Sumu's eyes changed when he looked at slime. Could it be that the slime tribe is an innate holy body? God chooses workers. The work efficiency of the 3 slimes is so high. What if there are 6? What about 30? Where are the 300? Where are the 3,000? Sumu's eyes almost glowed. Wow! The little slime was the first to see Sumu come back, and it jumped towards him. The little guy just wants to post stickers. Sumu smiled and touched its soft body. The next moment, a reminder jumped in front of him. Water, slime. Age, 6 months. Work adaptability, manual LV3, irrigation LV2, note, the highest level is 6. Special talent tags, workaholic, praise me quickly, love to act like a baby. Wait, this is my lord's innate ability. Sumu seemed to understand something. He had petted little slimes before, but nothing like this happened. Therefore, this should be the ability given to him by the pride of the leader, which allows him to easily discern the potential talents of members in the territory. Feeling happy, Sumu quickly looked at the introduction of each label. Handmade, manual production or production method. Irrigation, the ability mode that acts on agricultural watering operations. Does this mean that in addition to having strong manual skills, slimes can also water agriculture? Interesting. Sumu suddenly felt that his lord talent was very malleable and very interesting. Chapter 11. Workaholic, likes to work, loves work, work makes people happy, work speed increases by 20%, and work durability increases by 30%. Praise me quickly, I will feel happy after being praised, and my abilities and talents will be slightly improved. Love to act coquettishly, a slime that can act like a spoiled brat is the best, no one can resist its cute demands. When he saw the first two labels, Sumu's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth almost reached behind his ears. Workaholic plus quickly praise me, the combination of the two labels, what is this if not the holy body of innate work? There is also the last one who loves to act coquettishly. No wonder he couldn't resist the little slime asking for honey water in the morning. Probably because the little guy used his talent on him. Tisk tisk tisk. Little guy, did you chop those wood? Sumu asked while stroking the soft head of the little slime. Wow! The little slime responded with doin doin, with a faint expectation of something in his big eyes. Well done little guy, you are so awesome. I'll reward you with honey water later, so work hard. Sumu was not very good at praising others, but with these two simple words, the little slime was obviously very satisfied. The little guy spun around twice, his eyes narrowed to a slit, obviously enjoying the praise. After giving a signal, it jumped back to work, seemingly working even harder. Sumu is very satisfied with this. Territorial members +2. As soon as Sumu stepped into the territory with his left foot, a prompt sounded in front of him. What's going on? Why did the territory members suddenly get +2? Sumu expressed doubts, but he quickly came to his senses. The pride of the leader. It is said in the Lord talent that any race can become a member of your territory. Regardless of any race, this largely means that beasts are among them. In other words, from the moment he stepped into the territory with his left foot, the Lord talent came into play, including the roaring bear squatting at the door. So what about the extra one? Could it be? Sumu couldn't help but look at the silver box in his hand, where a giant salamander was lying quietly. When Xiao Yuer saw his gaze coming towards him, she also looked at him with wisdom in her eyes. Does giant salamander count? In order to verify his inference, Sumu planned to go into the shelter to check the territory crystal. But before he could step into the shelter with his right foot, Vinchia had already walked out of it. Host! Master, welcome back. Her voice was like a mosquito, so I couldn't hear her clearly. Within 2 hours of Sumu's absence, Vinchia had accepted the fact that she became his slave. Moreover, she was also building crazily in her heart, planning to welcome him in this way when he came back. But she didn't expect that after 2 hours of mental construction, when she actually did it, she still couldn't say it generously. Hey? What did you say? Sumu really didn't hear clearly. He glanced at Vinchia in confusion. Today she is much more radiant than yesterday, and her entire mental state has risen to a new level. It really looks better the more you look at it. Vinchia stirred with her hands, and finally mustered up the courage. Master, welcome back. Owner. Sumu looked at her in surprise. Vinchia, if you don't like to call me like this, you can call me by my name, it doesn't matter. I don't care about those things. I think the relationship between you and me is more like friends. Sumu's words undoubtedly hit Vinchia's heart hard, and her eyes suddenly became firm. No, I will call you master. Sumu. The little fox is quite stubborn and seems to have his own ideas. Okay, as long as you like, I'll do it. He then came to the territory crystal. One absorb 10 lives and become a territory resident, currently 6/10, unfinished. Vinchia, 3 slimes, roaring bear. There were exactly 5 living beings, which also confirmed Sumu's inference. The giant salamander is the 6th territory member. Beta: Age, 999 years, 10 months, and 1 day. Work adaptability, irrigation LV2. Special talent tag, purification, unique. No way? Looking at the age of the baby fish, Sumu was shocked. 999 years, 10 months, and 1 day? This giant salamander is almost 1,000 years old? Real or fake? I took a look at the giant salamander swimming freely in the silver treasure chest. Its petite body does not look like a fish that is almost 1,000 years old at all. Fear. Sumu had a good feeling that this giant fish must be extraordinary. Purification. Only living in water can purify the water source. The purified water source can be drank directly, and you can restore your energy after drinking it. The only talent, does it mean that only the giant salamander can do it? Also, what does restoring energy mean? Unable to figure it out, Sumu planned to see it later. In the future, he would build an artificial lake for the giant salamanders in his territory. Vinchia. Sumu called out. Here comes the master. Vinchia's voice was very soft, and she was trying her best to adapt to her status. I'll keep this little fish for you first. Please help me take good care of it. Sumu instructed. Yeah, I understand. Vinchia took a look at the fish in the box. It was quite cute, but she couldn't pronounce its name. By the way, give me your hand. Sumu said suddenly. Ah! Vinchia was stunned. Give me your hand? Her face suddenly turned red. She remembered what she had heard before, that many humans bought demi-humans as slaves just to meet their needs. A slave must unconditionally obey his master's demands, and that aspect is naturally included. Vinchia had just changed her mentality. She didn't expect that day to come so soon. Moreover, it is still in a simple environment without a bed. To be honest, she really didn't. Why is your face suddenly red? Unaware of Vinchia's random thoughts, Sumu focused on her face. Master, I'm not ready. Vinchia bit her lip and said it. Not ready? What's the meaning? Sumu was surprised. He took the initiative to reach out and took Vinchia's hand, saying. What else do you need to prepare for a handshake? Ah? Shake hands. Vinchia looked at him in surprise. Otherwise? Good. All right. Vinchia's face turned even redder. It turned out that she was thinking wrongly. Without paying attention to her changes, Sumu focused on Vinchia's status bar at the moment. Daughter of the Red Fox, Vinchia. Age, 17 years, 10 months, and 21 days. Work adaptability, manual LV2, sewing LV2, felling LV1, mining LV1. Special talent tags, can't escape, charming body, comma. Chapter 12. Why are there 2 rows of question marks? Does it mean that the tag is not unlocked? Sumu frowned. He couldn't understand. This was the first time this happened. After struggling for a while, he gave up and would find the answer later. Sumu didn't need to read the sewing label, he probably knew what it meant. Anyway, that's not what I meant. Can't escape, among the Red Fox clan, those with this talent will increase their success rate of charm by 30%. No wonder that in the morning, Vinchia charmed the roaring bear as soon as she took action. It turns out she has a bonus in her talent. Sumu nodded. Charming body. With the development of charming body, the attraction to the opposite S**x gradually increases with age. Using charm skills on creatures of the opposite S**x increases the success rate by 20%. Vinchia, how high is the success rate of your Red Fox clan's charm technique? Sumu asked. The success rate of charm is actually very low, about 10% for opponents with similar strength to me. It can be higher if they are weaker than me. Vinchia's face was red and extremely beautiful. In fact, her hand has been held and played with for a long time. This is the first time she has faced such a scene. As a demi-human, her emotions were no different from those of humans, and shyness occupied her entire soul at this moment. Sumu roughly understood, he let go of Vinchia's hand. I see. After saying that, he turned around and left the shelter, leaving Vinchia with questions in her head. After a while, she curiously touched her still warm hand. Excellent. This is also the best. After checking the work adaptability and talent tags of the other two slimes, Sumu gave his evaluation. These two slimes are both labeled as workaholics. Moreover, the male slime that has been chopping down trees has an additional tag on it: community animals, cows and horses. Community cattle and horses, only 1 bale of grass per 100 kilometers, I eat less and work more, working overtime makes me glorious, work durability plus 40%, work consciousness plus 30%. There are 2 entries in a stack of buffs, so I can only say that they are awesome. Looking at the roaring bear again, Sumu's face turned dark immediately. Good guy. Easy to eat and lazy to cook plus the god of fishing plus clumsy plus weak constitution. There are a lot of labels, but they are all the opposite of slime, so it's okay not to mention them. At noon, Sumu successfully unlocked the making of a bonfire pile after learning the bonfire making scroll. In the future, as long as you light a fire and add wood yourself, the campfire will always exist, which is very convenient. Vinchia sat opposite him, watching him turn the grilled fish skillfully, and she slightly twitched her nose. Does it smell good? Sumu noticed this detail and asked. Vinchia nodded slightly, making Sumu feel that she was a little cute. At this moment, the little red fox really looked like a 17-year-old girl. Normally, you can't tell it at all. After all, with her explosive figure, she is exactly like a mature royal sister. By the way, I'm going to mine in the afternoon. Do you have anything you want to eat? I'll bring it back to you. Sumu asked. No, it's okay. All right. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, wow, the little slime handed him the water bag. Have you finished drinking the honey water? Do you want more? Wow, the little slime blinked its big eyes and spoke repeatedly, but Sumu couldn't understand what it said. But from the satisfied expression on its face, I guessed that it probably didn't want it. Moreover, Sumu also discovered a detail. Slime food consumption does not require meat or vegetables at all, they only need to drink water. Just imagine, after working hard for 20 hours, you only need to go to the river to take a sip of water and instantly replenish your energy. Would the boss not like such an employee? Sumu's evaluation of slime was much higher. By the way, the secret word of connection. Sumu suddenly remembered the treasure obtained from the silver treasure chest. If he uses it on slimes, then he should be able to communicate with them, right? Just do it. Sumu didn't hesitate, and just used the secret word of connection to the little slime. 1 minute later. Little guy, you mean you don't need the honey water, right? Sumu asked tentatively. Yes, sir. What finally came out of the little slime's mouth was not a wow sound, but a soft, girl-like voice. Thinking that it was only 6 months old, Sumu understood. Are those two your parents? Sumu pointed at the Dazhong slime resting outside the shelter. Yes, my lord. Then do you have any uncles, aunts, etc.? Sumu started making plans of his own. After chatting with the little slime, he learned that slimes originally lived in family units, and generally there was very little contact between groups. They only help each other when they meet in the wild. So the little slime family only knows that there are traces of slimes in the forest, but they don't know how to contact them. This made Sumu slightly disappointed. However, he did get another very important news. The relationship between slimes and goblins is an enemy. As long as the goblin group in the forest can be punished, it can establish prestige among the slime group. By then, there might be slimes who would take the initiative to seek refuge. Master, can you understand what they are saying? Seeing that her master and the little slime were chatting for a long time and eating grilled fish, Vinchia couldn't help her curiosity and asked. Of course, otherwise if I talked to it for a long time, would I be talking to myself? Facing the little fox girl's curiosity, Sumu smiled and spoke. It's amazing. Westja sighed sincerely. That's natural. How else can I become your master? Facing her adoring eyes, Sumu felt a sense of pride in her heart. Sumu is out. In the afternoon, his first priority is mining. Try to complete the workbench, the wooden house will not be far away, and then his territory will be successfully upgraded to level 1. Thinking of this, Sumu was very motivated. The nearest mine from here is 5 kilometers away, isn't it? Sumu glanced at the map and couldn't help but complain. It would be great if he had a mount at this time. The journey could shorten a lot of time. Along the way, the intelligence system sounded 3 times, each time a warning of danger. Thanks to the system, Sumu cleverly avoided the danger and came to the entrance of the mine. He didn't have many musket bullets, and he didn't want to waste time in unnecessary battles. At least try to reduce the number of fights before hitting other weapons. 3-star danger information: there are 4 goblins mining 10 meters away from the mine, please be careful of them. The alert tone of the intelligence system sounded again. Sumu's footsteps trembled as he just stepped into the mine door. He clung to the wall, going deeper and deeper, not even daring to use a torch. Chapter 13. Why did the captain send the 4 of us here to mine? Didn't we obviously capture 2 human slaves yesterday? Goblin A complained in his mouth. Who knows? I heard that the patriarch's daughter fell in love with the male slave and wanted to pass him over at noon. I don't know what she was doing right now. Hey hey! Goblin B said with a smile, while waving the pickaxe in his hand to mine. By the way, that human female slave looks very good, but we guys are not qualified to get started. While Goblin 3 was clanging, he also did not forget to add. What a pity! I think our goblin city-state was not divided back then, and there were more human female slaves to enjoy. Don't worry about that. I don't know what's going on at the edge of the forest recently. Suddenly there are more humans. There will be no shortage of human slaves in the future, and there will even be no shortage of women. Our tribe will soon regain the glory of the previous goblin city-state. Goblin B said suddenly. Really or not? The other 3 goblins were surprised by its words. How do you know so much gossip? Goblin A stopped holding the pickaxe in his hand. Do you think it's ineffective for me to flatter the captain all the time? Goblin B smiled. Anyway, I'm telling you, work hard, and perform well. You will definitely be the first to enjoy the female slaves in the future. As soon as it finished speaking, the other 3 goblins frantically raised their pickaxes and started digging. Seeing this, Goblin B was not to be outdone. The entire cave was filled with the sound of mining. Explode! At this moment, Sumu was hiding in the shadows in the edge corner, and he clearly listened to the goblins' conversation. He didn't expect that in this different world, in addition to humans who like demi-human slaves, goblins also like female human slaves. Moreover, it is not for work, but for that stall. If that's the case, then he doesn't feel any guilt at all when he kills the goblins. However, Sumu was not ready to take action now. He turned around and walked out of the mine. Time passes by minute. 4 hours passed. Guys, it's getting dark, let's get ready to leave. If we go back too late, the captain will scold us later. Goblin Yi put away the pickaxe in his hand and waved. Good. No. The other 3 goblins put away the items in their hands one after another. They lined up neatly and walked out of the mine. Hey, there seems to be something wrong outside. Just as they were approaching the entrance of the mine, Goblin B who was walking at the front stopped. What's wrong? 3 other goblins came up. When we first came to the mine, there seemed to be no grass growing at the entrance, right? Goblin B scratched his head and spoke, his eyes falling on the pile of withered yellow weeds outside the mine. It seems to be quite long. Goblin A is not sure. It doesn't matter if there is grass or not, will it affect our walking? Goblin B curled his lips and walked out of the mine with Goblin D immediately. The next moment, ah! Screams were heard, and Goblin B and D, who had just walked out of the mine entrance, were knocked down by unknown vines and fell into the sky. What's going on? Goblin A was shocked. There is an enemy. Prepare to fight. Goblin B is obviously more intelligent and has already taken out a longbow. But it never expected that in the shadow behind, the black muzzle of the gun was already pointed at it. That's right, it's Sumu. He also spent several hours setting up the trap at the entrance of the cave. At this moment, his old 6 attribute points were full, and he suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! 2 minutes later. The battle ended without any danger. The corpses of the 4 goblins were neatly arranged at the entrance of the mine, and Sumu searched for their belongings. Obtain a special capsule for ores. Obtain iron ore X698. Get a high-quality longbow. Obtain inferior longbow. Get arrows X223. Get a rough spear. Get rough hoe X2. Obtain rough iron pickaxe X3. Get rough leather armor. Get cloth making scroll. Obtain copper coins X21. There are quite a lot of things, but very few are truly valuable. As for the iron ore, that was Sumu's goal. The 4 goblins worked hard for more than 4 hours and dug 698 pieces of iron ore. If he had dug it himself, he would never have reached this amount. So this time, Sumu still made a profit. What's this? Sumu fiddled with the things in his hands. Special clamp bag for ores, can hold 1000 pieces of iron ore, regardless of the load. I see. He asked why the goblins took so much ore and it didn't weigh much at all. It turned out that there was something specially placed there. This thing is simply not too good for Sumu. After disposing of the goblin's body, he left without looking back. But not long after he left, another group of goblins came to the mine just now. Antlered deer, a sparse and ordinary beast in the forest, which does not seem to have much desire to attack. When they were approaching the territory, Sumu saw 2 antlered deer drinking water by the river. He thought that he didn't have much leather on his body, and only silver-scaled fish could be eaten tonight. This horned deer cannot be let go. However, at this time, behind a tree by the river, 2 tall men with blonde hair and blue eyes were observing everything about Sumu. Hey man, I'm guessing the territory we saw earlier belongs to this guy. Shrek lowered his voice and spoke to his companions. Probably. Cook still agreed with his partner's speculation. Then what should we do? Should we go up and kill him now? Shrek put his hand across his neck and made a gesture. But at this moment, Sumu by the river suddenly took out a long bow. Seeing this scene, Cook raised his hand to interrupt his companion, shook his head and said, "Don't stop yet. This guy seems to have a lot of good things, let's observe first before talking." As soon as Cook finished speaking, Sumu had already killed an antlered deer. His movements were crisp and neat, without any hesitation. It doesn't look like it's the first time you kill a monster. Cook's eyes were slightly sharp. This guy is not simple. 4 hours ago, Cook and Shrek left their territory and walked along the river, looking for plant fibers that could be picked. As long as they have fiber and dig ore, they can quickly upgrade their territory. Finally, after walking for 2 hours, they found a fiber bush not far from the river. The plant fibers harvested here can be used directly. However, they found 3 jelly-like blue figures busy among the fibers. After observing secretly for a while, Cook and the two made a bigger discovery. These 3 unnamed guys actually led members of a certain territory. The 2 cooks immediately took a strong interest in this territory. There are abundant tree resources, and there is also a fiber bush that can be picked regularly every day. It relies on water sources and the terrain is flat. This location is simply too outstanding. It is very suitable for the early development of the territory. However, Cook and the 2 did not take immediate action, but hid aside and continued to observe. After a while, the 2 discovered that there was an indigenous demi-human in the territory, and a bear that seemed to have extraordinary fighting power. The smart Cook quickly realized that the real owner of the territory had not yet appeared. Ever since, they waited patiently, and there was a scene of hiding behind a tree and observing Sumu. Chapter 14. Get Antlers x2. Obtain Venison x15. Get Deer Whip. Obtain Copper Coins x2. Get Leather x10. Sumu put the things away with satisfaction, then he threw the horned deer carcass to the edge of the forest and turned around to leave. He didn't think much about it. He had dealt with the roaring bear's body in the same way earlier. There was nothing special about it. However, Sumu didn't know how extravagant his behavior was. In the current environment where Lord players don't have enough to eat and can only rely on wild fruits to fill their stomachs, what he did is simply outrageous. No, Shrek, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and immediately broke through. Fake, what a waste that guy is. You just killed these 2 deer and took part of the meat, and then threw the carcasses away. Damn it. The muscles on Shrek's face trembled and he cursed. He did the right thing. Cook analyzed calmly and said. The weather is bad now, and meat cannot be stored for long without freezing. If you store it on purpose, it may attract some beasts that eat carrion and cause him trouble. This Lord player is very calm and thoughtful, definitely not simple. Shrek thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. If it is our territory, we will definitely not waste it. After all, we already have 20 members. Speaking of this, Shrek puffed up his chest and felt proud in his heart. Let's go back to the territory first. At this time, Cook made a decision. Don't we think of a way to kill him and occupy his territory? That guy has a lot of good things. Shrek was a little confused about his partner's decision. Let's go back first. If we work harder, we can upgrade the territory to level 1. Then we will be stronger. Besides, we also need to discuss it with Bruce. After all, the 3 of us are partners now. Cook's city is not shallow, and his thoughts are cautious and delicate. I know what you are thinking. Don't worry, this guy will only live 1 more day. Hey. Successfully built workbench. Learn to make exquisite wooden house scrolls. Unlock wooden floor making. Unlock wooden wall production. Sumu took a look and saw that only wood was needed to make the wooden house, and there was no need to prepare other materials. Moreover, his territory has the most wood. What surprised him was that after he tested it, he found that not only he could operate the workbench, but also Vinchia and slime. Sumu guessed that the work on the workbench should be a type of handicraft. Slime's craftsmanship is LV3, and Vinchia's craftsmanship is LV2. Therefore, Slime's working speed is faster than Vinchia's. After arranging each member's job, Sumu dismantled the simple shelter and prepared to build a cabin. The construction process is not complicated and is roughly similar to the games Sumu has played before, such as Minecraft and Ark. As long as there is a steady supply of materials, he can build the entire territory into wooden houses. However, Sumu doesn't have that much time and stupidity, and other lands in the territory have to be farmed to unlock the level 1 territory. You must reserve enough space. Just build the cabin a little smaller first and make it warmer. Successfully built a cabin and met the conditions for territory upgrade. With everyone's efforts, the wooden house was successfully built on the territory before the sun set. Because Sumu unlocked an exquisite wooden house set, his wooden house can simply be described as luxurious. There are all kinds of wall decorations inside, and there are even candlesticks on the walls for lighting. In this way, there is finally no need to survive in the pitch-black environment. Furthermore, although the wooden house was not big, Sumu still separated 2 rooms. One is for Slime's family of 3, and the other. Let's talk. The bonfire is lit and dinner is ready. 2-star valuable information. Your story of killing goblins for 2 consecutive days has spread in the slime circle, greatly increasing the territory's attractiveness to them. Suddenly, a prompt from the intelligence system came to Sumu's mind. What's the meaning? How did the slime clan know that he had killed goblins 2 days in a row? Did they see it? Sumu felt that this intelligence news was a bit confusing. Vinchia, do you have something to tell me? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Vinchia, who was hesitant to speak. Her eyes fell on him several times, and Sumu asked first. Master, I'm a little dirty, and I want to go to the river to wash myself tonight. Seeing him ask, Vinchia finally plucked up the courage to speak out. She had been wearing this dress for a long time, and the weather was sultry today, so she was already sweating while working. She couldn't help but want to wash. Look at me, I'm so busy that I didn't even notice this. Sumu patted his head, then picked up a linen garment from his backpack and handed it to Vinchia. There are no special clothes for girls. You take this and wear it first, and then I will find clothes for you. He picked up the linen clothes from the airdrop, but modified it for a small reason. But overall there is no problem and it can still be worn. Thank you. Vinchia took it, with a hint of joy on her face. Taking advantage of the break from the barbecue, Sumu took a look at the regional chat channel. He found that there were no major topics today, but rather ordinary chats. There were also some girls who were unwilling to give up and were calling Sumu's name, begging him to take her. However, after receiving no response, they gradually lost their enthusiasm. As an outstanding young man who received 9-year compulsory education, Sumu had played with many women. For example, Diao Chan, Daji, Zhenji, Mai Shiranui, and Gan Yu, Kei Qing, Hu Tao. So Sumu knew too much about women. He doesn't want to become their tool. Sigma men never fall into women's traps. What a waste of dinner. Without salt and other seasonings, Sumu always felt that there was something missing in life. He had thought about it, and after improving his territory, he would try to go to the nearest town and buy some items needed for daily life. He saw traces of the town on the map, but he needed to walk quite a distance. Before that, some preparations need to be made. After dinner, Sumu was not idle. He continued to make and install the guardrail of his territory. Master, I'm going to take a shower. Vinchia came over with a torch. When she calls out the word master now, it's called Shunliu. And Sumu found that she was becoming more and more girlish and fit her 17-year-old age more and more. Her closed heart should gradually open up and settle down. Go ahead and pay attention to your safety. If anything happens, just shout, and I'll be there immediately. After Vinchia left, Sumu became more focused. Achieving the territory upgrade goal, making a simple territory guardrail. Looking at the enclosed territory, Sumu's face showed joy and excitement. The process of making something from nothing will give people a sense of accomplishment from the bottom of their hearts. Thank you for your hard work. You should have a good rest tonight. Sumu touched the little slime's head and watched the slime couple speak. Chapter 15. I have to say that the 3 slimes really helped him a lot today. From felling trees to harvesting fibers to crafting workbench. They really work hard from beginning to end, and they are the kind who work hard without complaining. This also gave Sumu a mentality. Why do we need people for the territory in the future? Doesn't slime taste delicious? Competent, hardworking, simple to eat, but not aware of intrigues. Simply a member of the chosen territory. Adults, please go to bed early. The little slime was really tired. It took the initiative to rub Sumu's hand and then followed its parents into the room. Hey? Why are there so many big flames over there? Will-o'-the-wisp. Sumu Gong had just exchanged a few words with the roaring bear, but out of the corner of his eye he caught an orange flash 20 meters away, and he suddenly frowned. However, he did not panic in the first place. Soon, Sumu saw clearly what the orange figure was. Not a will-o'-the-wisp, but fire element, slime, can change shape, split and fuse, not easy to kill. Not peace-loving, but fond of fighting, with a fiery personality, able to participate in work. Territorial members +6. Meet the conditions for territory upgrade. Sumu watched in bewilderment as the fire elemental slime joined his territory. At this moment, he finally understood the role of the previous intelligence system prompt. The emotional slime has come to your door. Couldn't they really have seen the scene where he killed the goblins? Sir, our 3 generations of grandparents are willing to serve you. The ageless fire slime spoke. Sumu estimated that it should be the oldest among the 6 slimes. Welcome to join us. While speaking, Sumu did not forget to reach out and pat the fire slime's body, and soon the message jumped into his eyes. Fire, slime. Age, 6 years. Work adaptability, manual LV3, fire making LV3. Special talent tags, fighting madness, heart of master, body of flame. Sumu estimated that the work adaptability of making fire should be used for refining refined iron, and he had a furnace to make scrolls. At that time, you will need to use the fire slime's ability to make fire. Battle Mania, increase your own combat power by 12%, and reduce your defense power by 5%. Heart of the Master, keep improving your work or combat status, with a 10% increase. Flaming Body, ice attribute damage reduction by 15%. All 3 labels are positive. Sumu checked the other 5 fire slimes one after another and found that except for one with a negative label, they were all positive. The negative label is also the same as the tasty and lazy on the roaring bear. Sumu secretly remembered the characteristics of this fire slime. You like to be lazy, right? First, I will list you as a key observation object. 2-star value information, in 5 minutes, a random silver treasure chest will appear by the river directly in front of you, please go and pick it up as soon as possible. Information tip, if the treasure box is not picked up within 2 minutes, it will disappear automatically. Remember to keep walking directly in front of you. Time is money, so Sumu did not hesitate and struck decisively. But when he rushed to the river in a hurry, yet a scream cut through the night sky. Vinchia buried herself entirely in the river. But because this section of the river itself was a shallow shoal and not very deep, even if she squatted down, it could barely reach her chest. The vast expanse of snow-white scenery was still exposed to the night. Vinchia's face turned red instantly, and even her neck showed a faint pink color. With a trembling voice, she looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. Host. Master, why are you here? Ahem. Sumu coughed tactically. He touched his nose awkwardly and looked away. I said I came here to hunt for treasure, do you believe it? I really don't blame Sumu for feeling guilty. He just saw everything. The scenery was so beautiful and unique that it still remains in his mind. Especially Westcha's big pink tail, connected to her hips. Sumu felt her little heart beating violently several times. This should be the exclusive charm of Asian girls, right? Also, because he was in a hurry to get to the river, Sumu also forgot about Vinchia taking a bath by the river. After all, she had been washing for a long time. Another one is. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. You tell me, the river is so long, Vinchia happens to take a bath in this section, and the treasure chest happens to appear here. I believe it. Winstonia's face was still rosy and her voice was very soft. She didn't dare to look directly at her master, so she could only lower her head and try to wiggle her toes to avoid embarrassment. But it's so annoying that I can't see my toes when I lower my head. Look, I'm really here to hunt for treasure. Sumu discovered the silver treasure chest that appeared out of thin air. He pointed at it and said, "All right." Vinchia also noticed the appearance of the treasure box, but she still couldn't make the blush on her face go away. "You go on and don't worry about me." Sumu waved his hand, then squatted in front of the silver treasure chest. There was a bit of resentment in Vinchia's eyes. How could she continue? Who can teach her? Get wheat seeds. Get tomato seeds. Get gold coins x888. Get the ranch construction scroll. Get capture collar x10. Get slave collar x10. Get musket bullets x100. There weren't many things, but they were all Sumu needed. Especially wheat seeds and tomato seeds. Sumu had also checked the chat on the chat channel to see if anyone knew how to obtain seeds. Unexpectedly, the treasure chest he entered tonight would be opened for him. Lucky. Just when Sumu wanted to take a look at the ranch construction scroll, Vinchia's voice sounded behind him. "Master, I can do it. Do you want to go back now?" There was a hint of shame in her voice. Sumu turned back curiously and was stunned for a moment. Hiss. Water hibiscus. After taking a bath, Vinchia's charm was more than doubled. Especially the linen clothes she was wearing were sleeveless on both sides, exposing her fair and slender arms. The high-cut skirt made her slender and straight thighs faintly visible. And the surge that is about to come out is full, and it seems that there is a risk of leaking out at any time, hazy and pleasing to the eye. The linen clothes were originally long-sleeved, but last night Sumu cut off the sleeves to wipe Vinchia's forehead, so it became sleeveless. As the saying goes, no coincidence can make a book. The hole Sumu dug yesterday satisfied his visual nerve today. Why don't you go back first and I'll take a shower too?" Feeling a little hot all over, Sumu pursed her lips and said, Okay. As if she felt his gaze, Winstonia felt embarrassed. After she responded, she hurriedly walked away. After taking a cold river bath, Sumu suppressed his thoughts that were about to stir up. No, as soon as he returned to the cabin, the flames that had just been extinguished rose again. Chapter 16. Vinchia, what are you doing? Sumu's voice was trembling. As soon as he returned to the room in the wooden house, he saw Vinchia leaning on the bed with her butt sticking out, and her long arms still groping for something behind her back. That look looks so much like the gorgeous flowers waiting for you to pick. Sumu almost imagined holding her waist in her mind. What a sin! Ah, master! Why are you back so soon? Vinchia suddenly turned over and leaned against the wall. In addition to being surprised, her face turned red. Of course boys are fast. What the hell are you doing? Sumu held his forehead, somewhat puzzled by Vinchia's operation. She doesn't seem like an immoral person. My tail feels uncomfortable. Vinchia pouted for a rare moment and said aggrievedly. There is no opening in the back of this dress, and my tail is always pressed. I thought about finding the right position to tear it open and take out the tail. Little did I know that you, the owner, would be back. Sumu was startled. So that's it. Let me help you. Vinchia hesitated, pursed her red lips and said. All right. Putting aside the evil thoughts in his heart, Sumu found the right spot and used a small dagger to cut a small slit in Vinchia's clothes. The whole process is a bit sexy, but it is by no means restricted. I pulled out your tail, are you okay? When he said this, Sumu felt a little guilty. In fact, Vinchia can also do this by herself. But the problem is, he is very curious about how the tail feels. If it were you, how could you not be curious? Vinchia's voice was trembling a little, making it sound more like a moan. Sumu takes action. An indescribable feeling, plush and quite comfortable. So much so that when he let go of his hand, he was still a little unfinished. Vinchia's entire face was already red, and her eyes were filled with moisture and spring. She didn't tell her master. The tails of women of the Red Fox clan are not allowed to be touched at will by other members of the opposite S*X except their spouses. And to a large extent, the women of the Red Fox clan are willing to touch their tails for you, which means that they have accepted and approved of you from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, there is actually a more important reason. The tails of women of the Red Fox clan are actually. Okay, let's go to bed early. Sumu interrupted Vinchia's random thoughts. Today you share a room with me, which happens to have 2 beds, is that okay? No problem. Vinchia nodded, and she quietly fanned her still hot cheeks with her hands. Good night. Good night, master. Late at night. There is silence in the territory. Captain Aiden, this is it. This is what I discovered earlier, where there are human and demi-human activities. Goblin Lake said to his captain. Goblin Aiden, who was tall and wore leather armor, frowned and observed, and then spoke. It's not that far from the mine. I'm afraid Cress and the 4 of them were also attacked and killed by the humans here. After all, no one except cunning humans would use a dirty tool like a musket. Earlier, Aiden asked 4 of his men to go mining. As a result, when he found the mine, the goblin was not found, but his body was found in the bushes nearby. Aiden was well informed and could tell at a glance that the wound was caused by a musket. In the Malua forest, the only people who can use firearms are humans. It will only be human. Aiden naturally connected the murderer of his men with the humans in the territory in front of him. Then what do we do? As soon as Lake heard the musket, he was immediately frightened. He knew how powerful the firearm was. What are you afraid of? Aiden glared at Lake. I brought 12 brothers with me, and we attacked at night. Am I still afraid of mere humans? Just be more at ease. That damn human being might still be asleep. That's right. Hearing this, Lake felt relieved. You divide into 4 teams and surround them from the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northwest. Be careful not to move too much. Aiden ordered the goblins under his hands. Later, he led a team of 4 to attack from the front. Captain, there's a big bear ahead. Lake discovered the roaring bear sleeping on its stomach at the entrance of the territory. It's just a stupid bear. Let's move gently and don't disturb it. We can deal with the humans inside first. Aiden gave the order very calmly, and a group of 6 goblins continued to approach. It's just that their focus was on the front, but they didn't notice that the teammates behind them were getting confused one by one, then fell behind, and finally fell in the dark. Captain, where are the people behind us? Lake's surprised voice sounded. It had tried its best to lower its voice, but it still couldn't cover up its volume and inner shock. Are you going to die? Aiden turned around suddenly. Just as he was about to blame him, he realized that the team members behind him were gone. What's going on? As soon as it said the words, a burst of fire suddenly exploded on the right side. What followed was the screams of the goblins. Captain, it's a fire elemental slime. Lake said. Damn it! Why are those guys here? As soon as Aiden finished speaking, a gunshot rang out, and then Lake was headshot, with dark green blood splashing all over his face. Damn humans! Aiden saw the instigator at a glance, the cunning human being holding a musket in his hand. Who else could it be if it wasn't Sumu? Master, be careful, this goblin is not simple. As soon as Vinchia's voice sounded, Aiden had already bowed his body and jumped, and in an instant he was less than 2 meters away from Sumu. Good guy, one jump traveled 7 or 8 meters. It was the first time that Sumu saw such a fierce goblin, and he was also shocked. But Aiden didn't care about that much. The spear in its hand was thrown with strong wind, cutting through the sonic boom and attacking the damn human being. Careful! Sumu was knocked down by Vinchia. Her reaction was obviously better than that of an ordinary human being like him. The spear penetrated the ground and shook violently, and 1/3 of the gun body was buried in the ground. Sumu didn't even dare to think that it was him who was penetrated. What would be the outcome? Anyway, he just doesn't want to be fed. Seeing that the blow failed to succeed, Aiden jumped to Sumu's side again, and it grabbed his head with its big hand. Owner! Winstonia's anxious voice sounded, her eyes glowing pink. The telepathic Sumu already knew what she meant. He aimed the musket at Aiden's head and pulled the trigger. An enemy attack comes suddenly and ends quickly. Looking at the 13 goblin corpses neatly arranged together, some were killed by arrows, some were burned, and some were shot. Sumu took a long breath. With the intelligence system here, who can play the same tricks as old Six? Chapter 17. Go forward in time. After saying good night to her master, Vinchia fell into a deep sleep. But because of the unpleasant experiences in the past, her sleep has always been very light. Suddenly, Vinchia seemed to hear a subtle rubbing sound in the dark environment. Then her wooden little bed made a clatter sound, and something climbed up. Soon, Vinchia felt a body pressing on her. She was suddenly awakened. The room was dark, but she could still see her master's face clearly through the faint moonlight. Just when Vinchia was about to open her mouth to speak, her master's big hand fell on her face and covered her mouth. At that time, her eyes widened. As if she thought of something, her body tensed up, her heartbeat became faster and faster, and her breathing became slightly disordered. She gave up the struggle. Okay. Compared with yesterday's shabby condition, at least we have a bed today. Vinchia comforted herself in her heart that this day would always come. Vinchia, there is an enemy attack, please don't say anything. I need your help, come with me. At this time, the master suddenly spoke in her ear in a very low voice. Then, he hunched over and touched outside. Vinchia. After a brief moment of astonishment, she followed lightly. Recalling what happened before in her heart, Vinchia's face became hot again. In order to cover up her inner embarrassment, she came to her master. Master, how did you know they would attack us tonight? There was no way to explain the matter in the intelligence system, so Sumu could only find an excuse. I killed their people in the mine earlier. These goblins will definitely not want to let me go. I also guess they will come tonight. That's it, the master is so smart. Vinchia didn't have the slightest doubt. You stinky bear, it's really abominable that you sleep on guard duty at night. Sumu slapped the roaring bear on the head and said angrily. This guy is really unreliable. The slime was even woken up to fight, but it snored so loudly that it couldn't even be woken up. If there was no intelligence system, wouldn't Sumu's territory be in danger tonight? Thinking of this made him angry. Sure enough, if you upgrade your territory quickly, you need to replace it with some reliable sentinels. The 4 guys with negative labels are indeed not trustworthy. The roaring bear whimpered in a low voice, seemingly dissatisfied with the slap. You did something wrong and you feel wronged. Seeing this, Sumu slapped the roaring bear on the head again and cursed in a low voice. You will be punished tonight by digging a hole here and burying the corpses of these goblins for me to use as fertilizer. If you can't do it, I'll eat roasted bear paws tomorrow. Did you hear that? Oh ho! The roaring bear nodded his huge head hurriedly, obviously understanding the value of the 3 words roasted bear paws. On the side, Westja shrank her neck slightly. She didn't expect that her master, who usually seemed kind and good-tempered, turned out to have a vicious side. Fortunately, he didn't attack her, otherwise she would be afraid. Come inside, Vinchia. Sumu said and walked towards the wooden house. He had already looted the goblin corpses, but apart from weapons, there was nothing else of value, so there was nothing much to say. Oh! Vinchia nodded her head obediently and followed her master's footsteps. When I called you to get up just now, I didn't scare you, did I? Sitting on the bed, Sumu thought about it and asked. Knowing that he was talking about suddenly appearing on her bed, Vinchia shook her head. No. That's good. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Fortunately, you are here. Sumu praised with a smile. Tonight's battle can be won easily, thanks to Vinchia's charm. It should. A smile appeared on Vinchia's face. Sumu noticed a detail. When the little fox girl is happy, her originally erect ears will fall flat. I really want to touch it and see how it feels. But Sumu remembered that he had touched his tail not long ago, so he put this idea aside for now. The next day. Chat channels within the area. Lord, Luo Tianquan, it's been 2 days. 2 days have passed since the Lord era, and my Iron Age has finally begun. I'm so excited, brothers and sisters. Attached are a few screenshots. Rough iron axe. Rough hoe. Rough iron pickaxe. Lord, Mwie, haha, what a coincidence, I also have what you have. Muye said and took a screenshot of his thick iron tool. The 2 people's actions immediately set the regional chat channel on fire, and everyone joined in to discuss it. Lord, Qin Sheng, good guy, no one was chatting in the emotional channel yesterday, they were all working hard in silence. Fortunately, you guys are not stupid either. I think the territory will be upgraded in 2 days. Roll it up. Roll it up, everyone. Just roll it hard. Speaking of which, do you know how to recruit members? Now I just need to build wooden houses, farm, and recruit members. Lord, Qin Sheng, you are stupid for asking this question. Even if I knew, I definitely wouldn't be able to tell you. In the current environment, who doesn't want to fight for the first upgrade territory and see if you can get some rewards or something? No one will tell you. Lord, Luo Luxi, is it true? Is there any reward for being the first to upgrade your territory? Lord Qin Sheng's words aroused the curiosity of most people. But before he could speak, a chat message replied on his behalf. Slave, Zhangda Hai, it is said that it is possible. Yesterday I watched the World Chat channel and many people were talking about this issue. According to our current mechanism, many things are similar to game data. Since it is a fusion of game and reality, there must be first-time rewards. I summed it up well, Brother Qin Sheng? Lord, Qin Sheng, Brother Dahai has good intelligence capabilities. When my territory is upgraded, I will recruit troops and go to the goblin lair to rescue you, okay? Slave, Zhang Dahai, that would be great. Hurry up. At this moment, in a certain goblin lair, Zhang Dahai was lying on the bed wearing a pair of red pants, with a look of despair on his face. Sitting on a stone chair not far from him was a female goblin who was green and as round as a ball. Been here for a day. Zhang Dahai felt that he had lost 10 pounds in 1 day. He was so tortured that he lost every drop of weight. It's really bloody further down. Now, whenever Zhang Dahai hears the sound of pop, his whole body will twitch inexplicably, and his balls will ache and his anus will tighten. He is at odds with this evil goblin. Lord, Luo Tianquan, since you all say so, then I have to work hard. I must be the first to upgrade my territory. 2 days of experience made Luo Tianquan more confident. Lord, Qin Sheng, pull him down. I am the first one to upgrade, and the reward is mine too. Lord, Mu Yet, let me tell you the truth, comparing your progress, I am definitely far ahead. I just hid my clumsiness before. Number 1 must be mine. It's me. While everyone was arguing endlessly, a discordant chat appeared. Lord, Guo Tianfei, stop fighting, the first one to upgrade the territory will definitely not be our Dragon Kingdom Lord. It's foreign. Chapter 18. Everyone in the regional chat is still impressed by the Lord Guo Tianfei. Isn't it the same clown who was slapped in the face by a Lord player named Sumu for showing off his inferior crude iron tools the night before? Now, after a day's rest, he came out again and spoke with such a tone. To be honest, everyone in the channel immediately became unhappy. Lord, Mu Yet, Guo Tianfei, are you from the Dragon Kingdom? Why are you so servile when you open your mouth? Lord, Qin Sheng, brother, don't be more ambitious than others, and destroy your own prestige. Why can't we, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom, upgrade first? Does it have to be a foreigner? My name is Guo Feishan, you are already in the age of lords, but you are still kneeling. Does your knee hurt? I don't know if my knees hurt, but my spine must be weak. Everyone was filled with connotations and cynicism. At the other end of the territory, Guo Tianfei was licking his toes. His face turned red with anger from the chat. But soon he sneered and retorted. Please, you lowlifes, can you watch more of the World Channel and chat? What's wrong with me just licking foreigners? Foreigners have brains and know how to unite several lords to develop together, and the speed is much faster than you idiots who only know how to bully your own people. I have heard that a beautiful country lord player named Shrek just planted the seeds in the ground. You can successfully upgrade your territory, where will you go? Why compare with others? Lord Mui, haha, I have heard about the classic. Lord, Qin Sheng, classic I have a friend, brothers relay. Lord, Luo Tian Chuan, classic I have a roommate. Classic I have a good brother. As if he had expected it, Guo Tianfei suddenly took a screenshot. It was clearly what the lord named Shrek said on the World Chat channel. Along with it was a screenshot sent by Shrek. It shows that 3 of the 4 upgrade tasks have been completed, and only 1 farming task has not been completed. Moreover, Shrek also showed off his corn seeds. In other words, as long as the seeds are planted in the ground, they can successfully upgrade their territory. Shrek also revealed that his companions are reclaiming wasteland. In other words, it may be less than half an hour or less before they successfully upgrade. Lord, Guo Tianfei, oh? Why are you all silent? Don't you like to shout? Don't you like relays? Keep shouting. Keep relaying. Seeing the silence in the regional chat channel, Guo Tianfei smiled happily. He felt that the breath he had held in his chest for the past 2 days was instantly released. That's so cool. It's better than going to a club to find young models. But at this time, someone in the regional chat channel spoke. Lord, Luo Luxi, didn't the system announcement not come out? Maybe it will be our Dragon Kingdom players in the end? We have a large number of people in the Dragon Kingdom, and there are even more fierce men in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Don't be discouraged. It seemed like a comforting sentence, but not many people responded or agreed. Because everyone can clearly see the time of the chat screenshot, Shrek's speech was 20 minutes ago. That means that their seeds have most likely been planted, and they are close to completing the territory upgrade. Lord, Mu Yet, sister, it's unlikely, unless a miracle happens. Lord, Guo Tianfei, haha, although this lord named Mu Yet has a bad mouth, at least he can recognize reality. TMD. Mu Yet, who was cutting down a tree, looked at Guo Tianfei's speech. He was cursing, but he couldn't refute. I can only throw the axe on the ground angrily. How annoying. The first upgrade reward is actually cheaper for foreigners. For Mu Yet, as long as he is a player from their dragon kingdom, he will be happy with anyone. But foreigners just can't do it. If a foreigner takes it, Vinchia will suffer for a year. After all, he was a soldier before entering the Age of Lords. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Attention, attention, attention. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Vinchia was stunned for a moment, then frowned in displeasure. Such a costly system-wide announcement was something that only appeared when they first entered this world. Now it seems that it should be the system-wide announcement caused by the upgrade of the territory by the beautiful lord named Shrek. But soon, the unhappiness on Vinchia's face turned into shock, and soon turned into ecstasy and excitement. Because the person who gets the first reward for territory upgrade is not a foreigner, but from their dragon kingdom. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Lord Sumu for successfully upgrading his territory to level 1. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Lord Sumu for successfully upgrading his territory to level 1. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Lord Sumu for successfully upgrading his territory to level 1. The system-wide announcement rang a total of 10 times. Literal translation in various languages, all Lord players can hear it clearly. The deck is filled up immediately. But it's not over yet. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Lord Sumu for receiving the only upgraded territory reward in the system. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Lord Sumu for receiving the only upgraded territory reward in the system. As soon as this news came out, all the lords were in an uproar. Is there only one reward? Only the first one to upgrade the level 1 territory? This means that you can't even get the second upgrade. As if responding to everyone's doubts, the system-wide announcement sounded again. Congratulations to the beautiful country player Shrek for successfully upgrading his territory to level 1. This time, the system-wide announcement only rang once, and then nothing happened. Apart from the cards announced by the whole system, even the rewards were not mentioned. Compared with the treatment of the first place, the treatment of the second place is like heaven and earth. The difference between clouds and mud. The most annoying thing is that the system-wide announcement suddenly sounded again. Because 2 Lord players have successfully upgraded their territory, some functions of the system are enabled. When the function is turned on, text introductions will appear one after another in half an hour, and all Lords can check it out at that time. The Age of Lords will become more and more cruel. Please continue to work hard and strive for rapid development. WTF. Shit. Shrek cursed and scattered the wheat seeds in his hand on the ground. Who is that damn Sumu? A hole. They actually upgraded their territory before us, just 1 minute away. Next to them, Cook and Bruce also had extremely gloomy expressions. Who can accept such a result? If the time difference was much greater, they would feel more comfortable. But the announcements were made one after another, and the difference was only 1 minute. A slight difference can lead to a loss of thousands of miles. The mentality of the 3 Shrek people collapsed. Damn guy, better not let us know who he is. Cook's eyes flashed fiercely and he gritted his teeth. At the same time, the regional chat channel has exploded at this moment. Chapter 19. Lord, Vinchia, ha ha ha, the first one to upgrade is indeed our Dragon Kingdom Lord, awesome. Lord, Luo Tianchuan, it's a minute too fast, right? That beautiful Huxia named Shrek must be so angry? Haha. Lord, Qin Sheng, it's so refreshing. Where was that buddy just now? Why didn't you say anything? You didn't even get the reward for your beautiful father's hair, are you comfortable? Hiss, today is another day of swollen face, I feel uncomfortable. Seeing the ridicule from everyone on the regional channel, Guo Tianfei was so angry that his whole body trembled. Second time. Another Lord player named Sumu. Guo Tianfei didn't know if this Sumu was the Sumu from 2 days ago, but now he felt sick and nauseated just looking at the word Sumu. What a beast! I and the person named Sumu are inseparable. Kill anyone named Sumu you see next time. Guo Tianfei roared fiercely. Don't you think the name Sumu sounds familiar to you? Is he the guy who showed off his face with a fine iron tool on the chat channel before? As soon as this chat came out, the excited people in the regional channel recalled their memories and paused for 2 seconds. Lord, Mu Yat, hiss. It seems that the big boss is also named Sumu? Can't they have the same name? Lord, Qin Sheng, maybe it was him, not sure. He already had fine iron tools at that time, so his work efficiency must be very fast. He's actually from our area. Is it true? Just when everyone was talking about it, somewhere in the territory of a tree house, Luxi looked at the regional chat channel, her pretty eyebrows lightly frowning. Maybe, it's really him. By the way, what new features have been updated? Curious, Luxi exited the chat channel and continued tinkering. At this moment, in the territory, Sumu looked bitter. Isn't that right, brother? You actually announced my lord's name to the whole world. Am I famous now? Sumu couldn't help it. The system didn't give him the right to choose at all. It announced the upgrade to the whole system as soon as it was upgraded. If given a choice, Sumu would not want his name to be exposed. Doesn't he look good if he is obscenely developed? But now, there is nothing we can do. Fortunately, the Lord's name can be repeated. His name is Sumu. There may be tens of thousands of Sumu in this world? Thinking of this, Sumu felt slightly comforted and looked at the territory crystal. Confirm to name your territory, Tianmu. Confirm. Named successfully. The territory was officially expanded into a village, and Tianmu village was born. Some features of the territory are unlocked. The Lord's own abilities have been improved. Recruitment function unlocked. Reputation function unlocked. There were a lot of notification sounds, Sumu picked out some and looked at them. Then he checked the new status of the territory crystal. Tianmu village. Territory attribute, level 1 village. Lord, Sumu. Lord talent, pride of leader. Lord power, 28. Lord's strength, 26. Lord agility, 29. Lord wisdom, 30. Lord skill, insight. Lord equipment, musket, refined longbow. Lord charm, 30. Sumu found that his attributes were overall strengthened. He was still thinking before about why he couldn't upgrade when he defeated monsters. It turned out that the final destination was to upgrade the territory. As long as the territory is improved, the Lord's physical ability will also be improved. This time, a closed loop was finally formed, and Sumu realized. He quickly checked the conditions required to upgrade a level 2 village. Territory upgrade tips. 1. Absorb 300 lives and become territory residents. Currently 12/300, unfinished. 2. Own buildings 0/30, unfinished, on the land within your territory. 3. Establish a small militia team of 50 people 0/50, not completed. 4. Build pastures, hunting grounds, blacksmith shops, and village outposts, unfinished. 5. Planning agricultural land 0/20, not completed. After completing the above conditions, the territory can be upgraded to level 2, and the corresponding functions will be unlocked at that time. Sumu can only say that the upgrade conditions are not complicated, but they are time-consuming and labor-intensive work. He quickly looked at the rewards given by the system. Full attribute improvement scroll. As the first lord to upgrade the territory, you are qualified to be different. After using it, all attributes will be improved. Lord talent expansion column. As the first lord to upgrade the territory, you are qualified to be different and add a lord talent column. Territory expansion crystal. After using it, your level 1 territory will be doubled in size. Announcement speaker X3. your speech has a system-wide announcement effect. Reputation scroll, used to gain 500 reputation. Reputation affects the territory's popularity. A high territory's popularity will attract more talents. Furnace upgrade scroll, you can upgrade the primary furnace to the intermediate level and unlock refined iron refining technology in advance. Get the magic skill scroll, Thunderbolt. Arms, unlock 5 random fine iron weapon making scrolls to unlock. The system rewards are not many, but they are very practical and are things that others may not have. Sumu feels very comfortable. Lord Talent column +1. Get all attributes increased by +10. Get 500 reputation. Using territory expansion crystal. Please Lord place your hand on the territory crystal and close your eyes. Following the notification sound, Sumu closed her eyes. Soon, he was overlooking his territory with God's vision in his consciousness. With the small wooden house as the axis and extending outward for 1 kilometer, Tianmu village can now be used as territory. It is also a usable land for level 1 territory. And he doubled it, which is 2 kilometers. A very large village. Sumu remembered that it only took him a few hundred meters to walk from the beginning of the village to the end. Now his own village is only 2 kilometers away, which is incredible. Sumu planned a section of the river to be within his own territory. After some operations, he settled the issue of the scope of the land. His idea is simple: being close to water sources is more suitable for irrigating farmland and is more conducive to initial development. After all, as the population increases, there will always be something to eat, right? Food is very necessary. After all, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are inseparable from the genes and blood of farming. Farming civilization is the most awesome. If you don't plant the land for me, I will plant you in the ground. While thinking about it, Sumu suddenly received a reminder. Lord, Luxi requests to add friends. What's going on? Sumu remembers that there is no function to add friends. Is it a new update? He quickly clicked to view it. Lord, Luxi, can you add me as a friend? I would like to ask some questions. It looks like the name is a girl, but I don't know what she looks like. Do you want to accept it? Sumu is thinking about. In the wooden house territory, Luxi stared at the screen, waiting. Among the newly updated functions, the functions of adding friends, chatting with friends, and remote transactions between lords are unlocked. However, the items traded cannot be food, living things, or any tools or weapons. It can only be about making scrolls. Moreover, remote currency transmission is supported. This update speeds up the upgrade process for Lord players to a certain extent. After all, at this stage, making scrolls is very difficult to unlock. If they can be exchanged and purchased, it will undoubtedly greatly promote the upgrade among lords, and the competition will become more intense by then. Luxi's most important thing is naturally the function of adding friends. Chapter 20. Did he choose to ignore it? Seeing that she didn't get a response for a long time, Luxi was a little disappointed. She curled up and hugged her legs. Sure enough, you still have to rely on yourself. Lord Sumu accepted your friend invitation. Luxi's delicate body trembled slightly, and she quickly opened the chat box. Hello. Hello, how did you find me? In the small village of Tianmu, Sumu shed his doubts. He just tried it and searched for a lord's name, and many people appeared. When he added Sumu's name, there were many duplicate names. He was confused. In such a friend system with inaccurate big data, how did Luxi find him accurately? It was precisely because of curiosity that Sumu accepted the friend request. It's really you. You will be the first lord to upgrade his territory and receive rewards. On the other side of the treehouse, Luxi had a smile on her face. She really made the right bet. Sumu was startled. Does the other party not know that he is the first lord to upgrade his territory? Did she cover it casually? As if sensing Sumu's doubts, Luxi spoke on the other end. Do you remember? You talked in our regional channel chat 2 days ago. I just found you after looking through the records for a long time. I thought it was the same name, but I didn't expect it was really you. You are so awesome, you successfully upgraded so quickly. The girl's tone was filled with admiration. Okay, Sumu figured it out, he was the one who threw himself into the trap of love. What's the matter with you? Since the game came to reality, Sumu has rarely communicated with the Lord players. Seeing that Luxi had come to him, he considered it a kind of fate, so he just had a casual chat. I would like to ask you, apart from making these fine iron tools, is there any other way to obtain them? Refined iron tools are relatively rare and require an intermediate furnace to refine them. They are difficult to unlock. Now the only way is to buy them from others. Sumu patiently answered the other party's questions. But let alone refining here, I can't even buy it even if I want to. You can kill monsters, and there will be a certain chance of explosion. Sumu continued. This time, Luxi was quiet for about 30 seconds before her message was sent. I can't beat him, he's so strong. Those monsters need weapons made of fine iron to break through their defenses, but I don't have any. Only weapons made of refined iron can break defenses? Is there any other saying? Sumu frowned. Aren't there any weaker monsters around you? No. Immediately afterwards, Luxi briefly explained her situation. Only then did Sumu understand. It turns out that Luxi was born in a treehouse of a giant tree. Moreover, there is not just one such treehouse, but hundreds of them. There are passages between each treehouse, allowing for mutual communication. Just like the underground kingdom of ants. Luxi survives and builds her territory in such a treehouse. She is surrounded by ferocious monsters such as tree demons, flower demons, and bird men. She will die at any time if she is not careful. Then what are the conditions for upgrading your territory? Sumu asked curiously. If it is true as Luxi said, then she should not be able to farm land or build guardrails. It's all about killing demons, and then recruiting members. Luxi said and sent a screenshot. Sumu glanced at it and saw that the conditions for upgrading his territory were indeed different. Except for the first condition, which is to recruit members, Luxi's other conditions are to kill demons. As long as you kill enough monsters, you can successfully increase the level of your territory. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of Sakura Kingdom Taro Jono for successfully upgrading his territory in the extremely cold land. The extremely cold land exists as a special map, and Lord Jono Taro receives system rewards. Sumujin and Luxi were chatting when a system-wide announcement suddenly popped up. And he's a special map lord in an extremely cold place, and he's been rewarded. As soon as this announcement came out, World Channel was excited. It turns out there is a special map? Can you also get rewards for the first level up of special maps? Some lords on special maps were instantly resurrected with full health and full of fighting spirit. Did you see the system announcement? You should also be a member of the special map. Sumu sent a message to Luxi. Yeah, I can see it too. Having said that, the chat basically ends. After all, Sumu really couldn't help Luxi. He checked and found that the newly updated trading system does not support weapons trading. Even if he wanted to take out his musket and trade with Luxi, he couldn't do it. Moreover, the other party was just a stranger, and Sumu would not be so stupid. The musket is by far his biggest support and also his most powerful offensive weapon. Sumu, do you have anything like a skill scroll on you? I think only offensive skills can deal with those monsters. Just when Sumu wanted to end the chat, Luxi sent another message. Speaking of magic skill scrolls, Sumu really has one. The rewards for just upgrading the territory system are: Magic Skill Scroll, Lightning Strike. Thunderbolt Technique, summon a thunderbolt to clear away the monsters in front of you. To be honest, Sumu has opened treasure chests, picked up airdrops, and caught fish. He has obtained a lot of things, but he has never seen the skill scroll. It is enough to prove the rarity and preciousness of the scroll. Just when he was about to say casually and ignore it, Luxi sent another message. This time it also comes with a screenshot. Portal Making Scroll. This is the scroll I picked up when I was looking for wild fruits last night. It is the most valuable thing on me. I can exchange it for it. Besides, I know that the skill scroll must be very precious. If I pick up something good in the future, I will definitely return the favor to you as soon as possible, okay? Luxi's tone was more or less pleading. Words are sometimes alive. At least Sumu felt her helplessness and loneliness from her words. Are you so sure that I have the skill scroll? Sumu asked. Luxi quickly replied. Uncertain. But you are the first to upgrade the territory. Apart from you, I can't think of anyone else who can help me. This is a smart woman. Sumu gave an evaluation. Then if I say, I don't have it now, I will find it for you later. I want your portal to make a scroll now, can you? Luxi didn't answer, but Sumu quickly received the transaction request from her. That is the portal production scroll. As long as Sumu clicks and agrees, the thing is his and he does not need to pay any price. You can even block and delete Luxi's friends directly, and pretend that nothing has happened. Inside the treehouse, Luxi waited quietly for a while. Soon, she found out that her transaction had been accepted. A smile appeared on her face. As long as Sumu is willing to accept it, what she fears most is that he chooses to refuse. Then she would have no hope at all. Beep. Transaction request received. Luxi clicked on the transaction unexpectedly. It was clearly a transaction from Sumu. Magic Skill Scroll, Lightning Strike. Thank you. Sumu. Thank you very much. No need to thank me, this is a transaction between you and me. After thinking about it, Sumu added. Come on. After leaving 3 words, Sumu closed the private chat channel. To be honest, Sumu felt that he definitely made a profit by exchanging the lightning technique for the portal production scroll. Because judging from the portal production scroll and its effects alone, this thing is simply invincible. As long as the portal is successfully created and teleported regardless of distance, wouldn't this thing be invincible in later wars when it projects weapons? It is definitely not comparable to a lightning strike. Sumu felt like he was making a lot of money from this exchange. Even if Luxi didn't take the initiative to trade, he planned to trade. However, now is not the time to think too much. He has been busy all morning and hasn't eaten yet. He is starving to death. Sumu touched his belly and prepared to find something to eat. But at this time, the little slime jumped to his side. Chapter 21. Little guy, I don't have time to post with you. I'm going to get food first. I'm starving to death. Sumu touched the little slime's head and said. My lord, I know you are hungry, I have something to eat. I can feed you. After speaking, the little slime pulled on himself and pulled off a jelly-like thing, and then handed it to Sumu like a treasure. What's going on? Sumu was stunned. He reacted. You want me to eat this? Duan, the little slime responded by twisting his body. The little guy is inexplicably cute and clever, just like a 3 or 4-year-old child. Sumu refused at first, but then he thought of the Insight Technique's introduction to water elemental slime. Extremely delicious? How about giving it a try? After some mental preparation, Sumu stretched out his hand to scoop up a ball and ate it. His eyes soon lit up, and he felt full. The Insight Technique really didn't lie to him, it was really delicious food. But I'm full, you can take it back. Sumu, who had already tried it, rejected the little slime's kindness. The key is that it was torn off in front of him, which was somewhat difficult to overcome psychologically. He tasted it because he was afraid of betraying its good intentions, and eating it again would betray himself. Sir, don't I taste good? The little guy's question was so abstract that Sumu couldn't laugh or cry. You won't be allowed to do this again, you know. Why? The little slime blinked, as curious as a baby. I don't want to hurt you. Sumu patted its head. But I am willing to let adults eat me. The little slime explained softly. Sir, my parents said that our water elemental slimes can produce a touch of water spirit in our bodies every 3 or 4 days. As long as you eat it, you won't need to eat for 3 or 4 days. The water spirit soul is superfluous to us and will not harm us. Don't worry, sir. Really? Sumu was surprised by the little slime's words. Really, sir, you just ate, are you full now? Sumu touched his belly and felt really full. Anyway, he had no urge to eat. In an instant, Sumu's eyes were shining when he looked at the little slime. Why glow? If it is really like what the little slime said, if he collects and stores all kinds of water souls, wouldn't he be invincible when marching and fighting in the future? You know, the most difficult thing for the army to solve during the march is the problem of carrying food. A small amount of water spirit can last 3 or 4 days. It's scary to think about it. In order to get confirmation, Sumu also specifically asked the slime couple, and got a positive answer. And they said that most people don't know that their water elemental slimes have this ability. In order to prove the feasibility, Sumu also specially asked Vinchia to try it too. Vinchia, how do you feel? Master, it tastes very good and makes you feel full. Vinchia stretched out her red tongue and licked her lips, feeling a little unfinished. What did this come from? Well, I'll tell you after mass production. Sumu didn't know how to explain it to her, so he just dealt with it casually. Oh. Vinchia now trusts her master more and more, and she is very obedient and does not ask any questions about what he does not want to say. A plan has already taken shape in Sumu's mind, and he opens new features of the territory. Recruitment order. Please set the classification and abilities of the territorial talents to be recruited. After the settings are completed, the recruitment order will be issued, and the Lord can wait for the news immediately. Note that reputation affects the radiation range of the recruitment order, and charm value affects the favorability of talents. Recruitment orders can only be issued once every 15 days. It is recommended that the Lord threshold not be set too high to avoid difficulties in recruiting suitable talents at this stage. The explanation of the recruitment order is also not difficult to understand. For example, the news that Sumu often kills goblins has spread in the slime circle, and he has a certain reputation in the hearts of slimes. If the recruitment order is issued for slimes, many slimes will come to seek refuge. Sumu is a liberal arts student, so his understanding is no problem. What he wants to recruit is indeed slimes, as well as talents with investigative abilities and able to adapt to sentry work. After the settings were completed, Sumu sent out the recruitment order. Then, he ran to ask the fire elemental slimes if there was anything magical about them. For example, is there a fire spirit or something? The answer was negative. Vinchia, come out with me later. Okay, master. After arranging the slime's work goals, Sumu took Vinchia out. His goal today is simple, to gain some immediate combat power. Use the 13 capture collars and 10 slave collars he has on hand. Hey? The map clearly shows that this is the habitat of Thunderstorm King Kong, why haven't I seen them? The prompt from the intelligence system didn't appear either. Sumu was muttering to himself, the next moment. 2-star danger information, you have entered the habitat of Thunderstorm King Kong, please be careful of these ferocious beasts. A simple reminder is no longer as good as before, making Sumu leave or hide. Sumu guessed that his overall strength had improved, so that the intelligence system's judgment on Thunderbolt King Kong was also much lower. It seems that the intelligence system is still very spiritual. Vinchia, come closer to me, it will be more dangerous here. Sumu lowered his voice and said to Vinchia next to him. Okay, master. Vinchia followed her master step by step, and the two of them rubbed their shoulders. Suddenly, Sumu pulled Vinchia over and leaned her against the big tree nearby, making a silencing gesture. Vinchia understood and immediately tightened her mouth. Her plush ears moved slightly, and she heard strange bang-bang sounds and low roars coming from in front of her. We have discovered our target today, please don't alert us yet. Sumu whispered, but his eyes fell on the two thunderstorm King Kongs in front. Good guy. Field battle, right? What's that about by Rixuan? Reward me, Sumu, by watching an action movie, right? Sumu rolled his eyes, but did not move his eyes away. Of course he didn't want to look, but he had to always pay attention to the situation ahead in a dangerous place and never let down his guard. Host. Master, are they fighting? Vinchia asked in a low voice. Seeing that her master's eyes had not left the front, she was a little curious for a moment. Right. The fighting was fierce. The situation was very tense. The male Vajra seems to be even better. It has an absolute strength advantage. The enemy can't resist at all. He can only be pressed to the ground, shouting and struggling in pain. But it seems, you're enjoying it a bit. Sumu said in his heart. Is it so scary? Vinchia smacked her lips. Master, I want to see it too. Minors are not allowed to watch. Sumu withdrew his gaze and looked at Vinchia in front of him. Only then did he realize that he and his little red fox slave were very close, and their bodies were almost touching. Sumu understood, it was not that Vinchia wanted to see the feelings, but that she was so shy that she was squeezed. He quickly took a step back, but his eyes happened to fall on Vinchia's ears. Chapter 22. Vinchia, can I? Would you like to touch your ears? Sumu said what he wanted to say last night. There is no way, the atmosphere has been set off to this point, not to mention unhappy. Vinchia was stunned for a moment, and then felt a little nervous in her heart. I just touched my tail last night, now I want to touch my ears again? The master's demands seem to be getting more and more excessive? Vinchia murmured in her heart. But the master's request had to be agreed to. What if he thinks he is a disobedient slave and doesn't like him anymore? During the time in the Dark Merchant's prison, Vinchia was very resistant to her slave status. Don't even want to mention it. But now, she is gradually accepting her slave status. Just for being taken seriously. From the moment the master scolded the slave merchant and brought her back to the territory from the cage, she accepted his kindness little by little and was changed in her mind. Every day in the territory, Vinchia lived with hope. She believes that her master will take her back to the Andean mountains one day. Vinchia. When she didn't respond, Sumu called softly again. Good. Vinchia said and closed her eyes. This little fox girl. I'm not going to kiss you. Why are you closing your eyes? Thinking in his heart, Sumu stretched out his hand and easily grasped Vinchia's soft ears. There is nothing too strange about the feeling, just like touching the ears of cats and dogs. The only thing that feels exciting is the psychological reaction. All right. Sumu let go of Vinchia's ears, but found that her little face was already red. The pink eyes are even more watery, so beautiful. Bang bang. There was another sound from behind the tree, and Sumu poked half of his head out to look. Isn't it so perverted? What was done just now, now we have another target. Is this thunderstorm King Kong so ferocious? Looking at the King Kong movie that had changed its heroine, Sumu felt that her outlook on life was a bit shattered. Master, what are they doing? Why is your posture so weird? When Winstonia's voice came, Sumu didn't react immediately. It's not surprising, old man. Etc. Sumu glanced down. He found that Vinchia was tilting her head on his chest, her eyes falling on the battle ahead. He reacted immediately and reached out to cover her eyes. Don't look at it, little fox. Want to see? Westia reached out and grabbed her master's big hand, but couldn't open it. She could only twist her body slightly and protest. Don't squirm in my arms, I'll bully you soon. Sumu gritted his teeth and whispered a threat in her ear. It doesn't work without threatening. Which man can withstand the twisting and turning? Sumu is not a saint either. Perhaps she understood the meaning of bullying, and Vinchia became more honest. She stayed in her master's arms obediently and did not move again. Let's play, let's make trouble. Sumu still formulated a detailed battle plan. According to his observations, the fraternity Thunderbolt King Kong in front of him should be the king of the ethnic group. After all, based on the living habits of chimpanzees, only the king has the highest level of mating rights and can achieve promiscuity in the group. In this way, capture the king first before capturing the thief. As long as the Thunderstorm King is taken care of, the rest of the Thunderstorm King will not be easy. The feedback from the inside technique also confirmed Sumu's guess. When the Thunderstorm King was at its weakest, Sumu led Vinchia to attack decisively and fight it together. The battle is not as difficult as imagined. If it weren't for the fact that King Thunderbolt King Kong wasn't injured, it would have ended long ago. However, Sumu found that after his attributes were improved, his speed and reaction were much faster than before. Especially the strength, one of his kicks can actually make the Thunderbolt King, who is nearly 3 meters tall, take a step back. Don't underestimate this step. That's a big step forward. You must know that the Thunderstorm Vajra King has a thick body and weighs at least 700 to 800 kilograms. Sumu's kick is equivalent to kicking away a target weighing 700 to 800 kilograms. This was definitely impossible before. Failed to use capture collar. Failed to use capture collar. Failed to use capture collar. Isn't it? After 3 consecutive attempts to capture the collar, Sumu became a little unstable. Every time Thunderstorm King Kong loses his consciousness under the charm of Vinchia. But when the capture collar is close to success, it can wake up in time and break free from the shackles of the charm. If you dare to resist again, believe it or not, I will shoot your big head off. Sumu's bad temper. He immediately took out his musket and put it against the head of King Thunderbolt, with a cold look in his eyes. I have to say, this trick really works. Capture successful. Acquire the surrender of King Thunderbolt King. Let's go Vinchia, let's continue to look for other Thunderstorm King Kongs and try to catch a few more. After the territory is upgraded, the combat power required will not be less. Especially since Sumu had his own plans, he didn't want to waste even a second. But at this time, Vinchia suddenly said, Master, didn't you say it was the King of Thunderstorms? Then there shouldn't be any need to capture the other Thunderbolt Kings, right? They will obey the King's orders, right? Hiss. Sumu stared at Vinchia with wide eyes. Master, what happened? Westia felt a little scared when he saw her. Doesn't the owner want to touch the tail and pinch the ears again? You're so smart Vinchia. You reminded me. Sumu couldn't hold it back, reached out and pinched Vinchia's little face, and praised. Slippery, full of collagen, not to mention so comfortable. Master. Vinchia stomped her feet in disbelief and let out a sigh. Okay. Now instead of touching the ears or pinching the tail, I pinch the face instead. The master is getting more and more thoughtful. I have to say, Vinchia's words simply woke the dreamer out of his sleep. Sumu only thought of catching the thief first, but he didn't expect that the king could try to use it like this. He just did what he said, and he immediately gave the order to King Thunderstorm Vajra, asking him to bring his tribe over and surrender. This trick really works. Not long after, King Thunderstorm Vajra had brought the members of the ethnic group back to Sumu. The entire Thunderstorm King Kong is 2.5 meters tall. Standing together, they appear black and purple, full of oppressive force. Sumu counted, including the Thunderstorm Vajra King, there were 52 in total. The other Thunderstorm King Kongs may not be obedient to Sumu's instructions, but it has no effect. Because the Thunderstorm Vajra King is very powerful in the ethnic group, it only needs to be able to convince the crowd. Given time, I believe that the Thunderstorm King Kong tribe will also obey his instructions. Sumu is not in a hurry. 4-star value information: there is a human chamber of commerce passing by on the Maloyo Forest Road 5 kilometers ahead, and their carriages contain the creatures bred by the Tree of Life. Chapter 23. 4-star value information: there is a human chamber of commerce passing by on the Maloyo Forest Road 5 kilometers ahead, and their carriages contain creatures bred by the Tree of Life. Information tip: Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is a notoriously black-hearted chamber of commerce in Tianlong City. They made their fortune by killing other races and selling racial slaves. Sometimes they even prey on other chambers of commerce. Intelligence tip 2: the guards of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce are in a fierce battle with the Orc team led by Ottok. You may be able to make a fortune during this trip. Orcs will never be slaves. Dirty humans, let go of my people. Otherwise, I, Ottok, will tear off your head and sacrifice it. The Orc Ottok held his giant axe high and glared angrily, blocking the path of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce like a god of murder. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and there were many wounds in the exposed muscles of his upper body, but his momentum did not weaken at all. On the contrary, it adds a bit of shocking solemnity. Behind Ottok were all injured Orc warriors who fell to the ground. Obviously, an earth-shattering fierce battle has broken out here. Compared with the Orcs, the situation at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is not necessarily that good. Their casualties are equally tragic. The only one who can still stand is Victor, the strongest human swordsman in the Chamber of Commerce. But he also suffered a lot of injuries. A few days ago, Victor accepted a secret mission from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. He will personally deliver this batch of goods and the treasures on the carriage to Tianlong City. Originally, relying on Victor's strength, there was absolutely no problem with this mission. Unexpectedly, they encountered 2 consecutive attacks on Maloyo Lindao. The last battle didn't end long ago, and none of the personnel recovered from their injuries. This time, they were directly ambushed by the Orcs. The battle was so brutal. After a moment of silence, Victor stared at the Orc and said, "I can free this cart of Orc slaves, but if you dare to contaminate the goods on my cart, I will make you die an ugly death." After thinking for a while, Victor decided to take a step back and free the Orc slaves in the car. If he uses the forbidden technique, he can wipe out the Orcs in front of him. But the price he paid was that he would be weak for several days. Now the team members have suffered heavy casualties, and they are still more than 100 kilometers away from Tianlong City. Victor's choice to use forbidden magic is undoubtedly courting death and will block their next path. Therefore, he chose to seek peace temporarily and come to the Orcs for revenge later. Snort. Ottok sprayed out a mist from his nostrils. "Who wants your dirty things? We Orcs don't care. You'd better do what you say," Victor said with a hint of evil in his eyes. He raised the long sword in his hand, wanting to cut off the chains that trapped the Orc slave cage and release the Orc. But at this moment, a violent noise came from the front, and Victor subconsciously stopped and followed the sound. A 3-meter-tall Thunderbolt King came into view first. Then 2 heads, 3 heads. The final scene was completely dark. Victor's face instantly darkened. Even when he was in his prime, it would be troublesome to encounter so many Thunderstorm King Kongs dispatched together. Let alone now. Victor couldn't guess whether they were friends or foes. Are these thunderbolts helpers of the orcs, or are they a third party joining in the fun? Orc also frowned. He also didn't know what these black diamonds were for. Do you want to fight with them? Bang! Just as he was talking, there was a sudden loud noise from behind. Victor's entire body was swept away and landed on the ground 4 to 5 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground red. Yes. Who is it? Sneak attack on me. Victor looked back angrily. A young figure with his face covered and whose appearance could not be seen clearly fell into his eyes. This man also held a musket in his hand, which was the weapon used to attack him. The armor on your body is really good. Didn't it kill you? Sumu frowned and spoke. He also thought that with Lao Liu's attributes maxed out, he could kill the opponent with one blow from behind, but he didn't expect that the powerful musket could penetrate armor. Who are you? Victor held a big sword in his hand and struggled to stand up from the ground. Robbery. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, he made a gesture towards the back. King Thunderbolt King understood, made a leap, and knocked Victor to the ground before he could react. Damn it! When Victor was about to fight back, the masked young man appeared in front of him holding a musket. The deep and dark gun barrel was aimed at his unprotected head. Don't want. Victor is horrified. Bang! Sumu pulled the trigger without hesitation. The great swordsman Victor had his head exploded, and he could not die anymore. When the Chamber of Commerce guards who were not dead around saw this scene, they realized the seriousness of the matter and struggled to stand up from the ground. Dehe, kill them! Sumu gave the order. They all came out to rob, there's no way he wouldn't be ruthless. Sumu knew very well that the essence of survival in this world was that the weak should eat the strong, and strength should be respected. If it were him lying on the ground today, would others pity him? Obviously not. 5 minutes later, the battle ended, and all the human guards had been eliminated by Thunderstorm King Kong and his men. Sumu's eyes fell on the orc Ottok. He remembers this big guy. When he first came to this world, wasn't the orc team he met Ottok? There seems to be a guy named Luxi. Sumu soon saw Luxi's figure among the orcs in his hand. Sure enough, it was the two of them. Free all my people. Otherwise, the fighting will not stop. Ottok waved the giant axe in his hand, trying to threaten Sumu. In fact, he was already at the end of his strength and could not last long even if he fought. But the nature of orcs is to fight, and they are not afraid of death. Even if he is killed in battle, Ottok will not bow his head. Even if he died in battle, Ottok could not just watch his people being taken away. Of course, my goal is just the goods. Take these orc slaves away. However, Sumu made a surprising statement. Ottok was stunned for a moment. The human in front of him was so talkative that it was unbelievable. He clearly said he would kill, he was extremely decisive, but he did not make things difficult for the orcs. Ottok couldn't figure out why. He is ready to sacrifice. But over there, Sumu had already picked up the big sword left by Victor and cut off the chain in one move. This sword. It's a bit too sharp. Sumu was surprised in his heart, and he swept over with his insight technique. Vic's sword, the sword of the great swordsman Victor, from the hands of the great blacksmith Filiang, the sword forged with mithril is extremely sharp. No wonder. You really want me to take people away? Ottok spoke in disbelief. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Otherwise I will regret it. Sumu frowned and urged. Go help. Ottok was afraid that the other party would regret it, so he quickly came to the cage and cut off the chains that bound his people one by one. The orcs were completely liberated and came out in droves. Chapter 24. Master, why did you let those orcs go? Wouldn't it be better to leave them here to work for our territory? After the orcs left, Vinchia, who had been hiding in the dark, came to her master. There was a smile on Sumu's lips, as if everything was within his expectation and control. He turned to look at Vinchia and replied. These orcs have violent and wild temperaments and are not easy to tame. Their IQ is different from these gorillas. If they are forced to stay in the territory, they may plot against me, which will cause no benefit at all. Then let them leave like this. Vinchia raised her own doubts. Didn't they see what you did, master? Doesn't this bring you a threat? What if the helper from the human city-state comes back? You are so smart. Sumu looked at Vinchia beside him with joy and said with a smile. But I have thought of everything you have thought of. Don't worry, they won't come to us. Sumu said, his eyes fell on the battle marks on the field, and he was 100% sure. He had already made a plan in his mind to let the orcs go, and it was not a momentary act of mercy. Sumu doesn't have such a holy heart. Okay. Seeing her master's confident look, Vinchia also chose to believe it. Dehe, twist off their heads. Sumu ordered King Thunderbolt King. Especially the one who was killed by my musket, smashed his head with more fists. Don't tell it was a shooting. Also, we don't want the carriage. It's too conspicuous. You can carry all the things I want to take away with you. There is no on-site inventory of how much is harvested. As long as Sumu saw the box and thought it was a good thing, he would let Thunderstorm King Kong take it away. It just so happens that they are powerful and are tools for doing hard work. Moreover, Sumu knew very well that the biggest purpose of his trip was only one. Creatures born from the Tree of Life. This is the highlight, the existence named by the intelligence system. Soon, Sumu found it. Right on the carriage in the center. However, when he saw the creatures bred by the so-called Tree of Life, he was stunned. It was a dark green fruit entangled and wrapped by various vines. The fruit is very large, about 1.5 meters high and 1.8 meters wide. There was a red light flashing on it, as if there was some life inside that was beating rhythmically. Very weird. Fruit of life, it takes 1,000 years for the Tree of Life to bear one fruit, which contains life. It seems that it will be born soon. It turns out he wasn't born yet. Little guy, I will be your family from now on, come back with me. From now on, we will eat the popular food and drink the spicy food. On a whim, Sumu didn't care whether the creatures inside could understand or not. He reached out and touched the vines above. Little did he know that there were small spikes on the vines, and 2 drops of blood flowed from Sumu's fingers and fell on the fruit of life. Master, are you okay? Vinchia happened to see it, and she asked worriedly. It's okay, let's get ready to go back. Sumu didn't realize anything, so he waved his hand and returned to his territory. After counting the things looted by the Chamber of Commerce, it was already evening. This time I gained a lot. There are many weapons and tools, and they are all made of fine iron. Various seeds, flour, fruits, and other grains are available. Moreover, Sumu also found 10 sets of armor. The armor is probably the same as what Victor is wearing. The paint is very bright and it seems to have good defense. Sumu didn't say anything, and arranged a set for himself first. Not only that, he also found a lot of men's and women's clothes, fabrics, and other daily necessities in the goods. They are all what the territory currently needs. Vinchia should be happiest when seeing the clothes. After all, this way, she can change it frequently. Naturally, Sumu would not stop her. After all, the things stolen are for use. In addition, Sumu also collected 2,193 gold coins. This is undoubtedly a small windfall for him. The only thing he was a little disappointed about was that he didn't find anything more valuable. Something like a scroll. However, Sumu is not a greedy person. He is very satisfied with such a gain. This is also easy to understand why the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's transportation team is not as strong as imagined. In addition to the creatures bred by the Tree of Life, there are not many valuable things on it, they are just daily necessities. Master, it's almost night, do you still want to go out? Westja held the box in her hand and went over to ask. She saw her master wearing armor and directing the Thunderstorm King Kong clan to go outside the territory. Yes. I have to go out to do something important and may have to come back later. Sumu glanced at the box held by Westja, where there was a giant salamander. It seemed that she had just returned from changing the water at the river. The giant salamander was spitting bubbles playfully, and its big eyes also fell on Sumu's face, looking curiously. Then I will put the little fish away and go out with you. Don't worry. Sumura grabbed Vinchia. You stay and look at the territory. I'll just take Thunderstorm King out. I'll be back soon. All right. Master, please be careful and pay attention to your safety. Westja warned worriedly. Don't worry, just wait for me to come back. Sumu smiled, and then he climbed onto the back of the Thunderstorm King under the watchful eyes of Vinchia. If you need to be on your way, use this guy as your mount for the time being. In the Thunder God's territory, there are many buildings scattered here, such as cabins, pastures, blacksmith shops, etc. There are already prototypes of small-scale villages, which are very well built. Cook, I finally found that damn guy named Sumu. I have news about him, come here quickly. Shrek shouted excitedly. Real? Cook walked over doubtfully. Of course it's true. Shrek explained. The news was given to me by a Dragon Kingdom Lord player. He said that Dam Sumu had a dispute with him just 2 days ago. They talked in the regional chat of his country. He is very sure that he is someone from our area. Hearing this, Cook frowned. The area is also very large, and we can't find him. We can't just wander around aimlessly, right? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Cook waved his hand and said. Forget it, you'd better get ready quickly. I've already agreed with Bruce to leave in a moment. Let's go find the territory from yesterday. He probably has a lot of good stuff there. Shrek grabbed his partner. What if there is such a thing? Can we know exactly where the other person is? After Shrek finished speaking, he showed off the items in his hands. Cook took it and took a look. Declaration of war. You can designate Lord players to declare war on their territory. Declaring war to know the precise location of the opponent's territory. The declaration of war will be announced throughout the system. The results of the declared war will be announced throughout the system. Where did you get this? Cook asked. If Shrek had such a good thing, it was impossible for him not to know about it. Of course it was given to me by the Dragon Kingdom Lord player. He wants us to kill that BD Sumu and avenge him. Shrek looked cunning and greedy as he continued. How about it? Give it a try. That BD probably got a lot of good things as rewards from the system. We have to hurry up, otherwise we'll lose everything. Cook thought for a moment and finally gritted his teeth and said. Then do it. I'll go talk to Bruce. Good. Chapter 25. In the evening, the sun is about to set. The lords finished the day's hard work and stayed in their territories to enjoy the delicious food made by themselves. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. The announcement belonging to the system sounded again, and the lords listened curiously. They were wondering, maybe which lord of a special map successfully upgraded his territory and received rewards. System-wide announcement. The territory represented by Lord Shrek, Thunder God Village, declares war on the territory represented by Lord Sumu, Tianmu Village. From the day the war was declared, Lei Shen Xiao Village and Tianmu Xiao Village fought to the death until the final battle to determine the winner and successfully occupied the opponent's territory crystal. And, the two territories will see the location of the other territory in real time. The victory or defeat this time will be announced throughout the system. Because this is the first declaration of war between territories, the winning side will receive system rewards. As soon as this system announcement came out, all the lords were in an uproar. After all, anyone who pays attention to system announcements will know what the names Sumu and Shrek represent. They are the first batch of players to successfully upgrade to level 1 lords. Is this about to start? In an instant, lord players poured into the world chat channel. Hey guys, I'm still cutting down trees to build wooden houses, and they're all marked up. The world of the big guys is completely incomprehensible. I finally kidnapped 2 goblins to work as laborers, and they already have an army that can fight. When the market opens, let's bet on the reals. I bet on Sumu to win. I also support Sumu. After all, he was the first to level up and get the system reward. Yes, I also support Sumu. A group of people who followed suit and supported Sumu stood up, but soon their views were refuted. Although I am from the Dragon Kingdom, if I want to bet on scrolls, I will side with the foreigners. That's what I said too. I saw Shrek say in the chat channel today that they have 40 lizardmen who can break stones. Yes, I also saw the screenshot of the chat at that time. It's awesome. The lizard people are super powerful, and they are well equipped. But Sumu has a reward. Rewards are nothing, but the consequences of a war depend on whether the army is strong enough. Are the weapons awesome? The rewards of the system must be some things related to the territory, and will not reward the members of the territory. I agree with what was said above, and I stand with Shrek and the others this time. Indeed, if they dare to openly declare war, Shrek and the others must have the confidence and strength. Maybe the lizard people are just one of their strengths. Under everyone's, Sumu's approval rate dropped all the way, while Shrek's and the others soared. Finally, it reached an astonishing 19:81. Compared with the world chat channel, the regional chat is equally exciting. Lord, Luo Tianchuan, awesome. The first place and the second place have declared war. Who do you support? Lord, Mu Yet, nonsense, the people of the Dragon Kingdom must support the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Sumu will win. Beat them down. Lord, Qin Sheng, haven't you seen world chat? I heard that Shrek's territory has lizard people to help them and they are very powerful in combat. Lord, Mu Yet, let him be strong, the breeze will blow on the mountains. Let him be unruly, and the bright moon will shine on the river. Anyway, I have no brains to support Sumu. It seems that Brother Mu Yet is a fan of Sumu. Lord, Mu Yet, that's for sure, Sumu is the one who gave our Dragon Kingdom a fighting chance. Seeing this chat, Guo Tianfei in the territory curled up into a sneer. Return to the Dragon Kingdom. This is the age of lords, and the Dragon Kingdom is a thing of the past. Just watch and see how the person named Sumu died. When the time comes, I will jump out and mock you idiots. A fan, right? Haha. After 2 previous setbacks, Guo Tianfei has grown up. He now knows how to lie dormant first, and then seize the best opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. In fact, Guo Tianfei didn't know whether the Sumu who offended him a few days ago was the first Sumu to upgrade his territory. He just looked at the analysis of each lord in the regional chat and felt that it was most likely the same person. But Guo Tianfei was not worried at all whether they were the same person. He originally went there for 2 purposes. One is to get close to and befriend Shrek and the others. The other one is retaliation. The reason why he wanted to make friends was because during the chat, Guo Tianfei learned that Shrek was from their area. With such thighs and so close together, it would be impossible for him not to hug her tightly given his personality. It happened that Guo Tianfei opened a treasure box in the wild and found the declaration of war talisman, which strengthened his idea. If you can help Shrek and the others, it's best. If you can't help him, at least he can be considered their friend. It has to be said that Guo Tianfei has not learned the ability to upgrade his territory, but he has learned a lot about his calculation skills. At the same time, in the territory of the treehouse, a dirty Luo Luxi frowned lightly. She just came back from killing the demon today. After a hard day of fighting, 1/3 of the task was completed. This is great progress. And all of this is thanks to the lightning technique Sumu gave her. Although to a certain extent, she used the portal to make scrolls in exchange. But in her heart, she always felt that she still owed Sumu a favor. Because the skill scroll is really precious, and the lightning technique is also really powerful. He couldn't win this battle because of his lightning skills, right? Luxi bit her lip lightly, her tone full of worry. After thinking about it, she still clicked on her friend interface. On the shoulders of King Thunderbolt King, Sumu sneered. Declaration of war. Okay, I was worried that I couldn't find you, so you jumped out on your own. Hey, go to the right and you will almost reach your destination. Oh ho! King Thunderstorm Vajra responded and turned around obediently, and soon the Vajra army disappeared into the night. Cook, Bruce, did you hear the system announcement? We can also get rewards if we win. This is so comfortable. Haha. Shrek felt unprecedentedly happy in his heart. As a naturally warlike nation, he has been eager to fight every day since the beginning, so he quickly started the S3 season. Therefore, the existence of the Lord Era simply fell into his heart. He feels that he is extremely suitable to survive in such a world. When you hear it, let's quickly check where that guy's territory is and see if it's really near us. Good. As the owner of the territory, Shrek has access rights. After taking a closer look, he quickly frowned. What's going on? Is it so far away that it's not near us? Cook asked. Even Bruce, who didn't speak much, looked at him. It's nearby. It's really not that far away. Shrek scratched his head. It's just that I feel that this location is so far away that it feels familiar. Chapter 26. Cook looked at the screenshot of the map sent by Shrek, and his expression gradually became brighter. Shit, this is the territory we visited yesterday. Have you forgotten, this river goes all the way to the west, and there is only one territory. Surprise flashed across Shrek's face. After looking at the map carefully for a few times, he quickly became excited again. Isn't this just right? We were originally going to FK him. I can't forget the beautiful Demi-Human in his territory. Her figure and appearance made me burst. Shrek's expression gradually became wretched. Thinking of the beautiful Asian woman with the big tail, and looking at the ugly lizard people in his territory, he became very lustful. Bruce, go gather the lizard people, we are ready to go. Just take advantage of the night when he is unprepared and catch him off guard. Cook was very excited. Why be excited? Because they had already gotten a rough idea of their opponent's strength yesterday, their confidence was even greater this time. Only Bruce questioned. You have all used your declaration of war. How can the other side be unprepared? How about we have a long-term plan? Bruce is an absolute conservative. He believes that for the territory, the best transition in the early stage is stable development. Only with good development can we support the plunder in the mid-term. Therefore, he is the only one in the territory who does not support premature war. But it was no match for the 2 votes of Cook and Shrek. It's a waste of long-term planning. Shrek said loudly. When that guy uses up the rewards, we will have nothing. You have to know that the first place should belong to us, but where did the damn Dragon Kingdom people get their turn? Right. Cook stood on Shrek's side and comforted. Bruce, don't worry, we checked the strength of that guy yesterday, we can definitely crush him. Moreover, only 1 day has passed, how much can he improve? We must seize the time to attack and don't give him a chance to breathe. Bruce hesitated for a moment before nodding. Well, I hope what you said is true. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden violent noise outside the territory. What's going on? Bruce stood up nervously and looked outside. Sir, it's not good. There's an attack. A grayish-gray lizard man suddenly emerged from the ground and came to report. What attack? Did you see the enemy clearly? Bruce's expression suddenly changed. He is the leader of the lizard people and has absolute military power in the territory. Most of the lizardmen also listen to him. King Kong, there are many black and purple ones. At this time, Blake's expression had changed. Because he received a prompt from the system. Not only him, Bruce and Cook, as members of the territory, also received reminders. The territory was attacked by members of Tianmu village led by Lord Sumu. Please defend or counterattack as soon as possible. Before the three Blakes could react, the wooden gate that had just been installed today was forcibly smashed open by the corpses of two lizardmen. Then, a 3-meter-tall King Kong fell from the sky in front of them, causing a cloud of dust. The King Kong roared upwards, slapped his chest and made loud drum-like noises, showing off his strength and ferocity. Not only that, Donkey Kong actually punched the lizard man who came to report in front of the three Shreks until his blood sprayed out and turned into meat residue fertilizer all over the ground. This visually shocking scene almost scared the three of them to the point of peeing. What the hell is this? Shrek and Cook retreated continuously. They subconsciously drew their swords and prepared to defend themselves. Their feet and stomachs were trembling with fear. But the scene that makes them even more horrified is yet to come. In the dark night, more and more King Kong jumped in from outside the territory. Each of them is as strong as a small tower, and their roars fill the entire territory. Accompanied by the screams and wails of the Lizardmen. Lizardmen can't defeat Thunderbolt King Kong at all. In terms of size alone, Thunderbolt King Kong is equivalent to 2 Lizardmen. The little lizard man was caught in Thunderstorm King Kong's hand, and he kneaded it casually like a child, until his bones were crushed. The lizardmen were so frightened that they peed and ran away. Why did they think about protecting their territory? This war is almost a crushing one. After witnessing the happenings, the three Shreks realized the seriousness of the matter. They thought that the lizardmen who could cast earth element magic were awesome, but they never expected that other people's territory members were even more ferocious. Damn it! What kind of horrible guy have you offended? Is this the enemy you said you can crush? Where does your damn confidence come from? Bruce watched the lizardmen he had worked so hard to recruit being killed one by one. He was heartbroken and about to collapse. These are all soldiers under his command. It took him a lot of effort to persuade them to join the territory. Now, it's all gone? How is that possible? How is that possible? Shrek couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Cook, what we saw yesterday was that his territory clearly only had 1 female demi-human and 3 slimes. What is going on now? How come it's only been a day and it's been like this? He's obviously not that strong, right? Cook's face was solemn, and the cold sweat had already stained the clothes on his back. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. I heard you were discussing why I am so strong. The 3 Shrek people were startled. They subconsciously turned around and found a young man standing behind them at some point. Sumu. Shrek gritted his teeth, and 2 words squeezed out from between his teeth. But he felt as if he had seen a ghost, feeling scared from the bottom of his heart towards Sumu in front of him. This devil is destroying his territory and killing the members of his territory. Behind them, there is the terrifying Black King Kong standing. When did you start coming here? Why did you show up soon after we declared war? Could it be that you have been targeting us for a long time? Compared with Shrek, Cook is obviously more intelligent and he has found the focus of the problem. Sumu's territory was obviously some distance away from them, so how did he appear in their territory so quickly? Unless he has already set his sights on them. It's a good question, but you don't seem qualified for me to answer it. One sentence directly made the 3 cooks look gloomy and embarrassed. The reason why Sumu came to see the Shrek trio was naturally because of the prompt from the intelligence system. When he was killing antlered deer by the river yesterday, he had already received intelligence and knew that someone was secretly observing him and plotting to attack his territory. Sumu's idea was very simple. He just wanted to take the initiative and strangle the enemy in the cradle before he could develop. But the moment the declaration of war appeared, everything became clearer. It was then that Sumu realized that his enemy was actually the second one to upgrade his territory. Sumu in the chat channel naturally saw it, which strengthened his determination to come over and sweep across Shrek's territory. If you don't seize the time to get rid of enemies with development potential, how could he sleep peacefully holding Vinchia? Chapter 27. So, things may not be what you think. Please allow us to explain. Cook's expression changed quickly, he smiled and spoke. He knew what the current situation was. They were obviously at an absolute disadvantage. Only by begging for mercy and gaining understanding from the other party can they survive this time. Yes, so, listen to our explanation. Shrek's desire to survive was also full at this moment. His mind was spinning rapidly, trying to persuade Sumu. Maybe we can join forces. Wouldn't it be a good thing if the first and second place cooperate seamlessly? Who else in the world will be our opponent in the future? The whole world will be ours. No, it's not ours. We are your subordinates, and the world belongs to you. My good brother Sumu. You're worth it. As soon as Shrek finished speaking, he fell to the ground. Shrek is dead. He was shot in the head by Sumu without any hesitation. He fell to the ground, blood flowing all over the floor. Reason. What I hate most in my life are flatterers. Sumu spoke calmly. Cook and Bruce were frightened. The people of the Dragon Kingdom didn't play according to the routine at all. He didn't say he would take action, but he really killed. So, we can give you our territory and everything we have. I just hope you can let us live. Cook was so frightened that he felt death so close to him for the first time. He tried to use a negotiating tone. I hope you can be merciful and let us go. God will bless you. Before Cook finished speaking, he fell next to Shrek's body. I hate God. Sumu pointed the black gun at Bruce. After surviving for so many days in the territorial era, Sumu's current mentality has undergone earth-shaking changes. Killing has no psychological burden for him. I have the talent of being a lord. I am absolutely valuable to you. I can help you develop your territory. Bruce swallowed and spoke with difficulty. Heart of the Lizardmen, as long as I have this lord talent, all the Lizardmen in the world will be attracted to me, and I can communicate with them easily. Sumu didn't speak or shoot. He looked at Bruce quietly. Lizardmen are of great value. They may not be powerful in battle, but their talent is to find iron ore. All kinds of valuable iron ore. Bruce knew that every word he said now was to fight for himself a chance to live. He must do everything he can to reflect his worth. Currently, the lizard people have found me a tin iron mine, and I can dedicate the location to you unconditionally. And with me by your side, the supply of various ores and rare metals in your territory will never be interrupted from now on. I promise. Sumu suddenly put down the musket in his hand. Seeing his actions, Bruce's hanging heart finally fell to the ground. He was secretly glad that he had a trump card, otherwise he would have followed in the footsteps of the two unlucky guys Shrek and Cook. But the next moment, Bruce felt a pain in his throat. Before he could reach out and touch it, blood gurgled out like a fountain. He fell to the ground. Some value, but not much. Sumu muttered something. Rather than placing a time bomb next to him, it would be better to just end him directly. He is not interested in foreign slaves either. If it is a beautiful woman, he might consider it. The chat on the World Channel is still lively. The lords were all eating melon at dinner. The approval rate of Sumu and Shrek has changed from 19:81 to 3:97. Among 100 people, only 3 people thought that Sumu could win this battle. Does anyone else dare to bet? I will produce a skill scroll, and I bet Shrek will win. The speaker was a lord from the Sakura kingdom named Lukawa Gonsaka. He also provided a screenshot. Skill scroll, Sky Fire Zayan. Summons a fireball to fall from the sky, dealing a devastating blow. A simple introduction made countless lords feel the power of the skill. Isn't that right? You're betting on such a powerful skill? Yes, I think this introduction is a group attack skill. It is absolutely unique at this stage. Can't you see that he is just showing off? Now that everyone knows that Shrek has a greater chance of winning, who would bet against him? There are still people who understand. That's right, you can tell that the country is correct just by looking at the name. It's so shameless. He just wants you to be jealous, how disgusting. Everyone started to criticize Lukawa Gonsaka. Ignorant people, I sincerely want to bet, okay? You should stop maliciously speculating on me. Lukawa Gonsaka replied. Then why didn't you come out earlier? Now that everyone has been discussing it for so long, you just showed your head. You have already gambled everything you should, so who is still playing with you? You're right. That guy who pierced the steel plate, do you think everyone is a fool? That's right, no one would be stupid enough to bet with you. But at this time, a chat suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. I'll bet with you. Are you coming? The lords took a look and saw that it was a female lord named Luxi from the Dragon Kingdom. Her speech was so eye-catching in the chat that everyone could see it clearly at a glance. What am I afraid of? I can't ask for anything more. I just don't know what you can come up with. Just as Lukawa Gonsaka finished speaking, Luxi had already posted a screenshot. Undead Summoning Scroll, after use, it can summon a servant from the undead army to fight together. Disappears after battle. Can. The reason why Luxi stood up to make a bet was that she couldn't stand the players in the chat channel who were not optimistic about Sumu. In her opinion, Sumu had helped her, was a very nice person, and was very capable. She supports him unconditionally. At this moment, she desperately hoped that Sumu could slap everyone in the face. Although Luxi herself had no idea whether Sumu could win this battle. But she still chooses to bet against others. In Luxi's view, attitude is often more important than the result. Absolutely okay. The moment he saw the summoning scroll, Lukawa Gonsaka was also excited. Isn't this a free gift? He just said it casually, but there are really fools who would bet against him. Girl, don't bet. Didn't you watch the chat? The lord named Shrek is so powerful. Yes, yes, we don't want to fall into Xiao Baga's trap. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom are all trying to persuade. But Luxi turned a deaf ear and took the initiative to initiate a gambling agreement with Lukawa Gonsaka. This is a function of the system that was temporarily updated due to this declaration of war. After the winner or loser appears, the gambling items will automatically go to the winner's hands. In Shrek's territory, Sumu had just found their territory crystal and happened to see the conversation on the World Chat channel. Chapter 28. Congratulations to Lord Luxi. The gambling agreement has been completed. After the winner is determined, the reward will be sent directly to your transaction column by the system. Please check it carefully at that time. In the wooden house, Luxi pursed her red lips when she saw that the gambling agreement had been completed. She really didn't choose to bet with Lukawa Gonsaka on impulse. I really can't bear to see Sumu being looked down upon so much. After all, he is also the first lord to upgrade his territory, okay? Why does everyone think Shrek is so powerful, but Sumu has no trump card? Is it just because Shrek often surfs and Sumu doesn't? Seeing everyone mocking and looking down on Sumu, Luxi really wanted to help him come back. At the same time, she also hoped that Sumu would be safe in this war. Luxi took a look at her friend's message, but it was still unread. In other words, Sumu hasn't read the message she sent yet. I hope he's just busy. Luxi murmured softly. Confused, girl. How stupid. Isn't this giving the summoning scroll to Xiao Baga for free? It's better to take advantage of one's own people. That's right, it's better to give me a discount. Women are the losers. Just after the gambling agreement was completed, all the lords expressed their dissatisfaction, saying that Luxi was too stupid and was just giving away things. But at this moment, system-wide announcement. Announcements belonging to the system appear again. System-wide announcement. Lord Sumu successfully breached the territory of Lord Shrek and achieved occupation. Lord Sumu successfully breached the territory of Lord Shrek and achieved occupation. A series of 7 or 8 system-wide announcements shocked all the lords who were still chatting. Isn't it right? The winner can be determined so quickly? Really or not? I thought it would take 10 or 8 days to wait. How come it's only been an hour and it's like this? Are you stupid? Is time the key point? The key point is that the winner is Sumu. It's Sumu. It's Sumu. It's Sumu. Say important things 3 times. That's right, all the lords were shocked to realize that the winner was Sumu, who had always been underestimated. It's Sumu who is being complained about by everyone. It's Sumu whose support rate is only 3%. Meaning, Shrek, who had what kind of Lizardmen army, was killed. Oh no! How ferocious Sumu is if he can kill Shrek! Absolutely outrageous! The first place is the first place, and the second place can never win. Let me tell you. After all, Sumu was the first to upgrade his territory. How could he not have a backup plan? Isn't it a slap in the face now? What I hate most in my life is hindsight. Comparing the shocking speeches of the lords, Sumu found the system's prompts more pleasing to the ear. Congratulations to Lord Sumu for winning the first declaration of war. Lord Sumu will receive the system's war declaration gift pack reward, please pay attention to receive it. Comfortable. There's nothing more comfortable than fighting and getting rewards. Congratulations to the Lord for occupying the enemy's territory. From now on, the ownership of the territory will belong to you. Do I need to change the name of the territory? Don't use it for now. The environment of Shrek's territory was not as good as expected, not as good as Sumu's own. He doesn't really want to move here to develop at this stage, so he should keep the territory first. I guess no one will attack here, right? In the wooden house territory, after hearing the system-wide announcement, the sadness on Luxi's face completely relaxed. It was replaced by a smile. I knew he was strong. The gambling agreement takes effect. Get gambling rewards, please pay attention to the Lord to check. Luxi received a prompt from the system. Immediately afterwards, she also received a friend request from the Lord of Sakura Country, Lukawa Gonsaka. Beautiful lady, please forgive me for making too big a joke. Can you return the skill scroll to me? This is a special map for me, surrounded by monsters. I can't live without it. This is my only support. Please. Lukawa Amasaka felt regret in his heart. My intestines are so wet. He originally wanted to show off and stop by Versailles. Little did he know that within 5 minutes of the bet, the outcome would be decided. The World Channel also boasted about how awesome Shrek is, but his feelings are just a piece of shit. Lukawa Gonsaka's first reaction was to beg to see if that stupid woman would show her maternal instincts and return the skill scroll to him. Unexpectedly, when he sent the friend request again, he found that he had been blocked by the other party. It's night. After a busy day, Sumu finally saw the small village of Tianmu in front of him. After occupying Shrek's territory, Sumu counted his gains. I found out that Blake and the others were really poor. They only have weapons like bows and crossbows, and even their silver coins are only a pitiful 389. The most valuable things in their territory are just some materials, such as iron ore and wood. Those things are too heavy to carry, so just leave them alone for now. Sumu didn't see any scrolls or anything like that, so they were probably used by Shrek and the others. It can be said that when Sumu comes back from a trip, the most valuable thing is the reward from the system. And 5 lizard folk slaves. That's right, Sumu used slave collars to turn all the lizardmen into his slaves. He took a fancy to their ore-seeking ability, which was thanks to Bruce's information. Otherwise, the lizard people are nothing more than slaves. Declaration of War X2. Reputation Talisman, gain 500 reputation after use. Territory Shield, wrap the territory within it and protect it from all attacks for 3 hours. Mechanism Sentry Tower Construction Scroll, after learning, the construction of the sentry tower will be unlocked, which is a higher level mechanism sentry tower than ordinary sentry towers. Trap Making Scroll, unlock trap making after learning. There are not many things, but it is considered a conscience. Especially the mechanism sentry tower. Sumu studied it and found that this is probably the most valuable one at the moment. Ordinary sentry towers can only allow people to stand on them for passive defense and watch the sentry. This mechanical sentry tower can prevent enemies from invading from below, and at the same time, manned shooting can be achieved from above, and it is equipped with crossbows. Much more advanced than ordinary sentry towers. Of course, Sumu didn't make it, and he didn't know how effective it would be. Use everything that can be used, and Sumu will put away the other things first. Luxi sent me a message. Sumu had been busy before and had no time to read anything else. Only now did he discover the message Luxi had sent him before. He clicked it and took a look. Sumu, you have been declared a war, are you sure you can deal with it? Pay attention to safety. This is the first one. About 10 minutes later, Luxi sent another message. Many people on the World Channel say that Shrek and the others are very powerful. You should pay attention. If you have nothing to do, you can watch more of the world and chat to know yourself and your enemies. If you need help, let me know. This woman really cares about me. Looking at the message sent by Luxi, Sumu smiled. Thankfully I didn't help her in vain, I'm not a white-eyed wolf. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, he received another message from Luxi. Are you done? How do you know? Sumu asked subconsciously. The message has been read. Luxi's reply was quick. All right. Sumu pinched his chin, feeling confused after reading the news. By the way, here you go. Luxi suddenly sent a message. Just when Sumu was about to ask what it meant, he received a transaction prompt. When I opened it, I saw that it was from Luxi. On it, there is a scroll of summoning the undead. There is also a skill scroll of Tianhuo. Chapter 29. What do you mean? You suddenly traded me 2 scrolls. Thank you for your thunder technique, because of it I was able to successfully spawn monsters. It is estimated that I will be able to complete the task in 2 days. The scroll is thank you. Give me both scrolls? Are you sure? To be honest, Sumu was a little surprised. Are portal crafting scrolls valuable? In fact, in Sumu's opinion, it is very valuable. For example, today he occupied someone else's territory. If there is a portal scroll, can a portal be used to communicate between the 2 territories? The answer is yes. So in the long run, the value of the portal production scroll is definitely not low. Moreover, judging from the complexity of the materials required to make the portal, this scroll may be one of the more difficult to obtain. From Sumu's point of view, he actually made the profit by exchanging the lightning spell for the portal production scroll, and Luxi didn't owe him anything. But she still felt that she was in debt and insisted on returning the favor, giving him 2 scrolls in return. This woman has a really nice temperament, is magnanimous and generous, and knows how to be grateful. She is worth getting to know deeply. Make sure, it's all for you. Luxi responded quickly. It was obvious that she didn't think too much and made her decision early in the morning. After thinking for a moment, Sumu pressed the pickup button. It's just that he only took the undead summoning scroll, and he returned the Skyfire Zayan skill scroll. How? Luxi soon sent a message. You can use it first, I don't lack skills that much. There are many monsters around you. It may be faster to brush up with this skill. Try to upgrade your territory as soon as possible. Maybe there are other lords around you who are eyeing you. A woman can do this to such an extent. As a grown man, Sumu naturally cannot lose the pattern. Luxi was silent for a moment before sending a message. Then I'll keep it first, and then I'll kill monsters and get good stuff, and then I'll share it with you. Okay. After ending the chat with Luxi, Sumu had returned to his territory. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Vinchia sitting by the campfire with her little face propped up, dozing off. The little fox is waiting for me to come back. Sumu murmured softly, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Sumu is an orphan. He had lived in an orphanage since he was a child, and he could hardly feel the feeling of someone leaving a light for you, someone worrying about you, and someone waiting for you to come home. Now for the first time, it has materialized in Vinchia. She's waiting for him to come home. Sumu felt warm in his heart. He walked closer and squatted down, watching Vinchia quietly. She is wearing new clothes today, gauzy white culottes, and she has a faint fragrance on her body. Her long eyelashes fluttered against the background of the dim flames, and a crystal at the corner of her mouth seemed about to fall off at any moment. It makes her even more adorable and charming. Sumu reached out and tapped her nose. For the first time, Vinchia didn't respond. Sumu poked again. As if feeling something, Vinchia suddenly opened her eyes and woke up. Owner! You're back! She spoke in surprise, a smile on her face. If you're sleepy, go to sleep first. Why are you waiting at the door for me? Sumu scratched her nose and said. It's so late and the master hasn't come back yet, how can I sleep? Vinchia pouted her little lips, but secretly said in her heart. Master touched my nose. Before, I touched my tail, my ears, and now I touch my nose. The master is getting more and more. Okay, let's go in and rest. Sumu opened his mouth to interrupt Vinchia's random thoughts. Okay. Vinchia responded, and then thought of something. By the way, master, a group of slimes came tonight and they joined our territory. Oh? How many? Recruitment takes effect so soon? Sumu was also a little surprised. There are 126 in total, including 51 fire element slimes, 53 water element slimes, and 22 wood element. Vinchia pouted, thought for a moment and then replied. Wood element. Following this trend, does slime also have earth elements, gold elements, etc.? What about them? Where did you arrange them? There are no wooden houses in the territory yet, so I will let them find a place to rest around, and I will make a decision when you come back, master. Not bad, good job. Sumu praised Vinchia. Wait until tomorrow. Try to build the wooden house like a dormitory to give the slimes a place to live. I think the same thing as the master. Vinchia, aren't you sleepy? After lying on the bed for a while, Sumu was planning the next development of the territory. When he turned around, he saw Vinchia looking at him with her eyes open. I was very sleepy at first, but I don't know why I felt so much more energetic after the master came back. Really spiritual. When asking about the exit, Sumu had a bad smile on his lips, but Vinchia didn't see it. Yes. She replied dully. Then come here and rub your shoulders for me. Sumu chuckled and lay down on the bed. Sitting on Thunderbolt King Kong's shoulders and running around tonight almost shook his bones to pieces. That guy Dahe is really not suitable as a mount, so he needs to find a professional to ride him. Sumu planned in her mind. Ah! Rub, shoulder rub. Only then did Vinchia realize that she seemed to have fallen into her master's trap. Yes, come here quickly. Oh. Vinchia obediently got into her master's bed. But her face soon turned red. Master, master, why are you taking off your clothes? Idiot, how can you feel comfortable if you don't take off your clothes? Sumu threw his shirt aside and lay on the bed again. Don't worry, I'll just rub my shoulders and do nothing else. Oh. Vinchia suppressed her inner shame and placed her hand on Sumu's shoulder. Master, is that so? Yes, a little further down, that's where we can start. Hiss. Sumu took a breath. That's right, it's comfortable. Push harder. Vinchia, you can sit on me. Ah? Wouldn't it be nice to sit on the master? Vinchia hesitated. It's okay. That will make it easier for you to exert your strength. Sit down quickly. Oh. Vinchia sat on it obediently. Moment. Vinchia, stick your butt out, your tail makes my back so itchy. Oh. Not far away, after the fruit of life in the corner emitted a burst of red light, a gap suddenly opened in the outer skin. Within the gap, there seems to be a pair of eyes spying on everything outside. However, neither of the two people in the room noticed this scene. Soon, Vinchia heard her master snoring evenly. Master is really tired and fell asleep so quickly. Vinchia whispered softly. She carefully left her master, and took the quilt to cover him. After everything was done, she returned to her bed and lay down. Chapter 30. Sumu felt like he was in a dream. Illusion. In the dream, a beautiful woman with big eyes and a small face squeezed into his arms with all her strength. That snake-like nimble and smooth body was simply irresistible to him. Sumu took action. Strike hard. But just when little Sumu bared his teeth and prepared to take action, almost all the erotic dreams had the same result. That's right. Wake up from the dream. Sumu opened his eyes, and then he was completely stunned. Aren't you dreaming? Why is there really a beautiful woman in his arms? Sumu lowered his head and took a look. It's convex. The beauty really has no clothes on. Sumu only felt a wave of hot blood coming up from the bottom. His nose felt itchy, and then it started to flow up and down again, and he walked back and forth. He quickly reached out and pinched his face. It hurts. Not a dream. What is going on? Sumu was so frightened that he sat up from the bed. The little azure-haired beauty in his arms slipped and fell on the bed. A hoop. The little beauty woke up and turned around. She opened her azure eyes and looked at Sumu blankly, showing a cute smile. The two of them just looked at each other, and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. After a moment, Sumu moved. He pushed the sheet closer to the little beauty, covering her white jade-like pink body. You? Who are you? For the first time, Sumu thought the little beauty was recruited by him. However, recruiting is not so bold, right? Came to bed? Dad, Dad. The little beauty spoke with a childish voice, but the two words she spoke made Sumu's scalp tingle. Don't scream. I'm not your father. How could I have a daughter as old as you? She looked about 15 or 16 years old, and Sumu was only 22 years old. How could he have such an old daughter? Unless he is already able at the age of 5 or 6. Absolutely impossible. Sumu gave up his ridiculous idea. Daddy, Daddy. You are my father. Hearing his disapproval of her words, the little beauty flattened her mouth and looked like she was about to cry. She crawled over using her hands and feet, hugged Sumu tightly, and hung on him, not wanting to be separated in the slightest. What's going on? Sumu was even more confused and confused. Until he caught a glimpse of the fruit of life in the corner from the corner of his eye. The big fruit has been completely split open, and the inside is bright red, like human veins. Could it be that? As if he had guessed something, Sumu used the insight technique directly on the little beauty in his arms. A creature born from the fruit of life, the daughter of life, She has mysterious abilities that you can't imagine. Really? Vinchia? Get up quickly. Sumu called for help to Vinchia, who was still sleeping next to her. If he doesn't ask for help, he will suffocate to death. After being woken up, Vinchia opened her eyes in a daze and sat up. When she saw the little beauty in her master's arms, her whole state became even more confused. Master, where did you go to snatch such a beautiful little sister back so early in the morning? I'll explain to you later. Hurry up and bring her clothes to change into. Sumu gritted his teeth. The little fox is so curious and asks so many questions. I wonder if it's hard for him to resist now. After having Vinchia, Sumu left the wooden house as if running away and went to the river to take a cold bath. It was just dawn now and the water was still very cold, so it was really hard for Sumu. 4-star dangerous information, the goblin tribe is plotting to attack your territory. In 5 hours, they will begin to attack, please pay attention to defense. Information reminder, the goblins have gathered the strength of the entire clan in this attack, which should not be underestimated. There are also second-level goblins and third-level goblins participating in the battle. While Sumu was taking a bath by the river, he suddenly received a prompt from the intelligence system. Goblins are going to attack his territory in 5 hours? Why did those guys suddenly attack? There are no signs. Sumu didn't waste any time, quickly changed his clothes and rushed to the territory. Instead of asking why, he might as well build defenses immediately. But as soon as he returned to the territory, he heard a burst of crying. Master, I can't help it anymore. My little sister is crying so much. She keeps saying she wants to find you. As soon as Vinchia walked out of the wooden house, she bumped into Sumu who was coming back, and she quickly reported the situation. Have you dressed her yet? Sumu asked what he was most concerned about. He didn't want to take 2 showers in a row early in the morning. Get dressed. Vinchia nodded. Okay, I'll go see her. Before Sumu could walk in, the daughter of life heard his voice and ran out first. As soon as she appeared, she didn't care about anything, and just pounced on Sumu. Then it hung on his body like an octopus and buried its head in his neck. Dad! Hug! The daughter of life had tears hanging from her eyes, and the tip of her nose was red from crying. Seeing her pitiful and helpless look, Sumu sighed slightly, but still stretched out his arms to hug her. Hug me, what can I do? Who allowed him to abduct the fruit of life? The little girl was just born from inside, so she thinks he is her father? Now is the time to be loved. Seeing the scene of Sumu holding the living daughter, Vinchia pouted slightly at the door of the wooden house. Originally, she was the only girl in the territory, so the master naturally cared about her the most. Well now, one more one appears out of thin air. Vinchia suddenly felt a slight sense of loss in her heart. She seemed to suddenly have someone to compete with. After getting along for a short period of time, Sumu has become quite familiar with the daughter of life. The little girl is just clingy, nothing else, she is quite obedient. Especially listen to him. Vinchia talked to her several times, but she never responded strongly. But Sumu's words were always answered when asked. He tried to use his lord talent pride of the leader to check her status, and the feedback he got was: Daughter of life? Age, 16 years and 0 days. Work adaptability. Special talent tag. All are question marks. I don't know if it's because the daughter of life was just born from the fruit of life. However, Sumu still got a piece of information. That is the age of the daughter of life is 16. In other words, she stayed inside the fruit for 16 years. Little girl, don't call me daddy from now on, do you understand? Sumu glanced at the daughter of life in his arms and said softly. Why, Dad? The daughter of life raised her head and flashed her azure eyes, which were full of questions and doubts. Because I don't like this title, just call me brother from now on. Elder brother. Sumu emphasized it again. The daughter of life obviously thought for a moment before tilting her head and shouting cutely. Okay, brother and dad. Sumu. It's brother. There is no word father. Sumu's face was stern and he corrected him, pretending to be angry. He knew that the daughter of life was very smart and it was impossible not to know what he meant. She was deliberately making trouble with him. Elder brother. The daughter of life shouted aggrievedly. She is indeed very smart and has an excellent ability to observe people's emotions. Sumu nodded with satisfaction, reached out and pinched her little face. Good boy, that's pretty much it. How can he, a young and handsome young man, be called daddy? Sumu decisively refused this title. By the way, let's call you Susu from now on. This is your name, do you understand? Sumu used her few talents in naming. Okay. The daughter of life leaned into his arms, and she didn't know whether she really liked the name or didn't care what the name was. But that's how her name was decided. Chapter 31. Daughter of Life. Susu. Sir, what is your name? Just as Sumu decided on the name of the daughter of life, the voice of the little slime suddenly sounded next to him. His attention was focused on Susu just now, and he forgot that the little slime was also clinging to him. That's right, what did your parents call you? That's the name. Sumu thought about it and explained. What did my parents call me? The little slime thought for a while with his round eyes. Slime. Isn't there any other name? No, it's just slime. Sumu was speechless. He seemed to have known the little slime for almost 4 or 5 days. He really didn't know what it was called. Not to mention him, he doesn't even know about slime's parents. Very suddenly, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. A group of slimes were shouting slimes, slimes. That picture is simply too beautiful. I'll call you Yi from now on. It's simple and can be regarded as a title. After thinking for a while, Sumu used his few naming talents. Okay, sir. The little slime nodded in agreement. From its excited tone, you can feel that it is very happy to have a name. Vinchia, do you know the levels of goblins? Like level 2 or level 3 or something like that. Thinking that the goblins were about to attack the territory, Sumu decided to learn more about the situation quickly. Level 2 or 3 goblin. Vinchia pouted and nodded. Master, I know something. The goblin captain who attacked us that night and jumped very far is a 2nd level goblin. It has evolved once, and its physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary goblins in all aspects. Vinchia explained patiently. The 3rd level goblins are more strengthened on the basis of the 2nd level. In addition to their physical fitness, they can also release magic. He also has a higher IQ and is more difficult to deal with. Can goblins evolve? This was the first time Sumu heard this statement. After all, he didn't know much about the world. Yes, even slimes have a chance to evolve, but compared with goblins, the slime's chance of evolving is 1 in 1,000, and the goblin's chance is 20 to 30%. It's a case of different races getting stronger. Vinchia seems to know a lot. Just like our Red Fox clan, we can also become stronger and stronger, but we need to go through the baptism of battle and there are still opportunities. It can be said that every life has unlimited possibilities. Sumu nodded, he probably understood what Vinchia meant. Susu, who was tired in Sumu's arms, did not speak. She just hugged his neck quietly, blinking her big ignorant eyes, as if she was absorbing new knowledge. Yi, go call your tribe to gather together. I have work to assign. Sumu gave an order. Yes, sir. Jumping away one by one. Successfully learn trap making. Unlock the wood thorn trap. Unlock the fire prison trap. Unlock the quicksand trap. Sumu also didn't expect that he would unlock 3 types of traps just by learning the trap making rewarded by the system last night. And, Each one looks very practical. The wooden thorn trap seems to be the simplest, and the material only requires wood. The fire prison trap and the quicksand trap are much more complicated, and two of the materials are things Sumu has never seen before. They are Huo Tuozi and Tu Tuizi. Sumu asked Vinchia, and she didn't know where these two materials came from. If Sumu didn't understand the level of goblins, he might think that the wooden thorn trap was enough. But now, he still feels that it is not safe enough. Sumu decided to go out and try his luck. Soon, 135 slimes gathered. Sumu divided them into 3 large groups, selected 2 captains and deputy captains from each group to take charge, and then arranged for them to work. The slime's job is also simple. One group is responsible for cutting down trees and preparing materials, one group is responsible for making the parts required for traps, and the other group is responsible for installing traps. Naturally, Sumu would not doubt their working ability. After arranging everything, Sumu took Dahe and the 10 Thunderstorm Kings out. Originally, Susu wanted to go out with him, but he persuaded her with good words and finally promised to go back as soon as possible, so he successfully got rid of the clingy spirit. Susu is clingy, but she is still quite obedient and sensible, which makes Sumu very happy. And the reason why Sumu went out is also very simple. Go find Huozhizi and Tujizi. Based on his past experience in playing games, the way to obtain basic materials will not be overly complicated. Both Huozhizi and Tujizi have elemental symbols in front of them, which are most likely to appear on related elemental monsters. He plans to try his luck. Thunderstorm King Kong. Age, 10 years, 3 months, and 5 days. Work adaptability, cutting LV3, carrying LV3. Special talent tags, fighting madness, huge strength, commanding temperament. Slimes with the adaptability to manual work can also be chopped down, but the Thunderbolt King cannot be chopped down manually, which is easy to understand. This also made Sumu understand the power of slime better. It's like a panacea. Great strength, increase strength bonus by 20%. Commanding temperament, the king of the tribe is unique, and his overall ability is 10% higher than that of ordinary tribe members. Fire Monkey, the monkey living outside the Malua forest knows how to ignite the elemental magic of fire, but not much. Sumu arrived at the nearest gathering place for fire element monsters. For fire apes, Thunderstorm King Kong is definitely their ancestor. Get monkey meat. Get fur. By killing a fire ape, Sumu did not get the fire tumor he wanted. Is my estimate wrong? Sumu did not believe in evil and asked King Thunderstorm Vajra to order his clan members to continue hunting the fire ape. Sure enough, the quantity works wonders. Get the fire tumor. Get the hot ball. Fire tumor, a tumor condensed on the body of a fire element monster, a kind of material. Fire explosive ball, the stone on the body of the fire element monster will cause explosive damage when thrown, etc. This hot ball is a bit interesting. From this introduction, doesn't it have the same effect as a grenade? Sumu suddenly changed his mind. After learning that the fire ape could explode explosive balls in addition to fire tumors, Sumu thought. Ever since the fire apes in the forest suffered a brutal massacre today. The massacre lasted for more than 2 hours. If Sumujian hadn't been short of time, the massacre would have continued. After sorting through the loot, he got a total of 68 fire tumors and 108 explosive balls. The explosion rate of the explosive ball is much higher than that of the fire tube. After returning to the territory with the things, Sumu anxiously arranged for the slime tribe to assemble the trap. All preparations are in full swing. Just wait for the goblin tribe to attack. Chapter 32. Report. Chief. I've investigated clearly. The west side of the human territory is the weakest point. There are 2 King Kong guarding their front door. They look quite capable. There is a slime squad guarding the east side, and there are 5 lizardmen guarding the north side. It's difficult to break out from the front. It's recommended to go to the west side, which is their weakest link. The goblin spy reported the information he had just learned. In front of it stood a goblin who was over 2 meters tall and holding a skull staff. Unlike other ordinary goblin soldiers. In addition to being tall, this goblin also has 2 horns on his head and long cocky hair. Despite its green skin color, its appearance is very close to that of a human. Level 3 Goblin. The leader of the goblin tribe Oka. The weakest point? Are you sure? Oka opened his eyes and glanced at the goblin spy in front of him. Its casual glance made the goblin spy panic. Right. The information I'm investigating is absolutely unmistakable. Although, humans don't know that we are about to attack his territory. Oka's voice was low, and it calmly analyzed the current situation. But judging from the cunning nature of human beings, how could they easily let you see where the weakest point is? Do you think what I said makes sense? The goblin scout thought about it for a moment and found it very reasonable. It nodded repeatedly. Patriarch, you are so smart, you are right. Human beings are so cunning. They are most likely trying to confuse us on purpose. The weakest point may be the most dangerous. Oka patted his tribesman on the shoulders with relief. Yes, you are very enlightened. Presumably humans have already arranged a lot of traps on the west side for enemies to take the bait. So the place that seems to be the safest often represents the most dangerous place. We must learn to think reversely. The goblin spy's eyes lit up and he knelt on the ground. The patriarch is wise. The whole clan obeys orders. Oka turned around and raised the skull staff. Humans attack and kill our people. Should we avenge this? Should. A uniform response. In front of Oka were 500 goblin warriors. This is the strongest fighting force of their tribe. Each of the goblins raised their weapons in response and were extremely excited. Okay. Listen to my orders. We attack from the front. The high-level goblin warriors will charge at the front, followed by the ordinary goblin soldiers, who will surely wipe out the human territory. Yes. The mighty army of goblins set off. In front of the wooden house in the territory, Sumu was eating small meat and drinking sweet river water, feeling very happy. The meat with salt and seasoning is really different. Sumu sighed, feeling happy that he had tasted it for the first time in so many days. At this moment, on his left is Susu who is clinging to him. On his right is a little slime with round eyes and a curious face. Yi doesn't eat meat or vegetables. It only drinks water, so it can't understand human appetite. Brother, I want more. I want more. Susuba smacked her lips, her azure eyes fell on the piece of meat in Sumu's hand, and she licked her lips. I haven't fed you just now. Sumu glanced at Susu in surprise, the little girl is quite edible. He had the same energy as Vinchia on the first night. Little girl, just eat until you are full, but don't be greedy. If you eat too much, your stomach will feel uncomfortable. He reminded. Not full or full. I still want it. Susu pursed her lips and acted coquettishly. She is already pretty and cute, who can withstand her coquettish behavior? Anyway, Sumu couldn't bear it, so there was no way he wouldn't satisfy her request. He quickly tore off a piece of meat and put it to her mouth. Susu opened her mouth with satisfaction and took it in one mouthful. Little girl, be careful next time. Just eat meat. Don't eat my fingers. They're dirty. Sumu glanced at his fingers, which were still stained with Susu's fluid, and spoke helplessly. Oh. Susu seemed to agree and understand on the surface, but in fact this was the 10th time Sumu reminded her. Opposite me, Vinchia, who was watching the friendly interaction between the two, secretly pouted her lips. She took a bite of the meat, but felt that the meat, which tasted better than usual, was a little tasteless at this time. Master, haven't the goblins come yet? Vinchia tried to speak to get her master's attention. Don't worry, I've made all the arrangements. We won't be afraid if we come. The most important thing is that you concentrate on filling your stomach. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, the ground rolled, and then a lizard man emerged from the ground. Owner. The goblins are coming. The lizard man's name is Zisha, and he is considered by Sumu to be the most capable among the 5 lizard man slaves. It is also the object of his training. Sumu glanced at Zisha lightly and said, Remember. Today is an opportunity for you lizard people to make meritorious deeds. Perform well and bring out your value. Behave well, and I may pardon your slave status and allow you to recruit other lizardmen into the territory. No. Zisha didn't stay long, it responded and then returned the same way. Not long after, the goblins' loud shouts rang out around the territory. Master, do we really not need to deploy some thunderstorm defenses on the west side of our territory? What if the goblins invade from that side? Vinchia asked worriedly. She has understood that the weakest defense in the territory is currently on the west side. There are almost no traps, and no thunderstorm King Kong clan is guarding it. In other directions, there are traps, and there are also fire elemental slimes guarding them. Although Vinchia supported her master's decision, she still couldn't help but worry. Vinchia, have you ever heard of a word? Not only was Sumu not worried at all, but he smiled mysteriously and spoke. What words? Soldiers are deceitful, so they show their inability when they can, and show when they don't use it. With a smile on his face, Sumu spoke out the great wisdom left by the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom. Master, I still don't quite understand. Vinchia thought about it for a while, and finally surrendered. She couldn't understand it at all. How about this? Sumu fed Susu a mouthful of meat, and he already had a good idea in his mind. He kept saying, Would you like to make a small bet with the master? I bet that the goblins will never invade from the west, but will attack us from the front. If I win, how about you agree to a condition? Want to make a bet with the master? Vinchia pursed her thin lips and hesitated a little. Then master, you have to tell me what the conditions are first. Kiss me if I win. Sumu was very straightforward. Chapter 33. Kiss me if I win. Sumu's condition directly made Vinchia's face turn red, and she lowered her head in silence. Brother, what does a kiss mean to me? What does it mean? Susu's newborn child didn't understand nature as much as Vinchia, so she curiously asked. The one next to him also had curious eyes. Slime doesn't understand what kissing me means either. Children don't need to understand. Sumu chuckled and didn't explain much. It doesn't matter if Susu doesn't understand, as long as Vinchia understands. Vinchia, don't you dare. Sumu used a clumsy provocation method. Master, what if the goblins attack from other places? It also counts you, right? Only the front is right for me. Okay then. Vinchia agreed. The territory has 4 sides, and the west side is weak at first glance. No matter how stupid the goblin tribe is, there is no way they can launch a frontal assault with a heavily guarded Thunderbolt King at a glance, right? They're not that stupid, are they? This is what Vinchia thinks in her heart. She still feels that she has a high possibility of winning. But soon, she regretted it. Because the goblin tribe is really stupid. They were really just like her master expected, attacking from the front. The goblin warriors who were the first to rush forward were already trapped in the fire trap. Painful wails came from their mouths and reached Vinchia's ears. Don't panic. The roar of goblin leader Oka came. The whole clan obeys the order and ignores the goblins who have fallen into the fire pit to avoid getting angry. The whole army continues to attack. Oka's roar still had a certain effect, and the goblin warriors gradually calmed down. They regrouped and attacked again. But they never expected that as soon as their front feet escaped the fire pit-like trap, their back feet immediately fell into a deep pit full of spikes. Many goblin warriors fell into the deep pit, suffered intestinal piercings and rotted stomachs, and died beyond death. The goblin who was in better physical condition escaped from the pit, but was also injured by the spikes, and blood flowed all over the ground. In the blink of an eye, most of the first and second level goblins were lost. But what makes the goblins' scalp numb even more is yet to come. The ground they stepped on didn't know what happened, but a violent explosion suddenly occurred. Many goblins were blown into the air and then fell down. This kind of situation has not happened to one or two goblins. Moreover, it is extremely random, and you never know when the explosion will occur or where it will appear. Good. It seems that the lizard people led by Vinchia are doing well. The battle outside was fierce, and Sumu in the territory was enjoying the shoulder squeezing of Vinchia comfortably. Finally, I did not forget to take the time to say a few words of praise. The reason why there was an explosion like thunder in the underground was naturally arranged by Sumu in advance. He asked 5 lizardmen in Vinchia to go underground and randomly detonate them with fire explosives. Blast those goblins so hard that even mom can't recognize them. At this time, Sumu noticed that Thunderstorm King Kong also started to take action. Amidst its roaring roar, the Thunderstorm King Kong tribe lurking in the forest began to attack from all directions. This incident directly caused chaos among the goblin tribe. Goblin leader Oka finally took action. I saw it holding its staff high, and the earth yellow magic light condensed in it. The next second, the land collapsed, and sand and rocks flew. What a spectacular scene! Seeing this scene, Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect goblins who know magic to be so awesome. What a pity! Then the goblin clan leader is gone. No matter how awesome he is, he can't stop the current decline of the goblin clan. It's just that it's too confident. Fire elemental slimes also joined the battle. For a time, the battle was extremely fierce. Master, why are those goblins so stupid that they really attack from the front? While squeezing her master's shoulders, Vinchia pouted her lips dissatisfiedly and asked. There are Thunderstorm King Kongs clearly standing at the gate of our territory. Are they blind? Can't you tell that the front is heavily guarded? She has accepted the fact that she lost. But I still couldn't understand why the goblin tribe was so stupid. Vinchia, if you look at it from a god's perspective, you will naturally think that the goblins are stupid. But in fact, this is the art of war. Whoever it is, he will be confused by my false and true arrangements. Sumu squinted his eyes, enjoying the rhythmic movement of Winstonia's little hand on his shoulder, and continued to say. I know there are spies from the goblin tribe watching our territory. I deliberately created a feeling for them that the west side is the weakest. Let the spies spend a lot of time and energy to confirm this news and ignore other places. The spies' first thoughts must have been the same as yours. They felt that the west side was weak and suitable for attack. But after their clan leaders think about it carefully, they will begin to wonder why the west side is so weak. Is this reasonable? Speaking of this, Sumu smiled slightly and successfully assumed the goblin's perspective. Aren't humans cunning? Would you deliberately expose your weak side? It must be a scam, right? There must be an ambush or traps on the west side. Compared to the front, it looks like there is a Thunderstorm King Kong handle, which must be for a deterrent effect. Do you think, considering all aspects, will the goblins attack from the front or from the west? Front. Vinchia said these two words unconsciously. At the same time, she also understood what her master meant. Master, you are so smart, you can fool them around. Hee hee. Sumu was still a little happy after being praised by Vinchia. It's just a little trick. The goblin tribe was defeated. Under the fire prison trap, the wooden thorn trap, the Lizardman's fire explosive, as well as the Thunderstorm King group, the fire elemental slime group's head-on attack. They collapsed thousands of miles. Patriarch Oka was successfully captured by the Lizardmen led by Vinchia and escorted to Sumu. Vinchia, take Susu and Yi back to the cabin one by one. Sumu said. Yes, master. Vinchia probably knew what was going to happen next, so she quickly and obediently took Susu and the others away. Vinchia, well done, you have made a great contribution. Sumu praised. He didn't expect that the lizard man was very thoughtful and knew how to twist the goblin leader in front of him. It does have some strength. Sumu used to judge people by their appearance, but now he got to know the lizard people again. These guys come and go freely on the battlefield, they are simply the top assault troops. At least it can be cultivated until there is no better substitute. I'm just serving my master. Vinchia put one hand on her chest and gave a gentleman's greeting. The leader of the goblin clan, right? Tell me, what's your value? The value of keeping yourself alive. Chapter 34. Although people have always been in the territory, but Sumu still noticed the strength of the goblin leader. This guy fought hard against the thunderstorm King Kong without any disadvantage, and he still had the upper hand in a subtle way. Especially the scene where it releases magic is magnificent and powerful. The strength is still very strong. If Sumu hadn't known in advance that they were coming and arranged it specially, his territory might have been breached. Therefore, the intelligence system is really powerful and timely. At this point, Sumu still understood very clearly. He was not proud, let alone arrogant. Cunning humans. Did you know we were going to attack early on and deliberately set up a dragnet to confuse us? Tell me quickly. Who is the traitor in our tribe? Oka's voice was hoarse and his tone was full of hatred. It felt that its defeat in this battle must have been due to the leak of the news. There is a mole in their group. Now it seems like I'm asking you about the value of living, right? It's good for you, but you still ask me about it. Sumu snorted and said coldly. Despicable humans, the great goblin will never ask for mercy from you, you. Before Oka could finish speaking, Heiiwio was already pointing a gun at him. Keep talking. Sumu rolled his eyes. Good guy, you have become a prisoner and you still don't know your position clearly. The muscles on Oka Green's face trembled slightly, and it thought for a moment. There are many treasures of mine deep in the goblin cave. As long as you promise to let me go, I can take you to get them. By the way, the goblin cave is very complicated. If I don't lead the way, you won't be able to find it at all. Even if you look for other goblins, they may not be able to find it. It's likely that all your efforts will be in vain, and you won't get any treasure in the end. As soon as Oka finished speaking, the sound of a musket sounded. Afraid that the goblin leader's skin was too thick, Sumu rewarded it with 2 shots. What I hate the most is people who don't know who they are, and they still try to threaten me. Snort. With a cold snort, Sumu stood up from the wooden stool and looked around. Vinchia, bury it. Yes. Vinchia took the order and left with his companions driving Oka's body. Sumu's attack was crisp and clean. This was something he had planned from the beginning. From the moment he asked Vinchia to take Susu into the cabin, the life and death of the goblin leader had been decided. It was simple for him to do so. Defeated foreign captives, especially their leaders and kings, these levels will not truly exist. Another one is to establish authority in the territory. The scene where he shot the goblin leader was seen not only by the Lizardmen but also by many slimes. Slime and goblin have a racially hostile relationship. Sumu's move undoubtedly established his prestige among the masses. It is still very necessary. Just as Sumu thought, what he did had spread throughout the territory in a short period of time. Clean up after the war. The goblins deserved to die, and most of the ones that didn't die were seriously injured. Sumu simply gave them a ride. If there are slimes in the territory, don't expect there to be a large number of goblins. If you don't do it right, the popular sentiment will easily become chaotic. Sumu still understood this. Moreover, compared to the green goblins, the colorful slimes are obviously better. The trophies of the goblins are not of much value, they are just some weapons, leather armors, and the like. Sumu put it away for the time being. Boom Bear, why are you injured too? You're not going to steal honey, are you? Sumu, who was about to go to comfort the wounded, stopped and glanced at the roaring bear in front of the cabin. When we were fighting and working, not one of these big guys Xiangying was seen, and he came back with injuries. To be honest, it's not surprising that Sumu suspected it of stealing honey. Awu! The roaring bear whimpered twice, then lay on the ground and stopped talking. From its demeanor and movements, Sumu could see that it was full of grievances. Good guy, I just want to tell you that you are wronged. Sumu stepped forward to take a closer look and found that the roaring bear's front paw had suffered a knife wound. The wound was nearly 30 centimeters long, and blood was pouring out. You were really injured in the fight. It seems that I really wronged you. Sumu frowned slightly and had a headache. The reason was naturally that many of their members were injured in the battle with the goblins. Among them, 15 fire elemental slimes and 23 thunderstorm kings were injured to varying degrees. There are currently no medicines in Sumu, let alone related treatments. Therefore, he has a headache about injuries. I'll help you stop the bleeding and bandage it first. If it can't be done, I'll give you 2 stitches. Seeing that the roaring bear was seriously injured, Sumu also felt sympathy. After all, he is the first gatekeeper of his territory. So what if there are 4 negative labels? The roaring bear is still commemorative, okay? Just when Sumu was about to turn around and go into the wooden house to get the fabric, Susu suddenly came to the roaring bear. Susu, don't touch it. Seeing Susu reaching out to touch the roaring bear's wound, Sumu couldn't help but remind him. But the next second, he was surprised. I saw a little light green light shining in Susu's hand. The light is very light in color, but very dazzling. Then the green light wrapped the roaring bear's wound. A magical scene appeared. The roaring bear's originally bloody wound turned into a scab. Oh my god, Susu, what did you do? Sumu held Susu's little hand in surprise, marveling at her incredible performance. How did you do it? Westcha, who was at the door of the wooden house, opened her mouth slightly when she saw this scene. She was also very surprised. Susu actually has the power to heal. Brother, I don't know either. But it seemed I could keep the wound from bleeding, so I did it. The confusion on Susu's face was even greater than that of Sumu. All right. Then can you also prevent other people's wounds from bleeding? Sumu was a little excited about Susu's sudden display of amazing abilities. It should be, okay, right. Next, Sumu took Susu to visit, express condolences and praise the injured. Susu used her powerful abilities to treat the wounded one by one. This operation will naturally allow Sumu to once again gain some reputation and loyalty from the members. Susu, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable? Sumu touched Susu's somewhat pale face and spoke worriedly. He could see that Susu's treatment consumed a lot of energy. Every time she was treated, her face became a little pale. Although he and Susu have not known each other for a long time. But in his heart, he had long regarded this little girl who climbed into his bed early in the morning as a family member. It seems a little uncomfortable. Susu bit her tender lips lightly, feeling a little wilted all over. Why do you feel uncomfortable? Can you describe it? Sumu immediately became nervous. It's just that my stomach feels empty and I'm so hungry. I really want to eat meat. Seeing her brother's concerned look, Susu suddenly touched her belly and smiled, her face full of coquettishness. At this time, a gurgling sound sounded very cooperatively. That's all. Nothing else feels uncomfortable, right? Sumu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was almost scared to death by Susu. I thought she was really feeling unwell. No. Really just hungry? Susu shook her head. Okay, just be hungry. Brother will take you to get something to eat right away. Okay. Chapter 35. Sumu baked a barbecue feast for Susu. After Susu was full, she quickly fell asleep in his arms. Putting her back on the bed and covering her with a quilt, Sumu touched her little face, which had regained a lot of color. The little girl really helped me a lot. Vinchia, help me keep an eye on her, I need to go out. He looked at Vinchia and ordered. Master, where do you want it? The goblin's lair. Sumu did not conceal his whereabouts. There must be someone in their lair. To prevent them from retaliating again, I must resolve the matter thoroughly today. I know, Master, be careful. 40 minutes later. Sumu brought 10 thunderstorm King Kongs, and 3 lizardmen headed by Vinchia appeared around the goblin lair. He had a map of the goblin lair in his hand, so he found it easily. The map was obtained when he killed the goblin for the first time, and now he finally put it to use. Vinchia, take someone in first to investigate the situation and see how many goblins are inside. To be cautious, Sumu ordered. Yes, Master. Vinchia took the order and quickly carried out the mission with the 2 lizardmen. 15 minutes later, they came back. Master, there are about 20 goblins inside, all of them are relatively old and weak. Vinchia reports. Humans were also found among them. At present, it seems that there is no threat to our existence. Okay, let's get ready to go in. Sumu waved his hand and prepared to attack. Don't be suspicious when you employ people, don't be suspicious when you are suspicious. Since he chose to use Vinchia to find out the news, Sumu naturally chose to believe him. There are many tunnels in the goblin lair, and the small branch tunnels are more likely to confuse people. Many times when you walk forward for nearly 500 or 600 meters, you will find that the road is either a fork or an end, which is very disturbing. No wonder the goblin leader said that without its guidance, there would be no way to find the treasure. However, none of this can stop Sumu. In addition to Vinchia, he also has a map in his hand. Soon, Sumu led his army to wipe out the remaining forces in the goblin lair one by one. He will keep the valuable things and throw away the worthless things decisively. This is the goblin leader's room. Are these the treasures he mentioned? Looking at the unknown materials placed together with a box of gold coins and iron armor, Sumu frowned, and then took a photo with his insight technique. Omnic metal, a magical metal, perhaps only smart goblins know its function. There are a lot of omnic metals, packed in 3 big boxes, but it's a pity that I don't know what they are used for. Hey? This is. Obtain the blacksmith shop construction drawings. Obtain the outpost construction drawings. Get the sneak attack skill scroll. Obtain the skill scroll of gangland slash. Get the demonic dragon horn knife. Sumu picked up the magic dragon horn knife and looked at it carefully. Dragon horn knife, orange quality. It is said that they cut off the horn of the dragon ray canes and made it into a weapon. It is extremely sharp and may contain the resentment of the demon dragon. In the small column below, there are notes. Weapon quality, whiteboard, orange, blue, purple, epic, legendary, ancient. The last time Sumu robbed a caravan, he grabbed a sword, the sword of Vic. That sword is extremely sharp, but unfortunately there is no quality description on it, so it can be summarized as a blank slate. And the demonic dragon horn knife in front of me actually has color quality. In this comparison, it goes without saying who is better and who is worse, right? However, the only thing Sumu was wondering about wasn't it made of dragon horns? Why did it reach orange quality? Logically speaking, it still has epic quality without being legendary, right? So what is the reason? Does the quality of this weapon reach orange? I guess this is the goblin leader's treasure. Forget it if he couldn't figure it out, Sumu held the magic dragon horn knife and felt more and more comfortable. Okay, this will be my exclusive weapon from now on. After getting good things, Sumu felt extremely happy. He sorted out the gold coins and found that there were more than 1,000. When he saw the human bones placed in the lair, he knew the source of these gold coins. All in one pocket. Master, what should we do with the humans in the cave? Vinchia stepped forward and asked in a low voice. How many people are there in total? 5 women and 1 man. Sumu thought for a while. Bring them all to me and let me take a look. Yes. Vinchia responded and went to do it. This also makes Sumu feel that it is better to be someone who can communicate. Take Dahe for example. It's true that they can fight Thunderbolt King Kong, but they can't execute orders for him. Therefore, it is still necessary to have more people or demi-humans in the territory. Soon, Vinchia brought over 5 women and 1 man who were tied up in shackles. 3 of the women are blonde and blue-eyed. 2 girls and 1 boy have yellow skin and black hair. Are you lords or people from that city? Sumu asked. The reason why he asked Vinchia to bring the person here was largely to see if he was a native or a lord player. Me. I am the lord of the Dragon Kingdom, brother. Sumu's words fell into Zhang Dahai's ears. He simply didn't want to be too excited and struggled to crawl forward 2 steps. My name is Zhang Dahai. I was caught here by goblins. Good people are rewarded. Please let me go. Your name is Zhang Dahai. Sumu focused his eyes on Zhang Dahai. He still had some impression of the name Zhang Dahai. A lord player who previously changed from a lord to a slave in the regional chat channel. Sumu didn't expect that he would be so close to her. Yes. I am Zhang Dahai. Brother, did you see me speaking in the area chat? Zhang Dahai was very smart and guessed that Sumu might have seen his speech in the chat channel. So be it. Sumu smiled. What a living treasure. That's great. Brother, let's go quickly and get out of here, otherwise the goblins will come back and we will be in trouble. Zhang Dahai hurriedly said. I don't know what happened today. Many goblins went out and haven't come back yet. That's probably why you had a chance to sneak in. Anyway, let's go out and talk about it first. Zhang Dahai is so excited. Over the past few days, he has experienced the ups and downs of life. He was tortured and toyed with by the hateful goblin princess every night. But he didn't give up and endured it silently. He firmly believed that it didn't matter if his body was dirty, as long as his soul was clean. Zhang Dahai doesn't believe in fate, he just seizes the day. Even if there is a slight possibility of turning over, he will fight for it. Finally, Zhang Dahai took advantage of the fact that the goblin princess was sleeping, when the guards in the cave were most lax, and he picked up the long knife. The red knife goes in, the green knife comes out. Zhang Dahai killed the goblin princess. He originally thought he was free, but little did he know that the Lizardman appeared and wiped out his hope of freedom again. He thought he was going to be a slave again. In the end, it was discovered that the boss behind the Lizardmen was actually a lord player like him. His mood was ups and downs, but Zhang Dahai finally saw the glimmer of hope. Therefore, he was afraid that the goblin tribe would suddenly come back and asked Sumu to leave quickly. Don't worry, they can't come back. Sumu said, looking at the 2 black-haired women behind Zhang Dahai. Where are you 2? What identity? Chapter 36. Don't worry, they can't come back. The amount of information in this sentence is so huge. Zhang Dahai is a smart man, and he felt frightened when he heard it. Those goblins. Could it be that he offended this big boss and then all of them were killed? Real or fake? How holy is this, so awesome. I remember there were a lot of goblins, right? Zhang Dahai was thinking about it in his heart. The way he looked at Sumu changed a lot. He secretly guessed the other party's background in his heart. My name is Heling, and I am the Lord Player of Dragon Kingdom. My, my name is Zhou Qi, and I am also from the Dragon Kingdom. The two women answered Sumu's questions separately. When were you caught here? Sumu continued to ask. To be honest, Heling and Zhou look young. Especially Heling, who is only in her mid-20s. If he was a foreigner, Sumu would kill him. But since he is from the Dragon Kingdom, he is not so cruel. If the two of them were of good nature, he would consider helping them. I was captured yesterday. At that time, the goblins rushed into my territory, destroyed the crystal of my territory, and kidnapped me here without saying a word. Heling replied excitedly. She seemed to be more lively and outgoing. When she saw that Sumu also had black hair and yellow skin, and had no intention of harming them, the tension in her heart dropped a lot. Me too. Zhou, who is relatively introverted, raised her hand. Perhaps because of the experience of being caught by goblins, she was still frightened and trembled when she spoke. Her hair was disheveled and she always lowered her head and did not dare to look at anyone. Since you are all from the Dragon Kingdom, let me give you a choice. Sumu said, looking at Zhang Dahai. I will let you leave from here, but you can't build a territory near here. If you can promise me, you can leave. If developed well, the resources nearby will become a major boost to Sumu's development territory in the future. He doesn't want the people he lets go to become potential enemies in the future. After all, it is said that the game has come to reality, but some resources will not be refreshed repeatedly, such as iron ore and wood. To a large extent, resources are also a trigger for war. For example, I have oil here. Boss, can you give me a second choice? Zhang Dahai rubbed his hands and spoke sarcastically. Second choice? What second choice do you want? Sumu looked at him funny. Zhang Dahai has a bit of a comedian effect. Looking at him, Sumu can't help but think of what he said on the regional channel. I think. Zhang Dahai obviously hesitated, and finally he gritted his teeth. I know, boss, that you are the first Lord Sumu to upgrade his territory and defeat Shrek, right? I want to stay with you and help you develop your territory together. I believe that Mr. Sumu, you must be lacking an errand boy. I am willing to follow you, in front of you and behind the horse. After saying this, Zhang Dahai had nothing to be embarrassed about, and he volunteered. Boss Sumu, I am absolutely loyal. I am also very good at work. When I used to play survival games, I would play for 72 hours at a time, all of which was spent on resources. My friends all called me Black Slave Brother, and I was really more of a black slave than a black slave. Anyway, boss, if you believe me, I will let you see my etc. Sumu raised his hand to interrupt Zhang Dahai. He straightened his face and prepared to deceive him. Sumu? Who is Sumu? To be honest, I really don't know what you are talking about. Hey, brother Sumu, stop making trouble. Zhang Dahai smiled confidently and said. Although you only said one sentence in the regional chat channel, no, to be precise, you sent a picture. But you took out a tool made of fine iron. It was only the first day. Who can do that? The first person to upgrade his territory is also named Sumu. Do you think there can be such a coincidence in this world? I admit, there will be. Zhang Dahai talked eloquently and analyzed rationally. But in our regional chat channel, those who know my name, Zhang Dahai, must be people who have spoken in the channel before. The most obvious thing is, boss, the Lizardman next to you. Isn't that a member of Lord Shrek's former territory? It's just that now I have become your subordinate. The more Zhang Dahai talks, the less confident he becomes. Because he found that Sumu's expression did not have any fluctuations, on the contrary, he was very calm. You can even see confusion, and your face is getting uglier and uglier. Did you really admit the wrong person? No way. Boss, are you really not Sumu? Zhang Dehai felt a little weak and began to doubt himself. Haha. Sumu suddenly laughed twice. How? Aren't you very confident? Why did you suddenly feel weak? I'll just say it. Zhang Dehai patted his chest. Boss Sumu, your acting skills are too strong, right? You almost deceived me. I even doubt myself. You're awesome. Zhang Dehai gave thumbs up repeatedly. Okay, you can follow me for now. Sumu made a decision. Zhang Dehai knows how to observe words and emotions, has extremely strong reaction ability, and has no problem with logical thinking. He is considered a talent. Sumu already had a plan in mind as to how to arrange him. The territory occupied by Shrek needs someone to open up wasteland, and Zhang Dehai is obviously suitable for this role. After all, Sumu couldn't let Vinchia go over to open up wasteland, right? He couldn't bear it. Furthermore, if no one is opening up wasteland in the territory over there, what if someone is interested in it? After thinking about it, Sumu decided to bring Zhang Dehai for his own use first. Thank you, Mr. Sumu. Zhang Dehai was excited and opened his mouth. From now on, I, Zhang Dehai, am Mr. Sumu's USB. I can plug it in wherever I want, just plug and play. Sumu carefully tasted Zhang Dehai's words, but there was something wrong no matter how he tasted them. Is he too crooked? What about you? Sumu looked at Heling and the two. I also want to be by your side. I can do anything. From the conversation just now, Heling understood clearly, and she was shocked in her heart. She didn't expect that the handsome young man in front of her was Sumu, who was the first to upgrade his territory. This is a godlike existence. You know, what does the word Sumu symbolize at this stage? Absolute strength. As long as the Lord pays attention to the chat channel, it is estimated that no one will not know the value of these two words. Heling has long recognized the difficulty of upgrading one's territory. Now that thighs appeared, her first reaction was to hug them tightly. I can cook. Can I stay with you? Joyuki finally raised her head and said her first words. It's just that her face is covered with black dirty marks, so it's really hard to see what she looks like. It can be vaguely seen that the eyes are very big and have many whites. It's okay if you can cook, but I don't want to stutter. Sumu suddenly became playful and made a little joke. I'm not stuttering. Joyuki quickly waved her hand. I just haven't recovered. Can I join your territory? I may chop down trees, dig, mining, but I can't, but I cook really well. I'm afraid it's not enough to cook delicious food. Sumu continued. Will the bed be warmed? I really need someone who can warm the bed. As soon as Sumu said these words, Zhang Dehai next to him looked ambiguous. Warming the bed is great. He also wants someone to warm the bed. Only Healing's expression remained unchanged. It won't work, it won't work. Joyuki waved her hands repeatedly and said in a panic. I really can't do this. But everything else can be learned. Look, don't you stop stuttering now? You can still speak coherently. Sumu suddenly spoke. Joyuki was stunned. Immediately, she xiquickly understood his intention. Chapter 37. Night. Tianmu Village. The bonfire has been lit. Xiaozhou, the territory has just been built and is a bit shabby. I haven't built a kitchen or anything like that. You can just show it off tonight. Sumu pointed to the bonfire in front of him and a black bull hunted by Thunderstorm King Kong, and said. Joyuki and Healing have been temporarily brought back to the territory. The other three women were natives of Tianlong City, so Sumu asked them to go back. I see. Joyuki was no longer as nervous as she was at the beginning. She picked up the knife on the ground, squatted aside and began to break down the meat of the cow carcass. Sumu noticed that her cooking methods were very clean and neat, and she looked like someone who cooked frequently. Moreover, when she came back, Joyuki had already washed her face by the river, and now her appearance was fully revealed. She is a pretty and sweet girl. He looks to be in his early 20s, youthful and invincible. He should be a college student. Boss Sumu, you want to say that your territory is shabby, but you are really in Versailles. Zhang Dehai looked around and continued. Whose territory is so big at this stage? The cabins are well organized. The prototype of a small village has been perfectly formed, okay. He Ling next to her nodded, expressing her strong agreement. In fact, Zhang Dehai was right. It was only after Sumu came back that he saw that many wooden houses had appeared in his territory out of thin air. It looked more like a village than when he left. It is estimated that during his absence, Vinchia organized slimes to build it. It's still a lot worse. Sumu said casually. Compared with other lords, you are already amazing. Zhang Dehai suddenly thought of something. By the way, Mr. Sumu, the members of your territory are all slimes, and most of them are kings. He noticed when he first entered the territory. The most numerous things in Boss Sumu's territory are slimes. There is also a black and purple King Kong. He didn't even see a trace of a human being. There is no such thing as human beings? Then boss, aren't you unbearably lonely every lonely night? Speaking of this, Zhang Dehai smiled. Boss, you did the right thing by bringing the three of us back. With us here, you will definitely not be lonely in the future. As soon as Zhang Dehai finished speaking, the door of the wooden house behind was suddenly pushed open. Brother! A sweet voice sounded. The next moment, a beautiful figure fell into Sumu's arms under the gaze of the three people. Brother, brother! I miss you so much. Susu buried her face, which was as beautiful as a porcelain doll, into the crook of Sumu's neck. With a sweet smile on her face, she sat on Sumu's lap without any hesitation, holding his waist tightly with both hands. Liar, when I came back I saw you still sleeping, how could you miss me? Sumu smiled and hugged Susu's waist, fearing that she would fall if she didn't sit firmly. I'm not lying. I just wanted to. Susu shook her pink and slender feet reluctantly, and her body twisted in protest. It's strange to say that Susu has never worn shoes since she was born, but her feet have always been kept clean. It was as if some invisible force separated her body from the dirt. Sumu was most afraid of Susu's move. He quickly raised the white flag and caught her dangling little feet. Okay, okay. Think about it. Stop making trouble, I blamed you wrongly. Susu, who won, smiled proudly and became quiet. On the side, Zhang Dehai and the three people who saw the interaction between the two had different expressions. Joyuki quickly turned away and continued her work. Ling pursed her lips slightly. Zhang Dehai was full of envy. Hey, it turns out that I was just being sentimental. I thought that Mr. Sumu was really unpopular around me. It turned out that I was just playing a trick to hide the beauty in the golden house. I don't have a golden house to hide my beauty. Sumu smiled and explained. Susu was sleeping when I first came back. I couldn't bear to wake her up. Understand, understand. No need to explain, boss, I understand everything. Not to mention that Mr. Sumu couldn't bear it, Zhang Dehai couldn't bear it either. Thinking in his mind, his eyes fell on Susu and took a look. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Zhang Dehai felt that Susu in Boss Sumu's arms was a little unreal, like a fairy in a TV series. He couldn't help but ask. Boss, is she an indigenous person? Not a human race? Well, yes. Sumu responded. He didn't want to explain too much about Susu. Awesome, Mr. Sumu. With her by your side, your territory will not be quiet even if no one else is around. Before Zhang Dehai finished speaking, the door of the wooden house was pushed open again. His mouth was wide open and he was stunned. He forgot to speak for a while. Because, a tall, charming and beautiful figure appeared at the door of the wooden house. Even if her face is pretty, especially the ears on her head and the big tail that swings freely. Every special feature that is different from human beings greatly stimulates every nerve of Zhang Dehai. Depend on. Zhang Dehai couldn't help but cursed. Boss. Your territory even has a man's ultimate dream, the beast-eared girl. Beast-eared girl, a man's ultimate dream of having S***X. As long as you have come into contact with the two-spined ape and played games, who doesn't like the beast-eared girl? There's no way you can resist it, okay? Whoa! Zhang Dehai shed tears of envy in his eyes. There really is no comparison between people. Zhang Dehai started as a slave, and was suppressed by the fat goblin princess for 2 days and 2 nights. Look at Mr. Sumu again. He won more than just rewards for his first promotion, and he also lived a perfect territorial life that was envied by countless men. Zhang Dehai felt that his young heart had been greatly hurt. It hurts. Zhou Yuqi also noticed the movement. After turning her head and taking a look, her eyes were amazed, and then she continued to concentrate on her work. Master. Westja glanced at Zhang Dehai and the others, and then sat down next to her master obediently. Little did he know that Zhang Dehai's soul was hit hard again by her words of master. Nope. Such a beautiful, sexy, and charming girl with animal ears, she is actually a slave. OMG. An obedient and well-behaved slave who can do whatever his master wants him to do. At this moment, Zhang Dehai, who had read countless age comics, felt that the hurt he suffered from being insulted by the goblin princess was nothing. Compared to that, he was hurt more now. It really lives up to that sentence. Some people are born as Romans, and some are born as cows and horses. Ignoring Zhang Dehai's envious eyes, Sumu looked at Vinchia and asked. You built the wooden houses with them, right? Uh-huh. Vinchia nodded. What a great job. We, Vinchia, are still very capable. Sumu smiled and gave a thumbs up. In the future, when I am away, you have the right to lead them to build their territory, and I approved it. Thank you, Master. Vinchia was originally worried that her master would be unhappy and blame herself for making arbitrary decisions. She was worried about this. But no. She even got compliments for it. Vinchia felt very happy, and her eyes turned into crescent moons with laughter. By the way, Master, another slime has joined us. As soon as your front feet left, they arrived. The total is. Vinchia reported on the situation in the territory after Sumu left. Chapter 38. 1. Absorb 300 lives and become territorial residents, currently 345/300, completed. Looking at the status displayed by the territory crystal, Sumu was also a little surprised. A lot of slimes came today, and the blanks of territory residents were filled in immediately. 2 own buildings 45/30, completed, on the land within your territory. 2 conditions have been completed, and the other 3 conditions only need to be met. It is only a matter of time before the territory is upgraded to level 2. Master, the wooden houses are built based on the slime family. If the family is big, I will plan more land for them and let them build bigger houses. Moreover, I have planned and separated the houses of various elemental slimes in different directions, which makes them look more tidy. Vinchia reported from the side. Yes, your idea is very good. If it were me, I would do the same thing. To be honest, Sumu was very satisfied. Vinchia is somewhat like a housekeeper. And her ideas and thinking are very economical and applicable. Being able to get continuous recognition from her master, Vinchia's fatigue from the day has been cleared away, and now she is only happy. Brother Sumu, can I ask a question? Zhang Dehai hesitated for a long time and then spoke. Ask. Why do you recruit so many slimes to your territory? Is there anything special about these little things? Zhang Dehai witnessed the battle between slimes and goblins with his own eyes. The slime was beaten so hard that he was unable to fight back. These little things are so weak in combat, why on earth did Big Sumu recruit them? A part of the territory was also planned for them to stay permanently. To be honest, Zhang Dehai can't understand it, not at all. Healing next to her was also very curious. She also looked at Sumu, wanting to get the answer. Sumu smiled mysteriously. Zhang Dehai and the others certainly couldn't appreciate the benefits of slime. Water elemental slimes only need to drink water, fire elemental slimes eat fire, and wood elemental slimes eat tree sap. The slime worked hard all day, and Sumu's territory was not consumed at all. Would the boss not love such an employee? Of course, Sumu would not reveal these things for the time being. He said casually. Because I once gained the ability to communicate with slimes. These little guys are quite cute. Let's recruit some for fun. Zhang Dehai is also a human spirit. He knew that Boss Sumu didn't have that much trust in him or them now, so it was normal that he didn't want to point out some things. He didn't ask why. Can you still communicate with slimes? Are you so awesome? Don't these little guys just whine? Just then, a small blue figure appeared. It came to Sumu Duan. Sir. Yi, are you back after having a full meal? Sumu smiled and spoke. He reached out and touched Yi's round belly. Yes, sir. One by one, the belly was straightened out, making it easier for Sumu to touch. Sit next to me for a while. Okay. One by one, they sat down next to Sumu. Look, I can indeed communicate with them, right? Sumu looked at Zhang Dehai and the others. Sharp. Zhang Dehai had nothing to say. From his perspective, the slime was screaming wow wah wah. But Boss Sumu can really achieve cross-racial communication with slimes. Xiaozhou, that's good. The meat you grill is really delicious. Sumu gave a thumbs up. Zhou Yuki's cooking skills are indeed very good. The grilled meat is charred on the outside, tender and juicy on the inside. Compared to Sumu's cooking skills, she is obviously much better. It can be seen from the way everyone's mouths are full of oil. Let's not talk about Zhang Dehai and Healing. After all, they don't know if they have eaten enough in the past few days. They must have been reincarnated as ghosts who died of starvation. But the feedback from Susu and Vinchia was also very good. Especially Vinchia, except for her wild eating on the first day, she is usually very gentle and ladylike. It's hard to be unladylike tonight. It can be seen that Zhou Yuki's cooking skills are absolutely perfect. Thank you for the compliment. Zhou Yuki smiled and wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling that the hard work of the night was worth it. A person who loves to cook enjoys this moment the most. Xiaozhou, you can stay in my territory from now on, I need you for my daily life. Sumu wiped the oil stains on his mouth with satisfaction and said. It's food and drink, how can we have daily life? Zhou Yuki's face turned slightly red, she murmured for a moment and nodded. Of course she wants to stay. She probably knows what the environment is like outside now. Brother Sumu, we don't know how to cook. Are you going to abandon us too? To be honest, Sumu's words made Zhang Dehai a little panicked. Compared with women, Zhang Dehai felt that he had no advantage at all. He can't stick his butt out, can he? Even if he is willing, Mr. Sumu is willing to use it. Healing next to Zhang Dehai was also a little nervous. She doesn't want to lose her support. In such an environment, let alone being a lord, it was almost like surviving in the doomsday, and she didn't want to be abandoned. I'm not abandoning you. Rather, I want you to develop in the territory I occupy, which has become my annexed territory. Sumu explained. Zhang Dehai, remember when I defeated Shrek and the others? Their territory is still empty and I don't have time to develop it. I can only leave it to you two to develop for the time being. Of course, this is also the time to test your abilities. So that's it. Zhang Dehai felt relieved. Don't worry, Mr. Sumu, I will definitely work hard to let you see my abilities. Then it's best. After dinner, Sumu arranged 2 cabins for Zhang Dehai and the others to rest and stay temporarily. Zhou Yuqi asked him if he had any clothes. She wanted a change of clothes. Sumu found a few sets for her and took them back. Zhou Yuqi wanted to stay in the territory, so he was naturally more generous. At night, Sumu spent a lot of effort to coax Susu to sleep. He gently picked her up and put her on Winstia's bed. The 2 of them would just spend the night together tonight. He will expand the wooden house tomorrow. After all, he is a territorial big brother who doesn't even have his own private space, so he has no chance to do anything he wants to do. Owner. Winstia's voice came from behind, and Sumu turned around. Have you finished taking a shower? He sniffed. There is obviously no shower gel fragrance, but every time Winstia takes a shower, there is a scent on her body. It seems to be her own body fragrance. Sumu couldn't tell what it felt like to smell this kind of fragrance. Anyway, it smells good. Make him want to smell more. Westchen nodded. Maybe because it was just her and her master now, she felt slightly nervous and shy. Winstia's shy and pretty manners all fell into Sumu's eyes. He felt his heart beating a little faster for no reason, and quietly moved closer to her. Winstia, have you forgotten something? Hey? Did I forget something? Westcha thought hard, frowned for a long time with her pale pink brows, and shook her head. Sumu reminds. Winstia, you won't forget our noon bet, right? Chapter 39. With this reminder, Westcha remembered. When the goblins attacked at noon, she made a bet with her master. If the master wins, she will kiss him. Thinking of this, Winstonia's face suddenly turned red. Sumu naturally noticed this change. It seems you have remembered it. Westcha responded in a low voice, not daring to look at her master. That. Why don't you fulfill your bet quickly? Needless to say, Sumu still had some expectations. Master, can you close your eyes first? Westcha thought of a compromise. If the owner had her eyes open, she would be very embarrassed to speak. Close your eyes, maybe it will be much better. Knowing that Winstia was shy, Sumu agreed to her request. Okay, I close my eyes. Sumu closed her eyes naturally. He waited for a moment. Nothing. Sumu couldn't help but say. Return. Before he could say anything, he felt his mouth go cold. Immediately, a cold, pudding-like feeling hit me. It's lips. Lip-to-lip collision. Sumu's whole body trembled, as if he was electrocuted, and he opened his eyes. All right. Vinchia has turned around, not daring to look at her master again. Her fair and slender neck was overflowing with redness, adding a bit of charm to her beauty. Westcha hesitated for a long time, and finally mustered up the courage to kiss her. She was too ashamed. After all, this is her first time. No. Winstia. I thought you were going to kiss my face. Sumu blurted out. Ah. Westcha was stunned. She looked at her master with flashing pink eyes. Master, didn't you say kiss on the mouth? I didn't say anything, Sumu said with a smile. Besides, there's no point in kissing someone in a bet. He also didn't expect that Winstonia would kiss him on the mouth. I thought a kiss on the cheek would be enough. No wonder she was so shy, it turned out that she thought it was a kiss on the mouth. Master, I'm going to rest first. Westcha was shy and embarrassed, so she hurriedly ran to the bed. Wait. Sumu wanted to hold her hand, but Winstia moved so quickly that he couldn't hold her hand at all. In the end, he could only grab her tail. Winstonia's body trembled slightly and she paused on the spot, her voice trembling a little. Host. Master, what are you doing? It's okay, you can go to sleep. Sumu let go of his hand. He originally wanted to tease Vinchia. But when he saw that her face was as red as boiled shrimp, he stopped thinking about it. The plan to develop a little fox that can respond to everything has a long way to go. Sumu sighed in his heart. Learn the sneak attack technique. Acquire ganglion slash. Lying on the bed, Sumu learned all the skill scrolls he obtained today. At the same time, he also received a reminder. Ganglion slash is a wind element skill. The Lord learned the wind element skill for the first time and successfully bound the wind element attribute. He will no longer be able to learn other element skills. What's going on? The first time you learn a skill, do you bind element attributes? Is there any other way to say this? When Sumu received the reminder, her balls ached. You have to know that there is such a thing, he has to learn some awesome elemental attributes for the first time. For example, thunder, light, darkness, space, etc. Isn't it a bit too confusing? Sumu looked at the world chat channel and found that almost no one was talking about this issue. Also, at this stage, everyone who has skill scrolls is probably just trying to make a fortune, so there is no time to be lazy in the world chat. Not everyone is Shrek. Thinking of this, Sumu opened his friends. He remembered that the first skill scroll he gave Luxi was the lightning technique. The one I gave yesterday was Tianhuozayan, which is of the fire attribute. So, can she learn? After Sumu sent her question, Luxi responded quickly. I forgot to remind you, I'm sorry. I have activated the Lord talent, which means I can learn 5 elemental skills, so I immediately forgot about this problem. I am so sorry. Luxi placed the blame on herself and kept apologizing. Sumu's original idea was not to question her, but he just wanted to ask about it clearly. After getting the exact answer, Sumu admitted it. Just learn it if you've learned it, it's better to have the wind element than not have it, right? It's okay, I just asked you to confirm. You don't need to say sorry to me. You did nothing wrong. Luxi's reply was very prompt every time. I was still thinking about giving it to you as soon as I found the skill scroll, and I would tell you later. I didn't expect you to find it yourself first. But don't worry, I don't think so. Maybe there will be treasures in the future that can break this setting. If I have a treasure in this area, I will definitely give it to you first. Then let me say thank you first. Communication with Luxi is always simple and direct. This woman has a high emotional intelligence and knows how to be grateful, which is really good. To be honest, Sumu really wanted to meet her in person. On the other side, Luxi said the words "you're welcome" and smiled slightly. Soon, a piercing howl came. Luxi quickly closed her friend chat box. After adjusting her breathing slightly, she wiped the blue liquid from her face, then picked up the dead tree staff on the ground and walked into another tree hole. There, a group of withered blue butterfly banshees are waiting for her. The battle belonging to Luxi is still going on. Sneak attack technique, suddenly blitz to the enemy's rear and deliver a fatal blow. The difference in strength is too great, the effect of the skill is not obvious. Ganglion slash, swings an arc-shaped wind forward, causing terrifying range of wind element damage. It is more powerful when used with weapons. Both skills are pretty good, and Sumu is quite satisfied. He remembered that he still had a scroll of summoning the undead that was useless, but at this time. 2-star value information, an airdrop treasure chest will appear 1 kilometer southeast in half an hour. Information tip, the treasure chest will disappear within 10 minutes. Please arrange time to pick it up. Are there any more airdrop treasure chests? Sumu dismissed his sleepiness and stood up. Master, it's so late, do you still want to go out? Westcha helped Susu tuck the gap in the quilt, and saw her master getting up and walking out. I'll be back after I go out for a while. You can take Susu to bed first. Then please be safe. Vinchia warned. It's fine. Sumu smiled at her, closed the wooden door and left. Bake. Zhang Dehai jumped up from the bed and looked at Sumu, who appeared at his door in surprise. Boss Sumu, you're going to scare me to death. It's late at night. If you're not sleeping with sister-in-law Vinchia at home, why are you coming to my house? No way, could it be you, boss? While speaking, Zhang Dehai covered his anus and shrank back, with a look of fear on his face. Go away, where did all the drama come from? Sumu gave him a roll of eyes. Get up quickly and take you somewhere. Okay, Zhang Dehai stood up. Chapter 40. Boss Sumu, why did you drag me to such a remote place at night? Isn't it too late to experience a field battle? The monsters are probably asleep. Holding a torch in his hand, Zhang Dehai looked around at the surrounding environment. He felt a little panicked and couldn't help but speak. You'll find out later. Sumu glanced at the prompts from the intelligence system and didn't explain too much. This is it, wait. 2 minutes later. By the light of the moonlight, Zhang Dehai suddenly saw a box suddenly appear from the sky, and then slowly fall. This is... He was surprised. He suddenly understood why Boss Sumu asked him to come out so late at night. Airdrop successfully dropped. Sumu quickly stepped forward to check. Boss Sumu, is this what the chat channel often talks about, randomly airdropping treasure boxes? Zhang Dehai followed up and asked in a low voice. During the 2 nights when he was ravaged by the goblin princess, Zhang Dehai relied on watching the world chat channel to pass the news. He also heard a lot of interesting stories from it. Airdrop treasure chests are one of them. Many lords have said that the appearance of this kind of airdrop treasure chest is very random. Many people are extremely lucky to encounter it once and pick up good things from it. Yes, it's an airdrop treasure box. Sumu didn't hide anything, he explained. I brought you out just to give you a long experience. This world is very random. Many times you may see treasure chests in the wild, or encounter this kind of airdrop. Don't pass up this opportunity. And, let me tell you, if you see an airdrop, you must pick it up as soon as possible, otherwise it will disappear. Ah? Will it disappear? Zhang Dehai said in surprise. He really didn't know about this, and no one on the world chat channel said anything about it. Right. Remember, it will disappear in about 15 minutes. If you see an airdrop treasure chest in the territory over there in the future, remember to pick it up as soon as possible. Zhang Dehai nodded heavily, feeling grateful and excited in his heart. The fact that Mr. Sumu can share this news with him means that he still has a role in his heart. Zhang Dehai secretly vowed to work hard and achieve great results. Hey? Only one thing this time. The airdrop treasure chest has been opened. But Sumu didn't find many things like last time, but only one thing. He picked it up and took a look at the introduction. Crown of Yemei, with it, you are the absolute king of the Yemei clan. They will obey your orders, regard you as their king, and always follow your steps. Here is a brief introduction to the Yemei clan. Night demons are a strange race born in darkness and active in darkness. They feed on the negative energy and dreams of animals. It is an energy-like existence. According to legend, the demon clan was originally derived from the Yemei clan. They represent absolute evil existences in folklore. Considered ominous by the common people. It is an existence even more notorious than the demons. Sumu also saw a line of small words on it. Once you put on the night charm crown, you cannot take it off. As their king, you must bear the karma of their clan. Looking at the black crown that exuded mist, Sumu hesitated for the first time about a treasure. Wear? Or not to wear it? Next to him, Zhang Dehai's eyes also fell on the night charm crown. He couldn't see any introduction, but he just felt that this black crown had an inexplicable power that made people palpitate. That's right, it's heart palpitations. At least, Zhang Dehai can't help but feel scared when he looks at it. Boss Sumu, what is this? Why is my heart beating so fast when I look at it, and why am I so scared? Zhang Dehai frowned and spoke. He touched his chest. His heartbeat was as fast as if he had just run 5 kilometers. Does it scare you when you look at it? Sumu glanced at him. Really, if you don't believe me, please touch my breasts. Zhang Dehai even rubbed it himself as he spoke, with words written on his face. If you don't believe me, just touch it. This guy. Sumu gave him a blank look. There is no need to touch, but his and Zhang Dehai's feelings are completely different. Looking at this crown of night charm, Sumu felt no fear in her heart, but instead felt a sense of ancient loneliness. There is also a sense of intimacy hidden in it. Sumu didn't know the reason for this completely different feeling. But it's so mysterious. Unexplainable. Wear it. It was under the different feelings that Sumu put the night charm crown on his head. A magical scene appeared. The moment the crown was raised, it immediately turned into bursts of black smoke rising into the sky. Then it immediately dissipated in all directions, as if it had never existed. What's going on? Zhang Dehai was confused and looked around. Sumu didn't know how to explain it to him. At this time, 3-star dangerous information, the news of the airdrop has attracted the attention of the White Fox clan of Maloo Forest. They are forming a small team to come here and will arrive in 10 minutes. The alert tone of the intelligence system sounded again. Walk. Put out the torch, let's hide first. Sumu patted Zhang Dehai, and then climbed up a big tree using his hands and feet. Zhang Dehai's movements were not so crisp, but they were not sloppy either, and he quickly hid with Sumu. 10 minutes later, a clan of white foxes with plush pointed ears and big white tails appeared. 4 girls and 1 boy. Like Vinchia, they are both demi-humans, but they are far less beautiful than Vinchia in appearance. This is why Sumu chose to stay and observe secretly. He had just heard that the intelligence system suggested that they were from the White Fox clan, and he couldn't help but connect with the Red Fox clan in Vinchia. He wanted to confirm whether there were fox demi-humans living in the Maloo forest. Really? Everything in front of him confirmed his suspicion. Zhang Dehai drooled as he watched on the tree. 4 beast-eared girls. Although she is far less beautiful than Boss Sumu's sister-in-law, Vinchia, she is still a girl with animal ears, isn't she? And it's still in the forest near the territory. Zhang Dehai suddenly felt that his life was promising. The people of the White Fox clan circled around, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, they turned around and walked into the forest. Dehai, you go back to the territory first, I'll follow them and take a look. Sumu whispered from the tree. Okay, boss, please be careful. Zhang Dehai didn't dare to go into the Maloo forest late at night. He knew how much he weighed and didn't want to become a burden to Sumu. Well, go back and be safe. After giving instructions, Sumu jumped down from the tree and soon followed the White Fox clan into the Maloo forest. The speed of the White Fox clan was not very fast, and Sumu followed them all the way without losing track. However, what surprised him was that the purpose of the White Fox clan coming out at night was actually to hunt and find food. Chapter 41. Sumu couldn't quite understand. Don't the White Fox clan go out to look for food during the day? Why do you have to wait until night to come? If we are afraid of danger, it is more so at night. Could it be that they have a habit of coming out at night? There were doubts in his heart, which strengthened Sumu's determination to follow all the way. Soon, he followed the White Fox clan to the location of their cave. It was a cave with a big withered tree as a cover. If you don't search carefully, you won't find that there is a cave hidden under the dead tree. After carefully observing the surrounding environment, the White Fox clan got into the cave. The reason why Sumu followed them all the way was largely because he wanted to make contact with the White Fox clan and see if they could be transformed into a labor force for the territory. But the White Fox clan was very cautious along the way. Sumu knew that the more cautious the race, the stronger the defense in their hearts. If he appeared in front of them like this, he would probably cause panic and besieged by them. After thinking about it, Sumu decided to give up the idea of contact for the time being. He planned to go back and ask Vinchia if she knew anything about the White Fox clan. We are all foxes, so we always know something, right? On the way back, Sumu felt something was not right. From time to time, he felt as if there was a dark wind around him. There seemed to be many pairs of eyes staring at him around him, and he felt very nervous. But Sumu stopped and looked around, and there was no one around him. Is it because you walked too much at night? Sumu muttered in his mouth. He is now walking in the Mallow forest, and the only light around him is the moonlight that shines through the trees. If the trees are denser, you can only rely on personal vision. Sudden. Sumu saw two black figures not far ahead. But when he blinked to see clearly again, the black shadow was gone. What's going on? Dazzled? Sumu was so brave that he felt a chill on his back. Wouldn't it be that evil? He didn't pass by any cemetery or any other place. Hiss. Suddenly, Sumu took a breath of cold air and took 2 steps back. It turned out that the dark shadow just now came to him at some point. But this time it's not 2. But before Sumu could count clearly, all the shadows knelt on the ground and spoke. Welcome, my king. Their voices cannot be distinguished by gender, as if they come from the void and are very ethereal. At this moment, Sumu probably understood. It turned out that his Yaimei crown came into play and gathered all the Yaimei clan within the Mallow forest. He never thought that the effect would appear so quickly. Moreover, these night demons look really a bit evil. They are formless, and they all exist like a shadow. If you just hide in the dark, you won't be able to find them at all. Get up quickly and leave with me first. After figuring out what was going on, Sumu felt much more relaxed. Soon, following a group of dark shadows, he returned to the small village of Tianmu. Territorial members plus 40. You, come here. Sumu waved to the nearest night charm of his. Yes, my lord. Yemei, Snod Nun. Age, 398 years, 5 months and 108 days. Work adaptability, none. Special talent tags, stalker, only, keen sense of smell, combat expert. There is no work adaptability, which Sumu did not expect. Stalkers, hidden in the darkness, difficult to detect, they are the watchers in the night, a talent label exclusive to the Yaimei clan. Kick sense of smell, able to sense the presence of danger and react immediately. Combat expert, with it by your side, your combat effectiveness will increase by 10%. The first 2 talents allowed Sumu to find Yaimei's position immediately. Aren't these guys the best sentinels in the territory at night? With them standing guard at night, the security of the territory is greatly guaranteed to a certain extent. Although Sumu has an intelligence system, he can also receive intelligence when danger approaches. But you still need to be tough to strike iron. What if the system goes crazy one day and fails to send him a message? Or as he gets stronger and stronger, the risk factor is too small and the intelligence system doesn't prompt him? Therefore, with the emergence of Yaimei, there is simply no more suitable position for sentry duty in the current territory than them. As for the talent of combat expert, it is also easy to understand. To a large extent, it is similar to his leader's pride passive. Sumu's proud passive is that under his leadership in combat, the combat effectiveness of all members in the territory will increase by 10%. This effect was already reflected when he attacked Shrek's territory. Don't be too awesome. Thunderstorm King Kong is like taking a stimulant, and it will give a hammer to the Lizardman. It's late at night. Regarding the Yaimei clan, Sumu knew that what he saw now was only the surface. If you want to know more about this race, you must get in touch with it. After temporarily arranging them for sentry, Sumu returned to his wooden house. You haven't slept yet. As soon as he opened the door, Sumu met Vinchia's eyes. Just fell asleep. Vinchia pretended to yawn, turned over and hugged Susu. As soon as she closed her eyes, she was about to go to sleep. Fool! Sumu sighed softly. He stepped forward to tuck the slipping quilt for Vinchia, and then returned to his bed. He's not stupid, so why didn't he know that Vinchia was waiting for him to come back and make sure he was safe before sleeping? He estimated that if he came back later, she would go out to look for him. The little fox is quite considerate. Sumu sighed in her heart and gradually fell into sleep. The next day, in his sleep, Sumu felt a heavy weight on his body, as if something was pressing down on him. He opened his eyes and saw. Good guy. Susu's entire upper body was pressing on him. The little girl didn't know when she ran over. Her small white hands tightly grasped Sumu's clothes, her head rested on his chest, and there was a glint of crystal hanging on the corner of her mouth. Slept so sweetly. From the top-down perspective, a faint hint of spring is squeezed out. Sumu quickly looked away. Why didn't he dare to sleep in the same bed with Susu? To a large extent, Susu is no longer a little girl. Some parts of her that were beginning to take shape put a lot of pressure on him. Sumu quickly stood up, maybe his movements were too big and disturbed Susu. The little girl opened her hazy eyes and glanced at him, and said in a daze. Brother, be good, don't make trouble, Susu is still sleepy. As Susu said, her little hands hung around Sumu's neck, and her little head squeezed hard into his arms. Hey! Forget it. It's already dawn, so let the little girl sleep more. Thinking in his heart, Sumu lay down and patted Susu's back. When the little girl fell asleep, she was still very well behaved and cute. After looking at it for a long time, Sumu inadvertently had a smile on his face. Chapter 42. After breakfast, Sumu sent Zhangdahai and healing to his affiliated territory. The person riding on the road is still the king of Thunderstorm King Kong. This also raised Sumu's desire for a normal mount to another level. He secretly decided that after arranging Zhangdahai and the others, he must get a mount to satisfy himself. What surprised Sumu was that the moment Zhangdahai touched the territory crystal, a reminder suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Slave, Zhangdahai is trying to occupy your territory. Boss Sumu, this shows whether I want to occupy this territory, what should I do? Zhangdahai glanced at Sumu. Don't worry, let me take a look. After groping for a while, Sumu still couldn't find the option to invite the other party to temporarily manage the affiliated territory. Zhangdahai spoke at this time. Brother Sumu, could it be that the current territory level is not enough and the system of rights and responsibilities has not been updated? So there is no way to set up agent management for the auxiliary territory. It's possible. Sumu thought it made sense. Some lord-type games can set authority and official titles. They certainly can too. But now there is no way for Zhangdahai to become the administrator of the affiliated territory. This may be largely because the territory level is not high enough and the system permissions have not been updated. After all, the last transaction chat was also the result of the system update after the territory was upgraded. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Sumu and Zhangdahai were chatting when the system announcement suddenly came. Congratulations to the beautiful Lord Isoli for successfully upgrading his territory to level 2 in the Poisonous Land. The Poisonous Miasma Land exists as a special map, and Isoli gets the system's first level 2 territory reward. Because a lord has successfully upgraded his territory to level 2, the system will be upgraded in real time and some functions will be unlocked. Level 2 territory. The people in this beautiful country are so fierce. Zhangdahai smacked his lips and sighed. Sumu didn't expect that someone would successfully upgrade the territory to level 2 so quickly. However, with 6 billion lords in the world, it's impossible for them to be without talents and adventures, right? To be honest, Sumu can still accept it. By the way, Mr. Sumu, I heard that the upgrade conditions for special territories are different from those on our general maps. Do you know this? Zhang Dehai said. I've heard about it. From Luo Wuxi's deeds, Sumu already knew that the special map was different from their ordinary maps. As expected of a boss. As soon as Zhang Dehai finished sighing, a reminder appeared in front of his eyes. Lord Sumu invites you to be the village chief of the affiliated village. Accept. Reject. Boss, what's going on? Updated. Sumu's eyes fell on the system announcement that had just been updated. This time it is updated in seconds. Just as you thought, the authority system has been updated. Now I can invite you to manage the affiliated territory on your behalf. Not only has the authority system been updated, but gold coins can now be traded in temporary shops. For example, you can hang a scroll and put a price on it, and if the other party can pay, they can take the thing away. Rather than just limited to exchange. Zhang Dehai was appointed by you as the head of the affiliated village. The ownership of the village still belongs to you. You have the right to use all resources in the village. Oh. Boss. Zhang Dehai seemed to be excited by something, and suddenly uttered a curse word. I have now directly become the lord of a level 1 territory, which is awesome. I finally got rid of my slave status. Ah ha ha ha. The entire territory was filled with Zhang Dehai's hearty laughter. Can you change the name of the territory? Sumu asked. Can. Zhang Dehai tried it. Do you have any good name suggestions? You can take it yourself. I will leave this territory to you for the time being to manage and develop it. Anyway, I brought you a lot of tools and weapons today. I'll come back in 10 days to see how you will develop it. Sumu waved his hand and was ready to become the shopkeeper. When he gave the territory to Zhang Dehai to manage, to a large extent he was also considering whether Zhang Dehai was capable. Don't worry, boss. When you come back in 10 days, I, Zhang Dehai, will definitely show you a completely new territory. I swear by my status as lord. Zhang Dehai slapped his chest loudly. He Ling on the side watched him and Sumu talking and laughing, feeling envious in her heart. However, she knew that Zhang Dehai did seem to be more capable than herself. He Ling gritted her teeth secretly. She decided to express herself well too. At least, let Sumu see her value in 10 days. After arranging the affairs of the annexed territory, Sumu left. Returned to Tianmu village. Sumu immediately gathered all the slimes. He separated the slime with the work blessing label independently. Then some slimes with negative labels and not so good were arranged to cut down trees. After everything was done, Sumu began to make drastic changes in construction. With the Lord upgrading his territory to level 2, the invisible pressure on Sumu has increased a lot. The wooden house is sufficient at this stage. Slime cannot live in many places due to its small size. Because Sumu already had a ranch construction scroll before. So the ranch was quickly built successfully under his leadership. Pasture, you can keep animals in captivity and get the resources and materials you want. The function of pasture is actually very simple. It's just that if you want to drink milk, you have to raise a cow, right? Do you need eggs? You have to raise chickens, right? Blacksmith shop. Outpost. Under Sumu's leadership, these 2 buildings were quickly built. It goes without saying the role of the blacksmith shop. The role of the outpost is to serve as a place for the sentinels in the village to work and rest. Sumu will temporarily use this place to arrange for the Yemei clan to live in. Anyway, the 2.5-story wooden house looks quite domineering, and the space is not small. Before the sun set, Sumu successfully built 4 mechanical sentry towers at the 4 corners of his territory. Fortunately, these buildings were mainly made of wood and metal, and no other materials were needed, so he was able to build them so quickly. At night, a bonfire was lit. Tomorrow we will dig up the agricultural land, build up the militia team, then repair the gate of the village and write our 4 characters Tianmu village on it, and it will be completed. Sumu planned what she would do tomorrow. Brother! You didn't even play well with Susu today. Susu leaned next to Sumu, her little mouth was so curled up that it could hang an oil bottle. She is very bored today. They are all looking for their brother to play with. It's a pity that her brother has been busy with other things and has no time to care about her. Susu was also afraid of disturbing her brother. No, only at night did she dare to sit next to him and complain. Susu, good boy, wait until my brother has finished these 2 days and upgraded his territory, and then I can take you to have fun. Sumu pinched Susu's little face and comforted her with a smile. Really, don't lie. The little girl is easy to coax. After listening to his words, Susu dropped her pouting mouth. No lie. Real. Brother is so kind. Susu hugged Sumu's arm tightly, shaking and coquettishly. Those bright and smiling eyes seemed to be filled with stars in the night sky. On the side, Vinchia pursed her lips slightly when she saw this scene. Sometimes she envies Susu. Innocent and carefree, cheerful and lively, he can express his thoughts casually. She can't. By the way, Vinchia, do you know anything about the White Fox clan? Sumu suddenly asked. Chapter 43. White Fox Clan. Master, have you ever met the White Fox clan? How do you know them? Vinchia glanced at her master in surprise. It's strange. Is there anything special about the White Fox clan? Sumu looked at her puzzled. Of course it's weird. Vinchia opened her mouth and said. Master, our Red Fox clan has been living in a place in the Andean mountains for thousands of years. The Andean mountains are shrouded in fog all year round, and the plants are tall and dense. It is also the sacred mountain among many people. It breeds many races and creatures, and contains countless dangers. The White Fox clan is a branch of the race. There were originally quite a few of them. But because they are low-key, few people know of their existence, and their reputation is not as good as that of our Red Fox clan. Vinchia whispered about the past she knew. Until one day, humans broke into the Andean mountains and captured and killed the members of the White Fox clan. The appearance of humans disturbed the tranquility of the Andean mountains. So the racial creatures in the mountains thought that it was all caused by the White Fox clan, and they worked together to drive the White Fox clan out. This was 100 years ago. No one has mentioned the White Fox clan anymore, and basically no one knows about their existence. I also heard it mentioned by the elders of the clan, so Master, I am really surprised that you suddenly mentioned the White Fox clan. The White Fox clan actually still has such a past. Sumu didn't expect it either, but he quickly thought of the important point. Why do humans hunt the White Fox clan? Is there anything special about them? If the White Fox clan did not have special abilities, they would not be hunted and killed by humans. So it is only possible that they have great value and benefits. Vinchia nodded. Really? The White Fox clan also has a name called the Vinchia clan. I heard that each of them can contain spiritual energy. Wherever they are, spiritual energy can gather quickly, and the gathered spiritual energy can make plants grow quickly. This ability has also been confirmed. Since they disappeared from the Andean mountains, the spiritual energy is still sufficient, but the growth of plants is extremely slow. So, the reason for plant growth is not only spiritual energy, but also the existence of the White Fox clan. The White Fox clan actually has such ability. Unbelievable. If what Vinchia said is true, then the ability of the White Fox clan is simply not too strong. The wheat seeds Sumu planted 2 days ago have not even sprouted. It shows that there is no acceleration in farming in this world. Unlike the game, it will grow by itself when the time is up. But it really needs a growth cycle, careful care, and care. Such as weeding and watering. But what if the White Fox clan joins? Can plants grow quickly? Vinchia, there is a White Fox clan in the Malua forest. Sumu suddenly spoke. Ah? Really or not? The surprise on Vinchia's face became even greater. Really, didn't I go out last night? I saw them. Sumu suddenly became excited. By the way, Vinchia, if it were you, could you persuade the White Fox clan to join our territory? Think about it, if they join in, the crops grown in the fields in our territory will grow quickly. I really need their abilities. Vinchia was stunned for a moment, then shook her head with embarrassment. I'm sorry, Master. I'm afraid I can't. I'm afraid they will resent me. Well. Unexpectedly, this was the answer she got. Sumu was stunned for a moment. 100 years ago, you, the Red Fox clan, were the ones who drove them out of the Andean mountains. He probably guessed something. Yes. Vinchia didn't hide it. The natural ability of our Red Fox clan is fighting. We are the ones who fight the most with humans in the Andes mountains. The White Fox clan caused us to lose many compatriots from the clan, so our clan leader took the lead in driving them out at that time. Upon hearing this, Sumu's head was pounding. I originally thought that the Red Fox clan was just participating in it, so there would be room for maneuver. But I never expected that it was the big brother who took the lead. This is difficult. The White Fox clan is a treasure with a good bump. But with Vinchia here, they may never be able to join Sumu's territory in their lifetime. After all, in a real sense, the White Fox clan and the Red Fox clan may be hostile. I'm sorry, Master. Sensing the change in her master's mood, Vinchia also languished a lot. Suddenly, as if she had made some important decision, she opened her mouth with firm eyes and said, Master, maybe I have a way to gain the favor of the White Fox clan so that they can join your territory. Oh? What method? Sumu looked at her curiously. Is the little fox so smart? Do you think of a good way? Leave me to them. Vinchia slowly spoke out her method. Maybe they hate the Red Fox clan. As long as you hand me over to them, Master, you can. Before she could finish her words, Sumu interrupted her with a slap without hesitation. You are stupid. The slap on the head was not very strong, but Vinchia also felt a little pain. But she was more confused than in pain. Vinchia. Don't say such words again. Sumu's face was serious, as if he was angry. This made Susu, who was sitting next to him, feel a little scared, and she unconsciously shrank her neck. Brother, Susu is very good. This is Susu's inner thought. She is smart enough to avoid risks. Although you are just a little slave beside me. But there is nothing that can compare with you in my heart. The abilities of the White Fox clan are very powerful, and they may be very important, but they are not as important as your position in my heart, Vinchia. Understand? Sumu spoke decisively, word for word. He stared at Vinchia and said the softest words in the most ferocious tone. In the future, don't say such self-sacrifice words in front of me. I don't like to hear it. I, Sumu, am not very capable, but I don't need to sacrifice you in exchange for any benefits. Do you understand me? Sumu's words stunned Vinchia. Every word he said echoed in her ears and struck her heart over and over again. Vinchia felt her nose was sore and her eyes suddenly felt hot. Do you understand? Sumu's voice sounded again. I understand, Master. Vinchia lowered her head and responded. That's pretty much it. Sumu smiled and stretched out his hand to Vinchia's head openly. She didn't hide either. Let the owner's hands touch his ears. Emergency information alert. Emergency information alert. Chapter 44. Uncertain emergency information prompt. The gathering aura of the Yeme clan has attracted the attention of the Demon clan. Maybe they will appear in your territory soon. The prompt rang several times in a row, very urgently, and it was the first time for Sumu to face such a situation. Are you still unsure about emergency information? What does this uncertainty mean? Just as I was thinking about it, a strong wind suddenly rose in the sky. A strange evil wind. Immediately afterwards, a scene that shocked Sumu appeared. I saw a silvery white light suddenly exploded in the black night sky. The light turned into a kilometer-long chasm from south to north, splitting the sky into two and tearing it apart. The sky is cracked. Extremely weird. After about 30 seconds of silence, a sound came from the crack, followed closely by black figures flying out of the crack. A birdman with black wings, a face as pale as paper, and all wearing black soft armor. Sumu was frightened and at the same time, he shot over with an insight technique. Moon Demon Clan Warrior, Ika's the Moon Demon Clan, one of the branches of the Demon Clan, loves war. Ika's is a brave Moon Demon Clan warrior. Seeing the Moon Demon Clan warriors gathering more and more in the sky, even someone as calm as Sumu felt a little numb. There are too many. There are almost thousands of Moon Demon Clan warriors. Owner. Westja stood up worriedly and looked at the sky. She is more mature, her perception is stronger, and she knows that the visitors in the sky have no good intentions. And, they are difficult to deal with. For a moment, Westja was filled with worry. She is more worried about her master's safety than herself. The younger Susu had no idea what was happening. She leaned against her brother blankly, her mouth wide open in shock at the number of birdmen in the sky. The main character is an innocent and cute person. What's going on? Jo-yuki is cooking dinner in the newly built kitchen. She was obviously also attracted by the strange noise outside. As soon as she poked her head out of the window, she was instantly frightened by the scene in front of her, and the fried meat in her hand fell to the ground. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. The sound belonging to the system announcement suddenly sounded. After a busy day, the lords just sat down to rest when they received the announcement. Has anyone upgraded their territory to level 2? This is the first reaction in the hearts of all the lords. After all, it is no longer uncommon to upgrade a first-level territory, and the system will not announce it. Call. Luxi sighed softly and leaned against the wall of the tree house. She reached out and wiped the blue-green blood on her face. The fighting stops today. Finally, there is only one day left before she can upgrade her territory. Moreover, this upgrade is a 2-level upgrade. Luxi, who received the system-wide announcement, also subconsciously paid attention. The battle for territorial supremacy between humans and demons begins. Princess of the Moon Demon Clan Uliluo led thousands of Moon Demon Clan warriors to invade the territory of Dragon Kingdom Lord Sumu, Tianmu village. The demons are powerful and violent, and the human race should unite and fight against the invasion of the demons together to protect the spark of the human race. From now on, all lords can voluntarily go to Tianmu village to participate in the war against the demons. After the war is over, system rewards will be obtained according to merit. As soon as this system announcement came out, lords all over the world were in an uproar. Sumu himself was confused. What does he mean by opening the copy? All lords can participate in the battle, which will definitely be a big dungeon in the later stage. But it's the early stage now. Our territory has just begun to be established and there are not many members. How can we participate in the war? Even if you want to join the war, you can't find a place, okay? In fact, it is not that the system overestimates the current lord players. It was Sumu, a level 20 player, who opened a level 80 dungeon inexplicably. The system said it was also very helpless. Sumu herself was a little panicked. Needless to say, the strength of these Moon Demon Clan, they will definitely not be able to defeat them. The fact that the system can issue these announcements proves that their strength is definitely not comparable to that of 1 or 2 goblins. The most important thing is that the Moon Demon Clan can still fly in the sky. Can Sumu's attack reach the sky? Obviously not. The Yeme clan alone cannot defeat the Moon Demon Clan at all. The number of opponents has formed an absolute suppression. At this moment, the world chat channel is in full swing. But many people are gloating and cynicizing. Oh haha, now the world's #1 territory is going to become the world's #1 ruins, tisk tisk tisk. Ha ha ha, did Sumu touch the butt of the Moon Demon clan princess? Why was she targeted by them? I think he either touched his butt or peeked at the Moon Demon clan princess taking a bath. Otherwise, why would they suddenly hit him? I'm going to die under the peonies, and you'll be cool even if you're a ghost. You're awesome, Sumu is a role model for our generation. I'm going to be a fan. There are many malicious speculations of this type. It seems that Sumu was rewarded for being the first to upgrade his territory, and was not admired by the Lord players. On the contrary, it is a thorn in many people's eyes and a thorn in the flesh. God, to be honest, I also want to help, but I can't. I can only wait for him to finish and mourn for 2 seconds of silence for him. At first glance, it seems that Sumu was overestimating his abilities. After grabbing the first upgrade and defeating Shrek in second place, you can't recognize who you are. How dare you offend the demon princess? Indeed, the Moon Demon tribe, just the name sounds awesome to me. Who says it's not? There were voices of ridicule from all countries. Everyone felt that Sumu would definitely be gone this time, and his territory would also be exhausted. In the regional chat channel, Lord, Mu yet, who knows where Sumu's territory is? I want to go over and help. Lord, Luo Tian Chuan, help? You want to go up there and die, right? Can't you see how much you weigh? Lord, Qin Sheng, Brother Luo's words are rough but not rough. Don't think about it, brother, at this stage you have already finished fighting with others, they are not on the same level at all, just watch the show. Yes, they are indeed not on the same level at the moment. I don't know how Sumu offended any Moon Demon clan. It's not really like what the world chat said, you peeked at the Moon Demon clan princess taking a bath, right? That's a lot of money. I just don't know what the Moon Demon clan princess looks like. She's pretty and she's definitely worth money. Deserve it. That guy named Sumu deserves to die. The Moon Demon clan must kill him quickly. Looking at the regional chat channel, Guo Tianfei was excited and happy. He has never met Sumu, but he has been frustrated by him time and time again. Guo Tianfei curses him in his heart every day. Today, the curse finally comes true. Nothing could be clearer than his mood at this moment. Guo Tianfei really wanted to look up to the sky and shout, "So cool!" But we have to wait until the system announces the result of the battle. But at this time, a conspicuous chat message appeared in the regional chat channel. Affiliated Lord, Zhangdahai, don't make random guesses about Mr. Sumu. He is a very good person, okay? Even if he really watched the Moon Demon clan princess taking a bath, it must have been accidental. The Moon Demon clan princess forced him to watch it. Chapter 45. Affiliated Lord, Zhangdahai, even if Mr. Sumu really touched the Moon Demon clan princess's butt, it must have been the Moon Demon clan princess who put her own butt up and forced him to touch it. Zhangdahai's 2 brainless fan remarks completely confused the lords in the area chat. You forced him to touch it, why didn't you say, forcing, he touched it? Haha, this brother is awesome. You can even understand the punctuation marks. The lords started to joke one after another. But soon, they reacted. No, now is not the time to argue about this, right? Lord, Mu Yat, Dahai, when did you get rid of your status as a slave? What's going on with the subordinate lords now? Yes, weren't you still a slave 2 days ago? How come your status has changed today? I was just about to say, you guys are just pushing me, can you talk about some health topics? The lords still have very deep memories of Zhangdahai. After all, he is the #1 slave in the regional chat channel. The man who claims to have been favored by the Goblin Princess. Affiliated Lord, Zhangdahai, of course it was Mr. Sumu who saved me from the sea of misery. I am following him now. What's going on? The lords suddenly became curious and asked Zhang Dehai the reason. They seemed to have completely forgotten about Sumu being invaded. And at this moment, Sumu finally met the princess of the moon demon tribe mentioned by the system. Yu Liluo. That tall, cold, and beautiful figure suspended above the black sky, with the moon as the background. Among the male moon demon warriors, her height is indeed not the most outstanding. But the aura is the strongest. As soon as she appeared, she was enveloped in a circle of mysterious light, like a god. All the moon demon warriors consciously moved hundreds of meters away, keeping an absolute distance from her. At the same time, the originally noisy moon demon clan warriors suddenly became quiet. He bowed his head respectfully and waited for her instructions. Sumu has no doubt. As long as Yu Liluo gives an order, the Dark Moon Demon clan will immediately destroy his territory. Sumu raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes made contact with Yu Liluo for an instant. Her deep blue eyes are like gems. Extremely beautiful. But looking good comes at a price. With just one glance, Sumu felt as if his soul had received an inexplicable impact, and he felt a strong sense of dizziness. There was a fishy smell in his throat. Sumu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, desperately relying on his willpower to resist Yu Liluo's terrifying pressure. Look again. Vinchia could no longer bear the pressure. She turned her face away and chose not to look at Yu Liluo. At Sumu's feet, Su sat on a chair, raising her head and staring blankly at the sky. She was not affected in the slightest. As if sensing Sumu's discomfort, Su stretched out her small hand and held her brother's big hand. "Elder brother!" She shouted softly, and an imperceptible light green light danced on her hand and penetrated into Sumu's body. Very suddenly, Sumu felt that his dizziness had weakened. The sweetness in my throat was temporarily suppressed. "Hand over those filthy bastards!" Above the sky, Yu Liluo spoke, her voice indifferent and cold. Nearly 1,000 meters in the sky, Sumu could still hear her voice clearly. "Otherwise, we, the Moon Demon clan, will destroy this place tonight. It's over, it's completely evil, what should I do?" Vinchia looked at her master's side face nervously. In the kitchen, Yuki was so scared that she collapsed on the ground. But she has no regrets in her heart about joining Sumu's territory. She was just thinking, how can she get through the difficulties this time? Will Sumu hand over what those scary guys want? But Sumu's next words almost made Vinchia and Yuki faint from fear. "Do it if you can, don't just fly in the sky and talk nonsense. Destroy it quickly and let me see your strength. If it doesn't work, get out of here and don't be embarrassed." Sumu shouted towards the sky. He is not as strong as Yu Liluo, so he can only shout. "Uncles!" Sumu's performance made Yuki, who was slumped on the ground, curse. "No, big brother. Even if you refuse to beg for mercy, then don't provoke her." "Why is this? Don't you want to keep the whole body?" Yuki's scalp was numb and she wanted to cry but had no tears. She just wants to be a little cook in a safe territory and occasionally study delicious food. "Who knows, my little wish hasn't even begun yet, it seems to be coming to an end." Tanya also looked shocked and confused. But out of trust in her master, she always felt that there was a reason. "Court death." Yu Liluo's voice was still cold, and there was no hint of joy or anger. "I saw her raising her delicate white hands, and a dazzling silver light condensed on her fingertips. Instant. The light ball hit Sumu below, aiming directly at him. The speed is so fast and the power is so powerful that it's frightening. "Owner!" Vinchia rushed to Sumu's side immediately and wanted to push him away. But a scene that shocked her appeared. Bang! The ball of light hit the sky 20 meters above the territory and was offset by a layer of light. Yu Liluo's attack had no effect at all and suddenly dissipated. Above the sky, Yu Liluo frowned slightly. "What's going on?" Her attack landed below and had no effect. It seemed like it was blocked by something. Below, Sumu hugged the running Vinchia into his arms, feeling her soft and boneless body. "Don't worry, everything is under my control, master." He smiled at Vinchia. Sumu seemed calm, but in fact, he was a little panicked and even nervous just now. 2 minutes ago, when the system issued an announcement, Sumu immediately took out the territorial shield that the system had rewarded before and chose to use it. The kind without hesitation. The territory shield can withstand attacks from the outside world for 3 hours. Within 3 hours, his territory is invincible and cannot be harmed by any attack. But Sumu has never used it before, so he has doubts about the function of the territorial shield. Now that Yuliluo's attack did not cause any actual damage, he felt relieved. "Hey, what's that called, Yuliluo? You can't do it either. Do you still want something from my territory? Stop talking nonsense, attack quickly. Destroy my territory. Let me see your strength." Holding Vinchia in his arms, Sumu shouted towards Yuliluo, the princess of the Moon Demon tribe, who was in the sky. "Damn it!" Sumu's arrogance angered Yuliluo, and she raised her right hand high. "Moon Demon clan warriors, all attack me. Destroy it." "Yes." An overwhelming roar rang out, and the Moon Demon clan warriors, with the anger of their own princess, launched a charge towards the small village of Tianmu below. Chapter 46. Yuliluo. Thousands of Demon clan warriors continued to attack the territory of Tianmu village. The red and black light crashed down overwhelmingly, with a shocking momentum that destroyed everything. But no matter what kind of elemental magic it was, when it landed 20 meters above Tianmu village, it was all blocked by a mysterious force. It is like an invisible big hand, isolating all attacks from the Moon Demon clan. Protect the safety of Tianmu village. The scene in front of her made Zhou Yuqi feel like she had survived a disaster. She took a long breath and finally gained some strength in her frightened legs. "Although I don't know what happened, it seems to be safer for the time being." "Xiao Zhou. Where's dinner? Why isn't it ready yet? You're an unprofessional chef. How long has it been?" Sumu's voice came, and he found Zhou Yuqi slumped on the ground at the door of the kitchen. "Hey? Why are you sitting on the ground?" It's okay. Zhou Yuqi quickly stood up from the ground. "I'm just tired. Let's sit down." Naturally, she couldn't let Sumu know that she was paralyzed with fear. How embarrassing that is. "What about dinner? You haven't made it yet. All 3 of us starved to death." Seeing that she was okay, Sumu asked. "Ah, can you still eat dinner in this situation? Their attack is not over yet." Zhou Yuqi raised her head and glanced at the sky. In the sky, the Moon Demon clan's attack was still very fierce, and various lights and noises continued. In this situation, Sumu actually said he wanted to eat. Can he still eat it? Otherwise? Am I going to starve to death because of them? Sumu shrugged, not affected at all, and urged. "The sky is huge and the food is the biggest. Hurry up and serve the food. I'm going to starve to death." 5 minutes later, Zhou Yuqi finally saw what it means to have a big heart. The battle in the sky is still fierce and tense. Sumu on the ground focuses on relaxation and leisure. Not only was he able to eat dinner, but he also ate it deliciously. "Not bad, Xiao Zhou. Today's beef was fried on a stone slab and it tasted like steak. It is really the ingredients that limit your performance. I will take you to the city another day and let you choose the ingredients and utensils. It's really nice." Sumu's mouth was full of oil after eating, and he didn't forget to praise a few words. Beside him, Susu was the same, and the little girl took advantage of it. Vinchia is better, but she doesn't seem to be much of a lady. Apparently she was very hungry after a day's work. Crazy. Crazy is contagious. Looking at Sumu and the three people devouring food, Joyuki's scalp went numb. This was the first thought that flashed through her mind. Xiaozhou, don't you want to eat? Sumu suddenly stared at the pork chop in Joyuki's hand and spoke. I'm not hungry. Joyuki swallowed. As long as the battle in the sky is not over, she will be frightened. How can she eat it? She's not that courageous. If you're not hungry, give it to me and I'll eliminate it for you. Sumu said, having already taken the pork chop from Joyuki. Brother, I wanted to. Suzu licked her little lips, with two sentences written on her face. Want to? I'm a foodie. Where's Vinchia? I can also have a little. Touching her already round belly, Westja felt a little ashamed to say this. Xiaozhou, there's not enough food. Hurry up and get some more. Joyuki. Joyuki couldn't understand. What kind of environment is she living in? Sumu. Brother. Lord. People are attacking your territory to the sky. Why are you still acting as if nothing happened? Can't you just be nervous? What if the Moon Demon clan comes in at once? Joyuki felt like she was going crazy. She had a feeling of powerlessness as if the emperor was not anxious but the eunuch was. She got up helplessly and hid in the kitchen. Out of sight is pure. Joyuki was afraid that her mentality would collapse if she stayed any longer. Above the sky, Yu Liluo can clearly see what is happening underneath. The hateful human being who provoked her was actually enjoying the delicious food at this moment. Not only was he tasting the delicious food, he was also interacting with his female companion with a smile on his face. You feed me a bite, I feed you a piece. Yu Liluo's eyes narrowed slightly, hoarding murderous intent. Hateful human beings. He actually didn't take the Moon Demon clan seriously at all. He doesn't take her as the Moon Demon clan princess at all. The expression on his face and every movement he made Yu Liluo feel extremely dazzling. She wanted to tear his proud face apart. Yu Liluo looked at the light shield emerging from underneath, and she seemed to realize what it was because of her cleverness. Formation shield. Yu Liluo once heard that there is an ancient race in the mainland. Extremely intelligent elves. People of this race are very smart. They are not good at fighting, but they are good at setting up various formations. Among them is something called a formation shield. The formation shield can resist any attack and protect the safety of the land within a certain range. But Yu Liluo also knew. The formation shield is not invincible. As long as the attack reaches a certain intensity, the formation shield will naturally break. By then, whatever is inside can be destroyed without protection. Give me more power to attack. That shield is not invincible. Destroy it. Yu Liluo's cold voice came, with suppressed anger. She raised her hands high and once again condensed a huge silver-white light ball. As if sensing their master's anger, the Moon Demon clan warriors attacked even harder. Down below, out of the corner of his eye, Sumu saw Yu Liluo gathering strength. His little heart couldn't help but pounding. Good guy, what about the rhythm of the Moon Demon clan princess getting so angry that she goes crazy? You have to hold on to the territory shield and don't lose it. In fact, if Sumu wasn't nervous, it would be fake. He was just pretending to be relaxed and carefree. Sumu just wants to anger the Moon Demon clan princess, just to make her angry and impetuous and unstable. All he did was to intensify his attack on her. And strengthening the attack intensity can, to a certain extent, greatly consume the strength of the Moon Demon clan in a short period of time. After all, if Yu Liluo didn't go crazy, wouldn't she be doomed if she really fought with Sumu for 3 hours? The territorial shield will disappear in 3 hours, and their territory will lose all protection by then. It can be said that everything Sumu did in the territory was not unfounded. He just wanted his proud face to be seen by Yu Liluo, and he just wanted her to get angry and go crazy. He still wants to gamble. The Moonbet Demon clan will evacuate if they can't hold it for 3 hours. Boom! Loud sound. Yuliluo's attack hit the territory shield, sending out waves of ripples. Somewhat scary. But the territorial shield remains strong. The moon demon's attacks are ineffective. Yuliluo really doesn't believe in evil. She gathered her strength again, this time even stronger and more powerful than the last time. Chapter 47. Lord World Chat Channel. What's going on? More than 2 hours have passed. Why hasn't the system announced that Sumu's territory has been destroyed and people have been killed? I was also about to ask. It doesn't take that long for the demons to conquer a small territory, right? Why hasn't the system sent a notification that the battle is over? Yet, why is it so strange? All the lords expressed their incomprehension. In their hearts, the existence of the Moon Demon clan is equivalent to an adult, and Sumu is equivalent to a newborn baby. When an adult fights a baby, such a fight is obviously unfair. Isn't it possible to tell the winner in an instant? Therefore, when the Moon Demon clan invaded and attacked Sumu's territory, they felt that it was too late for the results to come out within 10 minutes. But more than 2 hours have passed, and there is still no sign of announcement from the other side of the system. The impetuous lords couldn't help but chat again. Do you think it was Sumu who resisted the Moon Demon clan's attack? The Moon Demon clan couldn't do anything to him? A rather inconsistent chat record appeared. As soon as it appeared, the chat channel immediately became lively. Are you crazy? How dare you think about this? Can Sumu resist the invasion of the Moon Demon clan? I'm a demon, big brother. I'm not a chicken, duck, or white rabbit outside your territory. That's right. Without two brushes, would the system need to announce it like this? Do we still need to gather the power of human lords to jointly resist the demon attack? I'm so FG crazy that I don't even dare to think like this. This chat channel is a place for chatting, not a place for getting sick. Brother, I suspect you have delusional disorder, and the evidence is solid. Can a mentally ill person become a lord these days? I really can't sleep, so I start daydreaming late at night. All the lords mocked. No one believed that Sumu would survive this battle of demonic invasion. No one believes that he can withstand the attack of the Moon Demon clan. From the bottom of their hearts, they were even more unwilling for Sumu to survive. Very simple. Sumu's existence is already many steps ahead of them. He is currently the most likely person to obtain the level 2 territory reward on the ordinary map. If he is not there, the mountain standing in front of the lords will also not be there. Everything will become possible. No one wants him alive. This is reality. But just when the lords were laughing with enthusiasm, the system's announcement finally came. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Repeated 3 times as always, very cool. The invasion battle of the Moon Demon clan has ended, congratulations to the player Sumu's Tianmu village. Let me just say, although the system announcement is late, it has arrived. How could Sumu stop the Moon Demon? Wait a minute. The system announcement said congratulations? What's going on? The system announced to you, please tell me more clearly. Congratulations? What do you mean? All the lords raised questions one after another. However, the system announcements continue. Congratulations to Tianmu village for successfully resisting the invasion of the Moon Demon tribe and winning the final victory of the battle. Tianmu Xiaocan perfectly resisted in the battle of the Moon Demon clan, with a perfect battle loss rate of 0%. The Moon Demon clan invasion battle has ended, and the rewards are officially settled and awarded based on the battle loss rate. Because the battle loss rate is 0, the reward is doubled. Congratulations to Lord Sumu for resisting the invasion of the demons with one person, achieving the achievement of resisting the demons with one force, and receiving a special medal from the system. The system announcement is finished. The World Chat channel is also crazy. What happened? Sumu won. Damn. How is this possible? Are you cheating? I want to report it. Damn. Are the moon demons really the chickens, ducks, and white rabbits at the door of my territory? Can't deal with a novice village? The demon clan is back. The soft-footed shrimp clan, it's so laughable. No one pays attention to the battle loss rate of 0? With one person's power? Just leave a big picture, okay? Does it mean that the Moon Demon clan took one look at their territory, triggered a dungeon level and left? Is there anything wrong with their territory? Not even a single soldier was touched? A free whoring reward. Outrageous. Just open the door for Weibo, it's so outrageous. Just when the lords in the chat channel were quarreling. In the small village of Tianmu, Sumu collapsed on a chair, soaked all over. Just 10 seconds away. There are only 10 seconds left before the territory shield time ends. Since Sumu was born into this world, he has never been as close to death as tonight. It felt like a sharp knife had been pointed at his throat. The sharp blade has even scratched his skin and can easily cut his throat. But suddenly the blade collapsed. This is how Sumu felt about the experience of the Moon Demon clan's invasion just now. He had a brush with death. I dare not think that if Liluo did not evacuate with the Moon Demon warriors under her 10 seconds before the territorial shield ended. What will the sky above Tianmu village look like now? He, Sumu, is afraid that he is gone. A little further in time. Sumu sat at the door of the wooden house and drank boiled water leisurely. His face seemed calm, but in fact he was already anxious. There are still 5 minutes left before the territory shield ends. The warriors of the Moon Demon tribe did not stop attacking the territorial shield. Not only did she not stop, Liluo also showed no signs of intending to evacuate. This crazy woman allowed her men to attack her for 2 hours and 55 minutes without stopping. The level of madness made Sumu's scalp numb. He was thinking hard about what to do next. However, there seems to be a turning point in the sky. Princess, the outer shield cannot be broken at all. The soldiers have already attacked vigorously and are definitely not lazy. Guard Captain Wenderson came to Liluo sweating profusely. How about we forget it first? His Majesty has sent a message asking us to go back quickly. No. Liluo didn't even look at Wenderson. That human is deliberately provoking me. He is even more disgusting than those dirty bastards. I will never give up. Tonight, his protective circle must be broken. Wenderson frowned, but still reported the report patiently. Princess, the guys from the Yang Demon clan are here. Your Majesty, let us return quickly. We can't delay any longer. The BD from the Yang Demon clan is here. When Liluo heard the words Yang Demon clan, she finally looked directly at Wenderson. Right. News just received. Liluo closed her eyes and pondered for a moment, then opened her eyes again. I understand, stand down. Yes. Wenderson quickly stepped aside. Fighters, stop. Liluo spoke. At this moment, her cold voice sounded like the sound of nature to Sumu. But he still pretended to be calm and unconcerned. He even looked faintly at Liluo above the sky. This is the most critical moment. Sumu knows. Damn humans! How dare you stare at me? Liluo's cold voice was still cold. Interesting. This princess will come back. You'd better live well for me before I come back. Next time we meet, I'm going to gouge out your eyes and cut out your tongue. Liluo was very straightforward in everything she said and did. She waved her hand, and the chasm in the space opened up again. Thousands of Moon Demon clan warriors got into it. Liluo hadn't left yet, she was staring at Sumu faintly. Territory shield time is passing crazily. Minutes and seconds pass by. Sumu was anxious, but still looked back at Liluo without fear. Wait. Liluo snorted softly and disappeared into the crack in space. The moment she left, the territorial shield time completely ran out. Sumu slumped down on the chair. He had no intention of paying attention to the system announcements ringing in his ears. Owner. A soft body hugged Sumu gently from behind. Vinchia, ask Xiaozhou to boil a bucket of hot water for me. I'm going to take a bath tonight. Chapter 48. Sumu soaked comfortably in the wooden bucket, enjoying the most comfortable bath he had taken in so many days. The previous high level of mental stress was relieved a lot at this moment. By the way, what are the system rewards? Sumu quickly clicked to view. All territory resources have been quadrupled on the original basis. Has doubled. 2000 gold coins. Undead Summoning Scroll x40. Random Lord Talent Scroll x2. Canopy Shield x2. Magic Crystal x10. Brick Kill Construction Scroll x2. Blue Brick Making Scroll x2. Exquisite Stone Bridge Making Scroll x2. Exquisite Stonehouse Making Scroll x2. Irrigation Water Wheel Making Scroll x2. Markana Infantry Square Training Method x2. Refined Iron Shield Making Scroll x2. Many of the system rewards are related to stone products. Sumu also smelled a lot of smells from it. After he upgrades, might their house start to be upgraded to a brick house? Sumu picked a few things he didn't understand and read the introduction. Random Lord Talent Scroll, randomly obtain a Lord Talent Scroll after use. Sky Curtain Shield, prop up a parallel shield above your territory. Attacks from the sky will not be able to cause damage to your territory for 24 hours. Attacks from the sky can't do any damage? Doesn't that mean attacks on the ground can cause damage? So what is the significance of the existence of this canopy shield? To be honest, Sumu didn't understand it at first. Magic Crystal, a mysterious material that is difficult to obtain. When Sumu saw the words Magic Crystal, he felt a sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen it somewhere. Right. Sumu took a look at the materials needed to make his portal. Magic Crystal X10, Extraterrestrial Crystal X10, Magic Pattern X5, Loki Slate X20. Really? Sumu was a little excited. He collected a quarter of the materials for the portal. Markana Infantry Phalanx Training Method. General Markana is the greatest military strategist in human history. If he stays, Marco's infantry phalanx can perfectly resist the cavalry assault. This is the founder's training method. This should be a technical training scroll. Sumu currently doesn't even have infantry, let alone cavalry. Let's take it step by step, it's just a small village after all. By the way, there's also a medal for resisting demons with 1 force, what's the use of that? The medal of 1 strength against demons, a medal specially awarded to heroes who fight against demons. After wearing this medal in the territory, the reputation of the territory will be increased by 15%, the hatred of the demons will be increased by 10%, and the favorability of the hostile forces of the demons towards the territory will be increased. Note: territory reputation will be unlocked after level 2 territory. At present, Sumu cannot see the effect of this medal, so he can only leave it to time. To sum up, the harvest is not small. It's not in vain that he worked hard all night and was hated by Yu Liluo. After taking a look at his friends' chat, Sumu found that both of his friends had sent him messages a long time ago. Zhang Dehai kept asking if there was anything wrong and if he wanted help. To him, Sumu had already replied and had nothing to say. Zhang Dehai still has a conscience and knows how to care about him. There is another one, that of Luo Luxi. She was also the first one to send a message when the Moon Demon clan attacked. Sumu, what happened to the Moon Demon tribe's attack? Can you deal with it? Are you okay? I traded you something, please see if you can use it. Are you fighting? Why didn't you reply? Be careful. I wish you all the best. After the battle with the Moon Demon clan ended, Luo Luxi was the first to send a message of concern. Fortunately you are okay. That's awesome. How did you resist the Moon Demon clan? To be honest, Sumu felt that the relationship between herself and Luxi was more like a netizen. Still not a very familiar netizen. But every time she showed concern, he felt as if the two of them were good friends who had known each other for a long time. It makes people feel warm inside. Especially the things Luxi simply and rudely traded for him. After Sumu took a look at it, he felt that this person was definitely worth getting to know. What Luxi sent? Medium Undead Summoning Scroll X3, there is a higher chance of summoning a higher level warrior from the Undead army. Undead Summoning Scroll X5. Wind Dragon Technique, summon a terrifying hurricane to eliminate enemies in front. These are very practical immediate combat capabilities. Especially the scroll for summoning the undead, Luxi estimated that she gave him everything she owned. Is this a scroll thing? Obviously not. It's a lot of emotion and help. Thank you, the matter has been solved perfectly. Thank you very much for your help. I don't even need it, so I'll return it to you for now. Just as Sumu's message passed, Luxi had already replied. Has this woman been waiting for his reply? You can take the things, I won't be able to use them for the time being, so this is a thank you to you. Thank you? Isn't this too much of a thank you? They are all good things. It's not serious, really, I can get the Undead Summoning Scroll almost every day here. Can you get the Undead Summoning Scroll every day? What kind of territory is this, so comfortable? Sumu expressed envy. You really don't need it? You don't need to summon some helpers? Aren't there a lot of monsters there? Because there are many monsters, I have plenty of helpers. Luxi replied again. Besides, the army of the undead sounds scary. Do you think it's suitable for a girl like me? So, Luxi doesn't want the undead army because it's scary? Women, I really don't understand. For Sumu, the undead scroll was indeed a good thing, because the system also rewarded him a lot. Together with Luxi's, we can form an undead team. Since you said so, I won't be pretentious and will give this to you. Sumu thought and traded the random lord's talent scroll to Luxi. Not long after. Wow! This is a good thing. Do you really give it to me? The words are alive, and it can be seen that Luxi is really happy and excited. Really, treat it as an exchange. Sumu doesn't want to owe too many favors, and based on Luxi's performance, she deserves it. Thank you. By the way, how did you drive away the demons? Luxi asked out her curiosity. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Sumu chatted with her for a while. At this moment, outside the door, Vinchia was carrying a bucket of hot water, her pretty face flushed. The master was taking a bath inside. As a little slave, Vinchia knew that she must do something. For example, help the host add some hot water, etc. But she hesitated at the door for a long time, still unable to find the courage to enter the house. She was afraid, what if she saw her master's naked body? How awkward and charming the atmosphere would be. Therefore, Vinchia hesitated for a long time. Finally, she bit her lip and opened the door. Chapter 49. Crack. The wooden door was pushed open. Sumu, who had just finished chatting with Luxi, turned around and took a look and found that it belonged to Vinchia. Master, Master, is the water cold? I'll add some hot water for you. Vinchia was so embarrassed that she did not dare to look directly at Sumu, and only dared to look sideways at the ground. The little fox looks so shy. Sumu sighed inwardly, and he waved with a smile. Come on, my water is indeed cold, thank you. As Sumu said this, he reached into the water and adjusted his shorts. Fortunately, he was wearing underpants, otherwise he would have been too embarrassed to ask Vinchia to come over and add water. What if his little Sumu is dishonest and scares her? Oh, okay. After Vinchia responded, she came over with a bucket and wanted to pour the water into Sumu's big bucket. Little did she know that she was too nervous and didn't look at the road, so she stepped on Sumu's clothes thrown on the ground. Yet! With an exclamation, the bucket in Vinchia's hand slipped, and the hot water splashed on her feet, which made her jump forward. This jump landed directly on Sumu's shoulders. "Are you okay?" Sumu suddenly stood up from the bucket and hugged Vinchia's small waist. "No. It's okay." Before Vinchia finished speaking, Sumu had already picked her up. "Owner." Vinchia was startled and put her hand on Sumu's chest. He was not wearing any clothes on his upper body, and her hands were pressed against his strong chest muscles. When had she ever seen a man's naked upper body? Not to mention being held in the arms of his princess. Vinchia's heart became more panicked, her face became redder, and she became even more shy. Even his body was trembling slightly. She thought the master couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to do something to her. For example, mandarin ducks playing in the water and so on. Vinchia has heard of such things. It was almost as if options were already emerging in her mind. What to do? Reject? Still agree? Idiot! Are you okay? Sumu suddenly spoke, interrupting Vinchia's random thoughts. Look, your feet are burned red. What if you get blisters? He poured the cold water from the bucket on Vinchia's legs distressedly, and continued to pat her legs with his hands, trying to help lower the temperature on her skin. Vinchia's calves are very beautiful, white, and yet surprisingly elastic. The most important thing is that it is straight and slender, which makes people put it down and want to play with it. But at this moment, Sumu didn't have any complicated thoughts in her heart. He was only worried about whether she was burned. Only Vinchia understood. It turned out that it was because of this owner that he picked her up to see if her feet were burned. She thought. I thought. Vinchia was both shy and guilty. She actually imagined such a kind master as a big pervert who couldn't restrain his desires. What was she thinking? For this reason, Vinchia secretly cursed herself several times in her heart. You can soak your feet in it, the water is cold anyway. Sumu put Vinchia into the water, and then ran out of the bucket. Just wait, I'll bring you some colder water to soak in. As he spoke, he carried the bucket out before he even had time to get dressed. Looking at his anxious back, Vinchia felt warm in her heart. Vinchia felt that she was too pretentious. She had been so hesitant and shy when entering the room to bring hot water. Obviously they are all slaves, so this is what they should do. It was nothing. Look at the master's concern for her. And what he said to her tonight because of the White Fox clan. Putting everything together, Vinchia felt that she was far behind compared to her master. The master treats her well. I will also be better to my master from now on. Come on. Vinchia. Vinchia secretly encouraged herself, and her mentality changed again. How's it going? Isn't it better if you soak in cold water? Sumu said with a smile. Well, much better. Vinchia nodded. Remember, if you are burned by hot water, you should use cold water to cool the surface as soon as possible. Don't think it's okay, you know. Blisters are painful and troublesome. If it doesn't work, I'll ask Susu to show you later. Listening to Sumu chattering next to her, Vinchia didn't think there was anything annoying. The corners of her mouth turned up unconsciously. I know, master. I'm fine. Unknowingly, her tone became much gentler, but she didn't realize it herself. In fact, Vinchia knew that she was not that fragile. She had been hit by fireballs and it was fine. However, who can refuse such care and tenderness? Can't refuse. Not only can't you refuse, but you will also sink into it. Okay, you can soak for a while and change your clothes and then come out. I'll go out and do something first. Well, master, go and do your work. I can do it myself. Call me if you need anything. After explaining, Sumu came outside. After being invaded by the Moon Demon clan tonight and seeing the power of Yu Liluo, Sumu's understanding of the world was once again refreshed. This is an extremely dangerous world. We must develop quickly and develop our arms. Sumu felt that he had a phobia of insufficient firepower, and he planned to use all the scrolls for summoning the undead. Are you sure you want to use the undead summoning scroll? Confirm. As Sumu spoke, the scroll in his hand disappeared, and strange purple-black formations began to appear on the ground. Without prompting, Sumu had already seen the pale skeleton standing in the center of the formation. An insight shot passed by. Skeleton soldier, an ordinary skeleton soldier in the undead army, but it seems to be missing some weapons in its hands. Disappears after death. Use again. This time, a skeleton holding a dead tree staff and wearing a worn black mage hat was summoned. Skeleton mage, an undead skeleton contaminated by magic. It is the best at singing among the undead army, but its body is very brittle. Disappears after death. Summon again. Skeleton archers, skeleton soldiers who are good at archery. They are agile and a nightmare for melee enemies, but they seem to lack weapons. Disappears after death. Sumu used all 46 undead summoning scrolls he owned. He discovered that ordinary undead scrolls seemed to be able to summon only these 3 kinds of undead. There are now 25 skeleton soldiers, 11 skeleton archers, and 10 skeleton magicians in his team. Among them, skeleton soldiers and skeleton archers have no weapons and need to be equipped by themselves. Only skeleton mages are equipped with weapons. Are you sure to use the medium undead summoning scroll? Confirm. This time, the complexity of the summoning array pattern is obviously much higher than that of ordinary scrolls. Soon, a tall skeleton riding a skeleton warhorse and holding a long scythe appeared in front of him. The skeleton's figure is somewhat larger than that of an ordinary skeleton soldier. Its deep red eyes shine through the helmet, which is a bit scary. It is wearing thick bright silver armor, and the warhorse also has armor, which is majestic. Moreover, the 4 hooves of the horse are also covered with purple ghost fire, which is very attractive. Ghost skeleton knights, they are devout believers of the undead god. Be careful with their charges and scythes, they will curse you and tear you apart. Disappears after death. This is the army of the undead in my dreams. Looking at the ghost skeleton knight, Sumuna felt satisfied. Sure enough, the medium scroll is much worse than the ordinary one. Keep calling. Another ghost skeleton knight. Finally, when the last medium summoning scroll appeared, Sumu saw a strange face. A skeleton figure was surrounded by green light, had no legs, and was floating in the air in the form of smoke. The skeleton should have no eyes, but it strangely has a pair of flesh and blood eyes. It holds a small sickle in one hand and a tattered book in the other. Chapter 50. Hello, my new master. The green light skeleton spoke. It was the first of so many skeletons to speak. This surprised Sumu. I saw a flash of green light skeleton floating to Sumu's ear, and his voice was cold and long. It's like something coming from hell, making people's hair stand on end. Believe in my master, as long as I am here, the power of the curse will tear your enemies apart. Your undead army needs me, Madrensa, so much. One day, you will be extremely happy to call me out of that damn darkness. Jajaja. Accompanied by weird laughter, the green light skeleton floated in the air again, quietly watching Sumu. An insight. Hell Shaman Madrensa. Only Madrensa was once a respected shaman in the tribe. He has healed many people, but because of his outstanding abilities, he was targeted by the Lord of Hell and cursed, and became one of his thousands of servants. Madrensa contains the power of a curse. The power of the curse will weaken your enemies and make your undead army stronger. It will disappear completely after death. Only. Who knows the value of this? Sumu dared to say that being able to summon Madrensa was definitely a single-shot miracle. After all, this guy seems to need a higher level undead summoning scroll to be able to. Mode Lenza, this undead army will be temporarily commanded by you from now on. Sumu pointed at the nearly 50 undead troops beside him and said. At your service, my master. Modrenza bowed gracefully and made a gentleman's salute. You have much better eyesight than that stupid idiot Salachi. Gee. Sarakai, who is that? Sumu couldn't help but ask. SHH. Modrenza suddenly made a silencing gesture in a panic, looked around and whispered. My master. Let's not discuss him anymore. He's an ominous guy. Sumu. Good guy, didn't you mention it first? Hell Shaman, Mata Lunsa. H. Juyuan. Work adaptability, handling LV4. Special talent tags, ghost body, ignore gravity, vicious curse. LV4 carrying capacity? Doesn't it mean that Modrenza is very suitable for part-time work as a porter? Ghost body, the ghost body can travel freely and ignore obstacles. Ignore gravity, powerful ability to control objects, reducing the weight of objects within 10 meters by 50%. With just one glance, Sumu was sure of the awesomeness of this gravity-defying thing. Mining is not the most difficult at the moment. The most difficult thing is to transport the overweight ore into the territory. But now that Modrenza has the ability, can one trip be reduced to 2? At this point, the part-time position in Modrenza's territory has been determined. Vicious Curse, after being completely angry, the ability is increased by 500%, and then death. Sumu. It's hard to comment on this Vicious Curse. After that, Sumu took a look at the status bars of other undead skeletons. I found that there was nothing special about job adaptability. Except for one skeleton physique, the talent tags are all of the fighting madness type. There are also negative tags, but overall there are not many. Still watchable. Moreover, some skeleton archers have the talent of Eagle Eye trait. Eagle Eye trait, increase the hit rate of a knowing blow by 15%, and increase the hit rate of a weak point shot by 10%. This is definitely a potential talent that a talented archer must possess. Sumu has made plans to form a team of super skeleton archers who all possess the Eagle Eye trait. It just depends on whether there are too many undead summoning scrolls. If it doesn't work, go to Luxi's side and try harder to change more with her. Skeleton physique, calcium physique, no dietary supply is needed, just exposure to the sun every day for photosynthesis. This skeleton physique is common to all skeletons, so it's pretty awesome. Are you sure you want to use the Lord's Talent random scroll? Sure. Congratulations on getting the Lord Talent scroll, Purgatory Hot Spring. Purgatory Hot Spring? What is it? Purgatory Hot Spring, if there are undead members in your territory, they can be resurrected without injury after death. And each resurrection will gain 0.5% strength increase. Limit the same undead unit to die 10 times per day. The moment he saw this Lord's Talent, Sumu chose to study without hesitation. For him at this stage, Purgatory Hot Spring is simply invincible, right? Sumu himself was preparing to prepare an army of undead to survive the early stage. The arrival of the Lord's Talent strengthened his thoughts. After all, compared to the human army, these skeletons have no emotions and are easier to control than perfect. The only drawback is that his IQ is a bit low, and his combat power may not be explosive. But now that we have the Lord Talent of Purgatory Hot Spring, we can level them up to make up for their shortcomings. Tonight was extremely thrilling, but fortunately it was also very rewarding. Sumu sighed with emotion. The benefits and risks are indeed directly proportional. Brother. Baby. After arranging the undead army, Sumu just walked into the wooden house and Suso came up, her mouth was slurred. She could hardly open her eyes, and she kept asking him to hold her. I'm so sleepy that I can't open my eyes. Why don't you go to sleep first? Hey. Sumu held her in his arms and touched her face. The little girl's skin is so good, slippery, and as elastic as a shelled egg. Susu wants to sleep with her brother in her arms. It's good to be alone, lonely. I'm afraid. Susu murmured and squeezed into his arms again. Okay, okay, I will always hold you, go to sleep quickly. Sumu patted Susu's back like a child. The little girl's dependence made him feel an unprecedented sense of responsibility. Okay. Susu hugged Sumu, breathing more and more evenly. Owner. Westja pushed the door open and entered. When she saw this scene, her movements immediately softened. It's okay, Susu is asleep. Sumu said, picking her up and putting her on the bed next to her. Master, will those demons come back today? Should we move somewhere? Vinchia said softly. What? Are you scared? Sumu, who helped Susu tuck in the quilt, raised his head and glanced at her. No. I'm afraid that you will be hurt, Master. Winstanya bit her lower lip. Although I don't know what power the Master used to stop them tonight. But this power is definitely not permanent, otherwise Master, you don't need to worry so much. In the territory, Vinchia sees it most clearly and understands the power of the demons best. Compared with Susu's innocence and ignorance of the world, she is obviously more mature. I also understand the difficulty of the Master better. Especially after the demons left, Master, you slumped on the chair. I know you must have been under tremendous pressure in your heart. I feel sorry for you, that's why I couldn't help but hug you from behind. Taking advantage of the right atmosphere, Westja said everything she wanted to say. Chapter 51. Sumu will naturally never forget that hug from Westja. It was that hug that calmed his inner restlessness. He also didn't expect that Vinchia was quite careful in observing her. She was more thoughtful than he thought. Vinchia, you are right, that kind of power is indeed not long-lasting. We are indeed in great danger tonight, and we almost faced death. But we can't leave this territory and must continue to develop here. Even if the demons come back again. As Sumu said this, he couldn't help but reached out and grabbed Vinchia's hand. Don't worry, I will do my best to protect your safety no matter when, where, or under what circumstances. Because you are very important people to me. He said and glanced at the cute Susu who was already asleep. As the only man in the territory, Sumu felt that the burden on his shoulders was getting heavier and heavier. Winstanya suddenly held Sumu's hand and said with firm eyes. Vinchia can also protect the Master, and I don't want the Master to be harmed. Because the Master is also a very important person to me. Westja's words shocked Sumu's heart, and then she felt very relieved. Sincere efforts are rewarded. At least, from Vinchia's words, he knew that she had completely accepted his identity. From resistance at the beginning to acceptance now. It's been a long and short process. The bond between him and Vinchia has become deeper and deeper. The surrounding dim yellow light is swaying in an ambiguous and charming atmosphere. Sumu looked at Vinchia's beautiful face so close at hand, and her heart suddenly jumped a few times. Suddenly, the charming fragrance of Vinchia appeared again, and Sumu couldn't help but sniff. Soon, he suddenly put his arms around Westja's waist and pulled her closer to him. Westja's hand naturally fell on his shoulder. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him, and her long red-pink tail now hooked her thigh, sticking tightly to it. Master. Her voice was very soft, more like a whisper, adding a bit of sultriness to the charming atmosphere. Vinchia, can I kiss you? Whoa! Winstonia's beautiful face suddenly turned red. She wasn't popular originally. But when she was asked this question, she couldn't help but become popular. If the Master wants to kiss him, he can do it. The most she can do is not resist. But why do you ask such a question? Doesn't he know that such words are so embarrassing? This was Vinchia's inner thought. She hummed a word softly through her nose. Sumu's breathing was a little heavy. He tightened his waist around Vinchia's waist, pinched her pointed chin and kissed her. Still that cold feeling like an electric shock. As fragrant as pudding soft. The slightly different thing is, tonight's kiss, Sumu seemed to be a little selfless and passionate. Salivary amylase transfers between each other for a long time. Vinchia seemed to be affected by Sumu's emotion, her tail tightly wrapped around his waist. It wasn't until his hands fell on the cold skin of her thighs that she suddenly became clear and reached out to push him away. A silver thread connects the two people. Vinchia's breathing was rapid, and Yu Hung and Sumu, who were constantly rising and falling, collided. Owner. Her voice was a little soft. Susu is still here. Sumu woke up. Something's wrong. He is not usually such an impulsive person. What happened tonight? Even if he really wanted to kiss Vinchia, he would do it as long as he wanted to. But he just couldn't control whether he would take it or not, he just wanted to strip her. Sumu felt a little strange. He's not such an impatient person, is he? Although it's a man's true nature to be nicer. But it's so weird here. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Vinchia, is there anything strange about the fragrance on your body? Why do I feel a little out of control every time I smell it? Is this going to happen? Vinchia frowned, and then quickly relaxed. She did not look at Sumu, but whispered. I don't know why either. In fact, Vinchia remembered what her mother once said. The women of the Red Fox clan have to deal with the situation after having contact with the opposite S*X they like. They can't help but feel a sense of pleasure in their bodies, and they will naturally emit a mating scent. This fragrance is an excellent aphrodisiac for the opposite S*X. The more women of the Red Fox clan like someone and the happier they are, the stronger the fragrance will be and the stronger the effect will be. However, Vinchia didn't know how to tell such a shameful little secret. Okay. Sumu scratched his head and muttered in his heart. Is it because I have suppressed my lust for too long recently? That's not right, I'm a man who can jo for a year. Sumu had extreme doubts about herself. Master, can I give you a shoulder massage? In order to cover up her guilty conscience, Vinchia asked. Oh. Then I would be disrespectful. Vinchia wanted to massage his shoulders, but Sumu couldn't find any reason to refuse. Their brief contact has already escalated their relationship. Vinchia seems to be less shy than before, and more relaxed. Yi, thank you for your hard work, the ground needs some water. Sumu's voice sounded. In the afternoon, he had to work under the bright Sunday. However, hard work also pays off. He led the hard-working slimes to spend the whole morning, and finally opened up 20 pieces of agricultural land not far from the river. As long as the watering is successful and the seeds are planted in the ground, the task is completed. I'm coming, sir. Yi's whole body is bulging, its blue body is much larger than before, and it is filled with river water. Hey! It stood in the middle of the land, and sprayed a water column from its mouth toward the sky. Water pillars sprinkled in all directions, spraying in all directions like rain, moistening the newly renovated land. This is a unique watering method for slime work adaptability. It's perfect. Well done. Sumu's praise came out, triggering praise me quickly one by one, and the little guy vomited even harder. Achieved upgrade of territory planned agricultural land 20/20. The system prompts came. Sumu took a look and saw that the only remaining task left to do was to form a militia team of 50 people. He has already tried it. The skeleton army also counts the number of people and can be counted as a militia team. However, he only has 49 including Madrensa. One more to go. Moreover, the system is very tricky, and the races of the militia team must be unified, so there is no way to join together. Unless Sumu formed a slime militia team. Just when he was considering whether to temporarily replace and upgrade, the system announcement rang. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Lord Luxi for successfully upgrading the territory to 1. Because the Nightmare Treehouse is located on a special map, you will receive a special map upgrade reward. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Lord Luxi for successfully upgrading the territory to 2. Because Nightmare Treehouse is a special map, you will receive a special map upgrade reward. Upgrade 2 levels in a row? Sumu was surprised by Luxi's operation. Thinking about it, he pulled his friend to chat and sent congratulations to him. Luxi also responded simply and rudely. I sent you some good stuff for trading. Thanks to your Lord Talent Scroll, I got the good stuff randomly. Behind it is a smiling face. Sumu took a look. Advanced Undead Summoning Scroll. There is a chance to summon general level characters from the Undead Army. Chapter 52. The Advanced Undead Summoning Scroll, Luxi is simply a timely help. This is what Sumu needs most. After thanking him, Sumu chose to receive it. He still needs to buy time and quickly upgrade the territory to level 2. He will think about how to thank him later. Luxi's continuous upgrade to level 2 has put some pressure on Sumu. If he doesn't hurry up, I'm afraid the level 2 rewards on ordinary maps will be robbed. Confirm to use the Advanced Undead Summoning Scroll. Confirm. As soon as Sumugong finished speaking, a black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, the surrounding area became dark, and there was a faint sound of thunder in the sky. The wind is blowing. Immediately afterwards, a complex array of formations belonging to the summoned undead army appeared on the ground. The power of space continues to tear apart this area crazily. Sir! The little slime was obviously afraid of such a scene, and it hugged Sumu's thigh. It's okay, don't be afraid. Sumu knelt down and hugged it to prevent the little guy from being blown away by the strong wind. He fixed his eyes on the center of the formation pattern, wanting to see what it was. Soon, torn apart by the power of space, something appeared in the center of the array pattern. Sumu was stunned. Isn't it, brother? The special effects are all maxed out, why don't you summon a black rag doll for me? It shouldn't be. No matter what, there has to be a skeleton undead dragon, Lich King, or something like that, right? The soul-catching doll Fulina, the only one. The rag doll was given life by the power of the undead. Her name is Fulina. Her story is very long. She disappears completely after her death. Fulina? It's not clear what kind of insight she has. Sumu patted Yi's little body. Yi let go of him sensibly, and he stood up and walked over. Sumu wanted to get closer and see clearly. The pattern has disappeared, and a black rag doll is lying on the ground. The doll looks very worn and old, about 40 to 50 centimeters tall. She is wearing a small skirt, and her face can vaguely be seen to be that of a female doll. Moreover, she must have been a very good-looking female doll before. Sumu reached out and picked up Fulina and looked at it quietly. Is this thing a general-level existence in the legendary army of the undead? What's the use? Thinking in his mind, he reached out and patted the yellow mud on Fulina's face. This was what she got when she was just summoned. Sumu discovered a problem. He tried to use Lord's Pride to look at Fulina's status bar, but it didn't appear. This is very strange. What's going on? Is it just a doll for me to play with? Or does it need to be activated under certain conditions? Sumu played with Fulina dolls, one with 2 heads and 2 big dolls. But soon he thought of going back to the territory to ask Madrenza. Does this guy know something? When Sumu brought Yi back to the wooden house, he found that the tree house they lived in had been expanded more than twice. The original 1-story cabin has now become 2 stories and looks very nice. All this is the result of Vinchia and Susu, who worked hard all morning to expand the wooden house. The soul-catching doll Fulina. Madrenza looked at the ceiling and thought for a moment, then glanced several times at the black dress doll in Sumu's hand. I'm sorry, Master, Madrence's knowledge is unable to answer your doubts. The realm of the undead is very large. There are 109 ordinary cities of the undead alone, and there are millions of undead in each one. I know a lot of undead generals, but your soul-catching doll Falina happens to be not among them. All right. I didn't get the answer I wanted from Madrenza, but Sumu discovered something. The militia team has gathered 50 people. In other words, Falina, the soul-catching doll in his hand, counts as one of the members of the territory. And it was automatically included in the undead team. Sumu casually put Falina doll on the bed. He had to quickly click on the territory crystal to upgrade. As everyone knows, just after Sumu turned around, the Falina doll sat up from the bed strangely. Her dark dull eyes stared at his leaving back until he disappeared. Then she slowly climbed onto the wooden pillow and fell asleep. If Sumu saw this weird scene, he might not want to say anything about the quintessence of Huxia culture. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to Sakura Country player Kikuwa Gonsaka for successfully upgrading the territory to 2. As soon as this news came out, all the lords put down their tools, weapons, one after another, and the world chat channel immediately became lively. Shit! The first promotion of level 2 territory is not so Muse? God's eyes are opened. This brother Lukawa Amasaka is so impressive. Awesome! Sumu failed to get the first promotion to level 2? Ha ha ha, so happy. I don't think anyone will be jealous of me, except Sumu who doesn't say a word when he touches me. Who says it's not the case? The guy named Sumu took all the good stuff. It's outrageous. Fortunately, someone killed him in front of him this time. Great. I haven't been as happy as I am today for a long time. If there was champagne, I would open a bottle of it. On the chat channel, there were all voices gloating about the misfortune, both from the Dragon Kingdom and from abroad. Anyone can take the main one among the lords, except Sumu. In the final analysis, the name Sumu has appeared too frequently on world notices recently, and almost all good things are related to him. In particular, the lords from all over the world are worried about the fact that the Moon Demon clan failed to invade last night and instead allowed Sumu to get a reward. Why does this guy act like a cheater? The Demon clan will open a bonus copy for him for free? That's too much. As a result, Sumu's reputation on the chat channel dropped sharply, making people even more jealous. The lords even gave Sumu a nickname. The biological son of the lords. They all joked that if someone was behind the Lord era, then Sumu must be this person's illegitimate son. Under such a wave, the lords should not be too happy and excited when they receive the news that someone has upgraded before Sumu. But they seem to be happy and celebrating early. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player Sumu for successfully upgrading his territory to 2. World Chat Channel. What's the meaning? Isn't the second upgrade going to be announced to the whole system? What the hell is the system doing? MMD. Isn't it a sudden change in the mechanism? Rewards can be obtained for the first 2 upgrades. Is this an excuse to give rewards to Sumu? Ah? Can you still play like this? Then my own son was stoned. Damn. It's horrifying to think about it. Wasn't it Sumu who brought us to this ghost world? Just when the lords were confused and the chat channel was filled with abuse, the system announcement appeared again a minute later. After system detection, Dragon Kingdom player Sumu and Sakura Kingdom player Kyokawa Gonsaka submitted requests to upgrade their territory to 2 at the same time. The upgrade time of the 2 lords is the same. Chapter 53. What do you mean? Can you also upgrade the territory at the same time? The system means that both the steel plate and Sumu can obtain territory level 2 rewards. Damn! Isn't this too fake? Could it be that the system opened a backdoor for Sumu? Can all these be put together? Do you believe it? I don't believe it anyway. As if in response to the question, the system announcement sounded again. Check again and it's correct. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom Sumu and Lord of the Sakura Kingdom Kikuwa Gansaka confirmed the time at 13 hours 58 minutes and 48 seconds. Because there is only one reward for the first upgrade of level 2 territory. Now the system has decided to use territorial battlefield battle to determine the reward. Lords, please go to the homepage to check the relevant information. In the wooden house in Tianmu village, Sumu frowned secretly while listening to the system announcement. Can it still be like this? He quickly clicked on the homepage to view the system's explanation. Within an hour, Sumu must prepare 100 troops that can fight in the territory. An hour later, he and 100 troops will be sent to the virtual territory battlefield by the system, and they will have a virtual battle with the Lord of Sakura Kingdom, Lukawa Gansaka. The winning party will receive the first upgrade reward for the level 2 territory. Moreover, Sumu noticed that in the virtual battlefield, the Lord's talents, skills, etc. can work. Except that the Lord will not die, the members brought to the battle will suffer casualties. The battle lasts until all the troops are used up. Whichever side's Lord has no troops will be judged as the loser. To a large extent, this is also the system's way of preventing the thief from catching the king first. It can be said that this is a battle that truly tests the territory's heritage. If the fighting power in the territory is not good, no matter how powerful the Lord is, he may not be able to win the battle. It can be said that the system has been considered comprehensively enough. Are you confident? Luxi sent greetings to Sumu. It's a pity that I didn't go out to fight monsters today, and I didn't have a scroll of the undead, otherwise you might have more choices. Haha, the advanced undead scroll you just gave me is already great, okay? I'm not that greedy. Although Fulina, the soul-catching doll, doesn't know what's going on, Sumu doesn't have time to worry about it now. Don't worry, it's stable. Come on. Luxi also sent a smiley face. After stopping chatting, Sumu went to prepare. System-wide announcement. In order to promote the development of the Lord's territories, speed up the process. This virtual battle between the two sides will use a guessing vote to win or lose. The winning Lords will receive a Lord gift pack. The gift pack rewards are random. As soon as the system message came out, the World Chat channel was boiling again. There are prizes for guessing? Brothers, there are Lord gift packs, so how do you choose? Who should I choose? Brothers, the voting machine is out, do you want to choose Lukawa Gansaka or Sumu? I think I should choose Sumu, after all, my son from the Lord era. Yes, Sumu just finished killing the Moon Demon clan yesterday. Maybe he has a lot of cards. If you didn't tell me, I still wanted to choose Sumu, but as soon as you told me, I wanted to choose to wear the steel plate. Understood, Sumu resisted the Moon Demon clan's invasion last night. I'm afraid it took a lot of effort, right? By the way, who knows what the guy who breaks through the steel plate is called? Why have you never heard of his name? Where did this tough guy come from? Just when the lords were frantically discussing who to vote for, a kimchi country lord named Han Jizhung suddenly appeared. Let me tell you quietly, the territory of Lukawa Gansaka is near me. He is very fierce. The territory is full of orcs. They are all as strong as cattle, and they can punch a goblin. No one around our territory is afraid of him. When this news appeared, the channel was briefly silent. Real or fake? Without pictures, there is no truth? Brother, you don't want us to vote for Lukawa Gansaka while you secretly vote for Sumu? That's too bad of you. Yes, you are too bad if this is the case. Faced with everyone's doubts, Han Jizhung directly sent a screenshot of his own voting selector for Lukawa Gansaka. See? I voted for Shikawa Gansaka. He has absolute strength. And he also knows skills and has unlocked the Lord talent. The weapon in his hand is a long-barreled copper gun, which is very powerful. Han Zisheng's tone was very arrogant. If you hadn't just questioned me and didn't scold me, I wouldn't have said so much and shared so much with you. Anyway, believe me, vote for Lukawa Gonsaka. When Han Zhizheng said this, the lords who originally wanted to vote for Sumu began to waver in their hearts. But some people are still worried. Brother Kimchi country, you must be a fierce person. I am curious about what the territory of Lukawa Gonsaka looks like. Do you have any screenshots? Han Zhizheng Appa good brother, can you take a screenshot and see it? I want to see the orcs in the Lukawa Gonsaka territory. Yes, Shikatsu Appa is so familiar with Shikawa Gonsaka-san, you must have seen him fighting, right? Curious Appa. You are so powerful, you must be able to find a solution, right? Under the flattery of all the lords, Han Zhizheng felt a little elated. Of course I have what you are talking about, and it doesn't matter if I show it to you. He said and sent several screenshots in succession. One is the territory of Lukawa Gonsaka. The wooden houses in the Kansaka territory of Lukawa are built very tall and are laid out in an orderly manner. From a distance, they already look impressive, forming a perfect village existence. What's more important is that there are half-orcs who are just over 2 meters tall stationed outside his territory. Those half-orcs are all strong and fierce-looking, forming a huge deterrent. The screenshot below shows the back of Shikawa Gonsaka himself fighting. Lukawa Gonsaka raised his hands high, and a huge fireball condensed in his hands, like a fire element magician. It's so full. It looks really strong. Who knows who is stronger, lizards or orcs? A lord raised a question. He wanted to estimate Sumu's strength by referring to Shrek's strength at that time. Aren't you talking nonsense? I have seen lizards and half-orcs, and I feel that half-orcs can maim lizardmen. Indeed, the lizardmen are only about 50/50ths equal to the goblins. They are just difficult for us to deal with. For the orcs, it's just like fighting against the scum. By the way, I suddenly remembered, is Kagawa Gonsaka the guy who participated in the battle bet between Shrek and Sumu in the chat channel some time ago? Is it him? It sounds like his name. I remember when I was betting against a female lord, right? What Shikawa Gonsaka took out seemed to be a skill scroll. Damn! I remembered it. There was that kind of good stuff a few days ago. It's absolutely awesome to pierce the steel plate. Vote for him. I vote for him. Vote for him, vote for him. Chapter 54. What made Han Zhizheng frown was that under his influence and the analysis of the lords. At the last moment, the voting ratio between Sumu and Shikawa Gonsaka was fixed at 22% 78%. 22% is Sumu. 78% is Shikawa Gonsaka. Although Lukawa Gonsaka was 3 times taller, the smart Han Zhizheng still smelled something was wrong. What's going on? Haven't I analyzed it so much with you? I've sent you screenshots. Why does Sumu still have such a high support rate? Han Zhizheng felt that he had been fooled. Obama is longer than Obama, so why should Sumu's approval rating be lower than 5 to be reasonable? Why is there still a situation as high as 22%? Didn't the lords on the chat channel praise him so much, why didn't they trust his judgment when they voted? Are you stupid? Ah! Shikawa Ameka must win. Han Zhizheng rolled his eyes and couldn't help complaining. He felt that his young heart had been let down. Very unhappy. I don't understand either. What's going on? Sumu's support rate is quite high, right? Is there any more gossip? I don't know, I voted for Lukawa Gonsaka anyway. Me too, support Lukawa Gonsaka. At this time, a Dragon Kingdom lord named Muye stood up. Kimchi, I don't understand why Sumu's approval rate is 22%. Just a reminder, our population in the Dragon Kingdom once accounted for 1/5 of the world's population. As Muye stood up, more and more Dragon Kingdom lords also spoke. NND guys, don't you look at where you're hitting? The Lords of the Dragon Kingdom versus the Lords of the Sakura Kingdom. Do you think we, the Lords of the Dragon Kingdom, will support the devils but not our own people? That's it. Sumu beat those who threw the steel plate to death. The half-orcs are nothing. Kill him. Damn it. Slap those who threw the steel plate in the face. The chat messages are getting more and more intense and exciting. We, the Lords of the Dragon Kingdom, just usually criticize Sumu in the chat channel. If we really want to fight, we will definitely support him. What do you think? That's it. Those who can't tell the difference between right and wrong are in vain. You may have to think about attacking other countries, but you don't need to think about attacking Sakura country. Just close your eyes and attack your own people. So what if Sumu loses? So what if I just bet and don't get any reward? I just support Sumu without any brains. Support our Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Support Sumu. Support Lord Dragon Kingdom. Support Sumu. Support Lord Dragon Kingdom. More and more Dragon Kingdom lords uttered this sentence, and the screen was refreshed crazily for a while, and the formation was unified. Looking at the neat queue in the World Chat channel, Han Zisheng's face instantly darkened, and he couldn't hold back a word for a long time. However, system-wide announcement. The time has come, please invite Dragon Kingdom Lord Sumu and Sakura Kingdom Lord Kyokawa Gonsaka to prepare for teleportation. The system will announce the winner as soon as the winner is determined. Kagawa Gonsaka has no idea what is going on in the World Chat channel. All he wants right now is to prepare for battle. My name is Sumu, a man from the Dragon Kingdom, are you ready? Wait until I show you what absolute power is. Snort. With a cold snort, Lukawa Gonsaka chose to accept the transmission. He couldn't hold it any longer. Last time, he lost a skill scroll of Tianhuozayan because of Sumu. This time, Lukawa Gonsaka is determined to torture Sumu again. Get the interest back from him. Accept transmission. In the small village of Tianmu, Sumu had already prepared. As the space tore apart, when Sumu opened his eyes again, he had already appeared on a piece of yellow soil. It was surrounded by a vast desert, with no trees to serve as shelter, and no rocks or the like. There is no terrain advantage between the two sides, and the main thing is to fight if they don't accept it. Behind Sumu are 20 fire elemental slimes responsible for fire coverage and attack. Each of them also has a label, and they are all absolute combatants and militants. After that came the leading charging group headed by Thunderstorm King Kong. Sumu carefully selected all Thunderstorm King Kongs with potential talents such as Combat Madness, Great Strength, and Combat Expert. They are all the best of the best. It can be said that negative labels will never appear in Sumu's team. A total of 10 Thunderbolt King Kongs were selected. Behind Thunderstorm King Kong is an army of undead. Except for the soul-catching doll Fulina, all the undead are out. The skeleton soldiers' weapons include long knives and spears, both of which are randomly equipped by Sumu. The weapons and equipment in his territory are all looted from goblins, and the main one is used for whatever purpose. Naturally, what he is interested in is not the strong fighting ability of the skeleton soldiers, but his own talent as the Lord of Purgatory Hot Spring. As long as this talent exists, the undead can be resurrected 10 times. This is an absolute bug. It can be said that everything in Sumu has been carefully calculated. The last one is all Yame. Yame's combat ability itself is not weak, and it will be stronger with the blessing of potential talent tags. Naturally, bringing them out is to protect themselves. It can be said that Sumu thought a lot, worked out all the tricks, and considered various situations. Soon, Sumu noticed that the Lord of Sakura Kingdom named Lukawa Gonsaka also teleported over. Kagawa Amasaka is not very tall, but he looks sinister and cunning. Behind him is a legion of orcs, very neat. Compared with Sumu Dong's patchwork army, Lukawa Gonsaka's army is more like a well-trained regular army. Ha ha ha. Lukawa Gonsaka looked at the mixed combat power behind Sumu and couldn't help laughing. His tone was full of disdain. So musing, is this the strength you need to upgrade your territory to level 1 for the first time? The members behind you are really funny. Did you bring out all the slimes? Shikawa Amasaka chattered. I'm very curious, how did you withstand the attack of the Moon Demon clan with your strength? You didn't agree to be their slave, did you? He looked at Sumu's combat prowess and his smile became even more unrestrained. Except for the fact that Donkey Kong in front seems to be able to see, you are so pitifully weak. It's so noisy. Sumu curled his lips and did not argue with Lukawa Gonsaka. He still calmly analyzed the situation on the field. To be honest, Lukawa Gonsaka's strength seems to be pretty good. Sumu thinks this battle might be a bit difficult. Both sides are preparing to launch an attack. Following the announcement from the system, the Orcs on the Lukawa Gonsaka side took the lead in launching a charge. The Orcs' roar shook the ground. Lukawa Gonsaka verbally mocked Sumu, but during the battle, he put away his arrogance and took it seriously. Quite a character. Sumu gave the first evaluation. Fight! Sumu roared, jumped up and landed on the shoulders of Thunderstorm King Kong. Ouch! The reliable Thunderstorm King Kong smashed his chest and took the lead in launching a charge. The battle is about to begin. However, a scene that surprised Sumu appeared. The two ghost knights unexpectedly rushed out of the queue and charged forward. They were so fast that a burst of flying sand was thrown up behind them. The skeleton horse is stepping on the purple underworld fire, its momentum is amazing, no one can stop it. What? Looking at the charge of the Orc army, Shikawa Gonsaka was shocked. Because of the existence of Thunderstorm King Kong, he didn't even notice that there were two more things in Sumu's queue. GGG. Madrensa, can't bear it for a long time. The Hell Shaman Madrensa, who had been at the back of the team, suddenly rose into the sky. He blooms like a green ball of light in the sky. Green energy radiates instantly below. Charge! Army of the Undead! Tear into pieces the enemies who dare to provoke us. Curse them! Chapter 55. Curse! Curse! Lord Madrensa will make you feel what despair is. Above the sky of the virtual battle arena, Madrensa's slightly crazy voice resounded. Green light fell, and the half-orcs who were still charging suddenly froze. Immediately afterwards, their steps slowed down, and their roars were not as fierce as before. What's going on? Lukawa Gonsaka discovered this detail. What did that damn thing in the sky do to my orc army? Sumu, who was sitting on the shoulders of King Thunderbolt King, knew best what Madlensa had done at this moment. The power of the curse is an increase for the undead. But for targets that are not undead, they will be weakened for a certain period of time. The orcs had been weakened, and it was time to attack. Sumu seized the opportunity and waved his hand. Remote target attack. The fire elemental slimes in the rear had already stood up, and the moment they received the order, they spit out balls of fire from their mouths. Among the overwhelming flame balls, there are also the bows and arrows of the skeleton archers. The orcs who were charging forward were hit one after another, and howls were heard everywhere. Are fire elemental slimes strong? In fact, it's not that strong. But Sumu's fire element slime is different. Everyone who can come here to fight is an elite among the elites, and there is absolutely no doubt about their strength. But what frightened Shikawa Kamisaka was far more than that. The charge of the Ghost Skeleton Knight is already in place, and with the blessing of the cursed power, the two of them are extremely brave. With the scythes in their hands, they cut off the heads of the orcs at the front. Stimulated by the sacrifice and blood of their companions, the orcs also began a fierce resistance. The bloody battle begins. However, the abilities of the cursed orcs are far inferior to those in their heyday. Although the skeleton soldiers are not difficult to deal with. But they face not only skeleton soldiers, but also the opponent's long-range fire support, and even sudden surprise attacks hidden in the dark. Several times, the orcs were almost able to kill the skeleton soldiers in front of them, but a shadow suddenly appeared behind them and gave them a blow, completely turning the situation around. A surprise attack launched by Yeme. They always appear exactly where support is needed most. 1,000 miles away. When he came, Lukawa Gonsaka knew that it would not be easy to deal with Sumu. He never underestimated the enemy and was arrogant. He didn't even pay attention to the world chat channel, focusing on preparing for the battle. It's just that he didn't expect that his currently invincible orc army would be so suppressed in front of Sumu. There is an attack from the sky, and there is fire coverage from the ground. Sumu really thought of everything. Lukawa Gonsaka secretly gritted his teeth. In such a desperate situation, he did not give up. He sacrificed the power of the fire element and constantly helped his orc army to circle around, trying to reverse the situation of the war. But Lukawa Gonsaka prepared carefully, and Sumu obviously had to take it more seriously. Not only did he carefully select and send out the strongest combat force, but he also went out of his way to familiarize himself with his own skills when he came. Stealth attack. In 2 consecutive leaps, Sumu landed next to Lukawa Gonsaka. Shikawa Amasaka is shocked. He had just noticed that Sumu was on Donkey Kong's shoulder, but how could he run to him in the blink of an eye? What kind of skill do you have? Sumu didn't answer, he had already pulled out his magic dragon horn knife. The strangely shaped weapon exudes a cold aura. Gangland slash. The answer to Lukawa Gonsaka was these 3 words. A gust of wind about 5 meters long, mixed with a sonic boom, struck forward. Shikawa Amasaka looked horrified. The strong wind has arrived. Pfft. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Lord Sumu for winning the territorial battlefield battle. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom Sumu will receive the first level 2 reward for the territory. Congratulations to the Lord who won the voting and guessing. The reward package will be airdropped to your account soon, remember to claim it. As soon as the system announcement came out, there were wailing sounds in the world channel. FK. Where is Han Jishung? Get out of here, this is what you call Lukawa Gonsaka's must-win. Shit. I said I would support Sumu, but Han Jishung led me to vote for Lukawa Gonsaka. Me too. If it weren't for that kid, I would have supported Sumu. He is someone who can drive away the demons. That is, the first person to get the first promotion, the person who can resist the invasion of the demons. He is the strongest man, okay. Don't forget, he also killed the 2nd place Shrek. In the chat channel, the foreign lords began to criticize Han Jishung angrily. On the contrary, Sumu was lifted to a whole new level by them. He became that man in the mouths of foreign lords. But the seriousness of the problem goes far beyond that. Some lords felt extremely resentful because they were unable to receive system gift pack rewards. Okay. Han Jishung, right? The lord of Kimchi country, right? Just wait for me, I will invade every Kimchi country territory I see in the future. Support. Damn Kimchi people, just wait for me. There is the territory of the lord of Kimchi country next to me, so I will unite with the surrounding lords to kill him. It's done. It must be done. Looking at the messages that kept flashing through the chat channel, Han Zisheng's face changed wildly, and finally turned into panic. He never thought that he was just surfing the internet and actually set off a hidden copy of War for the Lords of his country. The more Han Jishung thought about it, the more scared he became. No. My trip to Lukawa Gonsaka. Han Jishung stood up and left his territory. However, at this moment, the moment of celebration still belongs to the Lords of the Dragon Kingdom. Damn! Sumu is awesome! We are the champions! Little Kagawa Gonsaka, little Lord of Sakura Country, take it down, take it down! Is it okay not to win? We have so many Dragon Kingdom Lords supporting him. He must win. That's right. When you are happy, should you thank the Lord named Mue. If he hadn't supported Sumu on the national chat channel and supported our own Lord of Dragon Kingdom, would we be so united? Yes, I have to thank Mu yet, he took the lead, otherwise I would still be hesitant. Thank you, brother Mue. Thank you. The power of the demonic dragon horn knife combined with the gangland slash is too terrifying, isn't it? Sumu clicked his tongue. He was still recalling in his mind the scene where Lukawa Gonsaka was split into two by him just now. Too strong. In Sumu's eyes, the skill gangland slash has growth potential. Because it can increase the strength according to the strength of the weapon. When Sumu used an ordinary long sword to use gangland slash, the power was only less than half of that of the demonic dragon horn knife. However, using the demon dragon Kakud, he could instantly kill Lukawa Gonsaka, leaving the opponent with no chance to react. Sumu felt like he had found a treasure out of thin air. This was a powerful skill that could be affected by the quality of the weapon. Get System Reward Package. Successfully upgraded to Level 2 Territory. Chapter 56. Without being anxious to see what reward he had won, Sumu's hand fell on the Territory Crystal. Tianmu Tribe. Territory Attribute, Level 2 Tribe. Lord, Sumu. Lord Talent, Pride of Leader, Purgatory Hot Spring. Lord Power, 78. Lord's Strength, 76. Lord Agility, 79. Lord Wisdom, 80. Lord Skills, Insight, Stealth, Gangland Slash, Wind Dragon. Lord Equipment, Musket, Refined Longbow, Magic Dragon Horn Knife. Lord Charm, 40. The village was upgraded to the name of the tribe. In addition, Sumu's overall attributes have been greatly improved, almost doubling. It seems that the way to become stronger is largely inseparable from the improvement of territory level. However, the charm has not improved at all. This seems to be something that can only be improved through external forces. Territory Upgrade Tips. 1. Absorb 3000 lives and become territory residents. Currently 435/3000, unfinished. 2. Own buildings 45/150, unfinished, on the land within your territory. 3. Increase the size of the army to 50/450, and develop a set of training methods to refine the 3 types of arms, not completed. 4. Roads have been laid in the territory and the ability to build bridges, not yet completed. 5. Successfully taste the joy of harvest from the planned farmland, unfinished. 6. There is basic medical construction in the territory, and there is basic life construction in the territory, not completed. 7. What the flag points to is invincible. Design a territorial flag and place it in the territory to demonstrate sovereignty. Unfinished. After completing the above conditions, the territory can be upgraded to level 3, and the corresponding functions will be unlocked at that time. The conditions for this upgrade were similar to the last time. What surprised Sumu was the design of the flag. To be honest, Sumu's current infrastructure in the territory is indeed not very good. The roads are not completely planned. The main idea is that if a person walks too much, the road will appear. These things really need to be thought about carefully and how to design them. Acquire Territory Reputation Scroll, gain 1000 Territory Reputation after use. The reputation of the territory affects the external reputation of the territory. The higher the reputation of the territory, the higher the popularity of the territory. Note: personal reputation affects the recruitment of talents in the territory, and the reputation of the territory affects the later population occupancy rate. Get a scroll that improves all attributes by 20 points. Get Territory Expansion Crystals. Obtain 5 scrolls for cultivating the medical abilities of territorial members. After use, they will train members' medical abilities and skills to provide protection for the territory. Obtain Domestication Collar X50, it can be used to capture animals and domesticate them into livestock, providing sustainable development for the territory. Obtain slave collar x100. Obtain capture collar x100. The member races detected in the Lord's territory include slimes, lizardmen, undead, thunderbolts, roaring bears, red foxes, plant spirits. Randomly go to the undead race and get the undead summoning scroll x100. Can you still play like this? Sumu was also a little surprised by the final reward from the system. Is the plant spirit talking about Susu? There are only so many rewards in the system, which are quite generous. Sumu is not greedy, and he feels quite satisfied. It's a pity that he can't participate in the betting on the outcome, so he can still take advantage of the system. After using the scroll that increased all attributes by 20 points, Sumu's attributes were improved again. He clenched his fist slightly, and there was a crackling sound in his joints, and his whole body was filled with a sense of strength. He felt like he could kill a roaring bear with one punch. After the territory was upgraded from a village to a tribe, Sumu saw the scope of the territory from the territory crystal. It expanded from the previous 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers. In other words, after he used the territory to expand the crystal, the territory doubled to 10 kilometers. What is the concept of 10 kilometers? The town where Sumu used to live was only 7 or 8 kilometers from south to north. And his current territory is larger than a small town in his previous life. He dares to say that his territory is definitely the largest territory so far. Because no one used the territory expansion crystal twice in a row like him. After planning the general land use, Sumu found the Lizardman Zisha. Zisha, have you found any other lizard people companions recently? You can try to introduce them to us. Because there are many places where you will be needed next. Sumu said. In the past, most of the wood was used, so the slime tribe has always been working. But now Sumu wants to plan a blue brick road and make the house as close to a stone house as possible. His territory will need a lot of stone ore in the future. As the lizardmen are good at mining, this is the time to use them. Master, I know that there is a group of lizardmen who are also active in the Maluo forest, but I won't be able to convince them to join for a while. Because they were in a little trouble. Zisha replied. The owner had asked him to help keep an eye on it before, so he probably knew some news. Oh? How many members are there in the tribe, and what kind of trouble have they encountered? Sumu remembered that Zisha's manual adaptability was mining at level 3. Because he is specialized, he mines minerals very quickly. This is also the reason why Shrek was so optimistic about the lizard people at that time. In addition to wood, ores are also very important resources. There are about 100 members, and they are fighting a tunnel battle with the rabbit clan. Zisha opened her mouth to explain. It turned out that Turan, the leader of the lizard people of another tribe, had a son named Tagibu. A few days ago, Tagibu and his tribe discovered a crystal mine in the wild. They immediately wanted to bring the news back to the tribe. Who would have thought that he would be intercepted and killed by the Pauto clan members on the way? Tagibu died, and another tribesman escaped by chance, and it brought the news back to the tribe. So, war was declared between the lizards and the rabbit tribe. There has been a fierce fight between the two tribes in recent days. Compared with you lizard people, what are the characteristics of the rabbit tribe? After Soluo thought for a while, he still asked. The rabbit tribe, like us, likes to live in underground pits, and they are also very good at mining. Also good at mining. Sumu suddenly thought. What a great feeling. What he needs most now is free mining labor. Can you contact their leader Tulin? I want to meet him. Yes, Master, I can help you contact Tulin and ask for his opinion. Well, just tell it that I can avenge its son. Yes. After Zisha left, Sumu didn't waste time. He immediately started using the undead summoning scroll and continued to increase his undead team. In the battle with Lukawa Gonsaka, Sumu succeeded in getting the benefit of the doubt. With the existence of Purgatory Hot Spring, the skeleton soldiers who died as cannon fodder were really resurrected and became stronger. With such a huge bug, it is impossible for Sumu not to get stuck. He has already planned to let Madrenza lead the undead army to fight every day in the future, and he will not come back until he dies 10 times. If this goes on for a long time, won't his undead army still be invincible? Sumu wanted to praise himself for his wit. Chapter 57. 99. 100. Too little. 100 undead summoning scrolls are not enough to fill the gap between teeth now. Sumu glanced at the growing undead army and couldn't help but exhale. As his territory expands, the population he needs now will also increase. This time, 50 skeleton soldiers, 25 skeleton archers, 25 skeleton mages were summoned. After letting Madrenza take the undead army out to level up, Sumu finally had time to rest. Susu, where is your sister Vinchia? Where has she gone? When Sumu returned to the room, he didn't see Vinchia. Only Susu was in the room, so he couldn't help but ask. My sister said that it is not good for us to eat meat a lot recently. She is going to the edge of the forest to pick some wild fruits and bring them back for our dinner. Susu said while fiddling with the Fulina soul-catching doll in her hand. She said that if your brother asks, you can rest assured that she will be back soon, and she will only be active at the edge of the forest. All right. Hearing her answer, Sumu felt relieved. Vinchia is very smart, so it won't be a big problem if she is only at the edge of the forest. Susu, this doll is not for playing with. Seeing Susu still playing with the Fulina doll, Sumu sat next to her and touched her head funnily. I'm not playing. Brother, I'm trying to help her clean up. She's a little dirty. Susu's voice was soft and waxy. When she saw Sumu coming to her side, she stopped playing with the Fulina doll and opened her hands to hint wildly. Brother, give me a hug. Hug. Okay, hug, let me hug. There was nothing Sumu could do about her coquettishness, so he took her into his arms and put her on his lap. Susu then continued to play with the Fulina doll in her hand with satisfaction, and said sweetly. Brother, the little skirt she is wearing is very torn. Can we change her to a new one? Sumu took a look. In fact, he had noticed a long time ago that there were many patches on the little black skirt that Fulina was wearing, the kind that had been sewn and mended. Show me. Sumu took the Fulina doll from Susu's hand. After looking at it carefully, he suddenly lifted up the black skirt the doll was wearing and took a look at the structure inside. Hey! It seems like this skirt can really be taken off. Sumu muttered and continued to play with the Fulina doll, observing the structure of the doll. Susu watched her brother's movements without blinking. Susu, do you really want to help her change her dress? It seems like it can really be taken off, and we can make a new skirt for her. Before he finished speaking, Sumu was stunned. Because Susu lifted up the little skirt she was wearing. In an instant, the scenery is revealed. Just one glance is enough to shock you. You are stupid, Susu. Sumu's scalp was numb. He stretched out his hand to hold down Susu's skirt, and then pinched her little face hard. Silly girl. Woo, brother. It hurts, it hurts. Susu begged pitifully. Sumu didn't use any force at all, so he knew that Susu was pretending on purpose. In addition to loving to act coquettishly, the little girl also seems to have made great progress in pretending to be pitiful. Remember, you are not allowed to act like this in front of anyone in the future, you know. Sumu nodded at Susu's nose and educated her earnestly. Lifting skirts in public, isn't that something only 3 or 4-year-old girls can do? Susu had just been conceived from the fruit of life, and to a large extent her current mind was no different from that of a little girl. Sumu felt that he needed to teach her something. But, brother, you did the same. Susu pouted her little mouth, looking like she was about to cry. She lay in her brother's arms and sniffed pitifully. It was impossible to cry. The little girl just wanted to act coquettishly and be coaxed. How am I the same? Sumu's head was full of black lines. What I lifted was a baby's. You can lift it casually, but don't you know that? As Sumu said, in order to strengthen Susu's memory ability, he repeatedly lifted up the black skirt on Fulina's doll, and then put it down again. Repeated this several times. Dolls will not be exposed, but people will. Sumu tried to make Susu understand this matter. But Susu obviously didn't understand. Ah? Why? Because you are a little girl, it is very inelegant to do this, and it is easy to expose yourself, and you will be seen by people outside, you know. Dolls won't have to worry about being exposed. Anyway, you little girl should know how to protect yourself. So you can't act like this outside in the future, otherwise my brother will be angry. Sumu pretended to educate in a stern tone, and he reached out and tapped Susu's brain. Little girl, do you know? Okay. Susu nodded her little head seriously, and then added. Susu knows, brother, don't be angry. This is right. Sumu patted her little face, feeling very relieved. The little girl finally listened. Brother, Susu still has a question. Susu suddenly raised her little hand. Any more questions? Just ask. Sumu's tone also softened. Can Susu lift her skirt just in front of her brother? Sumu. No way. He even hesitated. It's a sin, Sumu. Sumu secretly slandered himself in his heart. Well, okay. Susu blinked, not sure if she heard it. Getting back to the subject, if you want to help the doll change her dress, then we can help her change it, okay? Sumu decided that he would do nothing else for the next time and focus on playing with Susu. After all, the little girl has been playing with him for more than a day or two. Okay. Well, let's take off the doll's skirt first, and then use the cloth to measure the size. Sumu started to take off the skirt of Fulina doll. But at this time, a sudden change occurred. The Fulina doll escaped from Sumu's hands and suddenly flew into the air, just floating quietly, looking at each other. Sumu. Susu, W, degree O degree, W. Brother, the doll has flown away. It's amazing. Susu clapped her little hands and squirmed excitedly in Sumu's arms. Of course Sumu knew that the doll had flown away, he was not blind and stupid. However, no one knows the origin of Fulina doll better than him. You can indeed move. Why didn't you respond when I called you before? Sumu said. Fulina's body moved. She stretched out her hand and patted the skirt on her body, straightening it hard. I have to say, this scene is a bit weird and cute. A doll is stroking her skirt. Who in the real world can imagine this scene? Hateful. Fulina doll spoke, it was a female voice. She turned into a doll and slept all the time. She had no idea what was going on. Besides, who would try their best to lift up a doll's skirt? Too disgusting. After speaking, Fulina doll turned in a 360-degree circle, and then a strange black smoke enveloped her. The next moment, in front of Sumu, Fulina's true body appeared. Chapter 58. Wow brother, the doll has turned into a human, it's so amazing. Susu's eyes were shining, as if she had seen something extraordinary, and she was very excited. Sumu quickly reached out and grabbed her waving little hand, looking forward. The combination of beauty and weirdness, do you know what kind of collision it is? Sumu knows. Because Fulina, who had already appeared in human form before his eyes, explained to him what a combination of beauty and weirdness was. Fulina, who was suspended in the air, was about 1.65 meters tall. Her face was small and girlish, and she looked young. She has a slender figure and is wearing a tattered skirt that is somewhat similar to the one she wore in her doll form. The long hair like ink falls down, giving people an impeccable silky texture. Sumu didn't know whether she used too much rejoice or not too little sassoon, but her long hair was very silky. However, Fulina's face showed a little dissatisfaction at this moment. She had her hands on her hips, her mouth was bulging, and her dark eyes fell on Sumu's face, looking like a sulky little girl. Well, turning up doll skirts is my problem. Facing Fulina's inquiring gaze, Sumu spoke. But I don't know what kind of existence you are. If you were like this, could I still lift your skirt? Can I lift it up again and again? Then you mean it's my problem. Fulina suddenly floated in front of Sumu. Otherwise? Sumu shrugged, saying that he was also innocent and helpless. If you had shown up earlier, I definitely wouldn't have been able to do such a thing. Damn it! Fulina gritted her teeth, revealing her big white teeth. In fact, Fulina was already awake from the moment she was summoned. However, she doesn't know who the person who summoned her is and what his personality is like. The suspicious Fulina decided not to reveal her true body and observed all developments in the form of a doll. She had originally planned to hide for 7 days and a half and reappear her original form to face her current master. Little did I know that my skirt would be lifted as soon as I came up. Having her skirt lifted was nothing to worry about, Fulina could still accept it. After all, she was just a doll, what else could she see? What she couldn't accept was that even if the doll's skirt was lifted up repeatedly, her hateful owner still stared at the doll for a while. She felt all of this clearly. Being watched wildly, having her skirt lifted wildly, all this seemed to be done to her real body, not just a doll. She has a sense of shame. But she endured all this. She never expected that her owner would take off the doll's skirt in the end. Fulina couldn't bear it anymore. What's the difference between this and taking off her clothes in front of her? No difference. So, she exposed herself in advance. It was precisely because of this that she didn't know how to refute Sumu's words. It was true that she played with fire first, and she didn't expect to burn herself. Okay, if you're so dissatisfied, the best I can do is let you take it off, right? Seeing that Fulina was still sulking, Sumu teased. I don't want it. Fulina suddenly turned around and raised her face. She's not stupid, so she's not the one who suffers like this? I want it, I want it. Brother, I want it. At this time, Susu raised her little hands crazily in support. Before Sumu could say anything, she wanted to unbuckle his belt. Little girl, you are crazy. Sumu quickly held Susu's hand. Is Susu really a reckless girl? He was joking, even if Fulina wanted to, he wouldn't be able to do that. But what made him dumbfounded was that Susu actually took it seriously. She seems to think this is very fun? No. Why not? At most, people can just ask my brother to take off his clothes. Susu's delicate voice sounded somewhat childlike. Sumu. That won't work either. Hateful. The evil Susu always breaks my Sumu Taoist heart. Humph. Seeing the two people fighting, Fulina snorted, then turned around and disappeared into the wall. After personally educating Susu for a while, Sumu turned around and found Fulina missing. He knew she wouldn't go far. The undead summoned by his own hands are vaguely tied to him. For example, Madrenza calls him master as soon as he comes out. This is the reason. Thinking of this, Sumu hugged Susu, chatted and teased her, and soon fell asleep. What? Are you familiar with our place? When Sumu saw Fulina again, it was already 3 hours later. She was sitting in a daze on a chair at the door of the cabin. Well, I walked around a few times. Fulina responded. Then have you seen Madrenza? Sumu asked curiously. Fulina walked around a few times, and she must have met Madrenza, right? Saw it. Yes, you are all undead, so you should have more friendly exchanges. Sumu said casually. I have had friendly exchanges with it. While Fulina was speaking, her pale face turned red for some unknown reason. Master! I want to report it. Don't be deceived by her. Madrenza appeared, shouting. She is not communicating with me in a friendly manner at all, she is killing. Before Madlenza could finish speaking, Fulina had already blasted it away with a dark purple ball of light. Seeing this scene, Sumu instantly understood what Madlenza was complaining about. Emotional Fulina is terrifyingly strong. Madrenza was killed in one move. Owner! Look, this is how she treated me. How can this be friendly? It's just too bullying, no, undead. Because of the purgatory hot spring, Madrenza resurrected and appeared again, but its voice of complaint gradually became quieter. After all, Fulina over there has already gathered her own energy ball. It's afraid that if it says another word, the energy will hit it at any time. Stop it, Fulina. Sumu frowned and said sternly. I'm still in front of you, do you just want to hit Madrenza in front of me? He didn't react just now, but now Sumu can see clearly. As the supreme being in the territory, he certainly cannot let disharmonious things happen in front of him. Fulina's face suddenly swelled as round as a balloon. She glared at Madrenza several times, as if she was very dissatisfied with it. Dissatisfaction is shown on his face. In the end, she took back her energy, snorted softly, and turned her recovered face away. Thank you, Master, for making the decision for me. Seeing this, Madrenza quickly flew behind Sumu and complimented. The Master is wise. It was the provocation first, and it was right to fight. A voice suddenly sounded behind Sumu. He turned around and glanced. It was Joyuki's. What's the meaning? Chapter 59. Brother Su, it was your men who provoked this guy first. Joyuki glanced at Fulina and continued. It was the one who provoked the sister first, and then they started fighting. Joyuki came over and told what she witnessed. It turned out that not long ago, Fulina encountered the undead army led by Madrenza when she was patrolling the territory. They were all undead, and Madrenza was now the leader of the legion. It couldn't help but run to Fulina and sneered for a while. Then the two undead started fighting after they disagreed. As you can imagine, Madrenza was not enough to watch and was killed instantly. That time just now, it was the second time I was killed instantly. Modlenza, this is what happened, right? Sumu glanced sideways at Madrenza. Without Joyuki's notification, he really didn't know that such a thing had happened before. The key is that Fulina herself doesn't tell or explain, and he doesn't even know. I almost blamed her wrongly. Hee. Madrenza rolled his eyes and the skull bared its teeth in embarrassment. Then it's a good fight. Madlenza's reaction was obvious, and Sumu opened his mouth to make a judgment. Hey! After hearing his words, Fulina raised the corners of her mouth in a slight arc and raised her pointed chin. But Fulina, you also did something wrong. At this time, Sumu continued. If it's a simple quarrel, you don't need to kill me, you know. We are all in the same territory, and you must be harmonious and united. Sumu felt the pressure from the leader. Not only must we resist external contradictions, but we must also take pains to resolve internal contradictions. I didn't want to kill him. Fulina's eyes finally fell on Sumu's face. It was too weak, so I just used one blow. Sumu. Madrenza. There is no way to refute it. Madrenza really couldn't argue with that. It doesn't even dare to think that a hell shaman like itself can't defeat an undead like a little girl from a movie. It really hits the undead. It is also very curious about Fulina's origin from now on. Forget it, this kind of thing can't happen again in the territory anyway. Do you understand, Madrenza? Sumu said. The most important thing in a territory is its internal unity. Sumu doesn't want troublemakers to show up. Yes, my respected master. Madrenza bowed very gentlemanly. Sumu's eyes fell on Fulina again. I see. Fulina also responded cooperatively. Sumu was quite satisfied with the performance of the two undead, and the minor conflict was temporarily resolved. By the way, I have a question. Fulina suddenly said. What's the problem? Why can that guy come back to life even after he died? Also, the same goes for those skeleton soldiers. What did you do to them? This is what Fulina observed. After she knocked out Madrenza with one blow, her first reaction was that she was in trouble. What should I do? But when she had a headache, she found that Madrenza appeared in front of her again. That guy is resurrected. By that time Fulina was also confused. The undead cannot be resurrected unless there are special conditions. Fulina is still very clear about this. So she was very curious about what was going on. You want to know? Think. Fulina's expression was rarely serious. She was very interested in this question. Then give me your hand. Sumu made his request. Fulina obviously hesitated, but finally she simply extended her hand. Sumu was not polite and grabbed him. Of course, he is not trying to take advantage, nor is he such a beast, not even sparing the undead. Soul-catching doll, Fulina. Age, Julian. Job adaptability, Taylor LV6. Special talent tags, Ghost Body, Immortality, Ominous Body, Master's Hand, etc. Taylor LV6? This. Sumu remembered that the highest level of work adaptability was L6. That means Fulina is a full-level tailor? Awesome! Sumu's eyes gradually began to glow when he looked at Fulina. Ever since Vinchia and Susu were around, no one knew what Sumu's regrets were every day. But he knows best. Black stockings. Maid outfit. What's so interesting about it? Sumu didn't even dare to imagine what it would be like to see Vinchia with her long tail put on a maid outfit, black stockings, and sexy clothes. Hiss. Just thinking about it in my mind makes me excited and excited. Absolutely no man can refuse. Aboriginal clothes of this era did not have these things at all. But now that Sumu has Fulina and her full level of tailoring adaptability, everything will not be a dream in the near future. Fulina naturally noticed Sumu's shining eyes. She trembled, thinking that he wanted to do something to her. She leaned back tactically and wanted to struggle away. Etc. Sumu didn't let go of her hand because he hadn't finished reading yet. When the child is born without stitches, the cursed undead doll. The more patches there are on the doll, the stronger the curse will be and the stronger it will be. Ominous body, enemies who kill her will suffer a vicious curse. The curse is unknown. Hand of the Master, the items produced have a 15% chance of being endowed with some special power. Except for the ghost body, Fulina's other three potential talents are all excellent things. Sumu said without exaggeration that Fulina's strength is definitely the first in his territory. This does not require verification. I've been holding it for a long time. Fulina reminded. Sumu smiled and let go of her hand. Fulina, you know tailoring, right? How do you know? Fulina asked doubtfully, has she never mentioned this? How did he know? Of course I have my own methods. Sumu pretended to be mysterious. But you want to help me sew some clothes later, is that okay? Although Fulina and Madrenza were both summoned by him. But the temperaments of the two undead are obviously different. As a qualified lord, you must adopt different coping methods when facing subordinates with different personalities. Sumu has never been a lord before, but he has seen the three kingdoms, and governing is a knowledge. You can make clothes, but you have to answer my questions first. Fulina's request was not too much, and Sumu originally planned to tell her. After all, there is nothing new about what Madrenza also knows. Because I have the ability, as long as you belong to the undead in my territory, you can be resurrected as long as you die no more than 10 times in a day. Resurrection of the dead. Fulina showed a surprised expression for the first time. This is an ability that only the Lord of Hell can have. She said and looked at Madrenza next to her, right? Well. Madrenza rolled his eyes. It seems so. A power that only the Lord of Hell has? To be honest, Simulian didn't even know who the Lord of Hell was. But the name sounds awesome. There is another effect. Every time you die, the undead in my territory will be strengthened. As Sumu said, his eyes suddenly looked at Madrenza next to him. Madrenza was stared at so coldly by her master, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose in her heart. Very ominous. Chapter 60. Ah! Ah! In the Tianmu tribe, the wailing sounds belonging to Madlensa continued to sound. Okay, that's enough 10 times. You can't revive me if you kill me again. Fulina, stop. Sumu started, but quickly stopped. Above the sky, Fulina crossed her waist, with a rare smile on her face. She withdrew the shadow energy in her hand, raised her chin proudly, and then landed next to Sumu. Fulina, you have some personal grudges. Sumu had no choice but to speak. In order to make Madrenza stronger, Sumu transformed into the divine bamboo shooting king and asked Fulina to kill it 10 times to cause a glitch. Fulina also obeyed the order and actually did it. That scene was somewhat bloody and violent, not suitable for children. Sumu felt a little sorry for Madrenza. I can kill you instantly with one strike. There is no pain. If it weren't for the fact that she almost couldn't hold her mouth shut, Sumu would really believe it. Master. My respected master, you have to make the decision for me. Madrenza, who looked like a skull, was lying on Sumu's lap and crying. The scene was simply not too beautiful. Alright Madrenza, don't cry and whine, grown man, I will kill you for your own good. Sumu said earnestly. In the near future, you will become stronger. We have a saying in ancient times. Heaven is about to give a great responsibility to this person. He must first turn off his mobile phone, stop his data traffic, delete his original god, and unplug his network cable. Only then can he bid farewell to the scumbag and become a top student. As a leader, he could only try to comfort Madrenza. Vinchia, why did you come back? In the evening, Sumu saw Vinchia hurriedly heading towards the territory. Master, I went to pick fruit from the tree. Vinchia opened the bag in her arms, which was filled with sweet fruits. But there were no fruits I recognized at the edge of the forest. I didn't dare to pick them casually, so I walked inside, which wasted some time. Are you okay? Are you in danger? Sumu walked to her side and stretched out his hand to wipe away the dirty marks on her face. There were no traces of battle on Vinchia's body, but there was some dirt on her face. It may have been accidentally picked while picking fruit from the tree. No. Vinchia shook her head, her face flushed a little because of Sumu's gentle movements. Call me next time, you know. The Maluo forest is very big. I'm afraid you will be in danger. Sumu warned. I know, master. Vinchia smiled, and then she noticed Fulina not far away. Master, she is. Her name is Fulina. She is the undead spirit I summoned. She will also be a member of the territory from now on. You two should get along well with her. As soon as Sumu finished the introduction, Fulina turned around and ran away, without giving him any time to introduce Vinchia. She may be afraid of strangers, don't mind. He said helplessly. Oh. Vinchia looked at Fulina's leaving figure and nodded. The dinner that night was still made by Joyuki. Brother Su, do we have anything that can help preserve meat ingredients longer? While eating dinner, Joyuki suddenly said. Only the 3 of us and the lizard people in our territory consume meat every day. It's not a big problem at the moment, but it will definitely not be possible in the long run. Because we can't preserve fresh meat, we need Thunderbolt King Kong to hunt every day. What if we encounter a time when we are unable to hunt or cannot hunt? Yuki continued to analyze. Moreover, even if we can hunt every day, the meat that cannot be consumed will be left to stink and be thrown away overnight. It is really a waste. It's okay if there are few people, but it will be very expensive if there are more people. But if we have a way to preserve fresh meat, we can reduce waste. This is sustainable development. The question raised by Yuki is really crucial. Sumu didn't enter the kitchen, so he couldn't feel it. Now that it was brought up, he thought it made sense. It is impossible to only use slimes in the territory all the time. There are always other demi-humans. For example, if the lizardmen from Tulan join in, their food will have to be taken care of, right? Moreover, the target members for level 3 territory is 3000. We have to think about the future. If the meat is made into jerky, it can be preserved. I can make it too, but it will definitely not taste as good as fresh meat. It depends on whether you can accept it. Seeing Sumu lower his head and thinking, Yuki once again expressed his opinion. As if she knew what her brother was thinking, Suzu, who was next to him, carefully nibbled on the sweet fruit, not daring to make too much noise. It took a long time to gnaw out a small hole. Master, I have an idea. Suddenly, Winstia's voice came. Sumu looked up at her and smiled. You want to say, let me find a creature that knows ice element magic, right? Yes. Winstia also smiled. She knew that the master was so smart that he would definitely think of it. It is more than 30 degrees in Maluo Forest every day. I am afraid that no creature that understands ice element magic can be found. Moreover, Sumu estimated that even in winter there would be no snow here. It's just like the weather in the south of Dragon Kingdom. Looks like I have to go into town. Sumu made a decision. Go to the city and find a slave merchant to see if there are any slaves who know ice element magic. By the way, I can buy some good fabrics and help you make some clothes. Master, we have clothes to wear. That's different. I'll get you some really nice clothes. Sumu smiled mischievously. Westcha. What else could be different? How much more beautiful could it be? Westcha didn't know what her master was thinking. She just wanted to be the master because she wanted to treat them better. 4-star danger information, in an hour, deadly acid rain will fall in the area above Maluo Forest. Intelligence analysis, deadly acid rain is extremely corrosive, and ordinary wooden houses will not be able to stop its erosion and will melt. Only stone houses can withstand the attack of acid rain, and the crops in the fields will also be completely destroyed. Information reminder, deadly acid rain is very dangerous. For the sake of your life, please take refuge in the cave immediately. What? Deadly acid rain. After receiving the prompt from the intelligence system, Sumu stood up from the tub. Ah, master! Your water spilled on me. Westcha pouted her lips and glanced helplessly at her upper body, which was already half wet. She was just shyly squeezing her master's shoulders. Who would have thought that when he stood up, he reacted so violently that her clothes were soaked through? I'm sorry, Vinchia, I'm in a hurry right now. You go and change your clothes. Before, Sumu would have stopped to look at the scenery of Winstia. But now he obviously has more important things to do. Chapter 61. Sumu took a look and saw that the amount of stone ore stored in the territory was only 789. Not to mention that the reserves are already very small, and the brick kiln for firing green bricks is currently unable to be completed. Therefore, even if he had the construction scroll of the stone house, there was no way he could complete the construction within an hour. Not to mention, in addition to blue bricks, making a stone house requires one more thing. Mixed clay. That is something similar to cement. The production of mixed clay requires the use of clay, iron ore powder, and crushed calcium powder. Among them, clay is not complicated and can be found in sedimentary rocks in the wild. The only crushed calcium powder requires a large amount of bones, animal teeth and other things to break and grind into powder. Therefore, it is really difficult to build a stone house. I hope this acid rain won't last too long. Sumu took out the canopy shield that was previously rewarded by the system. Originally, he was wondering what the use of this thing was since it could only protect against attacks from above, but not from below. Now I finally found a use for it. Cope with bad weather. Dahai, where are you now? Sumu sent a message to Zhang Dahai. Zhang Dahai is a subordinate lord under his banner, and to a large extent, he is also his subordinate. Now that there is fatal acid rain, he must know the situation on his side. Boss, I just wanted to report to you. I dug into a goblin group's lair today and got a lot of good things. I'm still in their lair now. Zhang Dahai's tone was very exciting, as if he wanted to show off his abilities to Sumu. Oh? Can you take out the goblin's lair? Sumu was a little surprised. As the first person to dig out a goblin lair, he certainly knew how difficult it was. When Zhang Dahai went to develop his territory, he didn't have any troops except basic tools and weapons. So how did he do it? Hey, of course there is no way to compare with the big guys. Mine is just a small lair. There are only a dozen goblins in total, and I am a fisherman. Zhang Dahai roughly told his experience. It turned out that 2 days ago, Zhang Dahai went out hunting and encountered an injured Ursine warrior being chased by goblins. Thinking of his unbearable experience of being pinned down by a goblin princess weighing more than 200 to 300 kilograms, this time, he raised the butcher knife. The goblin who was chasing the Ursine warriors was killed. Zhang Dahai rescued the Ursine warriors and won their favor. In order to express their gratitude and revenge, the Ursine warriors joined forces with Zhang Dahai to attack the goblin lair. Heyday, just stay peacefully in the goblin cave tonight and don't go anywhere. Sumu replied with a message. On the other side, although Zhang Dahai was confused, he didn't ask any more questions. I understand, boss, this place is still quite far away from the territory. It's not safe if it's too late, and I don't plan to go out. Well, you'll soon know why. After chatting with Zhang Dahai, Sumu received news from Luxi. I haven't congratulated you for the noon battle, congratulations. Thanks. As soon as Sumu replied with 2 words, news about Luxi came. Hey? Reply in seconds. Who were you chatting with just now? A woman's damn sixth sense. Sumu admired Luxi a little, and he didn't hide it. Right. Luxi obviously paused for a moment. By the way, there is another scroll of the undead today, let me give it to you. She quickly sent over the transaction. 51 undead summoning scrolls and 2 medium undead summoning scrolls. Did you go to rob? Sumu expressed surprise. Ha ha ha, I want it too. Thank you again, I really need the undead scroll because I plan to create a dedicated undead team. After thinking for a while, Sumu decided to show off his cards. If you have any scrolls of the undead in the future, you can give them to me and I can exchange them with you. You can tell me what you need and see if I have the ability to help you get it. Luxi's side was able to obtain the scroll of the undead reliably. The monsters on Sumu's side are not capable of this at all, so it is undoubtedly the best choice for him to cooperate with her. Yes, that's okay. Luxi agreed without thinking. By the way, will it be affected by the rain over there? An hour. The moment Sumu put up the canopy shield over the entire territory, the deadly acid rain prompted by the intelligence system arrived as scheduled. Sumu stood on the edge of the territory, silently watching the world outside. At the beginning, the acid rain falling from the sky was just light raindrops, not noticeable. But soon, Sumu saw the changes in the falling acid rain. A piece of wood gradually became charred under the constant beating of rain, as if it had been corroded by something, and soon became pitted. This piece of wood was placed outside specially by Sumu. He just wanted to test the strength of the acid rain and see if it was as abnormal as the intelligence system said. Now he's validated. Indeed. Not only the wood, but also the grass outside has suffered varying degrees of corrosion. The rain is getting heavier. There seemed to be a faint sour smell in the air, and Sumu covered his nose. After this acid rain, the weather outside may change. I hope it won't rain too long. Sumu sighed softly, turned and left. At the same time, in a cave 40 kilometers away from the Tianmu tribe, Zhang Dahai witnessed the horrific scene with his own eyes. The 10 goblin corpses he had just thrown out of the cave had gradually turned into pus and blood in the rain. The flesh and blood were all eroded by the rain, and the white bones appeared in front of him bit by bit. The fishy smell that hit his face was mixed with a sour smell, and Zhang Dahai's scalp felt numb. I finally know why Mr. Sumu didn't let me out. This is definitely not an ordinary rain. At the same time, Sumu is not alone in experiencing bad weather. Lords all over the world are experiencing their own bad weather. Of course, except for the lords of some special maps. Suddenly, there were many complaints from lords in the world chat. Can you believe it? Sulfuric acid is falling in the sky over here? If I had just walked slowly for a while, I would have been doomed. Me too. One of my brothers is a slow runner, and now his scalp is gone and his body is covered with corrosion injuries. It's over, it's over. The crops I just planted are all gone. The wooden house I just built melted before I could enjoy it. I thought it was just like this at my place, but I didn't expect that it was like this at your place too. I have worked hard for so many days, and a rain has dashed my hopes. I said, damn you. While the lords were cursing about the acid rain weather, news from a lord successfully attracted their attention. The sulfuric acid you drop there is just a ball. The fireball we drop here. Chapter 62. Fireball? Real or fake? In the past, I would never believe a fireball falling from the sky, but until it rained stones here, what reason did I have to doubt it? We play ice hockey here. It's so scary. I witnessed a buddy being hit to death by an ice hockey ball. The rain here is even more terrifying. It can cut people directly. If you run slower, you will die. It's even worse here. Can you imagine what it feels like when a bunch of shit hits you on the head? The complaining conference turned into a misfortune competition. The lords in the World Chat channel all recounted the sufferings they experienced, trying to compete to see who was the worst. There are also some lords who are unable to speak, and they are frantically trying to salvage their efforts and accumulation over the past few days. And compared to them, at this moment, there is peace and tranquility in the Tianmu tribe. With the protection of the canopy shield, acid rain has no impact on the territory. The members of the territory have all received the message from the Lord, telling them not to step out of the territory without orders. Put your work aside for the time being and wait for the latest orders. Only the undead army team led by Madrenza continued to shuttle outside the territory and level up. But to say that the person who enjoys the most in the entire Tianmu tribe is undoubtedly Sumu. The other lords were so miserable, but he was addicted to the gentle land. Vinchia. Yes, yes. That's right there. Use some strength. Just one more time will be fine, just hold on a little longer. In the wooden house, the firelight flickered, and Sumu's slightly ambiguous voice sounded. Oh. I'm fine. Sumu sat up from the bed and stretched his body. No wonder there were so many eunuchs and maids around ancient kings. Who wouldn't like the feeling of being served? Now he has Vinchia beside him, massaging his shoulders, and he already feels very good. Vinchia, are you okay? Sumu turned around and glanced at Vinchia. He saw that her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and he reached out to wipe it for her. Fine. My mouth is just a little tired. Winstonia's answer made Sumu move his hands. Master, what's wrong with you? She asked. You. Just give me a massage. Why is your mouth so tired? Shouldn't your hands be tired? Sumu was ashamed. What Vinchia said is so misleading. If someone who didn't know heard this, they would think that he just asked her to use her mouth. Sumu swears to God, he is really not that kind of person now. My mouth is just tired. Vinchia said simply. Master, you just kept asking me to work harder, so I gritted my teeth and worked hard, and then my mouth felt very tired. This explains. It seems somewhat reasonable. Sumu couldn't say that Vinchia was wrong for a while. Although Vinchia's face looks like a royal sister, which gives people a very lustful feeling, she is actually very simple, and she definitely has not thought about it in that regard. Owner. Seeing that the master did not answer, Vinchia shook her little hand in front of the master. Her cute and charming look made Sumu unable to hold back and reached out to pull her into his arms. Vinchia's body trembled, and her red-pink tail shook unconsciously, swayed, and then stopped on Sumu's legs. She didn't struggle, just asked softly. Master, Master, can you smell my fragrance again? How do you know? As Sumu spoke, he took a deep breath and buried his head in the crook of Vinchia's neck. The little fox didn't use shower gel, why does it smell so good? Even the hair smells good. Thinking in his heart, he sat up straight again and looked at Vinchia's powdered face. As if anticipating what would happen next, Vinchia closed her eyes and raised her head slightly. But she never got the moment she imagined. Instead, Sumu's voice rang in her ears. Falina. Don't walk through the wall at night. This is scary. Vinchia opened her eyes suddenly. She followed her master's gaze and immediately saw Fulina hanging upside down on the ceiling. Fulina only exposed half of her body, and her long hair was falling down, which was very strange and weird. Vinchia couldn't help but squeeze into her master's arms. You guys go on, I'm just curious and came over to have a look. You don't have to worry about me. Fulina's voice sounded. Sumu's head is full of black lines. Is this a problem that doesn't concern you? If you have a 100W light bulb hanging over people's heads, who would have the guts to continue? Master, let's talk. I'll go see if Su wakes up first. Vinchia gently pushed Sumu away, and she was so shameless that she found an excuse to leave. Is there something wrong with you? Sumu looked up at Fulina helplessly. Can't we find a more normal way to chat? Fulina cooperated and floated to the opposite side of Sumu. Hey, why is it raining outside but we don't feel anything here? Fulina asked. We were not affected in any way. Did you do something? Sumu frowned slightly. What do you mean by hello? You should be like Madrensa and call me master. Sumu noticed that Fulina came to the territory for an afternoon and had quite a lot of communication with him. But I never took the initiative to call him once. This hello aroused Sumu's determination to train her properly. You want me to call you master, okay? Unless Madrensa and the girl just now are not allowed to call you that. Fulina raised her chin. I don't want to share a title with anyone else. Snort. It's just a title, so what's the point of sharing it and not sharing it? If you don't scream, then I won't answer your question. Sumu showed his attitude. Then I won't ask. Fulina's mouth bulged, and then she transformed back into her doll form in a burst of black smoke and fell onto the bed. Faint to death. Sumu sighed. It seems that the task of training is long and arduous. Don't rush it for a while. Anyway, you still have a lot of time to spend with Fulina. Thinking of this, Sumu picked up Fulina's doll, patted her face, and then placed her next to his pillow. 5-star value information: a Tizot silver feathered horse will appear at the southeastern edge of your territory. Intelligence analysis: Tizot silver feather horse is a rare beast spirit on the mainland. It is very rare and can only be seen in 100 years. Information tip: the Tizot silver feather horse itself has been injured. Because of the acid rain, it has to stay on the edge of your territory. Seize the opportunity. When Sumu was about to cover his head and go to sleep, a reminder from the intelligence system rang in his heart. Tizot silver feather horse? Isn't Sumu in need of a mount? How could he still sleep after hearing this intelligence news? He quickly got up and slipped out. Chapter 63. At night, Sumu rushed towards the southeastern edge of the territory anxiously. He didn't want to make a big noise and disturb the Dasuo silver feather horse, so he didn't bother the thunderstorm King Kong, who was already resting and chose to go on his own. So, he must walk faster. After all, it's 5-star value information. So far, the highest value Sumu has encountered is the 4-star value intelligence. Does the current 5-star mean it is more valuable? Sumu was afraid that if he left too late, the Tizot silver feather horse would be completely gone if it ran away. Soon, before reaching the destination, Sumu saw the Tizot silver feathered horse mentioned by the intelligence system from a distance. There's no way you can't miss it, the target is too obvious. What kind of horse is that? It lay on the ground, covered in snow-white skin, with a silvery glow on its snow-white skin, which was extremely obvious in the dark night. Its mane is flowing and lively, its eyes are big and lively, and it is very handsome. Moreover, the difference from ordinary horses is that it has a pair of small wings on its back, and it seems that it can fly. The horse is a good horse. Sumu fell in love with it as soon as he saw it. The only regret is that this Tizot silver feather horse is a small pony. Based on its current physique, Sumu may only be 6 months old based on the age of the horse. Totally not enough to meet the riding requirements. But it doesn't matter if you are not satisfied. Sumu already fell in love with Tizot silver feather horse when he saw it. It doesn't matter if you can't ride it now. Once you've trained it well, you'll be able to ride it gradually. Sumu can still afford to wait for a year and a half. After all, who could pass up the chance to own a Pegasus with wings? Gotta get it. Sumu approached cautiously, but did not expect that the Tizot silver feather horse was very alert. It turned its head and found a human trying to get close to him. The Tizot silver feathered horse struggled to stand up from the ground, its silver eyes staring fearfully in the direction of Sumu. Sumu discovered for the first time the injury under its abdomen. Very deep. And it looked like there were several stab wounds. In addition, the Tizot silver feather horse also has traces of being burned by acid rain, and several scorch marks can be clearly seen. It seems that these acid rains advocate the equality of all living beings. You're injured, don't move. I'll take you back to my house for treatment, okay? Pony, I can make it less painful for you. Sumu tried his best to keep his voice soft. He tried to persuade Tizot silver feather horse and got its permission to approach. After all, a beast spirit that can make the intelligence system give a 5-star evaluation must not have a weak IQ, and it can still communicate normally, right? But Sumu never expected that Tizot silver feather horse would not give him face at all. It suddenly looked up to the sky and neighed with its still bleeding mouth. Its whole body was wrapped in silver light, and wind magic elements instantly gathered around it. A 10-meter-long terrifying force of wind struck Sumu like an explosion. As fast as lightning. Sumu's eyes narrowed. He remained calm in the face of danger and used his sneak attack technique at a tree not far away. As the figure flickers, the Gang Feng attack has arrived. Where Sumu was just now, a whole patch of trees was cut into 2 sections by the strong wind. It was very simple. Not only that. Wherever the attack went, even the grass on the ground was lifted up by the strong wind. So scary. Not far away, Sumu swallowed secretly when he saw this scene. If he hadn't escaped, the land and trees would have been his fate. It can be said that Sumu successfully avoided the fatal blow of Tizot silver feather horse entirely by relying on his calm handling. Fortunately, I was prepared and knew that this trip would not be easy to handle. Sumu couldn't help but complain. The tip given by the intelligence system was that Tizot Silver Feather Horse had been injured. I didn't expect it to have such terrifying strength. Fortunately he is smart enough. In fact, Sumu also learned the trick of using stealth attack on trees to successfully avoid attacks during the battle with Lukawa Gonsaka. It is precisely because he has used it that he can use it smoothly to avoid attacks. It can be said that Sumu's approach is very bold. If ordinary people use sneak attack, the most they can think of is attack. No one can think of using attacking tricks to avoid enemy attacks like Sumu. Really bold and imaginative. At the other end, when the Tizot Silver Feather Horse saw that its attack had missed, it once again condensed the breath of wind element magic, preparing for the next round of attack. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took out his magic dragon horn knife. It seems that today's battle is inevitable. Tizot Silver Feather Horse's attack comes again. This time it's even faster than last time. Sumu used the sneak attack technique again. It's just that compared to before, this time he was approaching while avoiding, instead of retreating. Sumu dodged the attack while approaching quickly. He has already made up his mind to approach the Tizot Silver Feather Horse, ride on it, and control it. But helplessly, Tizot Silver Feather Horse's IQ is ridiculously high. It seemed to have insight into Sumu's intentions, and while attacking, it also kept pulling the distance between them. It is also the master of wind element magic, and it seems to have its own footsteps and movement skills. For a moment, Sumu couldn't get completely close. Tizot Silver Feather Horse can't open a long distance. One person and one horse are constantly pulling and consuming. He is indeed a beast spirit with 5-star value intelligence. He is still so awesome even when he is injured. Sumu secretly gritted his teeth. He needs to consume his own energy to release the sneak attack technique. No matter how smart he is, he cannot withstand such consumption. But Sumu is still insisting. Because he could see that Tizot Silver Feather Horse could no longer hold on. As long as he can get close, Sumu is sure that he can take down the injured one. But at this time, a sudden change occurred. A figure appeared out of thin air in the sky. It's Fulina. Fulina directly lifted a dark purple ball of light out of thin air and threw it towards the Tizot Silver Feather Horse. Boom! Dusty! The Tizot Silver Feather Horse, which was still attacking, was completely blown away and rolled several times on the ground before falling down. Just when Sumu was worried about whether it would be bombarded to death, the indomitable Tizot Silver Feather Horse struggled to stand up again. It raised its head proudly and neighed towards Fulina in the sky, as if asking her why she attacked him. After being provoked, Fulina suddenly floated in front of Sumu, ready to attack again. Fulina! Be gentle, don't kill it! Sumu shouted and warned. He didn't want Fulina to say this again. It was too weak, so I just used one blow. Boom! This time, the Tizot Silver Feathered Horse that was knocked away by Fulina failed to stand up again. In front of it, Sumu had consumed nearly 90% of his physical strength. Now being attacked by Fulina twice in a row, she could no longer hold on. Sumu quickly ran to the Tizot Silver Feathered Horse and felt its breath. After checking several times, Sumu took a long breath. Fine. Not dead. Chapter 64. Fulina, aren't you at the cabin? Why did you follow me here? After confirming that the Tizot Silver Feather Horse was not dead, Sumu turned to look at Fulina in the sky. I'm not following you, I'm just strolling around. Fulina tilted her face arrogantly, and then without looking at Sumu, she swept away into the distance and disappeared into the night. Looking at her quickly leaving, Sumu couldn't help but smile. Why did Fulina suddenly appear? No one knows better than him. Without wasting time, Sumu took out the taming collar he had just obtained and prepared to use it on the Tizot Silver Feather Horse. He wanted to see if he could tame the Tizot Silver Feather Horse into a horse. After all, the Pegasus can be considered a domestic animal, right? They are all meant for riding, right? Domestication failed. It is impossible to domesticate advanced life forms with low intelligence. No? Sumu was a little surprised, but he was not discouraged and continued to take out the capture collar. Capture failed. Cannot be used on advanced life forms. The same situation as slime occurred? Sumu thought for a moment and finally took out the slave collar. It's up to you, brother. If you can't do it, I'll have to take this horse back, lock it up and train it. This is his last glimmer of light. Attempt to enslave failed. This time, the system prompts are different from the previous two. It just says it failed, but it doesn't say it doesn't work. Sumu is very thin, even thinner than enoki mushroom. He captured this detail and chose to continue using the slave collar. Attempt to enslave failed. Attempt to enslave failed. 10 times in a row. Some muse details were finally confirmed. Slavery successful. Sure enough. It's just that, isn't this Tizot silver-feathered horse some kind of animal spirit? Why do slave collars work? Isn't this slave collar used to enslave humans and demi-humans? There was doubt in his heart and he couldn't figure it out for a while. From the corner of his eye, Sumu noticed the newly resurrected Madrenza not far away. With the help of the undead army, the unconscious Tizot silver feather horse was moved to the door of the wooden house where Sumu was. Tizot silver feather horse, Flo. Age, 13 years, 2 months and 20 days. Work adaptability, riding LV5, manual LV2. Special talent tags, walking on the wind and chasing shadows, proud and arrogant, self-sustaining and noble. Level 5 riding is really high, almost reaching full level. But what is the point of being so proud and self-respecting? Both of them are negative labels at first glance. Arrogance, blind self-confidence, often slipping up at critical moments, reducing original ability by 10%. Self-presence and nobility, people who think that their status is extremely noble are difficult to cooperate with at work, and their work adaptability is reduced by 20%. It was just as Sumu expected. Step on the wind and chase shadows, very fast, speed increased by plus 30%. With the first two negative labels at the beginning, Sumu instantly felt that this person who was following the wind and chasing shadows was no longer good. He now has a feeling. He was holding a piece of tempting, sweet and delicious cake in his hand. Unfortunately, he was in a smelly toilet, so no matter how delicious the cake was, he couldn't eat it. That feeling is so uncomfortable. At the same time, among the peaks of Holy Spirit Luia, tens of thousands of miles away from the Tianmu tribe, a tall, strong, silver-haired middle-aged man with wings on his back slowly opened his eyes from the ice crystal throne. Zoro, did you sense his presence? Below, Aina, who had the same silver hair and wings, stepped forward anxiously to ask. She was Sarai's real wife. Yes, I felt it. After Zoro responded, his eyes suddenly glanced at the figure kneeling at the bottom. His youngest daughter, Afia. Unlike the snow-white wings on Zoro's back, the wings on Alfia's back are black and white. But compared to the different colored wings, the blood stains all over her snow-white body are the most eye-catching point. It was whipped out bit by bit with a whip of thorns attached to the magic power of the wind element. Every whipping brings up flesh and blood. At this moment, Ifaya endured the pain in her body and her eyes were firmly fixed on her father who was sitting on the ice crystal throne, and her face was filled with stubbornness and unyielding. Afia, no matter whether your brother was harmed like this by you or not, your task now is to bring him back safely to me. Can it be done? Saraya frowned and spoke. He doesn't like the look and expression in Ifia's eyes very much, which greatly challenges his authority and power. I don't want it. Afia refused without even thinking. Father, you have taught us since childhood that we must never leave Holy Spirit Roja, because the outside world is very dangerous. I have always followed this teaching. So I won't go out this time. Sophia's cold and stubborn voice echoed throughout the palace. My brother sneaked out on his own, it has nothing to do with me, and I have no obligation to complete any so-called mission. How dare you speak so harshly? Aina suddenly came to Althea's side like crazy, and swung the whip of thorns in her hand wildly. Under the impact of the huge force, Althea was swept out 20 meters away and hit the icicles. The white skirt on her abdomen was scarlet. The whip of thorns is the product of a withered flower demon that takes hundreds of years to condense. It is one of the toughest items in the continent. No matter how strong your defense is and how strong your body is, you are still not good enough in front of it. UBCH. My son left Holy Spirit Roha only because he was bewitched by you. Otherwise, how could he dare to leave so easily based on his little courage? Aina's noble face was full of ferocious color. It's so dangerous outside. If anything happens to him, I'll have you, ABCH, buried with him. He sneaked out on his own, it had nothing to do with me, came Ifia's painful voice, but she was still stubborn. You keep talking. Aina whipped her again, this time hitting Ifia's wings. Crack. Another whip, this time on the leg. Crack. Pop. The sound of whipping continued. From beginning to end, Soraya didn't say anything to stop him, and watched everything quietly. Mother, no. Suddenly, a snow-white figure rushed out from the side. Regardless of the danger, she hugged the bleeding Althea and protected her. Please mother. Stop hitting my sister. Milor, get out of the way. Seeing her daughter lying on top of that BCH Ifia, Aina temporarily stopped her hand for fear of hurting her. But her face was still extremely ugly, and she was even angrier. Mom, don't hit my sister. I'm willing to go out and find my brother. Milor looked back at her father on the throne. Father, I can complete the task of finding my brother on my sister's behalf. Just let me go and don't punish my sister. Okay. Above, Soraya nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Soraya, you are crazy. Aina was shocked. She was about to say something but was interrupted by Soraya raising her hand. I'll go. I'll go get him, come. Ifia opened her eyes and looked weakly at her cold-faced father on the throne, her eyes full of disappointment and pain. It was she who said this. Chapter 65. Ah! Brother, hurry up. Susu's excited voice came. Brother, hurry up. Susu, brother is tired, can you take a rest? Sumu was out of breath, panting as he spoke, and seemed to be doing very strenuous exercise. But Susu hasn't had enough fun yet. Susu's delicate voice sounded, and she was still very considerate. But if brother is tired, we can rest. As Susu said, she reached out and hugged her brother's head to steady her body. Susu is so good. Sumu praised. Hee. Not far away, Westja looked at Susu sitting on her master's shoulders, with a smile on her face. She won't envy Susu playing horse riding with her master. She likes this relaxed, happy and warm game atmosphere. Vinchia, do you want to come over and play too? Susu was asked to go into the cabin and change some clothes. As soon as Sumu sat down, he noticed Vinchia's gaze and couldn't help but speak. No, I'm so heavy, master, you will be very tired. Vinchia said, taking out a piece of cloth from her arms and reaching over to wipe the sweat from Sumu's forehead. Her movements are gentle and careful, and she is meticulous. Sumu did not refuse, enjoying her service while saying, You underestimate me, your master. I ran with Susu for more than half an hour before I got tired. Your small weight is not much different from Susu's. It's not like I haven't hugged you before. The sentence "it's not like I haven't hugged you before" successfully made Vinchia's face turn a little pink, and her voice was very low. Then next time. Master, you are tired today. Okay. Sumu said as he glanced at the slime next to him. Yi, have you notified the slime tribe to ask them not to drink the water in the territory? Sir, I told you, everyone in the tribe already knows it. Yi looks cute, and is very reliable in doing things. Sumu naturally believes in him. He touched its head. Good job, Yi. Thank you, sir. Master, how do we solve the problem of pollution in our river? Do we have to find water sources elsewhere? Tanya said worriedly next to her. Water elemental slime can go without food for 3 or 4 days, but only for 3 or 4 days. You will still need to drink water later. Besides, we also need to drink water, and the ground also needs to be watered. Earlier, Sumu received a report from Knight Mace Node, who was patrolling the territory, saying that the rivers in the territory were polluted. It was only when he went to understand the situation that he discovered. Although their territory is protected by a canopy, a large section of the river is outside the territory. And it's an upstream river. Acid rain continues to fall, and it has no intention of stopping until now. The upstream rivers were polluted, which indirectly caused their downstream rivers to suffer as well. When the water elemental slime went to drink water this morning, he was almost killed by the corrosive river water. Fortunately, Susu was there, and her healing power cured the injured slime. This is also the reason why Sumu played with her for so long. Let's wait until the acid rain stops. Sumu sighed. He has learned that lords all over the world are experiencing all kinds of extreme weather. Compared to other lords, he is actually very happy. Even the map of the nightmare treehouse where Luxi was located was not immune. There was poisonous gas all around her, and as soon as she went out, her skin immediately shriveled, dehydrated, and aged. She was so scared that she huddled in the treehouse and did not dare to go out. Sumu knew all this. Oh. Vinchia responded without saying anything more. She knew that the master, as the top decision-maker of the territory, must be very troubled now, and she didn't want to increase his pressure. But at this time, Joyuki suddenly came over holding a box. Brother Su, are you keeping this fish for fun or for food? Shall we make braised fish tonight for a change? No, Sister Jo, this is the giant salamander that the owner raised for me. It's not edible. Looking at the box, Vinchia immediately knew what was inside, and she quickly stood up. This is a fish that the owner told her to keep well, how could she eat it casually? Vinchia was afraid that her owner would blame her for not taking good care of the salamander. However, when Sumu heard the word Bayu, his eyes lit up. Yes, how could he forget this thing? There is only one potential talent in the giant salamander, and that is purification. Purification, only living in water can purify the water source. The purified water source can be drank directly, and you can restore your energy after drinking it. I just don't know if the salamander can purify the river water polluted by acid rain. Vinchia, how long has it been since you changed the water for the salamander? Looking at the extremely clear water in the box, Sumu couldn't help but ask. When the giant salamander first arrived in the territory, Sumu would occasionally feed it some minced meat. But at the end, Vinchia was taking care of her, and he rarely had any contact with her. However, judging from the reaction of the giant salamander rising from the water and spitting bubbles at him, the little guy not only has a memory of 7 seconds, it remembers him. Master, I change it every day, but I can't change it today. Vinchia replied. But I noticed that Xiaoyuer's water is very clean no matter when it is changed, and there is no impurity at all. If you hadn't told me to take good care of it, Master, I wouldn't have bothered to change it. Speaking of this, Vinchia stuck out her pink tongue in embarrassment. I accidentally spoke my mind. Is that so? Sumu held the box and looked at it for a while. Suddenly, he reached out and scooped up the water in the box and took a sip. Vinchia. Joyuki was shocked. No. Brother Su. Although our territory is short of water now, I saved 2 buckets of water in the kitchen yesterday. You don't have to be so hungry, right? This is fish breeding water, there is poop in it. Jo-yuki said and turned around. She wanted to get Sumu some water. As everyone knows, Sumu's mouth is now full of sweetness and bitterness. But compared to the stimulation of the taste buds, Sumu was extremely excited. Vinchia, let's go. Maybe I have found a solution to water pollution. As soon as he arrived at the river, Sumu received the news reported by Yame Snow. The acid rain outside the territory has stopped. The acid rain that had been falling for 19 hours has stopped. Xiao Yuer, is there any way? Can you purify the corrosive river water here? Sumu held the giant salamander in his hand and his eyes fell on the deep green river water. He felt that the IQ of the giant salamander must be quite high. After all, there is feedback in its status bar that it has lived for 999 years. The giant salamander gave its own answer. It broke free from Sumu's hands and fell into the river. Owner. Vinchia squatted down. Bite. Little Yuer, if you can't do it, just bite the hook and I'll pull you up. Sumu took out his fishing rod and was ready to save it at any time. Chapter 66. Thump. Thump. The baby fish is fine. Not only was it fine, it also fluttered happily a few times in the corrosive river, and then disappeared in front of Sumu. Master, Xiao Yuer is gone. Vinchia was inexplicably sad. After all, it was a fish she had kept for a long time, and it already had feelings, and they were not shallow. It's okay, it will come back. Sumu touched Vinchia's head. To be honest, he didn't know if the baby fish would come back, and what he said was just to comfort Vinchia. But depending on the situation now, giant salamander can purify sour water rivers. The river needs it. Sumu also needs it to purify the river. The giant salamander can swim in the corrosive river water without any problems, and its identity becomes more and more mysterious. After receiving the latest news from Snowd, a herd of cattle and horses appeared in the western part of the territory. They ran into their territory because of acid rain. When he first heard it, Sumu's first reaction was that it should be a herd of cows and horses. When he arrived at the edge of the territory, he was stunned. That's right, it's a cow and a horse. Snowd was right. Cows and horses have a horse face and a cow body. They have a sufficient amount of milk. They are relatively common beasts in the wild and are often domesticated into domestic animals. Cows and horses have male faces and bodies, and their meat is delicious and elastic. They are relatively common beasts in the wild and are often domesticated into domestic animals. This is the feedback of the cow and horse under the insight technique. Needless to say, the combination of the two has an inexplicable sense of simplicity and cuteness. After observing around, Sumu also knew why they ran to his territory after the acid rain stopped. Eat grass. The 19 hours of acid rain severely damaged the vegetation outside. Apart from the scorched black land, there was no trace of grass at all. The cows and horses found this place just looking for food. Vinchia, cooperate with me, I will tame them. Sumu said. There was no way he wouldn't want this livestock that was delivered to his door. His pasture has been built and is just waiting for them to move in. Good master. Matching male and female, work is not tiring. With the cooperation of Vinchia, Sumu successfully tamed 45 cows and horses. Master, look. Vinchia wiped the sweat from her forehead and pointed forward. Sumu looked in the direction of her finger, and the huge dense forest soon came into view. It's the Malua forest. Sumu and the others had unknowingly arrived not far from the entrance of Malua forest. 700 or 800 meters further is the Malua forest. Sumu thought a lot when setting up the territory. The reason why he set it up outside the Malua forest was that the forest was rich in resources and had another benefit. With the Malua forest at your back, it can be easily defended but difficult to attack, reversing the embarrassing situation of being surrounded by enemies on all sides. Maluo Forest is full of dangers. If an ordinary army wants to cross the forest and attack his territory, it may not be possible without certain strength. But what the Maluo Forest made Sumu think about at this moment was not these, but there was acid rain all night last night, and the plants around the territory were damaged to varying degrees. But the trees and vegetation in Maluo Forest don't seem to be affected much. Sumu spoke in surprise. It's not completely unaffected. There is still some impact, but not much. Vinchia said next to her. It's almost negligible. Sumu pursed his lips. Master, could it be related to the White Fox clan? Westcha's eyes fell on her master's face. The White Fox clan? Are they so powerful? Sumu raised his eyebrows, looking surprised. Not to mention Westcha, he really didn't think about the White Fox clan at the first time. I don't know either, I'm just saying it's possible. Vinchia said. If it's really them, then the abilities of the White Fox clan are really amazing. Sumu smacked his lips, with a hint of longing on his face. Vinchia naturally saw all this. She turned her head and looked at Maluo Forest, her eyes a little firmer. Let's go, don't worry about it for now. Sumu turned around and prepared to leave. He had to take the cows and horses back to the pasture. With the existence of cows and horses, you can still drink milk and eat cow and horse meat in the territory in the future, and the nutrition will definitely keep up. Moreover, the male-to-female ratio of these cows and horses is 1:3, which is also suitable for breeding. Successful breeding can also realize the continuous and sustainable development of cows and horses. Sumu has also taken his first step in animal husbandry. He checked and found that there is only one work adaptability for cattle and horses. Livestock. The rest is nothing special and not worth mentioning. To put it bluntly, one of the natural potentials of cows and horses is overnutrition. Drink its milk after being injured to increase the body's recovery speed by 10%. Not superimposable. The meaning is easy to understand. It is simply that the milk of these cows and horses is very nutritious and can promote body recovery. If there are more people in Sumu territory in the future, this overnutrition label will be useful. But now, it is clear that there is no need for the face of capitalism in his territory. Master, the horse you brought back last night has woken up again. Westcha came over hurriedly and reported. It was very irritable and wanted to break free from the chain around its neck. Can't you break free? Sumu asked. In the morning, Tizot Silver Feather Horse woke up once. However, even if it was turned into a slave by Sumu, it still had an awesome look on its face, like I am your father. Can Sumu be used to it? Awesome, right? Then I will temper your temper. Ever since, the Tizot Silver Feather Horse was tied to a tree outside the pasture by Sumu with the iron chain found in the goblin lair. It takes 5 people to hug that tree, and the chain is as thick as an adult's wrist. Not only that, Sumu also sent Dahe an explosive bear to watch it, but he was not afraid that it would suddenly get violent and leave. After all, the injuries on its body are not completely healed yet. I guess I can't break free for the time being. I just disturbed the cows and horses in the pasture. It's okay. Just ask King Thunderstorm King Kong to pull it to the other side. Just don't face the cows and horses. I know. Vinchia responded and hurried to make arrangements. Night. Fulina, I suspect you did it on purpose. Sumu gritted his teeth and said to Fulina doll. How can anyone be so lucky every time? Extremely abominable. Tonight, just after Sumu tasted the sweet mouth of Vinchia. When he was about to attack for the second time and practice his lung capacity with a French 360-degree wet kiss, Fulina appeared again and interrupted his good deeds again. There was no response from Fulina doll. Sumu had no choice but to put Fulina next to his pillow and lay down smoothly. His current rhythm of life is to put Susu to sleep every night, then take a bath, be gentle with Vinchia, and give her a massage. After sleeping until the next morning, Susu would appear on his bed inexplicably and hug him. He didn't know when Susu came over, but she just showed up. This kind of pace of life is simply too pleasant for Sumu. It would be great if Fulina could join in without interrupting him. It doesn't seem like it's okay to turn off the lights for undead dolls or something like that. The next day, under the guidance of Zisha, Sumu met Tulin, the leader of the lizard people. Chapter 67. Outside a cave somewhere in the southeast of Maluo Forest, two rabbit warriors with an astonishing 3:1 leg-to-body ratio were patrolling outside when suddenly a demi-human with a pink tail appeared in their sights. Who? The two rabbit warriors were immediately alert. They ran up with spears in hand, preparing to snipe the enemy. But the next moment, their eyes were distracted and they quickly fell to the ground. Well done, Vinchia. Sumu jumped down from the big tree above and praised. Vinchia smiled. She was very happy to be praised by her master. Master, if you want me to just go in and kill them all, there's no need to defeat them one by one, right? Madrenza floated out from behind. It received a mission from its master today, to attack the rabbit clan in a flash. For Madrenza, this is not a big task, just pull out the undead army and fight. Anyway, I haven't leveled up yet today. Besides, it now has almost 200 undead men. That's not okay. Sumu waved his hand and said. I asked Tulin, the leader of the lizard people, and the only demi-human group nearby that can mine is the rabbit clan. So, the purpose of this trip is not to kill them, but to enslave them. The mining Sumu mentioned was using one's own magic skills to mine, rather than the traditional mining with tools. Use tools to dig, any demi-human race can do it. Moreover, the mining task is very heavy, and the tools have durability. Part of the mined ore has to be used to repair tools, which is really not cost-effective. Therefore, demi-humans with mining abilities in the territory are equivalent to free prostitution. Don't worry about tools at all. No nonsense. Sumu took out the enslavement collar and enslaved the rabbit warrior in front of him first. The rabbit warriors are not considered advanced. They are not as powerful as Tizot silver feather horses, so they are easy to enslave. Behind, Tulin, the leader of the lizard people, saw this scene and said nothing. Before coming, it had already negotiated with Sumu. As long as it could help it avenge, it would lead its own people to join his territory, mining and doing things for him. Of course, the way to take revenge is not just to kill the other party. Slavery is one of them. This was why Sumu used his sharp tongue to persuade Tulin. Originally, this old guy was going to kill all the rabbits as soon as he opened his mouth. In the end, Sumu was persuaded. Seeing the entire Poutha tribe become slaves and enslaved, Tulin thought it was a kind of revenge after thinking about it. Therefore, after hitting it off, it followed Sumu's team and appeared here. Gradually going deeper into the cave. Along the way, we encountered almost no major dangers. The rabbit warriors are all in small groups and are easy to deal with. The only thing that disappointed Sumu was that the female demi-humans from the Pout rabbit tribe were not good looking at all. It can also be said that it has not grown at all, because they all have rabbit faces and human bodies. However, the women of the Putu tribe do have very good figures, especially those long legs with well-proportioned and slender muscles. If you take any one of them, it is a representative of the legs that are playing in the new year. It's okay to be confused, but Sumu is obviously not that kind of person. The complexity of the rabbit clan's lair is far less than that of the goblins. Finally, after spending most of the day's efforts, the invading Sumu was discovered. Saliki, the leader of the Powhatan tribe, found him with the remaining 20 or 30 soldiers of the Powhatan tribe. Cunning humans! Our clan has no grievances or enmities against you, so why do you want to harm my people? There was suppressed anger in Saliki's voice, and her scarlet rabbit eyes stared at Sumu. Give me a reason. First of all, I didn't harm your people, I just wanted them to shine in the right positions. Sumu spoke. Instead of letting them follow you to fight and kill, it's better to fight in the mine. To them, I am Bull. Secondly, it was the lizard man Tulan who asked me to come. Sumu grabs the bamboo shoots. Tulan was exposed at once, which made the muscles on Tulan's face tremble as he followed behind. I knew it. Siliki didn't understand the previous words of Sumu, but she understood the last sentence. You humans won't target us for no reason. It's you. Tulan, you damn guy, are you going to hide behind and be a coward? Slicky spotted Tulan huddled behind the team. You, the Rabbit clan, provoked us first, so you won't allow us to take revenge. Turan stood up. Nonsense. That crystal mine was discovered first by us, the Rabbit clan, and you Lizardmen are thieves. You stole the crystal mine that we worked so hard to dig. We just caught the thief, and the thief also killed 2 of my tribesmen. How to calculate this account? Slicky pointed at Turan and argued emotionally. The crystal mine was discovered by my son, how come it was discovered by you? Turan made no concessions. Also, it was you, the Pauto clan, who killed my son. Your people are no match for my son. This is the reason for my revenge. The thief deserves to die. Slicky said as she pulled onions from a dry land and launched an attack on Tulan. But Sumu crossed over and stood directly between the two of them, forcing Slicky to stop. Okay, I don't want to talk too much about the grievances between you. Sumu looked at Slicky. Slicky, as the leader of the Rabbit clan, I will give you a choice now. Lead the rest of your tribe to join us, or be defeated by me and then enslaved. Tulan looked at Slicky with a sneer from behind. Along the way, it probably gained a general understanding of the human strength in front of it. It is worthy of their lizardmen to follow. Most importantly, he was on their side now. However, Tulan still frowned when he heard what Sumu said to Slicky. Didn't we agree to enslave all? Why has it now become the case that as long as you are willing to follow, you don't need to be enslaved? But what made Tulan frown even more was below. Slicky, who has always been strong-willed, actually nodded in agreement. I am willing to lead my people to join you. No conditions. After hearing her answer, the corners of Sumu's mouth curled up slightly. Slicky is a smart patriarch. It seems that he really wants to understand what happened. Let's see if it's the lizard people's problem or the rabbit tribe's problem. But now it seems that Sumu already has his own ideas. Then let's go back to the territory. Sumu waved his hand and prepared to leave. Sir, you promised me something. Tulan stood up at this time, but his dissatisfaction was hidden. I have enslaved some of the Pauto tribe members. If you have anything to do, go back first. But Slicky. Okay. Sumu raised his hand to interrupt Tulan. Don't question my decision, go back to the territory first. I have my own sense of proportion. Following the mighty team, Tulan's scaly face was full of dissatisfaction and calculation. Chapter 68. Night. Within the Tianmu tribe, several figures were sneaking in the dark night. Have you checked it out? Those members of the Pautha clan are placed in this row of wooden houses. Turan's voice sounded. The clan leader has definitely been found out. This is the row. Slicky, the leader of the Rabbit clan, lives alone in a small wooden house just like you. Allah, his subordinate, whispered beside him. Hey! Tulan snorted coldly after taking a look at the configuration of the wooden house, with anger hidden in his eyes. Damn Sumu! By arranging these rabbit tribes to live in houses exactly like ours, it's obvious that they look down on us lizardmen. Look down on me Turan. The legend cursed. I still believed that he would really help me take revenge, but he turned out to be a trick on me. Clan leader, why don't we just leave and stay in his territory and do things for him? Allah asked from the side. If you knew why, wouldn't you be the clan leader and it would be my turn? Tulin glanced at him and smiled. Hee hee. Allah scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled apologetically. I have observed earlier that there is only one human in this territory, and the others are demi-humans. Turin spoke. Moreover, it is developing very well and is rich in resources. If we can rob the place that is used to develop us, then do we still need to hide here and there and make a living like mice? But clan leader, our abilities are not enough, right? Allah said beside him. Although it is a subordinate of Tulin, it also knows the differences between its leader and his people. Their strength is simply not enough to occupy this place. Idiot, of course I don't mean now, but later. Tulin cursed in a low voice, and then a cunning look appeared on his scaly face. Moreover, we must occupy them head-on? Can't we use some brains? For example, adding Mallow flower demon's toxin to their food. That kind of tasteless toxin can eat away at his sanity bit by bit, and then he can be controlled and manipulated at our will. Hee hee hee. Hearing the Mallow flower demon toxin, Allah shrank his neck unconsciously and his expression changed. He knew the effects of this toxin very well. The Mallow flower demon is a rare race of flower demons in the Mallow forest. They are rich in a toxin that can make people extremely excited, happy, and fall into hallucinations after being smoked. If this toxin is taken for a long time, it will cause strong dependence and even addiction. Once you are addicted and can no longer take it, you will become depressed, and even want to die. Allah once saw a tribesman who was poisoned by the Mallow flower demon. Because he could not find the toxin and continued to suck it, the tribesman actually crashed to death on a rock in front of it. Therefore, it is very aware of the horror of toxins, which can really be used to control people. Allah did not expect that his own patriarch would want to use this to deal with humans. How terrifying! But patriarch, even if you can deal with the humans, what about the undead in the territory? They are not easy to deal with, right? Allah raised his doubts. Don't worry, the tree will fall and the hosen will scatter. Tulin sneered and calculated to the extreme. Those who are not of my race must have different minds. Do you think that without him, those undead souls will still target us stupidly? You overestimate their loyalty. Allah nodded, thoughtfully. Then chief, what should we do now? Of course, go in and kill that BCH Slicky. Tulin said with a sinister look on his face. If it doesn't die, I can't let go of this feeling in my heart. Then what if the adults blame us? Wouldn't it make us angry? Allah still thinks more. Oh. Tulin patted Allah's shoulder hard and whispered. So this is why I brought 10 of you out. You are the most loyal to me. It's also what I feel most at ease with. In a moment, Allah, you will do it yourself. Hearing this, a gloom rose in Allah's eyes. Okay Tulin. I regard you as my most respected and dearest patriarch, but you want to take my back. No wonder you told me so much. BD. Of course, these are the words from Allah's heart, and he will not speak them out. Let's go, let's take action quickly before no one notices. Tulin pushed Allah and led the team towards the wooden house ahead. Who is it? Hearing the noise, Slicky quickly lit the torch on the wall with a firebox, and 11 lizardmen headed by Tulin came into view. What do you want to do? Slicky's expression changed and she shouted sharply. What do you think we can do? Turin sneered. Slicky, your people killed my son, and it's really hard to satisfy the hatred in my heart without killing you. You will die here tonight. How dare you? Slicky's voice was loud, but she remained calm, trying to use her loud voice to attract the attention of the surrounding rabbit tribesmen. The Lord has said that we should live in peace, let go of our grudges, and not fight. If you dare to be disobedient, aren't you afraid that the Lord will blame you? Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. Tulin's eyes became more and more sinister. But dead people can't lie. Mouths grow on living people. We can say whatever we want. Come together and kill it. Tulin said, taking the lead and sprinting forward, hoping to trample Siliki under his feet first. But what surprised him was that none of his men behind him moved, they were all looking at it. Faced with this operation, Siliki also expressed that she was very surprised. What's going on? Lizard folk internal strife? What's wrong with you? Tulin's face darkened and he said. I asked you to come together, don't you understand? None of the lizard folk answered it, and none of the lizard folk moved. Ho Tulin! Siliki added 2 fires at the right time. It seems that you are really not good at it. Even your subordinates don't want to obey your orders. Allah! What's going on? Turin looked at his most loyal subordinate. But at this time, a voice sounded from outside the door. Let me tell you what's going on. Sumu walked in from outside the wooden house, followed by Madrensa, Night Charm Snow, and Lizardman Zisha. The moment he saw Sumu, Tulin's face changed drastically, and his heart sank. It has an ominous feeling. An extremely ominous premonition. As if he had realized something, Tulin's earth elemental magic gathered on his body, and he was about to burrow into the ground and escape. But Snowd had already noticed that its figure flashed, and the next second Turin was vomiting blood and fell to the ground. You, what are you? Turin looked at the shadowy snot in horror. It has never seen anything so weird and powerful. Zisha, Allah, arrest Tulin. Ignoring Tulin's question, Sumu ordered. By the way, gather all the lizard people and pout rabbits together for a meeting. Yes. Chapter 69. Good you Allah. You actually betrayed me. Looking at Allah who was close to the Sumu faction, Tulin seemed to understand something. It's been betrayed. Its original plan, including finding Siliki tonight, has been betrayed by Allah to that damn human being. You traitor! Turin was tied up, but his mouth was still full of reluctance. It stares hard at Allah who betrayed it, wishing to disembowel him. Allah turns a blind eye. Okay Tulin, you don't have to scream. At this time, Sumu spoke. It's not that Allah betrayed you, but that your selfish tyranny has already caused dissatisfaction among all your tribe. Allah and other lizard people, they just yearn for a peaceful and stable life. Sumu spoke loudly, and his voice reached everyone's ears. They don't want to be your tool for revenge, bullying other races, and provoking war. Nonsense! Turin roared in disbelief. I didn't. Am I talking nonsense? Sumu shook his head and told what he had done tonight. In fact, after bringing the Powton Rabbit tribe back to their territory, Sumu tried to recruit some lizardmen for questioning. His initial idea was to figure out the grievances between Turin and the Rabbit clan, and mediate between them. But I never expected that I would dig up a lot of things. It turns out that, as Slicky said, the crystal mine was found first by the Rabbit clan. While they were mining, Turin's son Tagab stole a large piece of crystal ore and sold it to a wandering merchant in exchange for weapons and equipment. When they stole for the first time, the Powton Rabbit tribe tolerated it and did not cause any trouble to the lizard people. They just silently strengthened the defense and guarding in the crystal mine. Unexpectedly, Tagibu tasted the sweetness and wanted to steal a second time. This time I got caught. On the way to resist, Tagibu also killed 2 unsuspecting rabbit warriors. Why do you say there is no defense? Because Slicky had given an order for the soldiers to only capture it and not kill it, so as to prevent the 2 races from accumulating greater hatred. Tagibu took advantage of this to kill 2 rabbit warriors. Slicky couldn't bear it anymore and killed Tagibu. The so-called lizard people went back to complain, but in fact there was no such thing. The theft was done by Tagibu alone. Turin knew exactly where his son was going and how he was killed. Because the one who covets the crystal mine is not Tagab, but Tulin. Turin was a war-loving patriarch who often traded weapons with wandering merchants. Under its leadership, the original 8 or 900 lizard people have been reduced to less than 150 people. In the short 2 years since he became the clan leader, Turin tortured the clan into this state. Its existence has long caused dissatisfaction among the tribesmen. When Sumu brought the lizard people for questioning, the first thing he found was Allah. Allah is Zisha's cousin and has a biological relationship. At that time, Allah revealed his true feelings as soon as he came up and told the harm of Tulin as the patriarch in the past 2 years. Also because the existence of Allah and Zisha gave other lizard people a sense of security, so the people complained about Tulin one after another. According to Sumu's understanding, if Turin did not lead the Lizardmen to join his territory this time, Allah was ready to revolt against Turin's rule. Compared to the tyranny of Tulin, Allah only hopes that the race can live safely and peacefully around the Maluo forest. This is not only its wish, but also the wish of all lizard people. In the past 2 years, they have witnessed the death of too many relatives, and they are already tired of war. And Allah is the lizard man who wins the hearts of the people. 90% of the lizardmen within the group are supporters of Allah, and 10% are neutrals. In fact, their resistance actions are already plotting. Of course, Sumu was also worried about Tulin. He kept Yeme hiding in the dark and observing Tulin. It can be said that Tulin's every move is inseparable from Sumu's surveillance. Including what he said to Allah not long ago, Yeme also reached Sumu's ears. Good guy, I still want to use the Maluo flower demon poison to deal with him. When Sumu heard this, he already had murderous intent. Tulin must not stay. Must kill. It can be said that Tulin has a great city, but Sumu's city is only a few 100 million more than him. Not much. When Sumu told everything in front of Tulin, the lizard people, Slicky, and the Poudha clan members, they all suddenly understood. That's what happened. Slicky was really kept in the dark. She and her people knew nothing. But Tulin had already collapsed to the ground, and he, who was not a small city, already knew his fate clearly. Tulin, don't be so hated in your next life. One shot. Sumu pulled the trigger of the musket without hesitation. The power of the musket at close range directly shattered Tulin's head, and his brains flowed all over the floor. The huge noise also shocked the lizard people and the rabbit tribe. When have they ever seen such a terrifying weapon? They looked at Sumu with a sense of awe and fear. From this moment on, I declare that Allah is your new patriarch. Sumu raised Allah's right hand and said loudly, I know what you lizard people want. You just want to live a peaceful and stable life. I can fulfill your wish. You just need to work hard for me every day and complete the task. I guarantee that you will have enough food and housing. Sumu, who was in the center of the crowd, was loud and impressive. Coupled with Tulin's corpse, his lord's power was revealed at this moment. This is my promise to Allah, and it is also a promise to you lizard people. Long live your lord. Allah took the lead in shouting. Long live the Lord. The followers of Allah follow in unison. Long live the Lord. Long live the Patriarch Allah. Suddenly, the small world was filled with shouts. These are all manifestations of the cohesion of the lizard people. The Powhatan rabbit clan headed by Slicky is a little out of place. At this time, Sumu turned his spear and looked at the Powhatan tribe. In my territory, I don't want to see fighting or plotting. So I hope you, the rabbit tribe, can put aside your past grudges and cooperate well with the lizard people and work hard. I will treat you the same as I treat them. Sumu continued. If a situation like Tulin's happens again, I will not hesitate to kill the person who caused the trouble, no matter it is either of the two tribes. Because attempts to provoke harmony in our territory are not allowed. Do you understand? I understand. This time, it was not just the lizard people who answered, but also the rabbit tribe. Thank you Lord. Long live the Lord. Slicky also knew how to watch people's emotions, and she quickly shouted a few words. Thank you Lord. Long live the Lord. The thunderous cry rises again. After all the rabbits and lizardmen dispersed, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. Being a leader is tiring to a certain extent. Not only must you control your momentum, but you must also always pay attention to the movements and public opinions of the people below. After all, his territory is not what it used to be, but is now getting stronger and stronger. There will be more people in the future. Sumu also realized that there was an increasing need for some rules and laws in the territory to restrain them. Clear provisions on rewards and penalties will be more conducive to the healthy development of the territory. And what he did tonight was exactly what he was trying to do. Samsung Value Information. An hour later, a wandering businessman passed by the entrance of the Malloy forest in the northwest. Information tip: if you have enough money, you can try to trade with wandering merchants. It is said that you can buy a lot of good things from them. Chapter 70. Malloy Forest. Entrance to the northwest. The night is dark and the wind is very noisy. Owner. Why did you bring me here so late at night? Winstonia's slightly nervous and shy voice sounded. At this moment, she was being pushed by her master beside the tree, and the distance between them was only a slap in the face. The master breathed a little, and his hot breath was all over her face, adding a bit of charm and ambiguity out of thin air. Winstia, you suspect that you are asking questions knowingly. Sumu's voice sounded, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a small arc, a bit naughty. In the past 2 nights, our good time has been ruined by Fulina. It's not too much for me to take you out, right? As he spoke, his hands unconsciously touched the pink ears on Winstia's head. The plush, icy, and soft ears are simply not too fun. Sumu finally understood why so many people like to keep pets. If you pet your cats and dogs, you will have fewer worries in your heart. But what Sumu didn't notice was that tiny goosebumps had appeared on the skin on the back of Winstia's neck. Her pink tail unconsciously wrapped around his waist, and the moisture in her eyes became more and more obvious. The tail and ears of the red fox tribe are hard to touch. To a large extent, this is true for many races. Because in addition to having normal ears like humans, demi-humans also have ears with obvious racial characteristics to match. These characteristic organs are, to a large extent, the sensitive lines that connect them. That is the legendary hook point. Sumu acted so unscrupulously, undoubtedly challenging Winstia's points. Master Man. Westja's voice was a little shaky. Sumu lowered his head and glanced, and the fire in his heart suddenly came up. He lifted Winstia's pointed chin and kissed her roughly. During these 2 nights, because Fulina would run through the wall from time to time, Sumu and Winstia had to kiss secretly. Now in the wild, without Fulina's destruction, both of them seemed to be liberated. Sumu's hand gradually became dishonest and moved downwards. Tactically, 2,000 words of detailed description are omitted here. However, in the shadows that they could not see, a pair of eyes quietly watched everything that happened. Humph. A slight hum. Winstia, you will stay with me obediently from now on, do you understand? Sumu's voice sounded, and it was easy to hear it in the silent environment. His eyes fell on his right hand, as if he was still savoring the warmth and amazing feeling just now. Westja leaned on Sumu's shoulder. She was still a little out of breath, and her face was as red as tears. I don't know if it's because I'm holding it in, or because I'm ashamed, or a combination of both. Well, I understand, Master. Vinchia responded softly. What I mean is that every day from now on, we have to review tonight's movements. This can promote physical and mental health and physical development. Sumu laughed and joked. Although you have grown very well and don't need to grow anymore, you still need it for your physical and mental health. The blush that had just dissipated appeared on Winstone's face again. Master! She cooed. How dare you say this so bluntly? Westja was not an idiot. She understood and felt that her master had changed. Suddenly, Sumu patted her shoulder. Let's go, Our target tonight has appeared. Only then did Vinchia realize that her master really didn't bring her here to play and kiss on a whim. But something really happened. Hello, alien adventurer. I am Kezier, a famous wandering businessman on the mainland. Are you blocking my way to trade with me? The wandering businessman carrying a huge luggage behind him spoke. His eyes fell on Sumu and Vinchia, looking at them carefully and with vigilance. But soon, his expression relaxed. Sumu naturally noticed this detail. Kezier's ability to undergo such a transformation only shows that he is strong and confident. Think about it, how can a businessman who can wander around the mainland have no strength? Mr. Kaiser, I have admired your name for a long time. I would like to see the goods you have, is that okay? Of course. Kezier touched his beard and said with a smile. But I just left Tianlong City and I don't have much goods with me anymore. I may not have what you want. Kezier said as he sat on the ground, took out a square towel, and began to place his goods on the ground bit by bit. Seeing this, Sumu quickly pulled Vinchia and squatted down. Golden Musket Design Blueprint. With this blueprint, even a forging apprentice can create an epic quality musket without the participation of a saint craftsman. The power is 10 times higher than that of ordinary muskets. Golden Iron Axe Design Drawing. With this drawing, any forging apprentice can create an epic quality iron axe without the participation of a saint craftsman. The cutting speed is 10 times higher than that of ordinary iron axes. Sumu probably knows that the best quality iron axe currently is made of fine iron, which he first obtained from a dark slave merchant. Unexpectedly, besides that, the quality of the iron axe can also reach the epic level. So awesome! Mr. Kaiser, don't you have something ordinary about you? Sumu couldn't help but ask. He remembered, didn't Turan, the leader of the Lizardmen, buy weapons from wandering merchants? He didn't see it either. They were mostly drawings and materials. Adventurer, there are many wandering traders on the continent. There are never any ordinary goods on my Kezier's shelves. When Kezier said this, his tone was full of pride. It turns out that this wandering businessman is not that wandering businessman. No wonder it triggered a prompt from the intelligence system. Sumu continued to watch. Golden Blue Brick Upgrade Scroll. This blueprint can improve the quality of blue bricks, allowing your buildings to have epic quality performance without the participation of a holy architect. 10 times harder than ordinary blue bricks, the prerequisite for use is that blue brick production must be unlocked. Golden Cloth Armor Design Drawing. With this drawing, any tailor apprentice can produce cloth armor of epic quality without the participation of a holy tailor. Defense is 10 times stronger than ordinary cloth armor. Sumu took a quick look and saw a lot of golden weapon design drawings, as well as some potions and the like. To be honest, this was the first time he knew about this thing. It really unlocks new knowledge. For a moment, Sumu was slightly shocked. Mr. Kaiser, could I ask what the color quality of the drawings is? Sumu raised his own question. Of course, I am very happy to answer your questions, adventurer. Chapter 71. Kaiser explained patiently. The drawings generally come in 4 types, green, blue, purple, and gold, with gold being the most popular. If you happen to have a saint-level life master next to you, the drawings will mean nothing to you. However, there are very few life masters on the mainland who can be called saints, and ordinary people may never have the opportunity to come into contact with them in their lifetime. Then my drawings are treasures to you. Then why can't I see the design drawings in other colors? Sumu asked. It's a pity that the design drawings in other colors have been sold out due to price reasons. Maybe I will have some on me next time we meet. Then how much do these golden designs cost? When he asked this question, Sumu felt a little shy. They looked like things he couldn't currently afford. Really? When Kezier told the price, Sumu gave up. The price of a golden musket design drawing is as high as 10,000 gold coins. You know, this is a design drawing for a musket, not a rocket design. Ridiculously expensive. After asking around, Sumu found that the cheapest one was the gold and green brick upgrade scroll, which only required 20,000 gold coins. Adventurer, I only have one gold and blue brick upgrade scroll at the moment. You can buy it if you need it. Kizier said. Furthermore, I can tell you sincerely that the divine architects on the mainland who can make gold and blue brick upgrade scrolls have retired to the mountains and forests. This thing may be out of print in the future, and even I, Kizier, won't be able to get it. Kizier's attitude was relatively sincere, and Sumu could not see the temperament of a profiteer on his face. Although it is said that profiteers will not write their cheating on their faces, a person's appearance is still very particular. At least compared to the original dark slave merchant Josina, Kizier's temperament is more like an elegant and easygoing gentleman. Moreover, Sumu also got an important message from his words. Mr. Kaiser, what kind of divine architect made these golden design drawings? Sumu asked. Certainly. Kaiser nodded. Except for them, no one on the mainland has this ability. Sumu raised his eyebrows, thinking about these words was terrifying. Doesn't it mean that Kizier has these scrolls in his hand that he knows many god-level craftsmen who are at the pinnacle of their profession? No wonder he can become a wandering businessman, traveling around. Sumu gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Kizier, I want this gold and blue brick upgrade scroll. Just, as your new customer, can I give you some discounts or something? If it were before, Sumu might be in pain and not consider upgrading blue bricks. But after experiencing the harsh weather of acid rain, he clearly understood the significance of upgrading the blue bricks to gold. The hardness is 10 times higher than ordinary blue bricks. This means that the defense power is 10 times higher. In the future, will you still be afraid if you encounter stronger acid rain, or some bad weather with rocks or ice falling from the sky? Taking another 10,000 steps back. If he uses blue bricks to build city walls and surround his territory in the future, who can easily break through his territory during a territorial war? Don't underestimate the 10 times increase in defense power. A blue brick is like this. What if the thickness of the city wall in his territory is 10 green bricks? I'm sorry, adventurer, my prices are transparent. Many people who have bought my things know that I will never raise or lower prices casually. So I can't agree to your request, and I can't set a precedent. On the other end, Kizier refused without hesitation. Just when Sumu felt disappointed, Kizier spoke again. However, I feel that you, adventurer, are a kind and sincere person. I wonder if you need a mount? He said, looking at Vinchia next to him. It was obvious that he had noticed her demi-human identity for a long time, and he probably knew the relationship between the two of them. I can give you a mount as a gift. This is the fate between the two of us, nothing else. Kaiser continued. This mount has been injured recently and has not fully recovered. I cannot take good care of it while I carry it with me. I think you, adventurer, can definitely take care of it on my behalf. Of course, Mr. Kaiser, I'm willing to take care of it for you. There was no discount, but there was a mount for free. Sumu felt pretty good about it, so he quickly agreed. Besides, even if the Tizot silver feather horse gets better tempered, its body shape cannot be ridden for the time being. Sumu needs a mount now. After reaching the deal, Kizier and Sumu chatted for the whole day. Sumu also told Kizier his name, and then he got the gold and blue brick upgrade scroll and a cloth bag. Mr. Sumu, you can summon the griffin beast in the bag when the time comes. It is very docile and will not hurt you. It is up to you to deal with its injuries. After Kizier finished speaking, he bowed sincerely to Sumu. Please be kind to it. Griffin beast? The name sounds awesome. Sumu patted her chest and quickly agreed. I will, Mr. Kaiser. This is a promise between us men. I like what you said. Kizier smiled. By the way, Mr. Kaiser, I actually want to ask for some information. I want to see if you have it or know it. Please tell me. Extraterritorial crystal, magic compilation pattern, Loki slate. Sumu repeated the materials for making the portal. When Kezir heard this, his eyes lit up slightly, and then he said, Mr. Sumu, are you planning to collect materials for making the portal? Mr. Kaiser, you know. Although he had guessed that Kezir might know, Sumu was still surprised. Look. Kezir took out a scroll and gave it to Sumu for a look. Portal making scroll. Exactly the same as what Sumu got. Mr. Kaiser, how much do you sell this for? Kaiser held out 5 fingers. 50,000 gold coins. Sumu tried to say something. Kaiser shook his head. 500,000 gold coins. Sumu hesitated. It's 500 million gold coins, Mr. Sumu. Kezir said with a smile. Sumu was shocked. Isn't it? 500 million. The portal scroll is extremely precious. If it can be produced, it can transport people and objects across thousands of miles. Only a few countries on the mainland have portals in their main cities. Kaiser continued to explain. If we take it to an auction house, this thing might fetch 1 billion gold coins. If the materials for the portal were not particularly difficult to obtain and difficult to make, its scroll might even be sold for 5 billion gold coins. Mr. Sumu, it's amazing that you have such a treasure in your hands. Sumu. With Kezir's explanation, Sumu finally realized the value of the teleportation scroll. Then when he exchanged the lightning technique with Luxi, he made a huge profit. It was a huge profit. Is a small lightning strike comparable to the value of a portal? What about the materials, Mr. Kaiser, do you have them? Sumu rubbed his hands excitedly. He most likely cannot afford it, but he can make an appointment in advance, right? Unfortunately, I did have it before, but now it's gone. But if you want it, Mr. Sumu, I can help you find it. Just in time, when I come back next time, I can also see the griffin beast. Chapter 72. The wandering merchant Kezir is gone. Before leaving, he left a promise that he would come back to see the griffin next time. Since then, Sumu's portal materials have been found. However, making money has become something he urgently needs to pursue now. After meeting Kezir tonight, Sumu had an urgent need for money for the first time. Back at the wooden house, Sumu opened the bag and summoned the griffin inside. It is about 3 meters tall, with a yellow lion body and a white eagle head. It has a strong body and very obvious muscle lines. The sharp claws on its limbs glowed coldly, and on its back were a pair of huge eagle wings. Looks very powerful. However, the griffin now has its eyes closed and lies quietly on the ground. It had claw marks of varying degrees on its body. It seemed that it had fought with an incredible monster. Although the wounds had been smeared with medicine, they were still shocking. No wonder Kezir wanted to keep it. He was indeed seriously injured and needed some time to recuperate. Sumu used an insight technique to pass by. Griffin, with superb hunting skills, it is the little overlord in the sky and can control the flying requirements in any weather. The only drawback is that the appetite is a bit large and the durability is a bit poor. Sumu glanced at the cloth bag that once contained the griffin beast in his hand. Mount storage space, there is a small world inside, which can make your mount temporarily active. It is exclusive to griffins and cannot be used by other beasts. Are there any other good things like this? Sumu was a little surprised, so he quickly put it away. Griffin : Age, 5 years, 10 months, and 21 days. Work adaptability, riding LV3, hunting LV3. Special talent tags, walking on the wind and chasing shadows, workaholic, ignoring wind resistance, heart of a master. After taking a look at the griffin's status bar, Sumu couldn't help but curse. My lord, it's the best. It's true that the ride is only at level 3, but the gold content of the griffin beast is definitely more than level 3. If Sumu remembers correctly, Tizot Silver Feather Horse also has the talent tag of stepping on the wind and chasing shadows, and its effect is step on the wind and chase shadows, very fast, speed increased by plus 30%. Look again. Ignore wind resistance, exclusive for wing flight type. Wind resistance and other things are trivial, wing flight speed plus 15%. When these two are superimposed, the speed will be increased by 45%. Even if you are riding at LV3, the speed may be almost the same as riding at LV4. But the Griffin Beast also has two other talent tags, Workaholic and Master's Heart. Workaholic, likes to work, loves work, work makes people happy, work speed increases by 20%, and work durability increases by 30%. Heart of the Master, keep improving your work or combat status, with a 10% increase. Once these buffs are stacked up, what is it if it's not the best? It is directly catching up with the gold content of Tizot Silver Feather Horse, and may even exceed it. Sumu felt excited. Kizier really left him a good mount. Vinchia, you said that if I woke Susu up in the middle of the night, she wouldn't scold me, right? Sumu secretly observed a few times outside the wooden house and found that Susu was sleeping soundly in the room. He asked in a low voice. He wanted to wake up Susu and heal the Griffin Beast. Because it's worth it. You know, Sumu didn't call Susu to treat Tizot Silver Feather Horse. This shows that he values and likes the Griffin Beast. No, but she will definitely pester you, the master, and let you hold her to sleep. Vinchia smiled and said. But that's about it. Anyway, when Susu gets up in the middle of the night, she will run to your bed, master. You know what? Sumu glanced at her. Good guy. Did the little emotional fox see Susu climb into his bed? Of course. Vinchia covered her mouth and smiled secretly. Can she see the slightest hint of guilt on her master's face? Did you see it wrong? Griffin, please cooperate. We are helping you heal your injuries, do you understand? You'll be pain-free soon. When Susu was helping the Griffin to heal, the big guy woke up. Seeing this, Sumu quickly stepped forward and stroked its head to comfort it. The Griffin screamed feebly. Then it glanced at Sumu several times with its eagle eyes. It did not resist and was very cooperative with the treatment. Maybe it saw that the human in front of it was not malicious, and its injuries were really getting better. Be good. Sumu continued to comfort it while thinking about it in his mind. When upgrading the territory, he obtained the Territorial Member Medical Ability Development Scroll from the system. The function of the scroll is, the member who uses it can gain the ability to heal the wounded. As for the intensity of this healing ability skill, it depends on the talents and abilities of the learning members. In other words, the more talented a person is, the greater the value of learning scrolls will be. With the existence of this thing, Sumu has the ability to train medical soldiers in his own territory to a certain extent. However, he has not chosen a suitable candidate so far. Because Sumu didn't know if there was a medical ability in work adaptability. If it exists, is it best for members with this ability to use it? It was based on these considerations that Sumu did not use scrolls. For the time being, we can only rely on Susu for the treatment tasks in the territory. Under Susu's treatment, the wounds of the Griffin Beast that were still bleeding have gradually scabbed over and are showing a tendency to peel off. Looking at the Griffin Beast's condition, it seems to be much better. Okay Susu, that's enough. Sumu quickly called Susu to stop. Because he found that her face was pale and her condition was much worse than that of the Griffin. Susu's treatment consumes her own strength to a large extent. The faster the Griffin heals, the more it consumes her. Sumu called to stop just to protect Susu and feel sorry for Susu. Brother hug. Susu opened her little hands, her face full of exhaustion. In fact, she didn't need to say anything, Sumu had already stepped forward quickly and hugged her in his arms. The little girl was not heavy to begin with, but now she looks even lighter. Are you hungry, Susu? Do you want to eat meat? Sumu asked warmly. Not hungry. Susu shook her little head and smiled brightly in Sumu's arms. Susu wants to sleep. Brother promised me that he would sleep with me tightly tonight, otherwise I would sleepwalk again in the middle of the night. The little girl said as she squeezed into Sumu's arms and tightly held his waist. Sumu smiled when he heard the word sleepwalking. Susu asked Sumu before. She said that every night when she went to bed, she was hugged and coaxed to sleep by Sumu, who also slept with her. But why did Sumu always disappear when she got up in the middle of the night? At that time, Sumu jokingly replied. That's because Susu sleepwalked and you went to sleep in other beds. No wonder, brother. Sumu didn't expect that Susu always remembered it and reminded her to hold her tightly today. The little girl is so cute. Okay, okay. Sleep, 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 brother will hold you to sleep. Sumu said, patting the griffin's body. Have a good rest, I will need your help when I go to town tomorrow. Chapter 73. The next day, when Sumu got up, he checked the griffin's injuries and found that it had completely healed and there was no major problem. All of this is due to Susu. The little girl is indeed very good at treating trauma and is trustworthy. Master, Master. Vinchia's voice sounded, and she trotted towards Sumu. The river pollution problem has been solved. Go and have a look. Really? Without hesitation, Sumu took Vinchia's hand and prepared to run towards the river. The griffin next to him suddenly raised its head and screamed, stretching its wings. Only then did Sumu react. Yes, he can ride a griffin and rush there, and by the way, he can also try what it feels like to fly through the sky. With the cooperation of the griffin beast, Sumu easily rode on its back. Vinchia, come up too. Sumu stretched out his hand. Oh. Vinchia responded without rejecting. The griffin is huge enough that 2 or 3 people can sit on it, let alone one more Vinchia. Vinchia, you have to sit in front of me so that I can hold you tightly. What if you fall down? Flying through the air is no joke. Sumu spoke. I know, Master. Vinchia, who was originally going to sit in the back, obediently sat in front of her master and was held in his arms. Seeing her low eyebrows and obedient look, Sumu suddenly had some thoughts. No, it's still not safe. I'm not too worried about you, Vinchia. How about you turn around and face me face to face? This way you can hold me and I can hold you. I think this way is the most reasonable. Master, do you really want this? Vinchia was not shy at first. But hugging each other face to face, she couldn't help but be shy. In addition to their eyes facing each other, the two people's bodies are close to each other. When the griffin flies into the sky, there will inevitably be some friction and collision. Thinking of these, Vinchia felt shy. If this really happens, I'm very worried about your safety. Sumu's face was full of sincerity, and there seemed to be one sentence written on his face. Vinchia, I'm just worried about you. What bad intentions could the master have? Right? Okay, okay. Vinchia nodded in agreement. She didn't want to disobey her master and spoil his mood. So good. Sumu chuckled and hugged Vinchia's waist from the front. With the beauty in his arms, he felt that his chest became softer. The griffin beast soared into the sky, and the huge bumps made Vinchia couldn't help but stay close to her master. The griffin landed by the river, and Sumu jumped down in a hurry. He didn't have time to be gentle with Vinchia, so he found a lot of water elemental slimes gathered by the river, and they came to drink water. They have not eaten for more than 2 days in a row, which has even affected the storage of timber resources in the territory. However, judging from the way the slimes were hesitant and did not dare to come forward to drink water, the last incident of water poisoning left a big shadow in their hearts. It's normal, after all, the only flaw of water elemental slime is that it's a little timid. Sumu took a look and saw that the originally green river water had returned to the same clarity as before. In the past 2 days, Sumu has been watching the chats on the World Chat channel. He knows that rivers are polluted in many places. The problem of drinking water for the lords has become the primary problem to be solved in various regions. And many lords died due to bad weather. It can be said that various situations are happening all over the world now, and the lords are all overcoming the hardships they have encountered. Even Luxi hasn't contacted him for 2 days. Sumu didn't know if she was in any danger. He planned to not see Luxi again tonight, so he took the initiative to contact her to check. Compared with the misery of other lords, Sumu's territory is still developing in an orderly manner. Now, even the water source problem seems to have been solved. Yi, what are you doing? Seeing the little slimes bending down to explore the river one by one, Sumu interrupted them. Sir, I'm going to drink some water. One by one he turned around and replied. Everyone is speculating whether the river has returned to normal. They dare not drink water normally. I will give everyone a try. So you want to lead the way? Sumu smiled. Seeing Yi's cautious look, he thought it wanted to do something. That's right, sir. Then I'll accompany you. Sumu said and squatted down. Let's try to see if the river water is drinkable. Owner. Vinchia called worriedly from the side. The color of the river is normal. But no one has ever tried to take the first drink of water. Seeing that her master wanted to be the first to try it, Vinchia couldn't help but become worried. However, Vinchia didn't stop it. She knows that if a territory wants to unite and increase the loyalty of its members, many times the lord needs to take the lead and be in the front. If the owner doesn't dare to take the first drink of water, the slimes won't say anything to a certain extent, but there's no guarantee that they won't be thinking about something. And what Vinchia thought was exactly what Sumu thought. He knows very well that as a lord, if you want the members below to obey you sincerely, you must show your own attitude and personality charm. Why haven't the slime tribe gone to the river to drink water? Isn't it because there is no one who dares to stand up and take the lead? As a lord, Sumu must be the first to take the lead. Thinking of this, he quickly took a few mouthfuls of river water and drank it, and followed suit one by one. It's the same as what I drank before, sweet and refreshing. The impact of acid rain has really disappeared. Everyone, you can drink water without worry. Our water supply is back to normal and there are no problems. Sumu stood up and shouted. With him taking the lead, the slimes behind jumped into the river with joy. Vinchia, are the rabbits and lizardmen at work? Yes, they went to the mine together. That's good. Sumu nodded. After the stone mine is dug, thank you for taking Dehe, the others, and Madrensa to pull it back. With Madrensa here, the iron ore is not that heavy and it will be easy to pull it back. I'll get a few wooden carts later, it might be a lot better. Master, are you going somewhere? Vinchia seemed to guess something from the master's words. Yes, I'm going to the nearest Tianlong city to buy some things and see if there are any slaves who can use ice element magic. Sumu said. After I leave, the territory will be temporarily managed by you. I will let Fulina stay in the territory. There shouldn't be much danger. Sumu still trusts Fulina's strength. As long as there is no too strong opponent, there should be no problem. Master, you might as well take Fulina with you. She is so strong, she can definitely protect you during the journey. Vinchia said. I'm afraid that you, Master, will be in danger. To be honest, Sumu was only thinking about the territory, and he really didn't think about his own safety. But in his heart, with the intelligence system there, his own safety should not be a big problem. Don't worry, I'm definitely fine. I'll just go out and come back. It'll be quick. I'm more worried about the safety of the territory and you, so Fulina should stay. Chapter 74. Seeing that his master couldn't resist his stubbornness, Vinchia used another way to persuade. What about Susu? Master, will you take Susu? With Susu here, she should be able to help if we encounter any danger. No, I'll try to go back as soon as possible. That's why I coaxed Susu to take a nap. If he takes Susu, the little girl will definitely pester him to go here and there. Sumu is soft-hearted and is not willing to refuse her. So it's better to simply go on the road alone. But master, if you leave like this, aren't you afraid that Susu will scold you when she wakes up? Westja was still worried about her master going out alone and tried to persuade him. Susu will burst into tears if she doesn't see her master when she wakes up. Then you have to play your role as sister, Vinchia. Sumu smiled, and he naturally saw Vinchia's little thoughts. Don't worry, just tell Susu and I will buy delicious food for her. As he said this, he had already arrived at the griffin beast. Then master, be careful and pay attention to your safety. Remember to eat and rest on time. We will be good. Perhaps because she couldn't say the word good boy, Vinchia suddenly changed her words. We will wait for your return. Just like a little wife sending off her husband who is about to leave for a long journey, Westja gave her instructions in a gentle voice. I see. The griffin beast soars into the sky. I hope the master can be safe and not encounter any danger. Westja clasped her hands together and prayed silently. Not long after, until the griffin could no longer be seen in the sky, she turned her attention to the Maloo forest. Sumu checked the map and found that the nearest town to Maloo forest was Tianlong City. Therefore, the purpose of his trip is Tianlong City. As he expected, the griffin beast is the best mount. With the superposition of various buffs, its flying speed is simply not too amazing. The only thing that can stop the griffin beast's speed is not the wind and weather, but the sudden sound of Sumu's intelligence system. There are still many dangers in flying in the sky. From time to time, the intelligence system will think of 3-star danger intelligence, 4-star danger intelligence, etc. It's nothing more than a powerful flying monster appearing in front. If it were normal times, Sumu would consider just getting the 3-star dangerous information. But now that he was alone outside, he decided to keep a low profile and hide away. 4-star danger information, there is a phoenix flying ahead. It will meet you in this airspace in 5 minutes. Please leave as soon as possible. Coming again? Sumu patted the griffin and prepared to land, but it seemed that the intelligence system was not ready to let him go. 3-star dangerous information, there are people below who are engaged in a fierce battle, and the war is very likely to affect you. Isn't it? Pinch the chicken up and down? Sumugong was about to turn the griffin and fly back. 4-star danger information, there is also a phoenix in the rear airspace. It seems to be a pair with the phoenix in front. Sumu. Chicken on 3 sides? What to do? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. After hesitating for 10 seconds, Sumu decisively chose to let the griffin fall downwards. Kodalu, as a member of the knights who symbolize light, you dare to collude with other countries and betray our Dragon Song Empire. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The Imperial Knight Ge Bang, who was holding a silver sword and wearing bright mithril armor, cursed loudly. You are a knight in vain. You are sorry for our cultivation of you by our Dragon Song Empire. There was blood on the corner of his mouth, and combined with the angry expression on his face, he looked somewhat ferocious and terrifying, with an amazing momentum. There are many swaying corpses around Gabang, some of people, some of mounts, some of pet animals. The bloodstains and horrific scars all over the floor are all declaring how shocking and terrifying the war was not long ago. 20 meters in front of Ge Bang was Quechulu wearing iron armor. Behind Quechulu, there is a group of knights holding long swords standing, each of them has traces of battle. But they still have the advantage in numbers. There are a full 130 people. Compared with Quechulu, almost all the friends behind Gabang fell down, except for a figure wearing a black cloth robe, who was still standing intact. Kabang, you tried your best, why don't you just surrender? Facing the abuse, Quechua remained unmoved. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Join us, maybe I can spare you a way to live. No matter what, it's not easy for the Empire to train a Supreme Knight. Am I right?" "Bah, you fart." Ji Bang spat on the ground. Immediately, he put the long sword in his hand back into the scabbard and pulled out the heavy sword weighing more than 300 kilograms on his back. The heavy sword hit the ground with a dull sound, and Ji Bang stared at Quechua with disdain. "I am a knight of the Empire. I'm not a clown or traitor like you." Ji Bang held the heavy sword in both hands, his expression became extremely solemn and firm at this moment, and he said loudly, "I was born in the Empire, and I have known what chivalry is since I was 6 years old. Humility, honor, bravery, mercy." Word by word, Kabang recited the spirit of chivalry that he had kept in mind, and everyone present could hear it clearly. Loyalty, sacrifice, fearlessness, protection. "I, Ji Bang, am not just a supreme knight, I am also a knight of the Empire. If you want to harm Her Royal Highness the Princess today, you must step over my body." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Bang roared. His hand holding the heavy sword lit up with a burst of silver light, and the ground he stepped on began to crack in all directions. With Kabang as the center, an invisible energy is gathering crazily. Madman! This guy wants to destroy himself, how dare he activate the night ban? The knights behind Kogla were discussing, and a solemn look appeared on each of their faces. Is it the night restriction that was only introduced in the beginning of the Supreme Night? It is said that if you activate the restriction, you will die or be disabled. Who says it's not the case? After a short period of time, his body will explode and die. It seems that Ji Bang is determined to die. Is it worth it? For that decadent empire? What a loyal fool! Idiot! Koglo's expression gradually became serious. He also saw that Ji Bang was risking his life. Play to death with them. Kabang! What are you doing? Stop it! Listening to everyone's discussion, Serena, who was wearing a black robe at the back, finally knew what Ji Bang was doing now. Her expression suddenly changed, and she stepped forward suddenly, trying to stop Ji Bang. But a huge cyclone has already formed around Kabang. The cyclone was so fierce that it flew away the black robe that Serena wore on her head, revealing a beautiful face. Serena majored in magic, so how could a magician's physique be able to withstand this ferocious cyclone? No matter how hard she tried, not only did she not get closer to Kabang, but she was finally blown away by the cyclone and fell to the ground. She could only look in despair at Ji Bang, who had already activated the restriction. Chapter 75. Tisk, 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 beautiful elder sister. Behind a tree in the distance, Sumu smacked her lips and admired Serena's beautiful face. If it were anyone else, the focus might be on Ji Bang and the imminent battle. Only Sumu was different. His focus was on Serena's face. This damn feeling of relaxation. Sumu mainly focuses on the mentality of having nothing to do with himself, hanging on high, and watching the excitement without taking it too seriously. In his words, what's so interesting about a fight between bad old men? It's better to look at beautiful women. And Serena's appearance is very eye-catching. 4-star value intelligence, the one in crisis ahead is the Dragon Song Empire Princess Serena. If you lend a helping hand at this moment, you might gain something. The prompt from the intelligence system sounded in Sumu's heart at the right time. System, stop making trouble. In a fight of this scale, you want me to lend a helping hand and get something in return? The key is that there must be life flowers in order to be rewarded. Pooh. No, do you want to change the system host? Not to mention the princess, even the empress, Sumu, can't possibly take action. Asking means cherishing your life. There are hundreds of people on the other side. Hundreds of people. So what if Serena is good looking? My little Vinchia, isn't little Susu pretty? Fulina will not be included in it for the time being. Sumu was thinking wildly when there was another movement ahead. Princess! Please get out of here quickly. Ge Bang's firm voice sounded. Blood vessels protruded all over his body, his eyeballs became bloodshot in just a few dozen seconds, and his face even turned purple. This is the sequelae of a surge in power. Ge Bang activated the night restriction, and the uncontrollable power in his body was enough to explode him. Let's go! Ah! With a thunderous roar, Ge Bang pulled out the heavy sword on the ground and raised it high. His figure flashed and flew forward like a ghost. Ready to fight! Quechualo calmly issued orders, and the knights behind collectively assumed an offensive posture. Kill! With a wave of Ge Bang's heavy sword, a knight in front of him flew out in an instant, and did not stop until he smashed a huge tree. Seeing this scene, Quechualo's expression changed and he shouted. Collectively close the distance and assume a defensive posture. The restriction time is only 5 minutes. Gabang is at the end of his strength. Just hold on. Kodalo calmly analyzed. Yes. The knights roared loudly, narrowed the distance between themselves and their teammates, and assumed a defensive posture. Boom! Bang! Ah! Knight of Light! Cross-cut! Ge Bang's roar shook the sky. Move the ground! At this moment, he was like a murderer possessed, and every time he swung the giant sword in his hand, he could take a life. Wails spread everywhere. Kang! Dragon crash! Chiang! Violent collisions continued to sound. Silver light splashed in the center of the field, and violent energy surged crazily. The battle was extremely fierce. This made Sumu from a distance gasp. Fortunately he didn't listen to the system on impulse. This is a really deadly battle. Sumu has a very clear understanding of himself. He is not stupid and there is no need to fight for strangers. Her Royal Highness is protected by my Imperial Knight, Altsgerban, you all. Don't even think of hurting her. With a roar, Ge Bang's heavy sword slipped from his hand. The épée is the main weapon of the knight, and it is also the glory of the knight. The knight always remembers that no matter when and where, he must never let the heavy sword fall from his hand. Even if your arm is cut off, you can't throw away the glory that belongs to you. But if one day, the épée that reflects the glory of the knight slips, it will definitely mean the end of the knight. Sure enough, the next moment, Ge Bang's tall body fell heavily to the ground. The moment before he died, he was still murmuring. Princess! Quick, go! Quick, go! Walk! Walk! Until there is no sound at all. What a pity, such a loyal person. Hey! Behind the tree in the distance, Sumu sighed slightly when he saw this scene. Sumu was really shocked by Ge Bang's loyalty. But the reality is that when Ge Bang chooses to open some restrictions, he is destined to never return. And he dares to make this choice because he wants to do his best to protect what he wants to protect. He uses his life to practice his spiritual beliefs as a knight. Sumu expressed his admiration. But the problem now is that Ge Bang is dead, and there are still about 30 or 40 people on the other side. The leading knight named Kodalo is not dead either. The princess is in danger. Sumu shook his head, feeling even more sorry for Ge Bang's sacrifice. Sumu could actually understand why Serena didn't take advantage of the fight to escape. After all, there are corpses of mounts all around. There was nothing left to ride on, and Serena couldn't run far even if she wanted to. Of course, there may be other reasons that he doesn't understand. Just as she was talking, Serena had already stood up from the ground. Princess Serena, just surrender and capture her, don't resist. Quechualo stood up, wiped away the blood that belonged to Gaban on his face, and pointed his sword at Serena. For Ge Bang's sake, I promise not to hurt you, just come with me to the Abyss Empire. What if I don't agree? Serena's voice sounded, and the suppressed anger could be heard faintly. Her eyes fell on Quechualo with a cold look. If you don't agree, then forgive me for offending you. Quechualo said. I will personally tie you up, Princess Serena, and bring you back to the Abyss Empire. His voice continued. I know, Princess Serena, you are a genius magician and the youngest magician in the Empire. But the injury you suffered before has not healed, and you can't use magic at all now, so there is no need to resist in vain and only increase the damage. After all, I was once a member of the Imperial Knights, and I don't want to hurt you. Kodalu, why on earth? Serena opened her mouth and said. Why on earth did you betray our Dragon Song Empire? I'm very curious. Kodalu is a knight that the Empire has always trained, and he has always been loyal to the Empire. Serena really couldn't understand why he wanted to rebel. A rotten empire will eventually fall. Quechualo looked at Serena and said in a deep voice. The Dragon Song Empire has been dominated by magic for nearly 100 years, which has compressed the living environment of our knights. The current king's ability is a great magician. He advocates magic so crazily that he even forgot that his ancestors were born knights. Who on earth fought with his ancestors to create the vast empire territory? It's us knights. Not that damn magician. The more Quechualo spoke, the more excited he became. But now, we knights don't get the treatment we deserve. He is trying to wipe out the great achievements of our ancestors for generations. I will never allow this to happen. Quechualo raised his arms and said bitterly. Instead of allowing a decadent empire to exist, it's better to use us as a pioneer to overthrow it completely. Overturn. Overturn. The knights behind him all spoke in agreement. Obviously dissatisfaction was the fundamental reason for their rebellion. Is it because of the establishment of the Magic Boundary Monument? Serena seemed to understand something. Princess, you are very smart. Quechualo smiled, held the silver sword in his hand, and walked towards Serena step by step. Chapter 76. Princess, I'm offended. Kodalu didn't know when a shackle as thick as a baby's wrist appeared in his hand, and he walked towards Serena step by step. But at this time, a strange scene appeared. I saw Serena put her hand on the collar of her black robe, and then untied it little by little. What's going on? This princess is taking off her clothes. Behind the tree in the distance, Sumu Bungbu paused after seeing the situation clearly. Not only Sumu, an outsider, but even Quechualo stopped in his tracks and looked surprised. Princess Serena, you. What are you doing? Serena did not answer his question, but answered the question with a cold face. Kodalu, you will pay the price for your disloyalty to the Empire. And you, all of you. This sentence made Quechualo frown secretly. The next moment, Serena had taken off her black robe, revealing her body underneath. Sumu. Quechualo and the knights behind him were collectively shocked. Immediately the shock turned to horror. But no matter what kind of emotion, it is definitely not because of seeing the naked body of some beautiful woman. But because Serena's body is covered with blue and white ice crystal-like scales. Scales covered her whole body, shining like armor. This kind of scales is definitely not like armor, but more like growing on flesh and blood. Snake scales. Sumu murmured, isn't this princess a human race? Clang. Over there, Kodalu seemed to realize something was wrong. He pulled out his long sword and rushed towards Serena. But he was still one step late. A burst of terrifying ice power erupted around Serena, forcing Kodalu to fly away. Immediately afterwards, amid a burst of frost crystals, Serena's body suddenly bounced into the sky. She turned into a being with the head of a human and the body of a snake. She looked down at the knights below, and the elemental power condensed into frost gathered around her like mist. At this moment, she was like a god with an ice crystal snake body, sacred and inviolable. An alien version of Baisahen. Sumu blurted out. Seeing this scene, Quechualu, who fell to the ground, showed a solemn look on his face, but before he could react, Serena made another move. She didn't know when she had something in the form of a scroll. Magic scroll! Quechualu broke out. He suddenly propped up his body with his heavy sword and shouted loudly. Brothers! When launching an attack, she must not be allowed to use the power of the magic scroll. Charge! Raising his arms, the long sword in Kodalu's hand already lit up with silver light, and he used the knight's most classic move. Cross iai slash. Rush! The knights behind drew their swords and charged, trying to stop Serena. But it seems that their response time was too late. Or maybe it's because of Serena, she doesn't need magic chanting time at all. I saw her opening her hands, facing the sky, and whispering like a Sanskrit sound. Ice prison. Frost and cold will forever imprison you. In an instant, the temperature in this area dropped from 36 degrees to 0 degrees. With Serena as the center of the circle, the power of frost spread crazily to the ground in all directions. Frost and fog are rising. Sumu couldn't see clearly what was happening in front of him. He seemed to be in the cold ice and snow, his eyes were filled with cold air and he couldn't see the direction clearly. The only thing that is certain is that, except for Ling, he should not have been affected by the attack and is still safe. Time passes minute by minute. The thick ice air is gradually dissipating. Sumu's vision finally began to recover, and he could see clearly what happened. Those knights who were still charging were collectively frozen. They were like artistic ice sculptures, maintaining their posture in life. Looking at Serena again, she has recovered her human body and is lying on the ground at the moment, with a face as white as snow. It looks like it will break if touched. Serena's eyes were focused on the front, as if she was looking for something. Suddenly, her eyes were focused, and her beautiful face was already filled with despair. Princess Serena! You are truly worthy of being the youngest genius mage in the Dragon Song Empire. One move can kill nearly 40 silver knights instantly. Tisk, 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 there are indeed 2 brushes. A familiar voice sounded, it was Kedalu's. He walked out from behind the tree nearby, his face covered with frost, and he was still breathing heavily. It was obvious that he had used all his strength to resist the attack just now. I finally understand why the king pays more and more attention to magic. Kodalu continued. But it's a pity. The one who laughs last today will be me, Quechualu. Glory belongs to us knights. Serena didn't speak. The despair on her face says it all. Kodalu was right. The injury she had suffered before had not healed yet, so she could not use her magic ability. Just now, she forcibly revealed the snake body, and with the help of the only magic scroll, she forced her body to use ice element magic. Without the assistance of the magic scroll, she couldn't do it. But killing 40 silver knights instantly was the best she could do. Her best guess was that Kedalu was also taken away. But now it seems that she obviously underestimated the opponent's strength, and he still survived. If Serena wasn't injured, maybe Gabang wouldn't need to sacrifice. She doesn't need to be in such a situation. But there are not so many ifs in this world. Serena is so weak now that she doesn't even have the strength to answer. Kodalu was minding his own business and said. Now I understand why the king of the Abyss Empire insisted on us taking you back. I always thought the legend was false, but I didn't expect it to be true. You have the Frost Dragon sealed on your body. The king really loves you. Ha ha ha. Kedalu laughed wildly, and took out the shackles that appeared before in his hand again, approaching Serena. Sudden. Quechualu frowned, as if he sensed something, and swung the long sword in his hand backwards. Clang! The sound of sword resistance. Who are you? Quechua gritted his teeth to resist, staring intently at the young man with black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin in front of him. Gangland slash. Cotolu's answer was only 3 words. Bang! Under the huge impact, Quechua was knocked 5 meters away. Kill him while he's sick. Sumu added a new motto to his motto. He didn't care, he rushed up with the sneak attack again, and slashed at Quechua again. In the continuous fighting, Quechua's energy was no longer as good as when he was at his peak. Under repeated attacks, he resisted. In the end, he was defeated and the long sword in his hand fell to the ground. Stop! Just as Quechua shouted, Sumu's magic dragon horn knife had switched to a musket and was pressed against his head. Bang! Don't hesitate to pull the trigger. From the time Sumu appeared to when he pulled the trigger, only 30 seconds passed. Chapter 77. 4-star value intelligence. The one in extreme danger ahead is Princess Serena of the Dragon Song Empire. She seems to have the bloodline of the Frost Dragon Jiao and a lot of secrets. If you lend a helping hand at this moment and save her from danger, you may be able to greatly gain her favor and trust. Information analysis. The Frost Dragon Jiao existed in ancient times and was the king of the ice and snow world. They are extremely rare and contain a strong power of ice elements. Information tip. Frost Dragon Jiao can shed its scales every year. Their scales are excellent forging materials. The essence and blood of Frost Dragon Jiao contains the purest power of ice element, which can increase the strength of ice element magic after use. This is why Sumu took decisive action. There is no way, the system prompted me for the second time, and this time it analyzed too much and too detailedly. Seeing that Quechua alone could not pose any danger, Sumu decisively chose to take action. Are you okay? Sumu came to Serena and asked. Serena's eyes fell on Sumu's face, and she looked at it quietly for a while, without answering. Are you unable to speak now? Sumu tried to ask. Serena nodded laboriously. She doesn't know the other person's background, nor why he wants to help her. Everything is unknown now. But she was too weak to speak or ask for the truth. The only thing she could feel was that the young man in front of her didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards her. Then you lie down first. Sumu stood up and said, let me search you to see if there is anything good. He muttered and came to the body of Cotolu, who had just been killed, and began to search. Sumu is a good man who is diligent and thrifty and cannot waste any opportunity to make money. However, he was a little disappointed. There is no so-called storage ring on Quechua. Sumu searched his body and found only 503 gold coins, 23 silver coins and 10 copper coins on him. I don't know if the other things were dropped or something happened to them, but there were none at all. An imperial knight was so poor that Sumu had nothing to say. However, Cotolu's sword is pretty good. Knight's sword Cotolu, a knight's sword engraved with the user's name, blue quality. A sword of blue quality, it is also the highest quality weapon Sumu has ever seen. However, the sword was very long and it was not easy for him to use. He didn't like it that much and threw it away in his backpack. Sumu stood up and scanned around. Some corpses were frozen, some were not. There was obviously no chance to search him because he was frozen. Sumu estimated that as long as he exerted force, those ice sculpture-like people would fall apart. You can search for those that are not frozen. No matter how thin the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. With this idea in mind, Sumu got busy in the field. Serena, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she saw this scene, her face full of surprise. She can't speak. If she could speak, she would want to tell the young man that their advance troops had already taken away the valuables. After searching around, nothing else was found, but Sumu had 1003 gold coins, 592 silver coins, and 366 copper coins on his body. Beautiful. One mosquito leg may be really few, but what about hundreds or thousands of mosquito legs? It's quite a piece of meat. Hey, that seems to be the place where the Supreme Night Goblin died, right? Sumu muttered. He pushed away the frost and snow above, and looked underneath. Really? As he thought, the person underneath was the dead Ge Bang. His body was not frozen, but his blood was solidified. Not far away, Serena also noticed this scene. She knew that the young man was looking at where Ge Bang's body was. Serena frowned, her eyes slightly evil. Serena doesn't care about the others. But Ge Bang died for her, and she didn't want to see his body unable to rest in peace after his death. Serena's brows grew tighter and tighter. She wished she could scold the young man for interrupting him. But soon, Serena's brows relaxed, and the evil look in her eyes completely faded. Replace it with gratitude. Sumu is a person with a bottom line. Searching for corpses is not a shameful thing in itself, but for a loyal knight like Ge Bang, he really won't do it. From a spiritual point of view, Sumu believed that he could not do this, so he respected such people. After taking a look at the sky and realizing that there was still time, Sumu took out his mining hoe and started digging holes on the spot. The hand speed of being single for more than 20 years is vividly displayed at this moment. Not long after, he worked hard to dig out a hole. Due to tool limitations, it's not very deep, just enough. Normally this isn't my job, okay. Sumu sighed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and pulled Ge Bang's body into the pit. Glory Ape Gabang, the glory sword of Supreme Knight Gabang weighs about 300 kilograms and was made by himself. The ape is engraved with Ge Bang's name, accompanying him in battles for countless years, purple quality. With just one glance, Sumu picked up the heavy sword with both hands and threw it into the pit. Not far away, Serena's eyes gradually softened as she watched everything happen. But at this moment, Sumu's familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey, are you going to bury him like this? Isn't it a pity? Hiss. The moment he heard the sound, Sumu turned around and looked. Falina. Why did you come here when you weren't in the territory? Why? That's right, the person in front of Sumu now is none other than the soul-catching doll Fulina. The moment he saw her, Sumu's head was pounding. Being followed all the way, he didn't even notice. Humph. I can go wherever I want, no matter what. Fulina raised her face slightly, looking as arrogant and unruly as ever. I really lost to you. Even as he said this, Sumu did not blame Fulina. For example, when facing Tizot Silver Feather Horse that night, Fulina would suddenly appear. Sumu knew the purpose of her coming here. They were just worried that something might happen to him, so they followed behind to protect him. She didn't say it, but Sumu could understand that this time she was inseparable. There is no way, Fulina is such a duplicitous little undead, with a hard mouth and a soft heart. Sumu couldn't blame him even if he wanted to. Hey, answer my question quickly. Fulina spoke again. Isn't it a pity to bury him like this? What if? Sumu expressed confusion about Fulina's question. Can I resurrect a dead person without burial? But although others are dead, their souls are still alive. Fulina stared at the pit and suddenly said something. Sumu. Chapter 78. Fulina, what do you mean by this? Sumu's voice was a little excited. He is very smart, and he smelled an unusual flavor from Fulina's words. What does it mean that the soul has not been destroyed? I can resurrect him and exist as an undead soul. Fulina spoke again and dropped a bombshell. His soul has not died yet. It is attached to his weapon. I can see it clearly. Sumu got goosebumps after hearing this. He wasn't afraid of ghosts, but Fulina's light words made him feel so embarrassed when he was searched before. Doesn't that mean that the dead souls of other people are also watching him plunder their belongings? To put it bluntly, Ge Bang's soul has been watching Sumu dig a hole, then watching him pull his body in and throw his sword in? It's terrifying to think about it. Don't worry, only people with deep enough obsessions can still have their souls wandering around the world after death. Ordinary people can't. Fulina said. This girl. Could it be that you read his mind? Sumu thought about it in his mind and straightened his back. How can you bring him back to life? I can tailor him into an undead doll like me. There was no emotion on Fulina's face, and she said. Such a loyal and brave person would be a good fit to be an undead after death. Making him into an undead doll and keeping him by your side will be a big help. And don't worry, his loyalty after resurrection will only be directed towards you alone. Fulina had been hiding in the dark and observing, so she naturally knew what Gabang did and said. Sumu roughly understood what Fulina said, but the only thing he was worried about was, Fulina, has the tailor's undead doll harmed your body or your strength? If there is, forget it, I don't really need it. Fulina was obviously stunned, then she shook her body in mid-air, her eyes curled up, and she hummed. Humph. It's just a small undead doll. What harm can it do to me? Fulina curled her lips, the expression on her face focused on one rich. You underestimate me, Fulina, too. I just don't like to take action easily. Not everyone deserves to be turned into an undead doll after death. If I didn't like this guy, I wouldn't take action, okay? Fulina said as she came to the top of the pit, waving her delicate hands gracefully, as if she was doing something, making obscure handprints. Not long after, a blood-purple formation appeared above the pothole. Next to the heavy sword, Ge Bang's dead soul appeared. The moment he saw Ge Bang's soul, Sumu was also shocked. Fulina has something. Ge Bang's soul was absorbed into the formation pattern in mid-air. The casting continues. A thick black shadow needle appeared in Fulina's hand, and she threaded needles and threads on Gabang's body like a sewing doll. Sumu was confused. He was afraid of affecting Fulina, so he didn't dare to speak and observed silently. Not far away, Serena looked at what was happening in front of her in shock. She had no idea what was going on. She wanted to ask, but she couldn't speak. But soon, Serena saw Ge Bang's body rising from the pit, and then submerged into the strange formations in mid-air. A rag doll that looked like Ge Bang fell from the formation and was held in the hands of that strange girl. Serena was shocked. Here you go, shed your blood to identify the owner, and then you can summon your own undead doll. Fulina handed the Gabang doll to Sumu. Good. Sumu took it and looked at the doll in his hand. Now he vaguely understands why Fulina's title is Soul-Catching Doll. This girl's tailor at full level is not cutting clothes for living people, but for undead dolls. She put her soul into the doll and made her own undead doll. This ability is simply incredible. With her around, Sumu felt that his undead army would still grow stronger even without the undead scroll. The premise is that the use of this ability will not cause any harm to Fulina. Sumu glanced at Fulina twice and saw that there was nothing wrong with her. He cut his finger and dripped 2 drops of blood on Gabang's doll. The next moment, the doll in his hand seemed to have vitality, broke away from his hand and flew into the sky. Not much different from Fulina's transformation from a doll into a human being, Gabang's undead doll also completed its transformation in the black mist. Gabang, the guardian knight of the undead, is willing to serve at your command, master. The moment Ge Bang appeared, he knelt down on one knee in front of Sumu with the highest etiquette of knighthood, and lowered his head at the same time. Unlike Ge Bang, who is still human. Now Gabang is showing a kind of nothingness, and he has the same death energy as Ma Drenza. The death energy presented a substantial black energy that enveloped him, and the armor on his body glowed with a faint green light, a bit like a ghost skeleton knight. Very cool. Moreover, you can tell at a glance that they are not human. Get up. Sumu raised his hand and said. Yes. Ge Bang's voice was full of energy. After he stood up, his eyes kept falling on the potholes at his feet, thoughtfully. Sumu noticed this detail. "That's your sword, pick it up." "Yes, master." Ge Bang lifted the épée with one hand, and at that moment the green light on his body surged, emitting an astonishing power. Since then, the perfect guardian knight of the undead, Ge Bang Cheng. Sumu looked on Xingxi. "Not bad, we have already achieved this before we even arrived at Tianlong City." Putting away Ge Bang, who had turned into an undead doll again, Sumu was ready to set off to Tianlong City again. It was getting dark at this time, and we should still be about 20 kilometers away from Tianlong City. "Hey, this thing is pretty good." Sumu discovered something good. Forbidden magic shackles, made from extraterrestrial meteorites, they are extremely strong and difficult to break free. You cannot use magic power after being bound. It was the thing that Quechua planned to use to tie up Serena. Sumu didn't expect that it seemed to be the most valuable thing he saw so far. He quickly put it away before talking. "I'm going to Tianlong City, will you come with me?" Sumu looked at Serena and said. Serena nodded. Of course she will follow. Not to mention the many wild beasts here at night, what if Kotalo has other pursuers? In her current state, there is no way she can survive alone. Tianlong City happens to be where she wants to go, so that would be perfect. That's okay. Sumu took out the cloth bag and summoned the griffin beast. He looked around and found that Fulina was hiding somewhere. I also want to invite her to ride the griffin beast together, but I won't give her a chance. Sumu shrugged and picked up Serena, who was on the ground. Serena. Not long after, the griffin soared into the sky. Chapter 79. This is the first time Sumu has seen a city since he came to this world. Tianlong City is much larger than he imagined, and it can't be seen in mid-air. Moreover, the surrounding city walls are 30 meters high, surrounding the entire city. Looking from top to bottom, it is very spectacular and shocking. This also made Sumu feel hot in his heart. He decided that after returning to his territory, he must work hard to quickly build his territory like this. This is the atmosphere a city should have. His current territory is still far from enough. Sir, flying is prohibited in the airspace within Tianlong City. Please land quickly and enter through the city gate. 2 guards riding flying mounts stopped Sumu. Sorry, I didn't know there was such a rule. When he came to someone else's main city for the first time, Sumu naturally wanted to keep a low profile as much as possible. He patted the griffin and dropped it down. Seeing his whereabouts, the 2 guards turned around and left without saying anything. Can you walk now? As he prepared to enter Tianlong City, Sumu glanced at Serena, who was sitting on the griffin beast, and asked. Not yet, not yet. Serena replied angrily. She has barely recovered 10% now, and it is difficult to even move her hands, let alone walk. All right. Sumu didn't say anything, and took Serena off the griffin beast. While still on the back of the griffin, Serena recovered a little and was able to communicate with him. The two also had a brief exchange. On the other side, Serena did not react shyly to Sumu's behavior of carrying her off the griffin beast, and her face was relatively calm. Just now on the griffin beast, Sumu had been holding her while riding. She was in front, and he was in the back. The two of them were in constant contact along the way, maintaining a very ambiguous posture. Although Serena has never had such contact with boys since she was a child. But because of the ice element magic, her temperament was originally relatively indifferent. Besides, the cloth robe she is wearing now was all put on by Sumu. Compared to these, she has already accepted it in her heart after giving it a hug. After putting away the griffin beast, Sumu carried Serena on his back and walked into the city. There are many people coming and going at the city gate, and many demi-humans can be seen, but they are all slaves, carrying goods. There are also tall orc figures among them. They wore heavy shackles on their bodies, and were whipped behind them by humans with iron whips, driving them. This is the law of survival in this continent, the strong is respected. There is nothing good to say about Sumu. He was walking on the main road of Tianlong City with Serena on his back, looking around and observing. Before coming, Sumu asked Zhou Yuki to make a list for him to see what daily necessities the territory needed, and he tried to buy them back. Now he is naturally paying attention to the surrounding shops, so that it will be convenient when he goes out to buy things later. Mr. Sumu, there is a hotel there, could you please take me there first? I'm a little tired and want to take a rest. Serena's voice sounded from behind, and Sumu turned to look at her. Please. Serena's face was slightly pink, and Sumu thought she was feeling unwell. Okay, I get it. Well, thank you very much. The reason why Serena's face turned pink was naturally not because she was feeling unwell, but because he was being carried by Sumu. At first, when she was being held by Sumu and flying, she didn't feel much. She simply felt that the contact between the two was too close. And when it comes to griffins, Sumu has always behaved like a gentleman. All his actions were limited to holding her and preventing her from falling from the air. It was a very normal contact. Because of this, Serena was not pretentious, she felt from the bottom of her heart that she could accept it. But now, the situation of being carried by Sumu is completely different. Serena didn't have the strength to support her body, so she could only passively lean against Sumu's body. This also caused her body to constantly squeeze, collide, and squeeze again. Serena knew the feelings coming from her body very well. But what's more terrible is not just this. She could still clearly feel his hands on her buttocks. When he lifted her up, it felt like someone was really touching her. Put it all together. Having been accustomed to royal education since she was a child, her indifferent temperament finally broke her guard and became shy. I don't know that Serena had so many thoughts in her heart. As soon as Sumu entered the hotel, the waiter greeted her. Hello sir, I'm Henry, I'm glad to serve you. Do you want to stay in a hotel or eat? Henry said as his eyes fell on Serena on Sumu's back. Just one glance, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. As a hotel clerk, Henry has definitely seen a lot of guests. But the beauty of the woman in front of him still made him feel amazing. This is enough to show the extent of Serena's beauty. After Henry looked at it for a few times, he looked away reluctantly. Yes, please help me get 2 rooms. Sumu's attention was not on Henry, he was observing his surroundings. 2 rooms. Henry tried to confirm that he thought the two were in a relationship. Doesn't it seem like it now? Yeah, 2 rooms. Sir, miss, please. Henry made a gesture of invitation. After arriving in the room, Sumu asked Henry to bring some food. He hadn't eaten for most of the day and was already starving. Putting Serena on the bed, and just as Sumu sat down to take a sip of water, Serena over there spoke. Mr. Sumu, thank you very much for saving me. It's okay, it's just a little effort. You already thanked me when you were in heaven. Sumu smiled. But at this time, Serena moved her fingers laboriously, which was the limit of what she could do at present. Soon, a black and purple card floated in front of Sumu. Mr. Sumu, this is the amethyst card. You can exchange it for 100,000 gold coins at any bank. This is your reward for saving me. Etc. The black card in front of you contains 10W gold coins? Serena gave him as a reward for saving her? Hiss. Sumu took a breath. This Princess Serena is simply a rich woman. Sumu is a money addict, and he is really moved. However, as a good young man in the 21st century, if someone gives you a big red envelope, you should be polite anyway, right? Therefore, Sumu reached for the amethyst card, frowned slightly, looked at Serena with a serious face and said, Princess Serena, you know, I saved you because I have a hot heart. It is an act without asking for anything in return. Serena was startled, she didn't expect Mr. Sumu to say such words. Matching his serious expression, she suddenly realized after careful consideration. Serena was a little panicked. She realized that her behavior was inappropriate. She quickly interrupted Sumu's words and said, "No, Mr. Sumu, please don't get me wrong. The grace of saving a life is as heavy as a mountain. Of course, cold gold coins are not enough to express Serena's gratitude to you." Chapter 80. Serena spoke anxiously and explained, "I don't have any valuable gifts with me, and I can only get gold coins. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Sumu. I'm really not trying to insult you with dirty money or anything. I didn't mean it. I know that, sir, your soul is very noble." Sumu. He expressed confusion. Whatever the situation, he was just going to be polite. Why was Serena so anxious to explain? Dirty money? Sumu wished she could kill him with money. A noble soul? Is Princess Serena a two-thorned ape? Why does she speak so well? Sumu was thinking wildly when he suddenly found another amethyst card appearing in front of him. "Mr. Sumu, there are 50,000 gold coins in this card. I did something wrong just now. How can I express my gratitude with just 10,000 gold coins?" Serena continued. "I hope you don't mind my rudeness just now. After you get the money, Mr. Sumu, you can go to the auction house to see if there are any treasures you like. Just treat it as Serena and I bought it for you." Sumu. No, he was just going to be polite. "You give me 5 times more for your backhand? She truly deserves to be the princess of the empire. Or, could you please be polite again?" Of course, this was just a bit of sexual intercourse, and Sumu was naturally not that thick-skinned. What he did just now was truly unintentional, but he seemed to have been misunderstood. "Hey, it's impossible to be polite these days, really. Princess Serena, since you are so kind and gracious, it is inconvenient for me to refuse." "Why?" Sumu sighed, "You know, money is an external thing, I don't value it." While talking, the 2 cards had already been put away by Sumu. Serena smiled and didn't say anything, but looked at Sumu with softer eyes. Mr. Sumu's character is really upright. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough, otherwise I would have really chilled Mr. Sumu's heart. After all, he saved me, and I tried to use money to insult his character. I really am. This is what Serena is thinking in her heart at this moment. Unknowingly, Sumu's image in her heart improved for the second time. The first time I had S*X was naturally when I helped Ge Bang dig a hole for burial. Serena has been living in the palace, rarely going out, and she is not very tactful in terms of worldliness. That's why I did something very honest and took money to express my gratitude. When Sumu said the words without asking for anything in return, Serena reacted immediately and quickly made amends. However, if Serena knew what Sumu was thinking, she would be confused. "Princess Serena, are you hungry?" Sumu was devouring the food served by Henry, and he didn't forget to take the time to ask. "It's okay, I'm not hungry." "Mr. Sumu, you can eat." Serena licked her red lips slightly, looked away from the food, and said, "Also, just call me Serena, princess. By the way, Serena, I heard the dead knight say, what kind of magician are you? Does this mean the magician level?" While eating, Sumu did not forget to ask questions that concerned him. Sumu probably has a good idea of the items and equipment on this continent, and knows how to distinguish quality. He couldn't tell the difference except in terms of strength. What supreme knight? What kind of wizard? Completely confused and bewildered. While Serena was around, he naturally wanted to ask. Serena was a little surprised by the question he asked, but she still said patiently, "Yes, mage means the level of magician. On this continent, the levels of magicians are divided into Trainee Mage, Magic Attendant, Magician, Mage, Grand Mage, Magister, Grand Mage, Holy Mage, Legendary Dharma God. Each major stage covers 9 small steps. Sumu nodded, probably understanding. So Serena, what level of magician are you? Me. Serena pursed her lips, and after thinking about it, she didn't hide anything. I became a mage 2 years ago, but due to an injury a year ago, my strength has been stuck at the 9th level of the mage. That means if you hadn't been injured, you would have been a great mage. Sumu didn't know if the magician was awesome, but when he saw Serena casting spells before, she was pretty strong. Moreover, she became a mage 2 years ago. This gold content is really awesome. Absolutely. Serena's face was calm, but she didn't have any arrogant reaction. What level is the strongest magician in the Dragon Song Empire? Sumu asked curiously. When Sumu was walking on the streets of Tianlong City with Serena on his back, he heard some news from street vendors. Tianlong City is a second-level city under the jurisdiction of the Longian Empire. The land he is stepping on now belongs to the Dragon Song Empire. Moreover, it is very likely that Sumu's current territory is also within the scope of the Longian Empire. If he gets stronger one day, he may still be targeted. The origin of magic in our empire is only a little over 100 years ago, and the foundation is not strong enough. Therefore, the strongest magician at present is only the Grand Magister. Serena said softly. He is also my mentor. Great Magister? That means there are 2 more big steps ahead. If you haven't seen it before, Sumu doesn't know if it's awesome or not. You won't know until you see it. Finally, Sumu also asked some questions about careers on the mainland, and Serena patiently answered them. The main theme professions in this continent are swordsman, knight, and magician. Other summoners, bards, rune masters, and potion masters also exist. However, those are just the careers of a small number of people. Among them, the level of knight is Apprentice Knight, Knight Squire, Bronze Knight, Silver Knight, Golden Knight, Supreme Knight, Holy Spirit Knight, Divine Knight, Legendary Knight. Ge Bang is a first-level Supreme Knight. Kodalu, who was killed by Sumu before, was the Golden Knight. As a first-level Supreme, Ge Bang is actually very powerful in combat, otherwise he would not be able to exist as the princess's guardian knight. However, before the battle, Gaban encountered a conspiracy from Kodalu and took food containing poison, which greatly reduced his strength and reduced him to about the level of the Golden Knight. And Kodalu is also a ruthless person. In order to prevent Ge Bang from taking the poison, he also took it himself. Therefore, a large part of the reason why Sumu was able to kill Quechulu was because his strength was weakened. After a comprehensive evaluation, Sumu feels that his current strength should be between the Bronze Knight and the Silver Knight. But what he is even more curious about now is how strong is Gabang's undead doll. Have you reached the level of the Supreme Knight? If so, he's made a fortune.